At the tender age of 8, I found myself abducted, embarking on a perilous journey that would ultimately lead me down the path of a mercenary. The myriad of legendary experiences I encountered along the way enriched my combat prowess, setting the stage for a life akin to that of a cheat in a game. 001. The protagonist's abduction. Amidst a hail of bullets, a grim tableau unfolded before Li Xuan, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The magazine of his AK-47 lay empty in his hands, its barrel radiating heat, warping the very air around him. Discarding the battered weapon, he grasped his cherished M164 rifle, inserting the last remaining magazine. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted, having engaged in relentless combat for 3 consecutive days, his stomach gnawing emptily, his body protesting against the toll of his injuries. Were it not for his extraordinary constitution, he would have likely succumbed long ago. Is it my turn now? Leaning against a crumbling wall, Li Xuan gazed upward at the smoke-filled sky, fatigue and weariness washing over him. After years of survival on the battlefield, he realized that all he had to show for it were bloodied hands and a notorious reputation. His comrades, whom he considered brothers, had departed this world far too soon, perhaps finding solace in their departure. In that moment, Li Xuan envisioned his beloved brothers amidst the smoky haze, beckoning him with open arms. "Wait for me, brothers. I shall join you shortly." A weary smile struggled to break through the grime on his face, starkly contrasting against his soot-stained features. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a group of enemies charging around the corner, their eyes locking onto the vulnerable Li Xuan on the ground. Recognizing his notoriety, they raised their weapons without hesitation, opening fire. To Li Xuan's astonishment, he did not see death in that moment, but rather the familiar faces of his fallen brothers, waving at him from a distance. As the year 2001 drew to a close, the final day of the year unfolded with news of Waxia's accession dominating the headlines. Yet, what did this mean for the common folk? Absolutely nothing, as everyone was preoccupied with their own New Year's celebrations. 80-year-old Li Xuan skipped merrily towards the local shop, clutching 2 yuan given to him by his grandfather. For him, that sum represented a small fortune, enough to purchase his beloved spicy strips for a dime, those slender, crimson delights. Even the prospect of a sore throat could not quell his desire for them. These spicy strips were far from clean, lacking any semblance of hygiene. Li Xuan recalled the time he discovered white, wriggling worms in his stool, reminiscent of maggots. He had once been treated for roundworms, and the memory of the elder, using tongs to extract them from him, remained vivid. Despite such memories, the allure of the spicy strips proved too enticing to resist. "Excuse me, young lad, can you direct me to Dashin Town?" A cheerful Li Xuan had just exited the shop when a stranger approached him for directions. "Go straight ahead, and you'll reach the fork. Just keep going straight," he replied, recalling that one should always lend a helping hand. "Ah, young one, I don't understand your dialect. Could you speak in Mandarin?" the stranger said kindly. "I cannot." Li Xuan shook his head. "Is that so?" The man pondered for a moment before retrieving a wallet and producing a crisp 100 yuan note. "How about this? You guide me, and this 100 is yours." Li Xuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bill, but after a moment's consideration, he realized that Dashin Town was over 30 kilometers from his home, far too distant. Noticing Li Xuan's hesitation, the stranger continued, "I have a car. Once you guide me, it'll take you back, and you can have the money now." He gestured toward a nearby vehicle. A car. Li Xuan's curiosity piqued. He had only ever traveled by tricycle or bus, never having experienced the luxury of a sedan. A wave of intrigue washed over him, and after a brief moment of contemplation, the temptation of the crisp bill swayed him. He nodded eagerly and climbed into the car, never to return again. On New Year's Eve, laughter and the sound of firecrackers filled the air in every home, as families honored their ancestors and worshipped deities, a customary practice in rural communities. However, the Li household was shrouded in sorrow, devoid of any mirth. Li's mother wiped away tears from her eyes, while his father sat with a furrowed brow, smoking in silence. They knew their child would not linger outside for long, nor would he wander far, especially on such a festive evening when no other children were about to play with him. Having scoured the village from top to bottom without success, their last glimmer of hope shattered upon hearing that their son had entered a car with a stranger. Their child had indeed been abducted. Once inside the vehicle, Li Xuan noticed 2 other individuals accompanying the driver, one in the passenger seat and another behind him, where he found himself squeezed in the middle. Turning to glance at the man beside him, he observed a bald head and a fierce expression that sent a chill down his spine. As the car roared to life, it departed the village en route to Dashin Town. Li Xuan comforted himself internally until they reached a fork in the road, at which point he spoke up, "Turn left." Yet, the car ignored his plea and continued straight ahead. His unease heightened. He questioned, "Aren't you heading to Dashin Town? Why aren't you turning left?" "Shut up," the bald man barked, causing Li Xuan to flinch. Feeling a sense of dread, Li Xuan stammered, "I want to get out." "Try saying that again," the bald man retorted impatiently, brandishing a small knife against Li Xuan's neck. The cold steel pressed against his skin silenced him, and in that moment, even the dimmest of minds would recognize the treachery he had fallen victim to. Despite the urge to resist, the icy blade rendered him motionless. Suddenly, he felt an uncomfortable pressure in his bladder, and before he knew it, he had wet his pants. "Did you just wet yourself?" The stranger who had offered him money detected a faint odor in the air and glanced at Li Xuan's damp pants. "Damn, what a useless brat." The bald man, furious, struck Li Xuan on the back of the head, infuriated that his rented vehicle was now soiled. Caught off guard by the sudden blow, Li Xuan stumbled, pain radiating from his head as dizziness enveloped him. The bald man's strength had nearly knocked him unconscious. As his senses slowly returned, a wave of indignation surged within him, and tears began to stream down his cheeks, though he dared not cry out loud. The car traversed county roads, provincial highways, and national routes, ultimately leading Li Xuan to an unfamiliar place, a remote area devoid of human presence. "Get out!" The moment the car came to a halt, the bald man yanked Li Xuan from his seat, and the tears that had momentarily ceased began to flow anew. "Crying again, are you?" The bald man, infuriated by Li Xuan's tears, raised his hand to strike him once more. "Enough! Don't knock the kid silly, we need to sell him," a handsome young man interjected, stepping forward with a warm smile that instantly put Li Xuan at ease. The sunlit visage of the young man stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity within Li Xuan. Dragon brother. The once arrogant bald man felt a tremor in his heart upon seeing the dashing figure, instantly deflating. The bald man's reaction sparked a flicker of hope within Li Xuan. Yet almost immediately, the words that escaped the bald man's lips extinguished that hope, revealing that he was, in fact, part of the human trafficking ring. Dragon brother cast a glance at Li Xuan before turning to the bald man and calmly remarked, "If a child misbehaves, a few missed meals will render them more obedient than anything else." Though his tone was utterly indifferent, Li Xuan felt a bone-chilling coldness. "Yes, yes, yes." The bald man hastily nodded in agreement, while internally mourning for Li Xuan for a brief 2 seconds. He was acutely aware of his boss despite his seemingly delicate appearance. His heart was colder than anyone else's. Anyone who dared to provoke his displeasure seldom emerged unscathed. As he pondered this, he recalled a recent companion who had become a corpse over a mere utterance, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He quickly cleared his mind of such thoughts and turned back to Li Xuan, pushing him gently, saying, "Let's go." 002. Fever. This is an old, dilapidated factory, its year of establishment unknown. The walls flanking the entrance are still painted, adorned with slogans from a bygone era, though their meanings have faded into obscurity. Now, this factory has become a clandestine hideout for human traffickers. Within a converted employee dormitory, 7 children are crammed together. The eldest is 10 years old, while the youngest is merely 5. Among them is Li Xuan. The 7 children huddle listlessly in a corner, devoid of energy, waiting helplessly for the unknown fate that awaits them. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, a night that should be filled with joy and celebration, they ought to be nestled in their parents' arms, delighting in the fireworks illuminating the sky, or frolicking with friends while setting off firecrackers in joyous play. Instead, they find themselves confined within this cramped room, only able to glimpse the distant fireworks through a small window in the wall. Suddenly, a clanging sound reverberates from the iron door of the room, drawing the attention of all to the barrier that separates them from the outside world. The door swings open, and a tall, thin man enters, carrying a takeout bag. This man is the very individual who deceived Li Xuan into getting into the car. "Time to eat," he announces, casually tossing the takeout bag onto the floor without uttering another word before turning to leave, locking the iron door behind him. Inside the bag are 10 pale, cold buns, unappetizing and difficult to swallow. None of the children move. They have lost all desire to eat, feeling no hunger at all, especially not for those unappealing buns. As time drags on, Li Xuan feels an uncomfortable chill in his lower body. A puddle of urine from the car has soaked through his pants, and in the depths of winter, they are not drying easily, leaving him in dampness from his 4 layers of trousers. The temperature drops further during the night, intensifying his sense of cold. Gradually, his consciousness begins to blur. In a daze, he sees his parents and grandfather. calling out to him with their warm smiles and comforting embraces. Brother Long, one of the kids, has a high fever. The anxious thin man urgently relays to Brother Long. These children have been purchased for a hefty sum, enough to allow the traffickers a period of carefree indulgence. Recently, the buyer has been pressing for delivery, and they cannot afford to lose even one. What's the fuss? It's just a fever. Go find Uncle Lee, Brother Long replies nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Yes, right. I'll go find Uncle Lee right away. The thin man realizes, hastily leaving as if fleeing from some voracious beast. Uncle Lee is their appointed doctor, a barefoot physician who roams the villages, and when necessary, he becomes their dedicated medical practitioner. Given the nature of their business, they cannot risk visiting a regular hospital, not only due to the fear of being discovered, but also because their guilty conscience prevents them from revealing themselves in public. Private clinics are unreliable and prone to exploitation, so they prefer to have their own doctor, which is how Uncle Lee became entangled with them. Tempted by the allure of profit, Uncle Lee, who has lived in poverty for much of his life, made the unhesitating choice to collaborate with them. Uncle Lee. The thin man knocks on Uncle Lee's door. Come in. A muffled voice responds from within. Upon entering, the thin man finds Uncle Lee inebriated, 2 empty bottles of strong liquor littering the table. Uncle Lee, why are you drinking again? The thin man exclaims in alarm, realizing that Uncle Lee, in his drunken state, is incapable of administering an injection. Ah, it's you? Xiao Fang. You've finally returned. Uncle Lee slurs, his tone laced with unrestrained joy as he attempts to embrace him, only to be met with a long belch. I'm not your Xiao Fang. Quickly, where's the fever medicine? The thin man insists urgently, pushing aside Uncle Lee's outstretched hand. Xiao Fang, we haven't seen each other in years. Come, let us share a moment of affection. Uncle Lee stumbles toward him, but the thin man skillfully sidesteps, grabbing a glass of water nearby and pouring it over Uncle Lee's head. What are you doing? What's wrong? The icy water jolts Uncle Lee awake, and he looks around in confusion, unsure of what has transpired. Uncle Lee, get some fever medicine, the kind for children. The thin man shouts. Oh. Fever medicine? Fever medicine. Uncle Lee, unfazed by the water dousing, rummages through his disheveled room, which is cluttered with discarded items, including numerous empty liquor bottles. In his youth, Uncle Lee was a pitiful figure, having married a stunningly beautiful wife, garnering envy from the villagers. Initially, their life together was pleasant. Coming from a lineage of doctors, Uncle Lee became a barefoot physician after the reforms, often away from home. In those days, upon returning, his lovely wife would have a warm meal ready for him. However, one fateful day, he returned to find the table bare and his wife missing. Their home had been ransacked, all valuables stripped away, and his meager savings vanished. Rumors circulated that his wife had run off, but he refused to believe it until he spotted her one day, nestled in the embrace of a stranger. In a fit of rage, he confronted the man, only to find himself embroiled in trouble due to the man's connections, leading to years of imprisonment. Upon his release, disheartened and devoid of purpose, Uncle Lee withdrew from the world, relying on his elderly father for support. Eventually, whether through resignation or clarity, he emerged from his self-imposed exile, resumed his medical practice, and inadvertently became involved with the traffickers. Though he had found some semblance of acceptance, the burden of his past remained, leading him to drown his sorrows in alcohol, resulting in the scattered bottles around him. Searching through the refuse, Uncle Lee rummages with his rear end in the air, occasionally tossing empty boxes aside, much to the thin man's frustration. I found it. This should do. Uncle Lee triumphantly holds up a vial of medicine. The thin man, skeptical, takes the vial. Will this really reduce a fever? Rest assured, this will absolutely work. Just find a syringe, Uncle Lee guarantees. With Uncle Lee's assurance, the thin man has no choice but to accept the vial and rush off with an unopened syringe in hand. As Uncle Lee prepares to return to his drink, he notices another vial in his right hand, similar to the one he just handed over. Huh, when did I get another one? Shrugging it off, he returns to his bottle, lost in memories of his wife, indulging in a drunken stupor. The thin man hurries back to the dormitory where the abducted children are confined and delivers a shot to the unconscious Li Xuan. 003. Abroad the following morning, a van arrives at the abandoned factory, where the kidnapped children are hurriedly ushered inside. Li Xuan remains unconscious, though his fever has subsided, and he is unceremoniously tossed into the vehicle by a bald man. The van, with reflective film covering 3 sides except for the windshield, conceals its interior from view. Today marks the first day of the Lunar New Year, and traffic authorities across the region are on holiday, allowing them to operate with minimal scrutiny. Their objective is to deliver the children to the client before dawn the following day, and during this time, the 2 men will take turns driving, ensuring they reach their destination in the shortest possible time. Brother Long addresses the 2 men before him with an unusual seriousness, a stark contrast to his typical nonchalant demeanor. "Understood, Brother Long," replies the thin man. "Rest assured, Brother Long," assures the bald man. The van jostles along the rural dirt road. The bald man at the wheel while the thin man watches the children from the back, consulting a map and the buyer's contact information, which consists solely of a phone number. In this era, only the affluent can afford mobile phones. Naturally, Long Go, unwilling to be left behind, purchased a Nokia 8250. Touted as a beacon of blue charm leading the fashion trend, though its screen was scarcely larger than a fingernail. For this meager device, he expended 2,000 yuan. In this age, 100 can stretch to feel like 1,000, and in rural areas, a household earning 10,000 is a rarity. Ordinary folk, who struggle even to afford a telephone, certainly cannot splurge on a 2,000 yuan phone. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the roads were bustling with vehicles, all heading to visit relatives. The bald-headed driver sped along in the van, a stark contrast to the future when cars would flow like water. The highways now were sparsely populated with private vehicles. In an age devoid of navigation systems, they relied solely on road signs, stopping intermittently to consult maps, pausing at every fork in the road to ascertain their direction. In the back seat, Li Xuan felt a piercing pain in his head, a throbbing that jolted him awake. The agony was overwhelming, prompting him to clutch his head and scream in despair. "What is wrong?" Long Go, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to investigate the commotion behind him. "Long Go, this child seems to be in distress, rolling around while clutching his head as if in great pain," reported the tall, slender man with a hint of panic. Long Ge's smooth forehead creased with concern. "What is happening to him?" "I'm not sure. He has been like this since earlier," came the reply. "Forget it. Let us see if he survives the journey. If he doesn't, we'll just catch another. Also, cover his mouth." After issuing his orders, Long Ge turned his attention back to the window. Upon Long Ge's command, the tall man reluctantly covered Li Xuan's mouth, transforming his shrieks into muffled whimpers. The other 6 children looked on with a mix of fear and uncertainty. The screams did not persist for long, gradually fading until the tall man finally exhaled in relief. Though the roads were not crowded, they worried that Li Xuan's cries might attract unwanted attention. "Is he dead?" Long Ge inquired, noting the silence from the back. "Yes, still breathing," the tall man replied hastily. The vehicle continued southward, their destination being the border, as their significant client appeared to be a foreigner. Marking their first venture into international trade, they made few stops along the way, only pausing for fuel, and even meals were consumed in the van, consisting solely of instant noodles. It was not until they reached Yunnan province that Li Xuan stirred back to consciousness, overwhelmed by hunger and fatigue, which left him dizzy and disoriented. The tall man felt a sense of relief upon seeing Li Xuan awake. He wouldn't need to take the risk of capturing another child, as a previous accomplice had met a grim fate when discovered while attempting such an act, leaving a shadow of fear in his heart. Having gone without food for an extended period, Li Xuan awoke to a chorus of protest from his stomach. "Eat!" exclaimed the tall man, unable to bear the sight any longer, tossing a packet of instant noodles toward him. Without hesitation, Li Xuan tore open the package and began devouring the contents, the sound of crunching filling the van, causing the other 6 children to watch enviously, saliva pooling at the corners of their mouths. As they approached the border, merely a few kilometers from the land of Huaxia, the van veered off the main road, opting for a muddy path to avoid detection during their crossing. This little-known route was overgrown with weeds, almost indistinguishable as a road, and was procured at a significant cost from the black market. However, its effectiveness was evident, as they encountered no border officials. The van smoothly crossed the threshold into Myanmar. The bald driver felt an unsettling sensation. He had never imagined that his first experience abroad would unfold in such a manner. With a screech of brakes, the van left deep tire tracks on the decaying layer of leaves. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Long Ge was the first to leap out, comparing the surroundings with a map and photographs before finally nodding in affirmation. "This is the spot. Hand me my phone." The bald man eagerly complied, presenting the phone to Long Ge with an obsequious demeanor, which appeared rather distasteful. One could envision a robust individual ingratiating himself to a seemingly handsome man. An uninformed observer might mistake the bald man for a submissive follower. The younger children, oblivious to such nuances, accepted this behavior as perfectly natural. Should not a subordinate flatter their leader? Ignoring the bald man's sycophancy, Longue took the phone and dialed a number, which was promptly answered. "Who is it?" Upon hearing English on the line, Longue fell silent, realizing none among them possessed any knowledge of the language. Nevertheless, he attempted to communicate. "I have brought the child you requested. We are at the agreed-upon location. Is it you?" After a pause, a voice responded in Mandarin, prompting relief among Longue and his companions. As long as the other party could speak their language, all was well. "Yes, it is us," Longue quickly affirmed, continuing, "I trust the payment is ready. I shall send someone over shortly." With a click, the caller hung up, seemingly to prepare for their arrival. With a smile creeping onto his face, Longue, who rarely displayed emotions, seemed to envision the windfall of cash headed his way. Indeed, this transaction promised to be lucrative. The wait was brief, as several military green jeeps sped through the forest, barreling toward their location. The sight of the approaching vehicles instilled a sense of dread in Longue and his companions, who fixated on the jeeps. Noting the mounted machine, guns aimed directly at them. As the jeeps encircled them, a foreign man clad in tactical gear emerged, towering over Longue and his crew, brandishing what appeared to be the infamous AK-47. Despite the disdainful gaze directed at him, Longue, recognizing the presence of armed men surrounding them, wisely refrained from displaying anger and merely nodded. "Yes, that's me. Where is the cargo?" the foreign man inquired. "And where's the money?" Longue retorted defiantly. "You're quite bold, aren't you?" The foreigner's tone was ambiguous, laced with either amusement or anger. With a gesture, a man with a gun approached, carrying a box, which he opened before Longue, revealing a stash of green bills, American currency. However, the foreigner extracted a small stack and tossed it into Longue's arms, causing him to fumble in surprise, his expression one of disbelief as he silently questioned why there was so little. "What? Do you expect me to escort you out?" the foreigner remarked, his tone growing tense. "Why is there only this amount? It's not what we agreed upon." Longue struggled to contain his fury. "Just a few children. How much do you think they're worth? Offering you this much is already a courtesy. Now scram and leave the vehicle," the foreigner replied coolly. "What?" Longue's anger flared. Although the van was shabby, it was their sole means of transportation. Without it, how could they return? "Any objections? Then you want to be going back," the foreigner threatened, raising his weapon and pulling the trigger, sending a jolt of fear through Longue and his companions. It dawned on them that they were no longer in Huaxia, but in the chaotic realm of Myanmar, where their demise would go unnoticed and unpunished. "Please, we're leaving. We'll go right now," the tall man implored, pulling Longue away from the confrontation. With the bald man urging them along, they hurriedly exited the scene. Observing their departure, the foreigner's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Do you think my money is so easily acquired, you big dog?" A slender figure stepped forward, his physique hardly matching the name he bore. Acknowledging the foreigner's call, Big Dog nodded and followed in the direction the three traffickers had taken. In the confines of a van, 7 children huddled together, their faces marked by an expression of terror and fear. Though they were oblivious to the events unfolding outside, they could sense that whatever was happening could not be good. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and a dark face intruded, casting a glance at the 7 children cowering in the back. The space was limited, and he quickly assessed the situation. Confirming the presence of all 7, he bellowed in a harsh, grating voice, uttering a few strange-sounding words in Mandarin. "Get out." No one dared to move. They stared fearfully at this foreigner, instinctively drawing even closer together. Then, with a suddenness that shattered the air, the man pulled the trigger, firing several rounds. The abrupt gunfire sent the children into a state of sheer panic, trembling uncontrollably yet stifling their cries. For they were all too aware of the consequences of weeping, brutal beatings that left scars etched into their memories. "Damn it," the foreigner muttered, noticing that the children had not only remained motionless, but had actually shrunk back further into the van. With a decision made, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. His method was straightforward. He forcibly yanked the children out and tossed them onto the ground. Fortunately, the earth was cushioned with dry leaves and some weeds, so the landing was less painful, but the experience terrified the children nonetheless. "Crocodile, your methods are far too rough. "You'll ruin our new toys," remarked a foreigner leaning against the van, observing the brutish handling of the children. "Then what do you suggest?" Crocodile retorted, showing no sign of remorse for his actions. "Enough of your chatter. Just bring them back." Another foreigner interjected, expressing dissatisfaction with the orders from above, questioning why they specifically needed children from Huaxia when they could easily find any number of kids around. The frightened seven were helplessly maneuvered by these unknown foreigners, appearing almost dazed before being unceremoniously tossed onto a jeep and driven away, leaving the van behind. The reason for seizing the vehicle was simply that the large man had taken offense at Long Ji's defiance, forgetting his own limitations in the process. Meanwhile, Long Ge and his group fumed as they retraced their steps. Along the way, Long Ge had counted the greenbacks, totaling 200 bills of $100 each, amounting to $200. When converted to renminbi, it amounted to about 15,000 to 16,000, a decent sum indeed. However, he remained dissatisfied, for they had initially agreed on $1,000 per person, and now they had lost 6,008 in the process, leaving him anything but pleased. Damn it! Who are these people? Long Ge, usually composed, could no longer contain his frustration. Today's events had left them feeling utterly constrained, and they needed an outlet for their pent-up anger. Could they be some local gang? Speculated the tall, lean man. Perhaps, but what could they possibly want with those children? Pondered the bald man, stroking his bare head in confusion. Forget about them. We should focus on how to return, lamented the tall man, dejected. Without a vehicle, were they truly expected to walk back? That would be tantamount to a death march. Suddenly, gunfire erupted behind them, startling the trio. Instinctively, they turned to look, noting that the shots were distant, likely originating from the direction of the van. They had no courage to investigate further. Yet they were now certain of one thing. The guns in those people's hands were real. "Let us go." Long Ge finally spoke, quickening his pace. "Go? No. You needn't leave." A voice suddenly rang out in front of them. The three, heads down and focused on their path, froze in shock, looking up to see a figure blocking their way. They recognized the individual as one of the group they had just encountered. "What do you want?" Long Ge growled through gritted teeth. "Nothing much, just that I find you irksome and have come to kill you," the man replied nonchalantly. "Kill us?" The trio's hearts raced. Was this individual intent on silencing them? They glanced around, realizing there were no others nearby. Was this scrawny figure truly their only threat? And he was unarmed. Seemingly reading their thoughts, the man smirked. "No need to look for help. It's just me. I can take care of all three of you with one hand." "Arrogant." Long Ge spat back, his voice low. The bald man and the tall, lean man both drew knives from their waists, feeling reassured by their newfound weapons and the fact that they outnumbered their opponent. The man, however, merely chuckled derisively. He was the strongest in close combat within his team, and challenging him in hand-to-hand combat was tantamount to courting death. 005, the first to die. Three lifeless bodies were casually discarded in the underbrush as the man, now satisfied with the handful of greenbacks in his possession, turned to leave. Meanwhile, the children, Li Xuan and his companions, were whisked away in a filthy jeep to a camp, where a few tents were pitched alongside various haphazard military equipment, including a dilapidated armored vehicle parked in the open. The 7 children were lined up, trembling as they faced 5 foreigners, a burly Russian, an African of indeterminate origin, a lean and agile Asian, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerner, and a muscle-bound bald man. Unfamiliar with any of them, the children stood in fearful silence. "Listen up, you little trash. From this moment on, you can forget your previous lives. You are now proud recruits." The Russian thundered, his Mandarin surprisingly competent. None dared to meet his gaze. All 7 bowed their heads, staring at their feet. The Russian frowned, clearly displeased with their response. "Did you hear what I just said? Answer me." He strode over to Li Xuan, shouting directly at him. "Why, yes, yes." Slap. The sound of a crisp slap echoed as Li Xuan was sent flying, flipping twice in the air before crashing several meters away, the force of the blow evident. In the aftermath, the Russian felt a pang of regret. He feared he might have killed the child, which would complicate the mission assigned to him. The other 4 watched the Russian's reaction, clicking their tongues, recognizing his notorious temper. They had endured similar treatment, albeit at an older age, and wondered how this child could withstand such a blow. Dazed from the sudden slap, Li Xuan found himself momentarily disoriented, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his pain overshadowed by a ringing in his ears. Eventually, he attempted to rise, trembling uncontrollably, but collapsed several times in the process. The Russian stared at Li Xuan, astonished, glancing at his own hand in disbelief. Did my strength diminish? He mused, perplexed. His gaze then shifted to a small 5-year-old girl nearby, her body quaking in fear. He locked eyes with her, then slowly spoke. Do you remember? Why, yes. She stammered, terrified by the earlier scene of Li Xuan being struck, responding quickly to avoid drawing his ire. Then repeat what I said. I. Suddenly, the girl burst into tears, overwhelmed by the fear and stress of recent days. Slap! Another sharp crack resounded as her small frame was sent hurtling through the air, landing with a sickening thud. Her head twisting grotesquely as blood seeped from her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. She was beyond saving. Dead? The Russian stared in confusion at the disparity between his own strike's outcome on the girl compared to Li Xuan, left scratching his head in bewilderment. The 4 individuals standing nearby observed as the imposing Russian struck again, this time fatally incapacitating one of their number. They shook their heads in disbelief, glancing at the child gasping on the ground, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and burgeoning curiosity. This child was no ordinary one, having withstood such a brutal blow without succumbing, remaining conscious even. Among the 7, 1 had already perished at the outset, and the remaining 5 were filled with dread as they stared at the lifeless form of the youngest girl. Listen carefully to every word I utter, or you shall meet the same fate as him, the Russian growled, turning to the 5 trembling children. He continued, from this moment onward, you shall forget your names, for you are unworthy of such a privilege. You will all be assigned numbers from 1 to 6, arranged in order of age, and you shall determine this yourselves. By tomorrow morning, I expect you to have established your designations. Do you understand? Understood, the 5 children murmured. Speak louder, you mute fools, the Russian barked. Understood. Their voices, though still uneven, rose a few decibels, yet the Russian remained discontented. Lacking the patience to coax them further, he commanded, now, stand upright, and adhere to my instructions. Even if it means facing death, you shall comply. As he paced around the children, he intermittently kicked them to ensure they stood straight. Enough of this chatter. What can you expect from children of such tender years? An Asian man remarked nearby, speaking in English, which the children could not comprehend. What are you babbling about? Did I not train you myself? The Russian shot him a disapproving glare, seemingly displeased with the interruption. While that may be true, I was nearing adulthood then and possessed greater understanding, the Asian retorted, rolling his eyes. Isn't there a saying in your homeland, something about starting education from a young age? The Russian inquired. I've never heard such a phrase, and I grew up in Portugal. Though I hold Chinese nationality, I cannot truly claim to be one of you. Especially since I have no intention of returning to China, the Asian man replied, shaking his head. He was from Macau, but that was merely in his childhood. He later relocated to Portugal. Following Macau's return to Chinese sovereignty a few years ago, he returned there as well. According to the regulations at that time, Chinese nationals in Macau automatically acquired Chinese citizenship. Thus, he regained his Chinese nationality, although the rules stipulated that one could only hold a single nationality and enforcement was stringent. Nevertheless, many from Macau still possessed dual citizenship. Although Chinese law dictates that acquiring foreign nationality results in the automatic cancellation of domestic citizenship, this requires personal action to annul. If one were to secretly conceal the acquisition of foreign nationality, it would effectively result in dual citizenship, as such matters are difficult to trace. Upon hearing this, the Russian cast a disdainful glance. As a Chinese national, how is it that you are unaware of something even I, a foreigner, know? Why must I be expected to know everything? There is an abundance of things I do not know. Besides, isn't there a saying that the older one gets, the more one learns? Are you implying I am old? The Asian countered, I am only in my early 30s. Yet, he appeared no different from someone in their 40s or 50s. Do you wish to fight? Would you prefer to be injured on the battlefield and then seek my aid? The Russian challenged. Fine. You are the leader. I leave them in your care. He conceded, storming off in frustration, realizing that as the squad's medic, he would need to assist the injured on the battlefield. Offending him could result in a harsher treatment later, making it a painful experience. As night fell and mealtime approached, the 5 children, who had been standing all afternoon, were already suffering from leg cramps, with 2 having fainted. Li Xuan had just regained his senses when dinner was announced, coinciding perfectly with his awakening. Dinner was simple yet complex, featuring food sourced from the surrounding area, roasted snake meat, grilled birds, fried bird eggs, and a skinned pangolin. The only plant-based offerings included some wild fruits and vegetables. Indeed, the jungle was bountiful. The absence of the chef forced them to make do, and the Russian sighed, clearly dissatisfied with the fare before him. However, the children could hardly contain their salivation, having subsisted on nothing but steamed buns or instant noodles for days. Their palates craved flavor. "I have some matters to address before we eat, to clarify your tasks," the Russian stated, surveying the children with a steely gaze. "Firstly, you are in Myanmar now, no longer in your China. You will learn this in geography class later. We are mercenaries, and you will soon understand what that entails. Your presence here is to train you into mercenaries. From now on, we will impart all necessary skills to you, and how much you learn will depend on your own efforts. Should you fail to meet the requirements, death may await you." At this point, the Russian fixed a chilling stare upon the six, causing them to shudder with fear. "You may call me chief instructor. I shall oversee your entire training regimen. These individuals here are also your instructors, responsible for teaching you various skills." After a brief scrutiny of the six before him, he lingered on Li Xuan for a few seconds longer. "I am in charge of battlefield first aid and close quarters combat. My code name is Big Dog. You may refer to me as Instructor Big Dog or simply Big Dog. However, if you wish to call me by my name, you must possess matching strength. I will teach you the use of machinery and some computer skills. You may call me Tiger Shark," said the Western man, regarding the children coldly. "I will instruct you in trap making and how to utilize your surroundings to eliminate enemies on the battlefield." "I am Jungle Crocodile," the dark-skinned African man stated, his Chinese not being particularly fluent. "I am Grizzly Bear, and I will teach you the use of any weapon, including helicopters, tanks, and even fighter jets." The final instructor, a muscular man, declared. "By the way, your chief instructor is named Polar Bear," Tiger Shark interjected suddenly. "Mind your manners." The Russian scolded him with a glare before continuing. "Aside from us 5, additional instructors will arrive to teach you in due course. Furthermore, we will arrange for some cultural lessons. We will find local individuals to educate you. But enough of this. Let us eat." With that, the Russian bellowed, prompting the starved children to pounce upon the roasted meat, disregarding the heat as they tore into it hungrily. They paid no heed to the Russians' previous words, their attention solely fixated on the food. That night, the 6 children were assigned to a single tent. After a hurried bath in a nearby stream, where the mercenaries had scrubbed them vigorously, they emerged red and sore, with even the sole girl not spared from the treatment. Fortunately, the weather was not too cold, or they might have suffered greatly. Once cleaned, they donned training attire consisting solely of tank tops and shorts, shivering in the chilly night air of the jungle. Exhausted from the day's trials, the children collapsed into the tent, falling into a deep slumber. They were not only physically drained but emotionally spent, having endured so much turmoil. In a separate tent, Polar Bear and his 4 compatriots convened to strategize their training methods, aiming to fulfill the directives handed down from above. For several years, their organization had been conducting an experiment, seeking out children to train, enlisting various individuals to impart their knowledge, seemingly intent on forging a super mercenary cadre. However, without exception, all attempts ended in failure, with a staggering mortality rate of 95%. Those who survived emerged either mad or severely impaired. Despite the efforts made by various nations, success eluded them. Thus, this time, they turned to a group of Chinese children as a last resort. Should this endeavor also falter, the organization would temporarily abandon the project. Initially, the plan was to recruit 10 children, 5 boys and 5 girls, but due to time constraints, after Long Gu and his team managed to secure 7 individuals, they were urged to bring them forth. They would commence with basic physical training, taking it step by step. The Tiger Shark tilted its head, seeking the Polar Bear's opinion. "Perhaps we should let them witness blood first? There are still 3 individuals locked away, barely clinging to life. We could seize this opportunity to allow them a taste of what it means to kill," the Jungle Crocodile suggested with a sinister grin. "I would relish the sight of their expressions while committing murder. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle." The Big Dog nodded in agreement, seemingly satisfied with the Jungle Crocodile's proposal. "Kill? How would we do that? They can hardly even hold a knife." The Gray Bear shook his head, expressing skepticism toward the suggestion. "That's simple enough. We can incapacitate someone just enough to leave them breathing, and let them stab once," the Big Dog countered, his reasoning compelling and convincing. "Very well. We shall let them see blood first, to understand the essence of death. Only then will they find the motivation to embrace our training," the Polar Bear concurred. appearing quite pleased with his plan. And after witnessing blood, the gray bear inquired. Basic training, of course. Is that even a question? The big dog replied. By the way, Tiger Shark, please request some human testing equipment from above, the polar bear suddenly said. Understood. Tiger Shark nodded. Speaking of humans, do you all remember that child? He received a resounding slap from the boss, yet remains alive and thriving. Even the mark on his face has vanished after merely half a day. The big dog leaned over the table, his hands crossed, deep in thought. Indeed, we must keep a close watch on him. He seems quite extraordinary in terms of physical resilience and recovery. Let's create a separate file for him, and once the equipment arrives, we shall conduct a thorough examination to uncover any peculiarities. The polar bear nodded in agreement. Upon finishing, he glanced around the group. Finding nothing more to convey, he continued. While you sleep, ponder over the training regimen. Though this isn't your first time handling individuals, it will be your inaugural experience training children. Boss, isn't it your first time as well? Get lost. 007, your first kill. Early the next morning, shortly after 6 o'clock, the six were awakened. Having enjoyed a full night's sleep, they sprang to life, brimming with energy, save for their empty stomachs. Upon rising, they donned their training uniforms and commenced running. The previous night, they had already arranged the order of their training based on age. They dared not defy the polar bear's directives. The eldest among them was Xie Gao, age 10, thus naturally designated as number 1. Next was Zhou Xinhua at 9, followed by Niu Jin and the only girl in their group, Su Jia, both aged 8. Fifth was Li Xuan, also 8, but the shortest among them, and finally Zhang Zhijuan, age 7. Xie Gao, Zhou Xinhua, Niu Jin, Su Jia, Li Xuan, and Zhang Zhijuan. Following the established order, the six were herded through the bush-laden forest, their training uniforms proving resilient as they weaved through the underbrush without tearing. Hurry up! The polar bear wielded a leather strap, urging them on. Anyone who lagged behind would receive a harsh reminder. Li Xuan endured 2 strikes, with Zhou Xinhua, the weakest, suffering bloody welts on his back. Coming from a privileged background, Zhou Xinhua was unaccustomed to such rigorous discipline. Had it not been for yesterday's intimidation, he would have surely cried. I refuse to run. You might as well kill me, the somewhat plump Zhou Xinhua declared, collapsing onto the ground and resolutely refusing to move. Faced with Zhou Xinhua's obstinate behavior, the polar bear and his companions found themselves at a loss. They certainly could not afford to kill him. The mercenaries, inexperienced in handling children, exchanged bewildered glances. The big dog, observing Zhou Xinhua's antics, furrowed his brow, tempted to crush this bothersome little brat. What should we do? The gray bear whispered inquiringly. The polar bear contemplated for a moment, then devised a relatively gentle approach, or so he believed, if he couldn't complete the distance. He shouldn't be allowed to rest, nor should he be allowed to sleep at night. Very well. The gray bear nodded, his enormous fists cracking ominously, sending shivers down Zhou Xinhua's spine, prompting him to consider getting up and continuing to run, yet he found himself unable to shed his embarrassing demeanor. Will you run or not? The gray bear inquired with a sinister smile. I will run, Zhou Xinhua stammered, unsteadily rising to his feet, but upon twisting his ankle, he fell back down. The gray bear merely observed, saying nothing, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, relishing the spectacle, which made Zhou Xinhua acutely aware of his humiliation, leading him to sit there motionless. Meanwhile, Li Xuan and the other 5 pressed on, while the polar bear, brandishing his whip, urged them forward. Li Xuan, being the weakest and trailing behind, received several lashes. The polar bear expertly controlled his strength, ensuring that the strikes only caused pain without inflicting serious injury. After a few blows, Li Xuan bore additional welts on his back, his clothing torn from the whip. Yet he persevered, despite his desire to collapse onto the ground and refuse to move. However, the memory of yesterday's slap lingered vividly in his mind, instilling fear and caution. The 5 children, gasping for breath, were forced to continue running, seemingly forgotten by their captors. Upon returning from their enforced run, the 5 struggled to maintain their footing, some sitting or lying down, yet the mercenaries did not allow them respite. They were hastily ordered back up. As mercenaries, the first lesson they must learn is not anything else but to kill. Of course, you are not mercenaries yet, but killing well. The local dog grinned malevolently, his chilling laughter sending shivers down spines. Subsequently, 3 tightly bound individuals were thrown onto the ground, resembling lifeless dogs. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of their chests, one would think they were indeed dead. These three, reeking of decay and filth, appeared to have been dragged from some forsaken place. Their wounds oozed with pus, and wriggling white maggots could be seen in some areas, eliciting disgust. Upon witnessing these near-corpse-like figures, the children instinctively recoiled, repulsed by the stench and the sudden appearance of the three bodies. Alongside the corpses were several knives, the kind used by henchmen. Pick up the knives before you and kill them, the local dog commanded. Kill? Kill someone? Xie Gao stammered, sensing the dread of the situation. Indeed, you must kill them, the local dog affirmed, casting a glance at the weary children before settling his gaze on Li Xuan. You come first. Me. Li Xuan glanced left and right, noticing the local dog's unwavering gaze upon him, feeling a surge of fear. Yes, you. Step forward. Reluctantly, Li Xuan took 2 steps forward, separating himself from the group. Tell me, what is your number? 5. When answering, you must say report, instructor, and tell me your number. Report, instructor, I am number 5. Louder. Report, instructor, I am number 5. I can't hear you. Louder. You mute. After repeating this several times, Li Xuan's voice was nearly hoarse before he finally managed to satisfy the local dog, albeit barely. Once satisfied, Li Xuan brandished the knife, holding it with a sense of exhilaration. Having watched numerous military and martial arts dramas and films, he had long yearned for such experiences. However, upon grasping the actual weapon for the first time, he could not suppress a wave of excitement. Yet soon enough, that thrill dissipated. This thing was exceedingly heavy. It could not be lifted with one hand, only manageable with both. Why was it that those on television could wield their weapons effortlessly with just one hand? Clearly, he had been misled by false portrayals. Observing Li Xuan struggle to lift the knife, the rough dog expressed dissatisfaction but refrained from further comment, acknowledging that a child of his stature could not possess much strength. With the knife in hand, Li Xuan glanced nervously at the 3 individuals before him, their bodies emitting a foul odor that assaulted his senses. Choose one at random and slay him, the rough dog barked, seeing Lu Chong holding the knife yet hesitating to advance. For someone like Li Xuan, who had never even killed a chicken, the prospect of taking a life was indeed daunting. The martial experts he had admired on screen effortlessly dispatched their foes, igniting a fervor within him that made him wish to charge forth with a weapon. But now, the weapon was truly in his possession. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting Li Xuan and the others to hurriedly don their clothing and march out of their small tents to assemble in an open space. A month had elapsed since that fateful incident, and the group had matured significantly, seemingly having reconciled with their fate. Days were spent in relentless training, while nights were devoted to absorbing the knowledge imparted to them. The transformation over this month was stark. They no longer endured daily reprimands like dogs, and their spirits had markedly improved. Each week, helicopters would descend to deliver various supplies and equipment. The thrill of witnessing a helicopter up close was exhilarating for Li Xuan, as it was something he had only seen in films. However, they were only allowed a fleeting glance before the helicopter departed, occasionally leaving behind individuals whose purpose remained a mystery until they donned white coats, revealing themselves to be doctors. Li Xuan felt little trepidation towards the doctors. Childhood fears of needles paled in comparison to his current experiences. However, the arrival of the doctors sent the rotund Zhou Xinhua into a panic, fearing he would be the next to receive an injection. Indeed, they were subjected to blood tests and vaccinations, with Li Xuan being largely indifferent, having grown accustomed to injections from frequent visits to the clinic in his youth. Yet Zhou Xinhua, Su Jia, and Niu Jin displayed distress, nearly on the verge of tears. As the leader of the group, Xie Gao was the first to step forward. Observing the gleaming needle pierce flesh, he struggled to suppress his discomfort, causing Zhou Xinhua and the others to tremble. Li Xuan, however, scoffed at their cowardice, especially with a girl present. He felt compelled to embody the spirit of a true man. The order of injections followed their ranks, with Li Xuan positioned second to last, allowing him to observe the preceding trio, particularly the tear-streaked face of Zhou Xinhua, which struck him as amusing. Despite a month of intense training, Zhou Xinhua had not lost weight, but seemed to have gained a bit, likely due to his parents' hefty proportions. Niu Jin, with his dark complexion, bore the marks of a child from a poor family, having likely endured much hardship, yet he too succumbed to tears at the sight of the needle. Su Jia fought back her tears, her face flushed, but the droplets rolled down her cheeks, evoking sympathy. Finally, It was Li Xuan's turn. The doctors began with blood extraction, and as the silver needle pierced his skin, a sharp sting surged through him, indeed painful. Watching his blood flow into the vial, he felt a pang of regret. This was his own life force. The vaccination needle, though slightly uncomfortable, was manageable, as the doctor's skilled hands minimized the pain. To his surprise, Zhang Zhijuan also endured the process without complaint, earning Li Xuan's respect. After the vaccinations, the doctors tidied their supplies and retreated to their tents to commence their analyses, while Li Xuan and his companions were ushered back to training. As they were dismissed, the instructors gathered at the researchers' tent. "When will the test results be available?" the rough dog inquired. "Approximately half an hour," replied a bespectacled individual in a white coat. "Very well. I shall return in half an hour then." Half an hour may not seem long, yet when the time elapsed, the rough dog returned to a bewildering sight. Was this the same stern old man he had previously encountered? The man now bounded about with childlike glee. "Do you know what I have discovered?" he exclaimed. "It is utterly incredible. This should not exist within the human body. What is going on? Please clarify. And by the way, I am not Gao. So kindly refrain from such embraces," the rough dog insisted, extricating himself from the old man's enthusiastic grasp. "Also, call me Luo Ong. You must see this blood sample from Subject 5. The cell strength, recovery rate, and division intensity are astonishing. Over twice that of an average individual." The old man, ecstatic and somewhat frantic, demonstrated his delight through erratic movements. "I wouldn't understand even if you showed me." The rough dog shrugged. Though he was a doctor, it was merely in the realm of traditional medicine and battlefield care, rendering him unqualified to comprehend such scientific data. Indeed. The old man nodded vigorously, pacing anxiously. He was desperate for someone to share in his revelation. Ignoring his excitement, the rough dog requested a simplified report on the blood tests, free of convoluted jargon that his rough companions could not decipher. Upon hearing their willingness to examine his findings, the old man eagerly set about organizing the information. The documentation, compiled by his assistant, was bound to contain a plethora of technical terminology. With the report in hand, the rough dog approached Beiji Xiong and others, skimming through the contents. He discovered that more than half of the material pertained to Subject 5, piquing his curiosity about the significance of this subject. "Boss, I've brought the materials." The old man claimed Subject 5 is the most exceptional, the rough dog stated, arranging the documents before Beiji Xiong. "Subject 5? The one who survived my slap?" Beiji Xiong inquired, noting the robust dossier on this subject. "Seems so, but I didn't pay much attention," the rough dog replied with a sheepish expression. "I believe you need a refresher course," Beiji Xiong remarked, casting a critical glance at the rough dog. "Ah, I remember now, Subject 5, without a doubt," the rough dog exclaimed hastily. "Let us examine what makes him so special." With that, Beiji Xiong began to meticulously read through the details regarding Subject 5. Joyful contentment arises from the emergence of a promising talent. Yet the moment the higher-ups become aware, they will undoubtedly seize this exceptional individual. The only recourse left is to play the emotional card, and as for that assistant, he must be silenced. Observe the earth dog, a mere bystander, twirling his knife with nonchalance. "Understood. Leave it to me. I will ensure that not a word escapes." The earth dog nodded and departed from the tent. Next in line was the doctor. The mere thought of that obstinate old man made the polar bear's head throb. He vigorously rubbed his temples, realizing that he would need to employ a more formidable strategy. Li Xuan and his companions remained oblivious to these developments, engrossed as they were in their various training regimens. Although the initial exercises appeared quite simple, they proved to be a considerable ordeal for these children. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Xuan felt an increasing appetite lately. Where he once managed with a single bowl, he now found himself consuming two, yet still feeling hunger gnawing at him. Perhaps he was growing? In his understanding, only adults, like his father, consumed such quantities, devouring 2 or 3 bowls in a single sitting. After enduring a morning of training, the long-awaited noon arrived, his favorite time, as his stomach growled in anticipation. The lunch remained as humble as ever: roasted game, complemented by some wild vegetables, and an unidentifiable bun sourced from somewhere unknown. The origin of the bun was of little concern. He simply relished the opportunity to eat to his heart's content. Given that they were still in their growth phase and required substantial energy, there were no restrictions placed on their meals. Otherwise, with Li Xuan's current appetite, he would inevitably starve. The chubby boy, known in Li Xuan's mind as Little Fatty for his plumpness, watched in astonishment as Li Xuan devoured his meal with such fervor. In the past, it was little Fatty who would eat ravenously, yet now it seemed as if he had adopted a more refined approach. While Li Xuan resembled a starving ghost, not only little Fatty, but the others too gazed in disbelief at Li Xuan, who, with a bun in one hand and a greasy piece of roasted meat in the other, alternated between bites and sips of the vegetable soup from the makeshift wooden table. It was a sight to behold. This lad, surely, must be the reincarnation of a famished specter. Upon resolving matters with the assistant, the Earth Dog arrived to witness this alarming spectacle, momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered anyone who could consume food in such a manner. Even during 3 days of starvation on a mission, they would not have been reduced to such a state. Presumably, it was due to this boy's physical condition, necessitating a substantial energy intake. Let him be. Allow him to eat, he decided. At some point, the imposing figure of the polar bear stood beside the Earth Dog, likely having received a report. Very well, if that is your assertion, the Earth Dog shrugged nonchalantly. However, with his appetite, our remaining provisions will not suffice for a single day. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed. The polar bear's expression froze. He had forgotten about the food reserves. Perhaps we should procure more from nearby, the burly man suggested, scratching his forehead. However, the grains in the nearby villages have already been depleted. The polar bear unleashed a string of expletives, resorting to Russian curses. Then let's venture further afield and purchase in bulk. Who will go? You. Very well. Who am I to argue with the boss? Under the polar bear's intimidating gaze, the Earth Dog conceded defeat, for none could match his imposing presence. In a small cabin, an elderly man sat in deep contemplation upon a wooden stool, profoundly vexed. The assistant who had previously been by his side would likely never return. But he did not care. After all, an assistant was merely an assistant. He could always request another from above, citing the excuse of a human test subject, a ruse he had utilized in the past. However, his frustration stemmed not from the assistant's absence, but from how the polar bear had uncovered his little secret and dared to threaten him. That was what truly displeased him. After sitting in silence for several minutes, the old man suddenly rose, grasping a stack of documents which he scrutinized repeatedly before letting out a deep sigh. He retrieved a lighter and set the papers alight, subsequently drafting a simplified version, altering the bizarre data into something commonplace. From that moment forth, Li Xuan would merely be regarded as an ordinary individual, unbeknownst to Li Xuan, who was blissfully unaware of his newfound status as an ordinary person. He rubbed his distended stomach, akin to a woman in her first trimester. Having finally eaten his fill, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. If circumstances permitted, he felt he could continue feasting, yet he was halted by the instructor, who regarded him with a skeptical gaze, concerned that his belly might burst. Although his hunger had been satiated, it led to another dilemma. His stomach was now filled to capacity, severely hampering his movements. The afternoon training proved arduous, yet he persevered with enthusiasm. Nothing could surpass the joy of eating. In matters of consumption, little Fatty conceded defeat, recognizing Li Xuan as the true gourmand, long before the term foodie had even been coined. As for Lu Chong, he tread further down the path of gluttony. Despite his impressive appetite, he remained slender and delicate in appearance. Those unaware might suspect he harbored parasites within him. Having consumed such a prodigious amount, within a mere afternoon, he digested it all, only to find himself ravenous again by evening. This state of affairs was unprecedented for his companions, leaving them puzzled and prompting them to consult the old man for insight. The elderly scholar admitted that he too was encountering this phenomenon for the first time and suggested collecting additional blood from Li Xuan for research purposes. However, he would not confess that his primary interest lay in Li Xuan's blood. Initially, Li Xuan had resisted the notion of blood extraction. But before a bounty of food, and under the pressure of a certain individual's imposing fist, he capitulated, resigning himself to a routine of weekly blood draws. The old man regarded Li Xuan's blood with great significance, as it was a type he had never encountered before, warranting careful study. However, due to a lack of proper equipment, he found himself quite frustrated. As for the polar bear's threats, he had long since dismissed them. For him, research took precedence above all else. In this austere environment, devoid of adequate facilities, the old man was unable to derive any significant conclusions. Save for confirming that Li Xuan's physique was undoubtedly remarkable, the rest would have to wait until he returned to conduct further studies. Time passed swiftly, and the old man prepared to depart for his report, forcibly extracting a liter of blood from Li Xuan before leaving. leaving Lu Chong lethargic for several days as he struggled to replenish his strength. With the old man's departure came the cessation of blood draws, which also signified the end of their supplemental food supply. 4 days on end, he found himself perpetually hungry, never having his fill, as his appetite remained alarmingly vast. Day after day, the grueling physical training continued. The once plump little fatty gradually slimmed down, his muscles becoming more defined, while Li Xuan maintained his delicate appearance. Yet his appetite had only increased, along with an impressive surge in strength and overall fitness. Among the children, Li Xuan's physique was the most formidable. Yet this came at the price of an insatiable appetite and a propensity for distraction, as his thoughts were consumed by food. After over 3 months of training, the basics had been established. Though seemingly simple, the key was enduring it all. Nothing was particularly difficult once one persevered. All essential lessons had been imparted, and it was now time to delve into the core training. Surveying the 6 children before him, the Earth Dog nodded in satisfaction. Though he noted that the girl lagged slightly behind, causing him some concern, the foundational training has been satisfactory. However, I am not wholly pleased with your progress. Therefore, during formal training, I shall introduce additional challenges, he declared with a devious glint in his eye, casting a scrutinizing glance at the 6 children, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Over the course of 3 months, the Earth Dog had been quite pleased with their performance, which had surpassed his expectations. His remarks, however, were merely a pretext to intensify their training and to temper any burgeoning arrogance. Li Xuan, lost in thought, pondered what delights awaited him for his next meal. Are there any delectable dishes available? Can one truly satiate their hunger? As for the canine instructor, he hardly absorbed a few words. The instructor, with an exuberance that left spittle flying, expounded on various precautions, only to suddenly notice that Li Xuan's eyes were unfocused, immediately realizing his attention had wandered again. Number 5. Reiterate what I just said. The instructor barked. Startled by the abrupt summons, Li Xuan jolted and gazed blankly at the instructor, having completely failed to register anything he had uttered. In response, the instructor could only bury his face in his hands, feeling as though he were on the brink of insanity, unable to teach effectively. It had become increasingly apparent that Number 5 struggled to maintain focus, a recurring issue that had proven resistant to any form of punishment, much to their chagrin. However, they surmised this was linked to his peculiar physique. They believed that given Li Xuan's build, he could easily reduce physical training, dedicating the surplus time to skill acquisition. Yet, since he was unable to concentrate during learning, they had no choice but to invest more time in this area. In truth, Li Xuan felt that the solution was quite simple. Keeping his belly full would alleviate his concerns about hunger, allowing him to focus on other matters. Nonetheless, he dared not voice this thought, aware of the authority these individuals wielded. They were unlikely to engage in conversation with intimidating figures without cause. Although much of what the instructor said was lost on him, he did catch snippets, such as the word shooting. To date, he had wielded a knife only once, and even then, it had been in the heat of a moment where he had inflicted a grievous wound rather than delivering a fatal blow, only for another to finish the job. Despite the 3 months that had elapsed since that day, he vividly recalled the man he had struck, who, in agony, had screamed out, sending Li Xuan tumbling to the ground in fright. The sensation of murder was indescribable. Previously, he had watched neighbors slaughter pigs during the New Year, merely thrusting a knife into the animal's neck, which seemed straightforward. He had found it fascinating, yet the stench was overwhelming. His immature mind had disturbingly equated pig slaughter with taking a human life, a truly alarming thought. However, what lingered in his memory was the man's struggle before death. Returning to the topic, news of firearms training had sparked excitement among his companions, and Li Xuan was no exception. He had long coveted a gun. Before his abduction, he had crafted several chain guns at home and had even acquired plastic toy guns. However, the immediate prospect of live-fire exercises was replaced by the arduous task of familiarizing themselves with firearms, commencing a grueling period of disassembly and reassembly. In their eyes, the instructor swiftly dismantled a handgun into a myriad of components, then expertly reassembled it into a complete, impressive firearm. The onlooking companions were left in awe, their envy palpable. Would you like to learn? The instructor bellowed. Absolutely, they chorused, too intimidated to respond otherwise. Thus, before them lay a 1911-style pistol. Upon grasping the weapon, they soon discovered that a real gun was far heavier than the lightweight toys they were accustomed to. Having played with toy guns, Li Xuan had assumed all firearms were similarly insubstantial. However, The reality was that genuine firearms bore considerable weight, especially now that he possessed greater strength. Otherwise, he could barely lift it with both hands, as others did. The 1911 pistol is often regarded as the AK-47 of handguns, wielding significant influence in the realm of firearms. Though this bore no relevance to Li Xuan, as they meticulously followed the instructor's guidance, disassembling and reassembling the weapon. The instructor demonstrated once more before allowing them to attempt it independently, warning that any mistakes would result in 50 push-ups before they could continue. Undoubtedly, Li Xuan found himself in a bind, as he scarcely paused from performing push-ups, fortunate that his current physical condition could withstand the strain. While disassembling the firearm was straightforward, reassembly proved to be a challenge, epitomizing the adage that destruction is easy, while construction is arduous. Suddenly, a spring flew from Li Xuan's grasp. 50. The instructor's command resonated, and Li Xuan promptly dropped to the ground, panting as he completed the push-ups. The other 5, observing his plight, couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction. Ignorant of the meaning of camaraderie, witnessing another's punishment was a source of joy for them. Internally, Li Xuan felt uneasy under the watchful eyes of his peers, particularly the girls. His thin skin made him sensitive to their gaze, yet he had to endure. By the end of the day, after relentless disassembly and reassembly, he felt nauseated at the mere sight of a gun, his initial enthusiasm having waned. His fingers bore the marks of his labor, nails torn and painful, a fate shared by the others as well, their fingers swollen and reddened, some even bloodied. By nightfall, all 6 had applied a medicinal salve to their fingertips, uncertain of its nature, but the instructor claimed that a good night's sleep would alleviate the pain by morning, though its veracity remained dubious. Number 5. How much did you eat tonight? I don't know. Where did all that food go? Your stomach doesn't appear any rounder. I don't know. Then what do you know? I don't know. Enough, sleep. As they lay in bed that night, preparing to chat about the day's events, their conversation was abruptly curtailed by Li Xuan's ignorance, leading to a silent slumber. The following morning, Li Xuan's spirited wake-up call echoed through the woods, prompting him and his companions to leap from their beds, don their jackets, and hurriedly slip into their shoes before racing outside. Within minutes, the 6 had gathered in the clearing of the camp. Then, amidst the rallying cries, they commenced their arduous morning run, a routine they had long since acclimated to. Breakfast had become a daunting affair for Li Xuan, who, having fasted throughout the night, transformed into a voracious eater. His companions had grown numb to the spectacle of his insatiable appetite, choosing to ignore him while focusing on their own meals. Breakfast time was strictly regulated. Once the allotted period elapsed, any unfinished food would be forfeited. After a frenzied meal, the small wooden table lay in disarray, and Li Xuan, still unsated, reluctantly departed to engage in morning physical training. Firearms training had been rescheduled for the afternoon, and it would not only involve handguns, but also the inclusion of the long-barreled AK-47. However, live shooting was out of the question until they had thoroughly acquainted themselves with all the firearms in the camp, mastering their disassembly and reassembly. As Li Xuan and his companions endured their grueling training in a secret base somewhere else, an elderly man with graying hair gingerly held a test tube containing dark red blood, treating it as a treasure. "This is unlike any human blood I've ever encountered," he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Unfazed by the possibility of being overheard, he had cleared the laboratory of all personnel, leaving him alone in the vast space. Muttering to himself, as a man of integrity, he chose not to report Li Xuan's anomalies, opting instead for secrecy, conducting experiments without his assistant's involvement. Carefully, he extracted a drop of blood from the test tube, letting it fall into another tube containing an unclear, transparent liquid. The blood dissolved rapidly, staining the liquid with a hint of color. "This must be kept safe," he murmured, placing Li Xuan's blood into a specially designed freezer secured with multiple passwords. He then took the diluted blood to a cage containing a small white mouse. Blissfully unaware of its impending fate, the mouse squeaked cheerfully upon seeing the old man approach. Ignoring the mouse's chirps, the man, gloved hands at the ready, reached in to seize the unsuspecting creature, swiftly drawing a knife to make an incision in its body. The sudden pain sent the mouse into a frenzy, its limbs thrashing as it emitted piercing cries. "Ah, the ravages of age," the old man mused. The old man gazed at the blood splattered on his attire and sighed, reminiscing about his youthful days when he could dissect a mouse without staining himself even slightly. Dismissing this minor mishap, he tossed the little white mouse into a beaker, where it pressed against the glass walls, agitated and distressed. Subsequently, he poured the contents of a test tube into the beaker, causing the mouse to thrash violently in response to the sudden deluge of liquid. Yet it could not escape the confines of the vessel. Fortunately, the amount of liquid was not excessive, failing to submerge even its head, which provided the mouse with a modicum of reassurance, though it remained nervously fixated on the colossal creature before it. The old man observed the mouse in silence, his eyes fixated on its wounds. As blood flowed from the injuries, the solution quickly turned a deep crimson. However, the mouse exhibited no signs of distress from blood loss and appeared quite vigorous. He continued his scrutiny, making no further moves. After approximately 10 minutes, he retrieved the still lively mouse from the beaker, its wounds obscured by the crimson fluid. Upon seeing the sinister hand reaching for it once more, the mouse emitted terrified squeaks and struggled in vain. Had it scabbed over? So soon? The old man parted the mouse's fur, staring in astonishment at the dark red wound, from which no blood flowed outward. Despite the considerable loss, this mouse remained vibrant and full of life. Remarkable! The old man marveled, lost in contemplation. The solution was merely glucose, which could not account for this phenomenon. His research was still in its infancy when he realized that this blood was extraordinary, seemingly possessing a unique healing ability. Indeed, it appeared to be of a blood type unknown to the world, and should this revelation be made public, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the medical community. Suppressing his excitement, he dismissed the thought once more, yet it was clear this notion had crossed his mind before. He was a man of integrity and would never act in contradiction to his principles. The several experiments conducted with the mouse had confirmed the blood's remarkable properties. However, mere mouse trials were insufficient. The old man resolved to conduct human experimentation. Yet, lacking suitable candidates, he decided to use himself as the subject. Without hesitation, he drew a bit of his own blood, slicing open his wrist. Watching the crimson flow freely, a glint of madness, scientific madness, flashed in his eyes. He then held the blood before the wound, meticulously cleaning it until no blood seeped from the injury, the surrounding area stained red. Once the wound appeared pale and devoid of blood, he poured his own blood into it, ensuring not a drop was wasted. This reckless act, while he had confirmed his blood bore no viruses, was still fraught with danger. Under the old man's watchful gaze, the blood vanished into the wound, seemingly merging with his very being, yet the injury showed no immediate change. Gradually, he fixated intently on the wound, and slowly, pale flesh began to exude a trickle of blood, just enough to cover the wound before it coagulated, with no further blood escaping. In mere moments, a dark scar began to form. My God, this is not mere human blood. It is blood that belongs to the divine. The old man was utterly astonished. Such a significant wound, and after the application of his blood, it scabbed over with unprecedented speed, truly unheard of. He felt this was not blood, but rather a miraculous elixir. Next, he evaluated his physical condition. Aside from a slight loss of blood, he felt no adverse effects, his state remaining otherwise unchanged. However, he realized he lacked sufficient resources and would need to request more advanced equipment from above. After a considerable time spent calming his excitement, the old man paced back and forth, muttering to himself. His current research apparatus was outdated, necessitating a request for more sophisticated tools. He sealed away the precious blood and the resulting data, knowing he would not proceed until his request was approved. This matter would be buried deep in his memory. Before his next endeavor, he would resolutely refrain from entertaining such thoughts again. Li Xuan, blissfully unaware of the shock his blood had caused in the old man who frequently extracted it, was still preoccupied with assembling firearms. Now, their group of 6 had become proficient, easily disassembling and reassembling the 19111 pistol, while 47 had also adapted seamlessly. Time passed, and after enduring several arduous months, they finally reached the live-fire stage, which stirred their excitement. After all this time handling firearms, they were finally to engage in live shooting. Yet before this could happen, they had to undergo a rigorous assessment. The instructors warned that it could be lethal. The task was simple: assemble the firearm faster than the opponent and fire at them, meaning that whoever completed the assembly first would survive, while the laggard would perish. Little did they know who their opponents were or where they had come from, but it was evident that they would not be inferior. In a secluded wooden cabin, designated as their testing ground, the instructors called each participant in one by one. Their fate, whether to live or die, rested solely on their abilities. During this time, they were subjected to intensive training each night, gaining a rudimentary understanding of death and developing a fear of it. It was only through fear that one learns to strive, and they too trained diligently to survive. However, for Li Xuan, it seemed his motivation was solely to satiate his hunger. After all, if he perished, there would be no food left. The evaluations proceeded in order, from number 1 to 6, with each participant entering sequentially. As Li Xuan awaited his turn, he watched in trepidation as the first 4 individuals were called in, never to return. Shortly after, the sound of a gunshot rang out, 4 times in total. Had they all perished? Doubt crept into Li Xuan's mind. Soon, it was his turn. The instructor had called his name. Despite his uncertainty, he resolutely stepped inside. The small cabin accommodated 5 individuals, including himself. One was his opponent, masked and seated at a table, while the other 3 were instructors, standing by with a vigilant demeanor, evidently guarding against the masked figure. Li Xuan felt a heavy pressure in the air, as if something weighed upon his chest. Upon his entrance, the instructor began to outline the rules of the assessment. It was straightforward. Disassemble the handgun on the table into its components as swiftly as possible, then reassemble it. The first to complete the task would have the opportunity to fire at their opponent, with only 1 bullet and a single chance. Li Xuan could hardly fathom that his first experience with live ammunition would occur under such dire circumstances. Anxiety surged within him. Take your positions, the instructor commanded coldly. Li Xuan jolted, hurriedly seating himself opposite the masked individual, his gaze fixed on the dark, formidable 19,111 before him. The instructor noted Li Xuan's palpable tension, as his hands trembled slightly, yet he paid no heed, issuing the command to commence the task. At the sound of the command, the masked figure swiftly retrieved their firearm from beneath the table, dismantling it into a pile of parts in mere seconds, then commencing the reassembly with astonishing speed. Upon hearing the instructor's command, Li Xuan's hands moved instinctively, his focus laser-sharp, unwilling to allow even a moment of distraction. He rapidly disassembled the 19111, casting a sidelong glance at the masked figure, who was already reassembling their weapon. This spurred Li Xuan to hasten his own efforts, reaching his utmost limit. With a sharp crack, it became evident that the masked figure across from him had already loaded the magazine and was raising his hand, poised to aim at Li Xuan. At that moment, the 19111 in Li Xuan's grasp had only just been fitted with its casing, while the magazine lay abandoned nearby, revealing a gleaming golden bullet within. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Xuan caught sight of this and felt a surge of panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. There was no time to ponder the situation. He swung the partially assembled 19111 towards the assailant's head. The masked man, clearly taken aback by Li Xuan's audacity, was not the only one surprised. Onlookers gaped in astonishment. Although the masked figure had not anticipated such a bold move from Li Xuan, his reflexes were quick. He swiftly raised his hand to block the incoming firearm. With the 2 adversaries separated only by a table, the proximity allowed him to react with remarkable speed. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. As he caught the gun, he instinctively shielded his eyes, feeling the force of the weapon's impact leave his hand, slightly tingling. As expected, behind the gun came a small fist aimed squarely at him. The masked man, reacting instinctively, raised his other hand to deflect Li Xuan's punch. The youthful fist collided with the cold metal of the gun, causing a sharp pain, skin breaking at the knuckles, a trickle of blood emerging before it quickly ceased. However, the force behind the blow was sufficient to demonstrate the strength of the strike, though it was ultimately blocked. The masked man cursed inwardly. This boy was a peculiar one, exhibiting surprising strength that nearly caught him off guard. Disappointment flickered in Li Xuan's eyes at the failed attempt, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce determination as he launched another punch, now accompanied by a whooshing sound. The instructors nearby observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Taken aback by Li Xuan's unexpected boldness, they made no move to intervene, allowing the confrontation to continue. Li Xuan's actions lacked any combat finesse, relying solely on brute strength, yet through the element of surprise, he managed to gain the upper hand against the masked man. His punches came swiftly and powerfully, fueled by sheer force. While his form was unrefined, he compensated with his raw strength. A flurry of punches forced the masked man to stagger back several steps. Though his expression remained concealed, one could surmise that he was quite astonished. "You got quite the nerve," the masked man rasped in broken Mandarin. discarding the firearms in his hands and adopting a fighting stance, evidently intent on trading blows with Li Xuan. The humiliation of being struck by a mere child ignited a sense of indignation within him, feeling as though he had lost all dignity that day. Li Xuan paid no mind to his opponent's feelings. He surged forward, emulating a flying kick reminiscent of martial arts films. But the outcome was not as he had envisioned. The kick was seized mid-air by the masked man, the immense force causing him to retreat a step, his elbow nearly giving way. With no further options, Li Xuan found himself tumbling to the ground, feeling disoriented upon impact. As he regained his senses, he discovered his hands had been twisted behind him, his body pinned to the earth, face down in the dirt. You certainly possess a great deal of audacity. You are the only one I have encountered thus far willing to engage me in combat, the masked giant remarked, his tone inscrutable, devoid of anger or amusement. The expression on his face remained a mystery. Yet Li Xuan felt engulfed by despair. Under such circumstances, his fate seemed sealed, and the instructors made no move to intervene, likely due to his breach of protocol. Enough! That will suffice. The imposing figure known as the polar bear suddenly spoke, his words in a foreign tongue. Though Li Xuan could not comprehend, he sensed the pressure on his back ease as the man released him. Freed from restraint, Li Xuan sprang to his feet, maintaining a watchful gaze on the masked figure, ready to react at the slightest provocation. You are quite bold, the polar bear scrutinized Li Xuan, his gaze unwavering. Li Xuan remained silent, acutely aware that he had erred in engaging in the altercation. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, rendering Li Xuan uncomfortable. After a prolonged silence, the bald polar bear finally declared, "Very well, you have passed." Wait, what? Passed? Li Xuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. I must admit, your audacity is commendable. As a mercenary, one must be bold when the moment calls for it. In this regard, I concur with your actions. However, this was an assessment, and you have failed. Take him away. The last statement was directed towards the masked man. Understanding dawned upon Li Xuan. This man was allied with them, and he had been thoroughly deceived. This is your new instructor, the dog explained, confirming Li Xuan's suspicions. The former adversary, now the newly appointed instructor, removed the black hood obscuring his face, revealing a countenance that was unexpectedly clean and refined, resembling that of a scholar rather than a battle-hardened mercenary. Recognizing him as one of their own, Li Xuan offered no resistance as the new instructor seized him by the collar and led him away like a chick. Behind the small wooden cabin lay another enclosed space, where Li Xuan was unceremoniously tossed inside. Within this dimly lit room, he encountered 4 others, each of whom had their heads bowed, seated in a circle. Upon seeing Li Xuan enter, they shifted to make room for him. Did you fail as well? One of them, a stout figure, inched closer to Li Xuan and whispered. Though his voice was soft, in the confined silence, it was unmistakably clear, and everyone leaned in to hear Li Xuan's response. Indeed, Li Xuan admitted candidly, feeling no shame in his failure, especially as they all bore signs of defeat. Charred patches on their clothing testified to that. The dog had explained that the bullets were blanks, and although Li Xuan did not fully grasp what that entailed, he understood from the dog's assurance that they were harmless. The flames produced merely singed clothing up close, posing no lethal threat, which provided ample relief. Had he known this beforehand, he would have refrained from exerting himself so vigorously. Why is your clothing unscathed? The chubby one suddenly inquired. Right? Your clothes look fine, and I didn't hear any gunfire earlier, another chimed in. As the implications of this sank in, all eyes turned to Li Xuan, scrutinizing him closely. I fought with that person, preventing him from firing. Li Xuan scratched his head and explained. What? You fought? Who won? The stout one asked, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. That's obvious. He is an instructor, and considering that number 5 is here, the outcome is clear. Another remarked, shrugging. Li Xuan felt a swell of pride at their acknowledgement, reveling in the fact that he had dared to confront an instructor when none of them would. Children, after all, relish in praise and attention, especially when a girl was present. Shortly thereafter, a gunshot rang out from outside, signaling the conclusion of the final assessment for the last of the 6 participants. The outcome remained uncertain, but it was likely that they too had failed. Moments later, the door to the small wooden cabin creaked open, and the dog-esque figure appeared, having to stoop slightly due to the low entrance. Everyone out! Upon hearing the sound, the 5 individuals within the small cabin emerged in an orderly fashion, each taking their turn without daring to cut in line, having learned their lesson from previous experiences. Assemble. Stand at attention. In the open area, the six stood rigidly, with only Li Xuan and Zhang Zhijuan, designated as number 6, remaining unscathed in their attire. The chests of the other 4 bore marks of soot. The results of this assessment were far from satisfactory. Among the 6, only the 6th individual passed, while the remaining 5 faced failure, particularly number 5, who had audaciously resorted to violence. At this juncture, a meaningful glance was cast towards Li Xuan, causing his youthful face to flush with embarrassment. The assessment concluded here, and the instructor took the opportunity to introduce your new instructor. Hailing from the United States Military Academy at West Point. Though you may not comprehend, simply remember that this instructor will be responsible for your theoretical lessons at night henceforth, remarked the rugged instructor. Greetings, dear novices. I shall take good care of you, the new instructor articulated in halting Mandarin, concluding with a broad smile. The sight of the 6 youngsters shivering in response, as though confronted by something terrifying, was evident. Despite the instructor's role in imparting cultural knowledge, none dared to underestimate him. They had all faced setbacks during the firearms disassembly and assembly exercise, with only number 6 emerging victorious, and Li Xuan having engaged in a scuffle with him, only to be subdued on the ground. The strength of Li Xuan was well known among his companions. After a few surprise strikes, he was quickly overpowered, and if the others had intervened, it would likely have been a swift defeat. Having briefly introduced the new instructor, it was time to impose their punishment. As the vanquished, they were compelled to endure consequences, which entailed carrying ammunition boxes to a target range situated 5 kilometers from the camp. 30 boxes in total, conveniently 6 per person, as if it had been meticulously calculated. The sole victor, number 6, naturally had no burdens to bear, merely required to stroll to the target range empty-handed. 014, haul those ammunition boxes. Hevo, hevo. Li Xuan and the others lugged the ammunition boxes, jogging toward the range. He pondered the rationale behind placing the target range so far away. Was it a calculated move anticipating their defeat? As a figure of immense strength, while the others struggled with a single ammunition box, Li Xuan effortlessly carried 3, charging forward with vigor, while number 6 meandered leisurely, a smile playing at his lips, seemingly mocking their plight. This incited displeasure in Niu Jin, who several times contemplated delivering a beating to the boy. However, mindful of the instructor's presence, he restrained himself, resolved to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson later. Each ammunition box, being of the smaller variety, contained 420 rounds of 7.62 caliber ammunition, with 30 rounds per package, including the metal box. Each weighed approximately 13 kilograms. For a child to bear such a load while running 5 kilometers was indeed cruel. Yet, under the stern gaze of the instructors, they had no choice but to run. Despite his considerable strength, even Li Xuan began to struggle after a while, and the other 4 were faring even worse. This was their second round, and as Li Xuan laboriously lifted the 3rd ammunition box, he trudged toward the target range, his body soaked with sweat. A round trip amounted to 10 kilometers. Even walking such a distance would leave one weary, let alone while carrying a burdensome load. As he approached the target range with the 3rd box, he spotted the other 4 staggering back to camp, or rather, it would be more accurate to say they were shuffling. The only girl among them, number 4, limped along, barely able to walk. At the target range, number 6 stood idly in an open space, with no commands issued from the instructors, leaving him to appear somewhat purposeless as he observed Li Xuan and the others toiling. Suddenly, he felt a sense of alienation, unable to fathom why. Not only number 6, but he sat in quiet distress, gazing at the ammunition boxes being transported, seemingly lost in thought. Not far away, within the cabin, the rugged instructors were tinkering with a few AK-47s, the very weapons they would soon be utilizing. Renowned for their durability and ease of use, these firearms were deemed suitable for training novices. The instructors appeared indifferent to the maintenance of the AK-47s, likely regarding them as mere tools for the new recruits to practice with, treating them as little more than refuse. Do you truly believe this method will yield results? One instructor queried. Uncertain, but we shall soon see, shall we not? Let us hope it aligns with your expectations. Otherwise, we may have to make cuts. Cuts? There are hardly any left. If we lose more, we won't even be able to form a single squad. There is no choice. We seek quality over quantity. All right? You make a valid point. It was valid to begin with. As Li Xuan returned with yet another box of ammunition, he noticed number 6 idling, his eyes gleaming with a hint of envy. He too wished to lounge about aimlessly, but alas, the higher-ups would not permit it. The imposing instructor, known as the jungle crocodile, kept a vigilant watch over them, brandishing a belt. Once Li Xuan set down the ammunition box, he promptly dashed back. The 5-kilometer trek bore no supervision, allowing them a fleeting chance to escape. The instructors likely lacked the motivation to pursue, given the dense jungle surrounding them. Were they to flee, survival until nightfall was dubious at best. Having learned about the perils of the jungle environment, they initially dismissed their fears as mere intimidation tactics. However, following a harrowing incident involving a snake infiltrating their sleeping quarters, doubts were cast aside. The experience was terrifying. One night, as they slumbered soundly, a sudden chill enveloped them. And in their drowsy state, they grasped something slick and wriggly, awakening to discover a snake coiled upon them, their hand clutched around its body. The instructor seemed accustomed to such occurrences. The younger recruits had never witnessed anything like it. Particularly for Li Xuan, the fright sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow, nearly causing him to gasp for breath. The girl Su Jia shrieked in terror, her voice piercing, rousing the instructors from their slumber. Armed instructors, wielding flashlights, arrived to find Li Xuan, pale as a ghost, with a snake draped across him. The situation did not end there. Several subsequent snake encounters reinforced their belief in the dangers of their surroundings. As for those serpents that dared to attack, well, they had found their way into the recruits' bellies, a fitting consequence for their audacity. Thus, they refrained from wandering aimlessly and were woefully unfamiliar with their environment, relying entirely on their guides. Li Xuan and his companions' self-awareness alleviated their burden, sparing them the need to search for stragglers. Xie Gao and his trio were fatigued, daring not to rest at the camp, resorting instead to sitting atop an ammunition box to catch their breath. Yet soon enough, someone was upon them, urging them to move. The imposing figure of a gray bear, driving a small jeep and brandishing an AK-47, discharged a volley into the air, shouting in broken Mandarin for them to hasten. The abrupt sound of gunfire was jarring, prompting Su Jia to drop her ammunition box in fright, covering her ears and screaming. The sight of the gunfire left the faces of the boys pale with fear. This marked their third encounter with gunfire, the first when they were purchased by the mercenaries, the second during their assessment when they were shot at with blank rounds, and now this third instance. They had yet to acclimate to the sound of gunfire. The deafening noise left them momentarily disoriented. With pressure from behind, they had no choice but to abandon any thoughts of idleness, reluctantly shouldering their ammunition boxes to continue their run. They were utterly exhausted, their shoulders worn raw by the metal. Yet there was no alternative but to press on. Even the slightest delay would result in a hail of bullets striking at their feet, compelling them to continue without respite. Tasked with delivering this ammunition crate to the firing range, these individuals were already in a state of utter fatigue, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. Nevertheless, the instructor showed no inclination to grant them respite, insisting that they run back to retrieve the remaining crates of ammunition. Observing from the sidelines, Zhang Zhijuan and Su, who were unable to remain still, fidgeting restlessly as if their posteriors had sprouted horns. A sense of trepidation gripped them. They were uncertain whether to offer assistance, yet the fear of incurring the instructor's wrath left them in a state of inner conflict. After a prolonged hesitation, Zhang Zhijuan finally mustered the courage to approach the nearby jungle crocodile. "Is there something you need?" The laid-back instructor inquired upon noticing Zhang Zhijuan's approach. "Can I help them?" He stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that," the jungle crocodile replied, feigning ignorance and urging him to speak up. Suddenly inspired, Zhang Zhijuan shouted, "Report, instructor. May I assist them? Feel free. No one will stop you. This is your free time, and you may choose to do as you please. However, you must consider this. Should you decide to help them, you will forfeit any chance of rest until all the ammunition is transported. Are you truly willing to sacrifice this rare opportunity for leisure?" The jungle crocodile's words struck a deep chord, rendering Zhang Zhijuan momentarily speechless. With labored breaths akin to an old ox gasping for air, Li Xuan bore the weight of an ammunition crate, ignoring the agony of his shredded shoulder. Each step was a struggle as he inched forward, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow to prevent it from blinding him. Though his strength had yet to wane to the point of complete exhaustion, he scanned the vicinity and realized he was alone, with no instructor in sight. "Goodness, I am utterly spent," he exclaimed, dropping the crate to the ground and collapsing onto it, releasing a long sigh. "I'm so hungry. If only I had something to eat." Rubbing his belly, He muttered regretfully, aware that it was but a fleeting wish. As he touched his shoulder, he felt the skin had long since been torn. The area painful to the touch, with dried blood forming a hard crust. After a brief pause, he dared not linger too long and hoisted the crate once more, preparing to continue his arduous journey. The metal crate pressed against his wound, sending jolts of pain through him. However, after just a few steps, he halted, his eyes lighting up as he spotted a treasure. On a tree by the roadside hung numerous fruits adorned with deep green or dark gray spines. Though Li Xuan did not know what they were, he had tasted them before. Fruits that the instructors had mysteriously procured, delicious and fragrant, crisp and delightful. Having passed beneath this tree countless times without noticing its bounty, it was only this serendipitous glance upward that revealed them. Yet, the fruits dangled perilously high, at least 7 or 8 meters above the ground, and without any tools on hand. Retrieving them seemed an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, the determination of a foodie could not be easily deterred. He casually tossed the ammunition crate aside with a resounding crash, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to take on the task at hand. Meanwhile, Xie Gao and his trio of companions, having encountered Li Xuan, were already 1 ammunition crate behind him. They were only just delivering their 3rd, while he was on his 4th. Upon reaching the firing range, Zhang Zhijuan straightforwardly offered his assistance. Much to the delight of the 4, including Niu Jin, who had previously regarded him with disdain, but now viewed him with newfound appreciation. As they returned to the camp, their number swelled from 4 to 5, oblivious to the pairs of eyes that were intently watching their departure. The Earth Dog has indeed succeeded. Quite impressive, the Arctic Bear remarked, lowering his binoculars and playfully slapping the Earth Dog on the shoulder. The unprepared Earth Dog winced at the sudden impact. Careful with your strength. I know you're strong. As he spoke, the Earth Dog discreetly shifted away from the Arctic Bear's grasp, narrowly evading another slap. Of course. Who do you think I am? Can I not accomplish what I set out to do? He retorted proudly. All right, a few compliments and you're on cloud 9. Now think about how to wrap things up. Do you really think they can carry all those ammunition crates? The Arctic Bear waved dismissively at the Earth Dog. Naturally, this is their punishment. They must transport every last one. The Earth Dog replied with an air of calm. Are you serious? Of course. What? Are you worried? What do I have to be concerned about? If they damage anything, I'll have to recruit again from scratch, which is a hassle. Don't worry. There will be surprises, and you'll know soon enough. All right, I'll be waiting. While the Earth Dog and his companions discussed the matter of punishment, Li Xuan was energetically climbing the tree. The branches were abundant, providing ample footholds and handholds, and with his considerable strength, he clung tightly to the trunk, inching his way upwards. As he reached the center of the tree, he glanced down at the ground, then up at the fruits above, inhaling deeply before continuing his ascent. Just as he was about to grasp the coveted fruits, the sound of an engine suddenly pierced the air from the thicket. In an instant, Li Xuan's heart raced. The only vehicle in the woods belonged to the grizzly bear instructor. Realizing this, Li Xuan quickly slid down the trunk without a moment's hesitation. As his feet touched the ground, he immediately hoisted the ammunition crate again, feigning exertion as he trudged forward. Soon, the sound of the engine grew louder, and a jeep came into view, driven by none other than the grizzly bear himself. As the grizzly bear approached, he observed Li Xuan and his exaggerated display of fatigue, suppressing a chuckle while maintaining a stoic expression. He said nothing, seemingly unaware of the language barrier, as Li Xuan and his companions had yet to learn English. Noticing Li Xuan's sluggish pace, the grizzly bear made no effort to hurry him along. Instead, he turned the vehicle around and followed him closely. Li Xuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his expression darkening. The grizzly bear, unable to see his face, nonetheless sensed his discontent through his demeanor. Resigned, Li Xuan quickened his steps, knowing that with the grizzly bear behind him, he had no opportunity to pick the fruits. Realizing something, the grizzly bear glanced up at the tree, spotting the fruit-laden branches. He instantly understood that Li Xuan had set his sights on the jackfruit. The grizzly bear was well acquainted with this tree, having harvested its fruits numerous times. Initially, the lower branches had been full, but they had already been cleared, leaving only the higher ones. However, the tough exterior of the jackfruit, akin to a durian, made it difficult to access without tools, rendering Li Xuan's efforts futile. With a simmering resentment, Li Xuan seemed to emanate an invisible aura of frustration. His head bowed as he trudged forward, transforming his anger into motivation and regaining some of his strength. In his mind, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon the grizzly bear, hurling every insult he could conjure. After walking for a while, perhaps due to the dissipating anger or sheer exhaustion, Li Xuan's fervor waned, and his footsteps slowed, reverting to his earlier state of utter fatigue. "Hurry up!" The grizzly bear behind him seemed to grow impatient, pulling out a loudspeaker and bellowing at him. The booming voice startled the birds in the forest, sending them fluttering away and making Li Xuan's scalp tingle. Instinctively, he quickened his pace, but it wasn't long before he slowed down again, prompting the grizzly bear to continue urging him on. Initially, perhaps the volume had spurred him on, but as the grizzly bear continued shouting, it became increasingly ineffective, leaving Li Xuan to plod along at his own pace. After a short distance, he encountered other individuals returning from the firing range, only to realize one additional person had joined their ranks. Upon a second glance, it became apparent that an additional individual, Zhang Zhijian, had joined their ranks. The inclusion of another person signified a shared burden, lessening the load for each of them. This realization brought a smile to his face. The rudimentary shooting range consumed the better part of the day. Aside from the morning assessments, the remainder was spent hauling ammunition boxes. By the end, their energy was entirely depleted. 6 individuals struggled to drag a single ammunition box. Indeed, they were literally dragging it along, secured with a sturdy vine rope, working in unison. After numerous stops and starts, they finally managed to transport all 30 boxes of ammunition to the range. Each box weighed approximately 13 kilograms, a task tantamount to cruelty for 6 mere children, some not even reaching the age of 10. However, in this context, the notion of cruelty was non-existent. As night fell, the live-fire training that had been anticipated was temporarily halted. Following their evening meal, the 6 children collapsed onto their beds, devoid of any semblance of decorum. Within moments, the room fell silent. The exhaustion had overtaken them. Are they all asleep? All asleep. Should we stage a night raid or something? Perhaps another time. Outside, 2 silhouettes engaged in hushed conversation before departing. The following morning, they were roused early. Having grown accustomed to the routine, they rose promptly, assembled, and hurried to the shooting range. The previous day's exertions left their shoulders aching, and while the wounds inflicted by the rough edges of the ammunition boxes had been treated, they would not heal instantly. Not everyone possessed the remarkable recuperative abilities of Li Xuan. Indeed, Li Xuan's injuries had nearly healed upon awakening. He felt no pain in his shoulder, save for a dark red mark, the congealed blood serving as a protective barrier over the wound. At the range, the 6 stood in a line, devoid of oaths or unnecessary words, as they received 6 battered versions of the K-47 rifle. Each individual was allotted a mere 10 rounds of ammunition. Any further discussion would come after the shooting. These dilapidated K-47s were no longer authentic. They had undergone simple modifications. Originally designed for single and automatic fire, these versions had been enhanced to include a 3-round burst option. Pulling the trigger would unleash 3 rounds in quick succession, akin to a single shot. Before they commenced firing, the instructors explained the pertinent details and handling techniques of the K-47. Li Xuan and his peers listened attentively. As a demonstration, the instructor, known as Gray Bear, lifted a K-47 and executed a 3-round burst at a target 50 meters away. The target, if one could call it that, was merely a split log driven into the ground, with an irregular circle drawn on it using an unknown substance that bore a striking resemblance to dried blood. This exceedingly rudimentary target, with its dark red center on a shadowy wooden plank, was difficult to discern. Gray Bear's demonstration resulted in a series of shots striking the wooden board, although the sound was drowned out by the sharp report of the gunfire. Hitting the target was a foregone conclusion, being well-versed in various firearms. Gray Bear would have no face left to teach them if he missed, especially at a distance of only 50 meters. Did you observe my shooting posture? Now, pick up your rifles and emulate my stance, Gray Bear instructed, lowering the muzzle of his gun and addressing the 6. Understood? They chorused enthusiastically, eager to try their hands at shooting. One last thing. Do not aim your weapons at one another. Do not question why. Simply remember my words, Gray Bear cautioned. Upon hearing this, the children who had been playfully pointing their rifles at each other immediately lowered their weapons, feigning innocence. Holding their K-47s, they gestured with excitement. Although the magazines had yet to be distributed, they only possessed the empty rifles. The ammunition was scattered, and the magazines were empty. They would have to load them themselves, for the instructors would not assist them in this task. The novelty of loading ammunition captivated them, as is common with any first-time experience. With 10 rounds each, They felt the weight of the cartridges in their hands, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration as they eagerly began to load the bullets into their magazines. Loading ammunition was straightforward. After a brief demonstration by Gray Bear, they managed to grasp the process, albeit with some clumsiness. The golden bullets slid into the magazines, and under Gray Bear's guidance, they inserted the magazines into their rifles and pulled back the charging handle, chambering around. The spring's tension proved somewhat challenging, aside from Li Xuan. The other 5 struggled to load the rounds. With several clicks, they released the charging handles, and the action pushed the bullets into the chamber, ready to fire, with the firing pin blocked by the safety. Now, according to my instructions, aim at the target, Gray Bear commanded from behind them. With a clatter, the children raised their K-47s, aiming at the target, fingers poised on the triggers, silently straining, awaiting the instructor's command. However, the command was delayed, leaving them anxious. As time dragged on, holding their rifles began to strain their arms. After all, the rifles weighed several kilograms. The sun blazed overhead, the clearing around the shooting range allowing unrelenting sunlight to pour down. In the height of summer, the daytime temperature soared to around 35 degrees Celsius, and with the intense sun beating down on them while they hoisted nearly 5 kilograms of K-47s, they were drenched in sweat. Eventually, Gray Bear spoke languidly. "Remove your index fingers from the triggers." While they were unsure of the rationale behind this request, wasn't live fire shooting the objective? They obediently complied, lifting their fingers away from the triggers. "You all heard me clearly. Until I issue the shooting command, your fingers must not rest on the triggers." Gray Bear's voice rose in intensity. "Understood. Now extend your fingers, placing them just above the triggers in close proximity to the firearm." The children complied without hesitation. As Gray Bear circled around them, he continued, "Yes, just like that. Maintain this position and do not move or shake your hands. Isn't the point of this to shoot live rounds? Why are we just standing here with our rifles?" Li Xuan and his peers felt confusion and discontent. Their long-awaited opportunity to shoot was slipping away, leaving them merely standing with their rifles, unable to voice their frustrations. The relentless sun hung in the sky, growing increasingly oppressive as midday approached. Sweat trickled down their brows, and Li Xuan blinked fervently to prevent the perspiration from stinging his eyes, but it was futile. Soon he could only squint, leaving a mere sliver of vision. Gray Bear quickly noticed his struggle. Towering before him, he blocked the sun, fixing his large, piercing gaze upon Li Xuan, and sternly admonished, "What are you doing? Do you wish to sleep? Open your eyes wide." Startled by the reprimand, Li Xuan dared not show any signs of slackness. He promptly widened his eyes and focused ahead, but soon a droplet of sweat trickled into his eye. It was unbearable, and he longed to rub it away. This thought echoed in his mind, yet he dared not act, for Gray Bear stood before him, watching closely, preventing any small movements. As they maintained their stance under the scorching sun, it was not long before one of them succumbed to the heat. Among the 6, Zhang Zhijian, being the weakest and the youngest, could not endure for long. Soon, everything around him began to spin, and with a sudden darkness enveloping him, he collapsed to the ground. The sound of Zhang Zhijian hitting the ground startled Li Xuan and the others, prompting them to turn and rush towards him, eager to assist. Especially after his commendable performance the previous day. "What are you staring at? Stand straight," Gray Bear bellowed, swiftly scooping up the unconscious Zhang Zhijian and carrying him to a nearby wooden hut. They were unaware of what lay within that hut or what might transpire there. But since the instructor had taken Zhang away, they hoped that all would be well. The absence of one individual does not imply that the others can rest. After escorting someone into the cabin, the grizzly bear promptly emerged, continuing to observe Li Xuan and his companions. An hour passed, then 2, and eventually 3, during which several individuals succumbed to unconsciousness. In the end, only Li Xuan remained standing, his arm, which clutched the gun, numb and devoid of sensation, his consciousness increasingly hazy. His legs trembled incessantly, drenched in sweat from head to toe. The grizzly bear reclined in the shade of a nearby tree, watching Li Xuan with an intrigued expression that, of course, was not of a peculiar nature. Glancing at the time, he noted that nearly 4 hours had elapsed. An 8-year-old boy had been standing with a gun for almost 4 hours, an astonishing feat, even considering his months of training. In such sweltering weather, holding a gun under the blazing sun for this duration was unbearable for anyone, let alone this child. It was time to conclude this training. The grizzly bear's voice did not echo throughout the entire shooting range. Inside the cabin, "To go," and the others chuckled at the unexpected command. "I never thought the grizzly would actually call it off." "I've never heard that before," To go remarked. The Arctic bear merely grunted in agreement, while the German tiger shark maintained his stoic demeanor. Outside, after issuing his command, the grizzly noticed that Li Xuan remained motionless, still maintaining his stance. "Number 5, you can stop now." He called again, yet still received no response, raising his suspicions. He rose and approached slowly. "Number 5, he called, but there was no answer. "Number 5, he raised his voice significantly, yet the small figure before him remained unresponsive. Sensing something was amiss, the grizzly hastened his pace, breaking into a jog. Inside the cabin, To go and the others sensed the urgency in the grizzly's tone and peeked out to discern the situation. Upon reaching Li Xuan, the grizzly found him standing with eyes wide open, but his pupils were constricted and lacked focus, resembling the vacant gaze of a corpse. His complexion was exceedingly pale, and had it not been for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he could easily have been mistaken for a lifeless body. "Number 5, the grizzly called, gently nudging him. Instantly, Li Xuan's body lost all control and began to topple backward. "Damn it, to go, to go," the grizzly muttered under his breath, urgently calling out. "What is happening?" To go also recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly dashed out of the cabin, followed closely by the Arctic bear and the others. In this moment, only To go possessed any medical expertise. Observing To go's arrival, the grizzly lifted Li Xuan and hurried over, placing him in To go's hands. "Quick, check on him. What's wrong?" "Let me see," To go replied, taking Li Xuan's pulse and examining his mouth. "Severe dehydration and exhaustion. He is now in a deep coma and requires immediate treatment," To go reported succinctly. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry," the Arctic bear urged. From the cabinet's windows, several heads peered out. Xie Gao and the others had just heard the grizzly's voice, though they could not comprehend his words. They could tell he sounded quite urgent. Looking around, they noticed that Li Xuan was nowhere to be seen. Only a group of instructors huddled together, clearly surrounding him. Although unsure of the specifics, it was evident that something was gravely amiss. He found himself enveloped in a pitch-black world, shrouded in darkness where nothing could be seen or touched, akin to a void that swallowed all. Fear cloaked his heart as he shouted, yet no sound emerged. Gradually fear, numbness, and anger climbed within him, threatening to drive him to madness. Suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness, revealing a beacon of hope. He ran towards the light with reckless abandon, only to discover that he could not move. What was he to do? Who would come to his rescue? Though his body remained immobile, that glimmering light drew closer, becoming increasingly tangible. He realized that this light was merely a point, yet it was something he cherished dearly. He raised his hand, fingertips brushing against it, and in an instant, the point exploded into a radiant brilliance, bright as the sun. Li Xuan opened his eyes to behold the rudimentary wooden ceiling above him, confirming he was indoors. The brightness outside indicated it was daytime. Upon awakening, a throbbing pain pulsed in his forehead, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of weakness. He attempted to move, but after 2 feeble attempts, his body felt utterly limp, compelling him to remain in bed. At some point, a figure appeared at his bedside. Perhaps he had always been there, unnoticed by Li Xuan. It was Instructor To go, who, upon seeing Li Xuan awake, grasped his hand to check his pulse before departing without uttering a word. Confused, Li Xuan watched To go leave, pondering his intentions. Moments later, To go returned, carrying a wooden bowl. Although he could not see its contents, the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafting from it was unmistakable. "Drink." To go placed the bowl beside the bed, succinctly issuing a command that left Li Xuan no room for refusal. With that, To go exited, leaving Li Xuan alone in the room, as distant sounds of clapping echoed faintly, suggesting he had missed something significant. The cabin was thick with the acrid scent of herbal medicine. Turning to glance at the bowl beside him, he recalled that traditional medicine was reputed to be bitter, a notion gleaned from television, the veracity of which he would soon ascertain. The dark liquid sloshed within the bowl, its scent incessantly irritating his nose. Gritting his teeth, Li Xuan swallowed the entire contents of the bowl in one go, only to feel a jolt of discomfort and a nearly overwhelming urge to expel the medicine. After a great struggle, he managed to swallow it down, but the bitterness was unbearable, leaving him feeling as though he might perish. 018. Target on the shooting range. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, bullets dancing wildly, causing the instructors to stand at a distance, apprehensive of stray shots. 6 wooden stakes, hastily fashioned into targets, were riddled with bullet holes, rendered utterly useless. To continue shooting, they would need to create new targets themselves, but the instructors were not inclined to assist. After all, they were instructors, not caretakers. Thus, armed only with a machete, no, it was a dog-leg knife. Li Xuan and his companions set off to gather wood, with only the knife in hand. It was no wonder the previous targets had been gnawed upon like dog food, likely crafted by the instructors with painstaking effort. Holding the dog-leg knife, which was longer than his arm, Li Xuan swung it a few times, finding it manageable, though his companions struggled, their hands trembling as they held the knife, as if it might slip from their grasp at any moment. Surprisingly, Niu Jin demonstrated some strength, likely a result of his humble upbringing. Though he wielded the knife with some difficulty, he managed to swing it with relative ease. The instructors had not designated any specific trees to fell. They were free to chop any tree in the forest, as long as it could be transformed into a usable target. The notion of self-sufficiency was evident, and with a cheer, "Oh yeah, I'm utterly exhausted," 6 was sitting against a tree, panting heavily after a strenuous effort. After an hour of chopping, they had barely made any progress on a single tree. "They're stingy for not even providing us with a saw," he grumbled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Do you not know the instructor's temperament? When have they ever allowed us to have it easy?" Xie Gao chimed in with a complaint. "I'm completely worn out." Seeing that the 3 of them had taken a break, Su Jia unceremoniously plopped down on the ground, disregarding any semblance of dignity. At this point, surviving was the priority. The once plump Zhang Zhejian, now slimmed down, observed his companions resting and decided to join them, casting the dog-leg knife aside and collapsing onto the soft, dry leaves without a care for the discomfort. Only Li Xuan remained tirelessly chopping wood, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow. "Number 5, are you not taking a break?" Xie Gaojian inquired, noticing that Li Xuan had not ceased his labor. "I still have some strength left. I'll chop a couple more times," Li Xuan replied nonchalantly. TSK, how did you acquire such strength?" Number 3 remarked, observing Li Xuan's vigorous efforts with astonishment. "How would I know? Suddenly my strength just increased," Li Xuan responded, shaking his head, his pace gradually slowing until he ultimately came to a halt. After all, when everyone else rested while one person continued to toil, it was easy to feel ostracized. Children tend to crave uniformity. "You, my friend, are akin to a beast, gluttonous and strong," Niu Jin commented, though it sounded more like admiration for Li Xuan. However, Li Xuan found the comparison inappropriate and retorted, "You are the beast." Unexpectedly, Niu Jin shrugged with a look of mock disappointment. "Too bad I'm not." Li Xuan was left speechless. "What is going on? Hurry up and get to work. Do you wish to postpone this until tomorrow? If we do not finish this afternoon, there will be no dinner for anyone." The voice of the earth dog suddenly echoed through the woods. Quickly, let us get to work," Li Xuan urged, for he was more eager than anyone when it came to food. The others sprang into action, seizing their machetes to commence their tasks. Though they could not see the earth dog, his voice resonated throughout the vicinity, leaving them uncertain of his exact location. They were already accustomed to this. After all, these instructors often appeared and vanished mysteriously. The sound of chopping continued, seemingly tempered by the awareness of the instructors' watchful eyes, so they dared not slack off openly. Whenever fatigue set in, they would merely slow their pace. The sharp blades of the machetes struck the trees, sending splinters flying. 6 children toiled for an entire morning before finally felling the tree. With a groan, the mighty oak came crashing down, its leaves swirling in the air, inadvertently causing some nearby trees to suffer collateral damage. As the tree fell, the companions rushed forward, their blades flashing as they trimmed the branches, leaving only a substantial trunk behind. Next came the task of crafting targets, which proved to be a source of great frustration for them. It took half a day to fell this single tree, and they still needed to cut 6 sections from the thick trunk. How long would that take? It was impossible to complete within an afternoon. Despair settled among the group. This task felt nearly insurmountable, sapping their confidence, especially with the looming threat of missing dinner. For those enduring rigorous training, skipping a meal was exceedingly unpleasant, particularly for Li Xuan, whose appetite was insatiable. However, just as their distress reached a peak, a grizzly bear appeared, wielding a saw. Without uttering a word, he tossed the saw before them. The children, understanding instantly, hurriedly picked up the saw to cut the wood. With the saw, the task became significantly simpler. Though their technique was unrefined, they managed to operate it with some semblance of skill. With the introduction of the saw, they no longer needed 6 sections. 3 would suffice. By cutting one section vertically down the middle, they would end up with 2. However, caution was essential. Any deviation would render their efforts wasted. Their inexperience nearly led to several mishaps, causing their companions to gasp in alarm. With only one saw at their disposal, breaking it would mean they would truly face a dinner of dirt. Fortunately, fortune favored them, and by the time they had produced all 6 targets, the saw remained intact. Yet, they had to be careful. The blade was exceedingly hot from friction. Upon creating the new targets, they had to dismantle the old ones, which were buried underground. They needed to excavate the old targets and bury the new ones, or rather, the freshly cut stumps. Naturally, such labor fell upon them. Now, regret washed over them. They had initially thought shooting would be enjoyable, only to discover the process was fraught with complications. They would have preferred the simplicity of physical training over this cumbersome endeavor. As the last stump was buried, the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the day as one spent in futility, feeling as though no progress had been made. After a day of wrestling with timber, their arms ached, feeling almost useless. Tomorrow promised live-fire exercises, and they doubted how long the new targets would last. They hoped they would endure for several days, sparing them from further woodcutting, as the old target had only lasted 3 days before becoming a rotting piece of wood riddled with bullet holes, much like an anthill being hollowed out. It was unquestionable that with a little extra force, even number 6 could break it. The next morning began with a 15-kilometer cross-country run, essentially a round trip between the camp and the shooting range, followed by a series of physical training exercises that consumed the entire morning. For them, such training had become habitual, and they felt no strain, hoping it would remain so. In the afternoon, they resumed practicing their marksmanship with the AK-47, a weapon reputedly difficult to control due to its significant recoil. This time, they did not utilize the 3-round burst mode, but instead switched to fully automatic, firing an entire magazine in a single continuous pull of the trigger. This was what the instructors demanded, claiming it was to train their control over firearms. The tremendous recoil of the AK-47 slammed against their shoulders, causing pain, especially since they were firing continuously. With the trigger held down, the muzzle would leap upwards uncontrollably, and no matter how hard they tried to stabilize it, their tender shoulders turned red from the repeated impacts. They endured the pain, continuing to withstand the relentless jolt of the AK-47's recoil. During their first attempt at such shooting, the muzzle was nearly impossible to control. Bullets flew haphazardly, with only the initial 2 shots finding their mark on the target. Li Xuan strained to tame the weapon, but to little avail. The gun still jumped as it pleased. The other children fared even worse, their shots wildly erratic, prompting the instructors to keep their distance. They realized that allowing these youngsters to shoot in bursts was a grave mistake. It was better to have them learn to take single shots first, while also increasing the distance to the target, let's say 100 meters away. With the target stationary, they moved back 50 meters, effectively creating a distance of 100 meters. This distance posed little challenge for them. Each had a vision capable of easily spotting a target at that range. Li Xuan squeezed the trigger, pausing for about a second before releasing it. His single shot yielded 3 to 4 rounds, all of which found their way to the target. With a steady grip on the AK-47, he managed to minimize the gun's movement. However, the other 5 did not share his fortune. Their bullets strayed wildly, performing far worse than at the previous 50-meter distance. Perhaps the increased range was to blame. The entire afternoon was devoted to their shooting practice. With an endless supply of ammunition, boxes upon boxes of bullets seemingly materializing from nowhere, each child assigned a fixed quantity they had to exhaust before they could rest. Furthermore, they were required to maintain an 80 accuracy rate. Falling below this threshold would result in punishment, specifically a deduction from their dinner. Such a consequence instilled a sense of urgency, keeping them focused and alert. As they rubbed their sore shoulders, they glanced at one another, each wearing a grim expression. The initial enthusiasm had waned. Having never had the chance to touch a gun before, their imaginations had run wild. But now, after countless monotonous shots at wooden targets, they found the experience tedious and frustrating. The phrase shooting until they were sick of it aptly described their current state, with piles of bullets awaiting their rapid fire. They could not afford to shoot leisurely. As the rules dictated, they must complete a specified number, all while ensuring precision and speed. Otherwise, they would not finish in the allotted time. The instructor stood by, leaving them no opportunity to slack off. Such circumstances are expected to persist for some time, for the instructor has indicated that there remains an entire room full of ammunition awaiting their attention. Most of these rounds are nearing expiration, and the higher-ups have decided to offload these soon-to-be obsolete bullets onto the various mercenary groups, compelling them to take action, which explains the frenzied shooting displayed by Li Xuan and his comrades. The golden shell casings, emitting wisps of smoke, are ejected and fall at their feet, the white smoke swirling as if to warn passersby of their current searing heat. A magazine is exhausted after only a few shots, prompting them to detach it and load in fresh rounds. Once the bullets are properly seated, they resume firing, repeating this cycle. Suddenly, the nearby gray bear called out, "Number 5. Upon hearing his name, Li Xuan ceased his shooting and turned to Gray Bear, awaiting his next command. "Tell me, how many rounds remain in your magazine?" Gray Bear inquired loudly. At once, cold sweat broke out on Li Xuan's forehead, perspiring profusely even in the sweltering heat. Although his clothes were already soaked with sweat, this cold sweat was imperceptible. Nonetheless, an ominous premonition gripped him. How many rounds were left in the gun? How could he possibly know? Who had ever kept track of such things? Li Xuan lamented inwardly, utterly unaware of the remaining ammunition, and he couldn't even recall how many shots he had fired after reloading. Was it 4, 5, or perhaps 6? No one knew, not even he, as he had not made a point to count. Observing Li Xuan's dazed expression, Gray Bear smirked coldly. "You have 12 rounds in your possession, 11 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber, correct?" Hearing Gray Bear's words, Li Xuan glanced at his firearm, uncertain of what to do next. Should he disassemble it to check? Sensing Li Xuan's thoughts, Gray Bear continued, "You can disassemble it to take a look." With Gray Bear's reassurance, Li Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a click, the magazine was removed, and he unloaded the bullets one by one. Indeed, there were exactly 11, neither more nor less. At that moment, Li Xuan turned his gaze back to the gun. Although he could not see the bullet, he was certain there was one round still chambered, as the weapon remained loaded. "I won't say much more, but remember this. In the future, when you fire, you must keep track of the number of rounds in your weapon and how many shots you have taken. The reasons for this will become clear to you in due course. For now, simply heed my instructions and continue your training. I will conduct random checks." Gray Bear concluded before lying down under the shade of a large tree. Gray Bear's words posed a challenge for the group of companions who had yet to grasp even the basics of arithmetic. With their calculating abilities nearing zero, only Xie Gao exhibited some proficiency, while Niu Jin's age, though greater, had not afforded him the opportunity for schooling due to his upbringing in the mountains. The others were far too young, resembling first graders at best, still at a fundamental level of mathematical understanding. Gray Bear seemed to have forgotten the ages of Li Xuan and his companions, believing them to be capable of adult-level training. He would soon realize this oversight, as he inquired and witnessed their attempts to count on their fingers, a sight that elicited an exasperated facepalm from him. 020, red face, black face, and Stockholm Syndrome. There's something important to discuss. That evening, the Arctic Bears convened a small meeting. Gray Bear stood and recounted the day's events. Observing the group of children who were less capable than elementary school students, struggling to count on their fingers, a scene that was both amusing and disheartening. Would you say their mathematical foundation is severely lacking? After listening to Gray Bear's account, Arctic Bear stroked his chin thoughtfully. This matter is of little concern. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division will come naturally as they grow older. I never attended school, and yet I learned, Jungle Crocodile remarked nonchalantly. I wonder who was so dedicated as to carry a math book around asking others for help. Earth Dog scoffed. Jungle Crocodile fell silent, at a loss for words. This was indeed a pressing issue. They needed to devise a solution. Arctic Bear nodded gravely, recognizing that without resolving this problem, many future training sessions would be rendered impossible. Does anyone here know how to teach math? The renowned mercenary leaders collectively shook their heads, while they could instruct in combat. Teaching academic subjects was akin to sending them to sleep on the streets of Somalia. Both would lead to certain doom. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. As they pondered their next steps, perhaps we could find some teachers? Tiger Shark suddenly proposed. Where will we find them? Who would come here? If they don't want to, we could give them a good beating, he added, cracking his knuckles. In response, the others regarded him with incredulous expressions. Why not ask the higher-ups if they could provide us with teachers? Earth Dog suggested after some thought. Don't even bother. Last time I requested a doctor, I had to insist on it myself. You think they'd grant us a teacher? Arctic Bear replied with a shake of his head. Once again, the group lowered their heads, lost in contemplation. Are there any schools nearby? Could we just send them there? Earth Dog hesitantly proposed. You really have guts. Aren't you afraid they might run away? Gray Bear scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Earth Dog. Upon hearing this, Earth Dog straightened his back defiantly, retorting, Run? They wouldn't dare. Are you truly that confident? Besides, sending them to school would mean they wouldn't have time to train during the day. Tiger Shark regarded Earth Dog skeptically, puzzled by his suggestion. It's certain they won't go, but at least there's a 70 chance. After all, they're just a bunch of naive kids with little experience, Earth Dog replied, infused with a hint of confidence. In truth, it's rather simple. We just need to instill in them a sense of belonging. Oh! Arctic Bear's eyes gleamed with interest as he nodded at Earth Dog. Please do continue. With the leader's approval, Earth Dog felt a surge of exhilaration and cast a teasing glance at Gray Bear, as if challenging him, though Gray Bear chose to ignore it. Aren't we rather fierce with them? As long as one person treats them kindly, it's like playing good cop and bad cop. Or to put it plainly, instilling a sense of Stockholm Syndrome. Do you all understand? Upon hearing Earth Dog's explanation, the group nodded in understanding. Even Gray Bear took a moment to regard him with newfound respect, acknowledging that he, who usually devised outlandish ideas, had come up with this clever approach. The method is sound, but how do we implement it? We need some kind of protocol. Arctic Bear concurred with Earth Dog's suggestion. Well, let's continue to discuss. Earth Dog scratched his head, having not yet thought through any formal guidelines. This idea had merely struck him in a moment of inspiration. That night, outside, the insects chirped incessantly, while within a humble wooden cabin, a flickering candle illuminated the room as a group of rugged men fretted over the education of the few children, feeling as though they were becoming surrogate parents. Although the specifics of their plan had yet to be discussed, the following day, as training proceeded as usual, these men, having deliberated long into the night, awoke the next morning feeling lethargic. An observer might have misconstrued their exhaustion as the result of some scandalous escapade. For those with wilder imaginations, it might even conjure visions of these men, engaged in rather improper activities within the confines of a single room. The rough breakfast was met with no complaints. For Li Xuan and the others, having a meal was a blessing, let alone expecting anything more refined. Training continued as scheduled, consisting of physical conditioning in the morning and live-fire target practice in the afternoon. Following the previous day's intensive shooting exercises, the targets had suffered considerable wear, leading them to anticipate yet another day of lumberjacking, a task they loathed. However, come afternoon, the instructors announced that no such woodcutting would be required, prompting an immediate wave of joy among the group. Yet, their elation was short-lived, for they quickly grew suspicious, knowing their instructor's propensity for not allowing them any respite. The absence of lumberjacking surely meant that an even more arduous task awaited them. Yet, when the subsequent announcement was made, it truly felt as if they had been granted a boon. Henceforth, they would shoot at trees directly, with targets represented by red circles drawn on paper and affixed to the trunks. Upon hearing this proclamation, the group erupted with delight, astonished by the unexpected stroke of good fortune. Indeed, their instructors were exceedingly generous. Upon witnessing the animated expressions of their companions, the commanding Gray Bear offered a subtle smile, leaving one to ponder whether it was in celebration of their joy or a reflection of the successful execution of their plans. According to their assertions, the objective was to ensure the children felt their benevolence, albeit without excessive indulgence to avoid appearing overly peculiar. Furthermore, the intensity of their training could not be diminished. Rather, it must remain sporadic to foster a sense of reliance among the children. Such simplicity belied the complexities of implementation, hinging upon their ability to strike the right balance. With the cessation of tree felling, Li Xuan and his comrades jubilantly grasped sheets of paper, adorning them with crooked circles in red ink, accompanied by a small solid, which they affixed to trees in preparation for their shooting practice. Yet, before they could pull the trigger, the fearsome tiger shark burst onto the scene, donning a scowling demeanor. With a thunderous reprimand, Tiger Shark berated them for the abysmal quality of their drawings, demanding a complete redo. Consequently, the entire afternoon was consumed in a battle against the circles, resulting in the squandering of countless sheets of paper. This wastefulness gnawed at Tiger Shark's conscience. Although the cost of paper was negligible, the logistical challenges were daunting. The monthly resources allocated to them included only provisions for daily necessities and weaponry, with no allowance for paper. To procure paper, they had to venture into nearby towns, where the likelihood of finding white paper was virtually non-existent. While firearms and ammunition were readily available, paper and pens were another matter entirely. The larger cities might offer such supplies, yet the distance and perils of the journey rendered it less appealing than attempting to smuggle themselves into neighboring Hua country, where ample paper awaited. Thus, the endeavor was fraught with complications. Each purchase necessitated a risky crossing. Fortunately, thus far, they had evaded detection, but the danger lingered. The task of procuring supplies fell to the local dog, who, sharing an Asian complexion, could blend into the crowd with relative ease. Additionally, the open markets along the border between Myanmar and Hua country provided a convenient opportunity for him to slip past unnoticed. As for school, in the evening, the exceedingly proud American instructor from West Point arrived to impart lessons in English and various combat-related knowledge. They had no expectation that the children would memorize everything. It was merely an introduction to the theoretical aspects, with practical training to follow later. Ideally, they would see real combat experience. For a soldier who had never encountered the battlefield could hardly be deemed a competent novice. Recently, Li Xuan and his peers sensed a disquieting shift in the demeanor of their instructors, as if they were exhibiting a newfound kindness. The children, blissfully unaware of the instructor's ulterior motives, found themselves warming to their mentors due to the recent improvements in their circumstances. This state of affairs persisted until the conclusion of 2002, during which the bonds between the two parties were gradually strengthened. A group of naive youths, oblivious to the harsh realities of life, unwittingly fell into a trap. Yet their affections for the mercenaries flourished, and the initial animosity harbored by the children began to dissipate. On the eve of the Chinese New Year, the children, devoid of any concept of time, had little inclination to ponder the significance of the occasion. The burly men around them made no mention of the New Year festivities. To Li Xuan and his companions, it was merely the last day of 2002, marked by a slightly better meal than usual, featuring a few bird eggs and some unfamiliar fruits. According to the academic calendar in Hua country, the start of school would arrive a fortnight after the New Year celebrations. Indeed, they had resolved to enroll the children in a school across the border, a modest primary institution situated not far from the frontier. They planned to donate a sum of money in their personal capacity before sending the 6 children to the school. The decision to risk enrolling them in a school in Hua country stemmed from the dismal educational options available in Myanmar. Even the better schools catered exclusively to the affluent, with wealthy families often hiring private tutors for their children. Given the chaotic environment, venturing in a Hua country seemed the lesser of two evils. Moreover, as mere children, even if apprehended, they would likely face minimal repercussions, with numerous excuses at their disposal, such as being lost. To facilitate the children's safe passage to school, the instructors meticulously devised a concealed route, strategically avoiding the border patrol schedules. While they could not guarantee absolute safety, they aimed to minimize risks as much as possible. The school lay 16 kilometers from the border, itself situated several dozen kilometers away, meaning they would expend considerable time commuting daily. The instructors would transport them to the border by vehicle, after which the children would complete the remaining trek on foot, 16 kilometers of rugged terrain, akin to a training exercise. Given their current running speed, they estimated it would take over an hour to reach the school. The plan entailed rising at 5 o'clock each morning, spending an hour reaching the border, and utilizing the remaining time for the journey to school. Upon hearing the news of their impending enrollment, the children's expressions were a portrait of astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, gazing at their instructors with incredulity. They questioned whether they had misheard. Could it be that the instructors were genuinely benevolent enough to send them to school without ulterior motives? Once it was confirmed that they would indeed attend school, Li Xuan and his companions were elated. Previously, they had harbored a strong aversion to the idea of schooling, often seeking to evade it. However, after a year in their current environment, they came to realize the value of education, which now seemed almost heavenly in comparison. On the eve of the new school term, the little ones were so filled with excitement that sleep eluded them as they lay on their rudimentary wooden beds, chattering animatedly until slumber finally claimed them. At dawn, around 5 o'clock, they were roused by the sharp sound of a whistle, and without a moment's hesitation, they rushed to assemble. I shall not elaborate further. Onward to the vehicle. The local dog cast a cold glance at Li Xuan and his friends, his tone suggesting a less than cheerful disposition. It appeared he was suffering from morning grumpiness, having risen an hour earlier than usual for what he deemed a trivial task, merely escorting the children to register for school. Despite his irritation, he hurriedly ushered Li Xuan and the others onto the vehicle, setting off in the jeep toward the border. On board, the 6 children munched on leftover fruits from the previous evening, barely satisfying their hunger, especially Li Xuan, who felt perpetually unsated. The vehicle navigated a bumpy path, if one could even call it a road, traversing through the forest. The surroundings were entirely unfamiliar to Li Xuan and his companions, who would undoubtedly lose their way in this wilderness. The headlights illuminated the forest, casting glaring beams that made the towering trees appear to retreat in haste. The vehicle jostled incessantly as the local dog shifted gears and maneuvered the steering wheel. After nearly an hour of navigating through the woods, they arrived at the border, where a weathered boundary marker stood nearby, cloaked in unfamiliar vines, rendering its inscription nearly illegible. The prominent red 5-pointed star, painted atop the marker, showed signs of significant wear. Its color faded and indistinct. In the dim light of dawn, few paid heed to the marker, as the sun had yet to reveal itself on the eastern horizon. In contrast to Li Xuan's previous experiences in eastern China during winter, where the sky would brighten by 6 o'clock, here, in the western region, they would have to wait an additional hour for dawn to break. As it was their inaugural visit to school, the local dog naturally accompanied them. The institution was dilapidated, comprising only a single small building, staffed by merely 3 teachers, one of whom had come as a volunteer but was now vocalizing a desire to return home due to the hardships faced. The entire school boasted just 16 students. With the addition of Li Xuan and his group, the total swelled to a mere 22. Such a figure was dishearteningly sparse. Li Xuan recalled his previous school, where even the smallest classes numbered over 40 students, with some exceeding 60. This school, with its 16 pupils, divided classes into large and small groups, reminiscent of a kindergarten, albeit with a fundamentally different purpose, necessitated by the shortage of students and teachers. The older children were taught together, while the younger ones were grouped separately. 2 teachers alternated shifts without a moment's pause, and it was only a matter of time before their bodies succumbed to exhaustion. Fortunately, a year ago, a volunteer teacher arrived, alleviating much of their burden. Although this volunteer constantly lamented the poor conditions and threatened to leave, he remained a quintessential case of a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Recently, someone unexpectedly offered to donate several tens of thousands of yuan to them. Upon hearing the mention of money, the principal, who also served as a teacher, was instantly elated. Disregarding the conditions of allowing a few individuals to join and agreeing without hesitation, they were in dire need of funds, unable to even pay the volunteer teacher's salary, and lacking the means to purchase textbooks and stationery for their students, who came from impoverished families unable to contribute financially. Some of the textbooks were even provided through the volunteer teacher's assistance. Thus, this substantial sum of money was akin to a windfall from the heavens, nearly overwhelming them. After traversing rugged terrain and jogging for 20 kilometers, 7 individuals arrived at the school. Contrary to Li Xuan's expectations of a bright and well-equipped institution, they were met with dilapidated adobe structures and a handful of children frolicking about, some with long streams of mucus dangling from their noses, shockingly licking them with their tongues. How revolting! Hey, do you really have to put your boogers in your mouth? Is it delicious or something? Upon entering, Li Xuan felt his worldview shattered. While he had encountered many unruly children in his previous school, none had reached such depths of disarray. At least there, the school had been a 2-story building with a modicum of basic equipment, but here, Li Xuan was rendered speechless. The local guide led Li Xuan and his companions inside, where they were immediately greeted by 2 middle-aged men, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. After all, the donation from the local guide had not only alleviated their immediate struggles, but also provided a surplus of funds that would sustain them for quite some time. Mr. Zhou, welcome. One of the middle-aged men adjusted his attire and approached with a radiant smile. Li Xuan assessed this man, likely a teacher, dressed in an old military uniform reminiscent of those worn during the Liberation War, a style he had only seen on television. The garment, faded and patched numerous times, spoke volumes about the man's impoverished circumstances, lacking even a decent outfit. The guide nodded at the middle-aged man and shook his hand, devoid of any condescension. As they walked and conversed, the guide finally said, "These 6 are entrusted to you. Rest assured, we will take good care of them," the man assured, patting his chest. Thus, Li Xuan and the others found themselves left behind, with the guide promising to return for them in the evening. Classes in session. One of the middle-aged men shouted to the rambunctious children outside. With no bell to signal the start, They relied solely on vocal announcements, deeming it unnecessary to waste money on a bell for such a small group. The only clock present was an old wind-up timepiece on the teacher's desk, kept remarkably clean despite its age. Li Xuan recalled his grandmother having one, as well as one at home that he had disassembled, using its gears as makeshift darts. The cramped classroom was filled to capacity as the teacher began assigning classes. Among the 6 of them, Xie Gao was placed in the 2nd grade due to his prior education. Niu Jin had never attended school, starting from scratch, while Zhang Zhijuan had just graduated from preschool, with the others merely at a 1st grade level. Consequently, they were all placed in a small class that originally comprised 5 students, now swelling to 11, comparable to the larger class size. The welcome teacher, the principal, introduced himself as Mr. Li, without providing his full name, merely instructing them to call him Teacher Li. The one who had called the class to order was surnamed Wang, hence Teacher Wang. As for the volunteer teacher, he had yet to arrive, reportedly away for the new year, though Teacher Li mentioned he was a young man in his 20s, to be addressed as Teacher Wu, who would be arriving in a couple of days. On the first day, there were no lessons, as Teacher Li had funds available and went out to procure supplies, desks, chairs, textbooks, stationery, and even new clothes for each student, though he did not buy anything for himself. While Teacher Li was out gathering materials, Teacher Wang entertained the children in the yard with childish games that failed to pique Li Xuan and his companions' interests. Perhaps due to their training, Li Xuan felt discomfort after a day without exercising. He would have preferred to do push-ups or run a few kilometers instead. The small class seemed to split into 2 factions, the original 5 children and Li Xuan's group. Despite being of similar ages, they could not engage with one another. To Li Xuan and his friends, games such as jump rope, eagle catches chicks, and statues felt too juvenile, lacking any appeal. Teacher Wang noticed their disconnection, observing the 6 children forming their own group, which furrowed his brow slightly. He was somewhat averse to such cliques among children, but attributed it to their initial unfamiliarity with the environment. He attempted to invite the 6 to join in the games, but they declined without reason, simply expressing a lack of desire to participate. What is the matter with these children? Teacher Wang mused, glancing at the 6 individuals sitting stiffly at their desks, before shaking his head and setting aside his concerns for the time being. In the rudimentary classroom, their desks were merely wooden boards propped up by stones, and their seating consisted of wooden stumps, stones, or even small stools brought from home, an eclectic assortment that left Li Xuan and his friends dumbfounded. They had never encountered a school so impoverished. They had seen similar depictions on television and had thought them exaggerated, but the reality was even more shocking than they had imagined. What do you think the instructors mean by that? Zhang Zhijuan asked, straightening in his seat, turning to voice his confusion. What could they mean? They think we lack knowledge. Unable to even count, Xie Gao bluntly replied, although he could indeed count. He had merely panicked in the moment and forgotten. I see. Niu Jin nodded in agreement, a look of realization dawning upon him. It's been a year since we've been to school. I really miss it, Su Jia suddenly chimed in, her clear voice resonating with the group. At that moment, Li Xuan raised an eyebrow, whispering, have any of you ever skipped school? No. Everyone shook their heads, chuckling at the absurdity of admitting such a thing, especially with a girl present. It was a matter of pride. None? I'm a bit disappointed. Did I really escape alone? Did you skip? Zhou Xinhua quietly inquired. Yes, I skipped half a day, but my dad found out and I got a beating, Li Xuan confessed, revealing his less than glorious past. The others gazed at him with admiration. It was rare to hear someone so openly admit to having played truant. Having spent over a year together, sharing meals, training, and sleeping side by side, these naive children regarded one another as their closest friends. Even when discussing their past indiscretions, it was a matter of face for children. They would refrain from disclosing truly embarrassing incidents. On the first day of mischief, the 6 engaged in a lively discussion, which somehow escalated into a playful scuffle. Not a fight, but a competition to showcase their prowess in front of Su Jia. A group of hormone-fueled youngsters began performing push-ups in the classroom, with 6 participants, excluding Su Jia and Li Xuan, one being a girl, and the other a physical prodigy, ensuring his victory in any contest. In pairs of 2, for individuals engaged in a rather unconventional contest, one would sit atop another while the one beneath performed push-ups. Once the individual below could no longer endure the strain, they would swap places, with the objective being to see which duo could sustain the challenge for the longest duration. Thus, this lively group of friends found themselves immersed in playful rivalry within the classroom. Hurry up, number 1, You've already fallen behind by one, Li Xuan shouted from the sidelines, reveling in the spectacle. It's that heavy fellow with the surname Niu. Xie Gao grunted through gritted teeth, managing to push out another rep while panting heavily. You all decided this through rock, paper, scissors, so don't blame anyone else, Li Xuan chuckled, shaking his head. All right, enough already. Stop causing a ruckus. If you have nothing else to do, you should join in the push-ups. Su Jia cast a sidelong glance at Li Xuan. But there's nothing pressing down on me, and they've already done several. Isn't that a tad unfair? Li Xuan protested, shaking his head. I'll sit on you, Su Jia declared. At these words, Li Xuan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded, exclaiming excitedly under the scrutinizing gaze of Xie Gao and the others, great. Thus, in the classroom, 6 young children were scattered about, 3 perched on the backs of the other 3, who were dutifully performing their push-ups. Number 5, you must hold firm, Su Jia and Gao, patting Li Xuan on the back. I don't want to be the one carrying you through push-ups, she added. No worries, just watch me, Li Xuan replied confidently, energetically bobbing up and down, the little one on his back moving in tandem. Observing the interaction between Li Xuan and Su Jia, Xie Gao and the others glared at him as if ready to devour him whole. Unfazed by their almost murderous glares, Li Xuan wiped away the beads of sweat forming on his brow and continued his efforts. Outside, Teacher Wang, who had been leading the children through a game, noticed that the new arrivals were still indoors. Curious, he leaned in to see what they were up to. The scene before him left him utterly astonished. He stood agape at the sight of 3 children executing push-ups while being supported by others on their backs. In disbelief, Teacher Wang rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not imagining things. This was utterly bizarre. A group of children engaged in such a shocking activity, with 3 sitting on top of 3 others? Were they bullying those beneath? This could not stand. As classmates, they ought to foster unity and camaraderie, not torment one another. He felt compelled to intervene. What on earth are you doing? Teacher Wang bellowed from outside the window. The sudden authoritative voice startled the children, causing them to halt their push-ups and turn towards the window, where they found Teacher Wang glaring at them, his expression radiating anger. Confusion washed over them. Were they not allowed to perform push-ups in the classroom? Their instructor had never objected during training sessions. Why are you all on the ground? The teacher's command held a semblance of authority, prompting the children atop to reluctantly dismount, rising slowly. Reporting to you, Teacher Wang. We are doing push-ups. Xie Gao stepped forward to respond, nearly exclaiming reporting, instructor, but cleverly amended his words. Push-ups? Is this how you conduct yourselves? Teacher Wang queried, his gaze shifting towards those sitting atop their classmates. What on earth is going on here? The incredulity in his voice was palpable, and in that moment, he felt as though he was witnessing an act of absurdity. What's the issue? We're doing push-ups. Why are you so furious? Xie Gao inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. You're not deceiving me, are you? You truly are performing push-ups? Teacher Wang responded, still somewhat skeptical, suspecting there might be an underlying threat. Realizing Teacher Wang had misinterpreted the situation, Xie Gao offered a wry smile. Teacher, you've misunderstood. This is merely our regular training. He clarified. Training? What sort of training are you engaged in? This question caught them off guard. They certainly could not admit they were preparing for battle. Just exercising. Li Xuan clavarli interjecta. Is such a display truly necessary for exercise? How do your parents educate you? Teacher Wang's frustration flared, pointing an accusatory finger towards their families. Upon hearing the mention of their parents, the children exchanged glances and, after a brief pause, spoke in unison. Our parents taught us this way. After several rounds of argument, Teacher Wang found himself at a loss. These 6 children steadfastly insisted that this was their training, as instructed by their parents, leaving him with little recourse. Expelling them from school was out of the question. After all, their families had generously donated substantial sums to the institution. In the year 2002, that amount was no small fortune, roughly equivalent to several $100,000 in later times, thus rendering their expulsion improbable. However, he remained puzzled as to why these affluent families didn't send their children to a better school located just over 30 kilometers away, where the environment was far superior, with ample facilities and qualified teachers. Since the children were adamant that they were merely exercising, Teacher Wang saw no grounds for further confrontation and decided to categorize them as rebellious spirits, planning to address their behavior gradually in the future. At noon, the students brought their own lunches, for in such a financially constrained school, there were no funds available for meals. Even the teachers lived frugally. The children's lunches were quite simple. steamed buns, white rice, taro, and flatbreads, accompanied by a meager serving of pickled vegetables. Salt was a rare commodity, as acquiring it from the town required a considerable journey, which was often cumbersome. In contrast, Li Xuan and his companions had a slightly more lavish meal, consisting of compressed food that was almost inedible, some canned goods, and a bit of fruit, along with leftover roasted meat from the previous night. As they revealed their provisions from their bags, they instantly captured the attention of their peers, who gazed at the food with wide eyes, some children swallowing hard, nearly ready to pounce and snatch it away. "I'm about to show off," Li Xuan thought to himself, as he savored the roasted meat and the almost unbearable compressed rations. The other children, who rarely experienced meat, devoured their share ravenously, stuffing their mouths as if they had not eaten in days, leading Li Xuan and his friends to wonder if these children might consume their own hands in the process. The presence of food bridged the gap between the two groups, rapidly increasing the younger children's fondness for Li Xuan and his friends. Their gazes softened, and they even extended invitations to join in their games, which were regrettably declined. They were simply from two entirely different worlds, unable to find common ground. Perhaps influenced by their nightly encounters with the American from West Point, Li Xuan and his companions viewed the games of these children as devoid of any tactical sense, merely a chaotic free-for-all. In the afternoon, Principal Li returned, arriving alone with a few supplies. The children were overjoyed at his return, particularly when they noticed he was carrying items. "Children, quiet down," Principal Li called, soothing the excited youngsters. "Listen, during my trip to the town, I purchased some things, but due to the lack of a road leading here, they were left by the roadside down the mountain. Now, I need everyone to help carry them back, all right?" "Okay," the children eagerly replied, their voices nearly lifting the roof off the classroom. At that moment, Principal Li turned his gaze towards Li Xuan and the others. After a brief hesitation, he remarked, "You 6 newcomers need not attend." "Why?" As soon as Principal Li's words fell, Xie Gao furrowed his brow and immediately inquired, "Is this an exclusion?" Perhaps anticipating Xie Gao's thoughts, Principal Li hastily clarified, "No, it's not that. The funds for this purchase were entirely provided by your families. So since they have already contributed financially, you need not exert yourselves. Wouldn't you agree?" Although they were uncertain about the principal's intentions, they felt an air of importance surrounding his words, which they deemed correct. Consequently, the group of bewildered children chimed in unison, their voices elongated in agreement. Some of the children grasped the situation, realizing that it was indeed their families who had financed this trip for supplies, which made them regard Li Xuan and the others with even greater warmth. However, one among them protested, asserting, "This is unacceptable. Our class is a collective unit, and we must all go together. How can some go while others stay behind?" Influenced by the instructor's team spirit, and considering that they would be collaborating with these little ones in the future, Su Jia stepped forward and eloquently stated, "We should all go together." Her words sparked a glimmer of admiration in Principal Li's eyes. He expected such profound insight from a child, not yet 10 years old, clearly reflecting excellent upbringing. Having once served in the military and fought in the Vietnam War, he possessed a deep understanding of teamwork. Acknowledging her perspective, Principal Li nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then we shall all go together." Some of the younger children, initially displeased by the notion that Li Xuan and his companions could opt out, now beamed with joy upon hearing the principal's decree that everyone would participate. This school was nestled in a valley, and the nearest road required traversing a mountain. Although the mountain's elevation was not particularly high nor steep, the ascent and descent demanded considerable physical effort. Fortunately, these children hailed from the foothills, and climbing was second nature to them, particularly with the prospect of acquiring stationery, which filled them with uncontainable glee as they strode along lightheartedly. Li Xuan and his companions navigated the mountain path effortlessly, their year-long physical training having been rigorous and substantial, leaving them brimming with vitality. Upon reaching the summit overlooking the school, they beheld a silver ribbon of road winding down the slope, and further ahead, a hazy cluster of buildings, presumably the town. "The vehicle is waiting at the foot of the mountain. Let us hasten, lest we keep him waiting," Principal Li urged, interrupting their reverie. "The view will remain unchanged. We can admire it at any time." The descent was steep, and for Li Xuan and the others, unaccustomed to mountain trails, they struggled to maintain control and nearly slid down the slope. Had it not been for Principal Li and teacher Wang periodically assisting them, they might have tumbled down. A medium-sized truck was parked by the roadside, with freshly painted red desks and chairs stacked neatly nearby, alongside cardboard boxes filled with textbooks and stationery. The driver, sitting on a bench and smoking, appeared to have been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Principal Lee and the children descend, he languidly rose and complained, "Why have you only just arrived?" Principal Lee quickly apologized. "My sincerest apologies. It's quite a distance, and I needed to bring these children along." Before he could finish, the driver impatiently interjected, "Enough, enough. Just hand over the money. I have other matters to attend to." Principal Lee, hearing this, retrieved 2 crisp 100 yuan notes from his pocket and handed them over, likely just withdrawn. Upon citing the 2 green bills, the driver's previously irritable demeanor evaporated, replaced by delight as he accepted the cash. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical, for Principal Lee's tattered clothing did not evoke the image of a wealthy individual. Thus, he squinted at the sun to confirm the authenticity of the money before finally boarding the vehicle. With a roar, the truck's engine came to life, and the driver shifted gears and departed. Some of the children gazed longingly at the receding vehicle, their eyes filled with envy and desire. "Enough of that. We must get to work." Principal Lee interrupted their daydreams, urging them to start moving the items back to the school before nightfall, ensuring that classes could commence as scheduled the next day. Upon hearing the mention of school, the children instantly brightened, eagerly transporting the desks and chairs. Though the mountain children were somewhat frail, they possessed considerable strength, having regularly helped with farm work at home. The younger ones each carried a stool, while the older ones shouldered desks. Principal Lee and teacher Wang each bore a heavy cardboard box filled with textbooks, their faces reddened from the strain. Given the abundance of items, it was impossible to move everything in one trip, necessitating some of them to remain behind as watchers. Initially, the plan was to leave Li Xuan and his companions there, sparing them from labor. However, they firmly rejected this notion, especially Li Xuan, who viewed this as a splendid opportunity to showcase his strength. Thus, he hefted a large cardboard box, striding forward under the astonished gazes of the 2 teachers. Li Xuan indeed startled them. This child, not yet 10, managed to carry what they found somewhat burdensome with apparent ease. They exchanged glances, simultaneously arriving at a conclusion. Innate strength that alone could account for Li Xuan's extraordinary power, which even surpassed their own. As Li Xuan gallantly carried the large cardboard box, it seemed as though it were weightless, contrasting sharply with the teachers laboriously hauling similar boxes, leading them to suspect that perhaps Li Xuan was merely pretending with an empty box. With Li Xuan's extraordinary assistance, their task became significantly easier. Originally expecting to spend the entire afternoon transporting items, they concluded their work ahead of schedule, much to Principal Lee's delight. Within the dilapidated building, the tables that had been propped up by damp wooden boards were entirely removed and discarded, making room for the brand-new desks. However, the floor was uneven and required some leveling. The children, wholly unconcerned about these details, eagerly seated themselves at their desks, fidgeting with excitement, poking and prodding at their surroundings. Observing the children's clumsy antics, Li Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. While he felt sympathy for their situation, he found their behavior amusing, not in a mocking way. For although Li Xuan lacked profound philosophical insight, he would never stoop to ridicule. The textbooks were swiftly distributed, each child receiving 2 pristine volumes, one for language and one for mathematics, Li Xuan and his friends included. As they leafed through their books, boredom crept in during the lessons. The afternoon passed in a seemingly dull haze, and when evening arrived, the local dog came to fetch them, leaving Li Xuan and his companions somewhat taken aback. During their walk, the dog instructed them to memorize the route, as they would no longer have anyone to accompany them in the future. They traversed a concealed path while the dog imparted some counter-surveillance techniques to Li Xuan and the others. By the time they returned to their so-called home, night had fallen. Their training sessions were scheduled for the evening, as they attended school during the day. They arrived around 7 p.m., dined, and assembled for formation by 8 p.m. From 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., they engaged in 2 hours of straightforward training before retiring for the night, as they would rise early the following day. Li Xuan and his friends had already learned to drive, finding the small jeep simple to operate, thanks to the instructors who had devoted an entire day teaching them. Henceforth, they would travel to school independently, much to the instructors' relief. On regular days, Li Xuan and his companions attended school during the day and returned for training at night, where they practiced combat drills. During holidays, when school was closed, they would engage in comprehensive training or recovery sessions to ensure they did not regress. Speaking of which, the distance from the camp to the school was unmonitored, and they could have easily escaped, as the instructors would have been unable to catch them. Yet, They inexplicably did not leave. The methods of the local dogs proved remarkably effective, and on the eve of their schooling, the polar bear unexpectedly presented them with a stack of photographs. Staring at the familiar faces in the images, they realized that the infants cradled in their arms were not them, but rather their younger siblings, radiating joy. According to their instructor, their parents had welcomed a new addition, seemingly forgetting about them. Although they desperately wanted to disbelieve the instructor's words, the photographs lay before them, depicting smiling faces devoid of sorrow for their absence. Coupled with a touch of psychological manipulation, their simple minds accepted this narrative, internalizing the belief that they had been abandoned and that their return home would be overshadowed by the presence of their siblings, making life unbearable. Zhou Xinhua had once suggested the idea of fleeing, but it was promptly dismissed by the others, leading the matter to fade away. Thus, the six of them began to lead a monotonous life of routine. However, this phase of tranquility was short-lived. Recently, intelligence reports indicated that a group of drug traffickers had stealthily infiltrated the country, and their hideout had been identified. According to informants, this gang comprised over 100 individuals, each armed with a firearm, necessitating a joint military and police operation. Now, let us invite the colonel from the military district to elaborate on the situation. A special task force was temporarily established in DL City, where a significant assembly of high-ranking officials convened. If a bomb were to be dropped here at this moment, it would obliterate the upper echelons of both DL and even Huayan province. However, such an occurrence was improbable. In this operation to eradicate the foreign criminals, the military and police joined forces, deploying a brigade from nearby to cordon off the area. The police provided various relevant materials and dispatched special forces to assist, thus commencing a grand and vigorous assault. In a hidden cave deep within the mountains, over 100 individuals lay concealed. The rumble of a diesel generator filled the air, its electricity barely sufficient to illuminate the few incandescent bulbs overhead. A dozen individuals clad in white lab coats and masks meticulously mixed substances in test tubes, packaging them into small bottles stacked nearby. Several plastic barrels at their feet brimmed with unknown powders, awaiting selection and combination by the lab-coated individuals. In the depths of the cave, a burly man, bald and clad in a tank top, lounged in a chair, occasionally inhaling a substance from between his fingers, his expression betraying a state of euphoric bliss. "Wolf," he murmured. A seemingly trusted aide approached him quietly, leaning in to whisper, "We have received reports that we are being monitored by the Hua Country Police." Upon hearing this, the man known as Wolf's eyes snapped open, and he gravely inquired, "Is the information credible?" "Yes, it is confirmed," the aide replied with a nod. "These individuals possess an uncanny sense of awareness." Wolf muttered a curse under his breath, expressing his inner frustration. After a moment of silence, his eyes darted around before he spoke again. "Distribute the firearms and position more sentinels. We have 2 days to complete this transaction and then leave this place immediately." "Understood," the aide affirmed. As the criminals heightened their vigilance, military green trucks began transporting troops to the area, initiating the blockade. In the clearing at the mountain's base, tents were erected and antennas were raised, establishing a temporary command post. "We have confirmed the drug traffickers' location, under surveillance by our reconnaissance troops. It appears they have sensed something amiss and have begun to fortify their defenses. Let us keep a close watch while we devise a plan." "What plan?" "We should just charge in and eliminate them all," one officer exclaimed. "Nonsense. Are you out of your mind? If we rush in like a swarm, what will happen to our personnel? Are you responsible for their casualties? They are merely a bunch of drug traffickers. Their deaths mean nothing." The brigade commander, infuriated, nearly pointed a finger at the regiment commander's head. "I am talking about our soldiers, you fool. 026, on the way home from school. School is over. Be cautious on your way home. Do not wander off. Do you understand?" "Understood." As the class dismissed, Principal Li reminded them. Li Xuan and his 5 companions, backpacks in tow, joyfully hopped away from the dilapidated school, exchanging farewells with Teacher Wang and Teacher Wu. Perhaps it was the prolonged company of those innocent children that rendered them a tad naive. With empty hands, they sprinted down the familiar path, which they traversed daily. Even with their eyes closed, they would not falter. This wretched school assigned no homework. They were all children of impoverished families, returning home merely to work, with no time for assignments. Were it not for Principal Wang's decision to waive tuition fees, it is unlikely anyone would have sent their children to school. Hence, they had no homework, departing empty-handed each day, which was rather liberating. "Hey, Have you noticed something amiss in the atmosphere around us? Suddenly halting, Li Xuan looked around. No? What seems off? Hurry up. It's almost dark, Zhou Xinhua responded, glancing at Li Xuan with curiosity. Isn't this the same route we always take? Zhang Zhijin added after surveying the surroundings. No. It truly feels off, Xie Gao interjected, aligning himself with Li Xuan's observation. With Xie Gao's endorsement, it was clear something was awry. Have you noticed? There is not a sound here. It is eerily silent. The meticulous Su Jia remarked, her vigilance heightened. Upon hearing Su Jia, the group became acutely aware of the unsettling silence that enveloped them, far too quiet compared to their usual surroundings. Isn't silence a good thing? Niu Jin, who had been silent until now, suddenly chimed in, earning a collective eye roll from the others. They refrained from explaining, their muscles taut as they formed a protective circle, watchfully scanning their surroundings. This secluded path was exceedingly hidden, difficult to detect, yet given the current circumstances, it seemed someone had discovered it, though they remained oblivious to who that might be, hoping it was merely an ordinary individual. The sound of helicopter blades thumping filled the air. Li Xuan and the others recognized it instantly, as helicopters visited their camp once or twice a month, though their purpose remained unclear. It's a helicopter, Xie Gao shouted, signaling for everyone to crouch down. The 6 of them nestled in the grass, gazing skyward as a formation of helicopters flew overhead, still at a safe distance, alleviating their fears of being spotted. It seems something is amiss in the mountains. We should hurry. After watching the helicopters fade from view, Xie Gao urged the others to leave hastily. Not long after their departure, a figure emerged from the nearby underbrush, cautiously scanning the area to ensure it was clear before standing upright. With an East Asian visage, dressed in a tactical jacket and jeans, bulging pockets hinted at concealed items. The individual swiftly retrieved a mobile phone from their pocket, dialing a number with urgency. The phone emitted a couple of beeps before connecting. "So, monkey, what is going on?" A stern voice echoed from the other end. "Boss, I just spotted 6 children," the person replied rapidly. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end erupted in anger. 6 children? Are you an idiot? Who told you to watch children? I instructed you to keep watch, not to observe kids. But boss, let me explain. It's that secret path that has been discovered, and those 6 children are the reason. The individual hastily clarified. What? The voice on the phone was taken aback, realizing the path believed to be hidden had been compromised sooner than anticipated. You must act immediately. We cannot allow this information to leak. Understood. After hanging up the phone, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His right hand moved to his waist, retrieving a bulging object. The metallic sheen and dark muzzle revealed it to be a handgun. As he lifted his leg, preparing to depart from the thicket, a sudden force struck from behind, wrenching his right hand with brutal intensity. A sharp cry escaped him as the pain surged, causing him to drop the handgun, which was deftly caught by a small hand before it could touch the ground. "A handgun!" a youthful voice exclaimed. "Who dares to lay a hand on us?" Zhou Xinhua's disdainful voice resonated. "Enough chatter. Search him for anything useful and then interrogate him about his purpose," commanded Xie Gao. This unfortunate fellow had no chance to utter a word before Li Xuan forcefully pinned him to the ground, handcuffing him behind his back, pressing his face against the earth, stifling his breath. The desperate struggles for air intensified, a primal instinct to fight emerging in the face of suffocation. Yet he could not break free from Li Xuan's grip. The more he fought, the tighter Li Xuan held him. Niu Jin, brutishly tugging at the man's clothing, seemed intent on tearing it to shreds. The sound of ripping fabric echoing relentlessly. Unable to tear it, he resorted to a knife, for though firearms were prohibited, each carried a small blade. The man writhed violently, but it was in vain. Soon, Niu Jin had stripped him bare, leaving not even a pair of underwear. Although winter in the south was not overly frigid, it was still chilly, especially at a higher altitude where the temperature dropped. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing the man to tremble, his skin covered in goosebumps. "Is this all there is?" Niu Jin laid the items he had confiscated before them. A lighter, a pack of cigarettes, a decent knife, a mobile phone, a pink box containing an unknown object, a small bag of white powder, and a substantial stack of green bills, the inscriptions unfamiliar, indicating they were not dollars, something they recognized. Along with the weapons seized earlier, they had gathered these items, yet nothing revealed the man's identity. "Speak. Where are you from? What is your purpose? Why did you attempt to attack us?" The youthful voice carried an air of seriousness, an indescribable weight. Li Xuan, cooperating, yanked the man's hair, forcing his head upward. As his head was lifted, the man gasped for air, finally able to breathe properly, realizing just how precious the act of breathing was. "We're asking you a question." Noticing the man merely gasping and silent, Li Xuan pressed his head down against the ground, striking it a couple of times to rouse him. After all, the ground was soft earth, devoid of stones, so there was little risk of injury. 027, strong assault. A stream of unintelligible words followed, but they were beyond comprehension. A language barrier impeding communication. Let us try asking in English. Isn't it said to be the most widely spoken language in the world? The response remained a jumble of nonsensical phrases. Damn it, just kill him. He has clearly no good, and if we dispose of the body in Myanmar, no one will notice. Neo Jin said nonchalantly. Then let us proceed. Watch me take care of this. Li Xuan grinned menacingly. Shifting his grip from the man's head to his neck, the man seemed to sense the impending danger, struggling even more fiercely. Just as Li Xuan was about to apply force, the man spoke, his words flowing in remarkably fluent Mandarin. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please, don't kill me. He had come to recognize that these youngsters were not naive children, but rather capable of taking lives. After his confession, they disregarded his name, age, family details, and savings, but the reason for his presence piqued their interest. According to him, he had been sent here as a lookout by a drug trafficking gang, hiding approximately 10 kilometers away in a nearby cave. With this revelation, Li Xuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the helicopters were targeting those drug dealers, not themselves, a fortunate turn of events, since it no longer concerned them. In recognizing him as an outsider involved in drug trafficking, they decided to send him on his way. Li Xuan tightened his grip, snapping the man's neck. The man's eyes widened in his final moments, seemingly accusing them of a breach of trust. Since it's not our concern, let us depart, Xie Gao suggested. However, Zhou Jia expressed surprise. I didn't expect this narrow path would be discovered by them. Probably just by chance. Let us go, Li Xuan declared, hoisting the lifeless body as he strode forward, intending to dispose of it abroad. Wait for me. Why are you rushing? Zhou Xinhua called out hurriedly, gathering the scattered items before hastily catching up. Not far from the border, a camouflaged jeep sat hidden within a grass thicket, indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. This was the vehicle they drove daily, now operating without escort. After casting the naked corpse a considerable distance away, Li Xuan recalled a hunter-s trap left nearby. Though it was broken, a large pit remained, perfect for disposing of the body. With the corpse dealt with, the drug dealers were now in a state of panic, the sound of helicopters overhead striking fear into their hearts. They hadn't anticipated being discovered so quickly. In the depths of the cave, the gang leader, Wolf Head, erupted in fury, smashing anything within reach. How'd they find us so fast? Damn it, he seethed. After venting his frustrations, he slumped heavily onto the disheveled ground, his tone laced with irritation and suspicion, predominantly fueled by anger. Could there be a traitor among us? He questioned, casting a glance at a nearby confidant. I can't say for certain, but don't hedge. There must be a traitor. How else could we have been exposed in just a few days? Wolf had interrupted, raising his voice in frustration. Find him. We must uncover this traitor. I'll have his skin peeled off. His eyes narrowed, glinting with a dangerous light. Outside, a military unit had completely surrounded the mountain, reconnaissance teams having neutralized all visible and hidden sentries. Special forces, typically referring to scout units in the military, were known for their proficiency in various skills, rivaling even the elite soldiers. As for the true special forces, it was said they were selected from reconnaissance troops. The veracity of that remained uncertain. However, it was clear that these scouts were indeed present, having neutralized all lookout points of the drug trafficking gang without alerting those inside the cave until the helicopters arrived. Outside, 6 armed Z-9G helicopters hovered above the cave entrance, their weapons aimed menacingly, ready for confrontation. The troops refrained from immediate assault, unfamiliar with the cave's interior. Without a clear understanding of the situation, they dared not act recklessly, aware that losing even one soldier would be a grave loss. Fire tear gas into the cave and flush them out, a certain commander ordered. Several soldiers withdrew grenades from their underbarrel launchers, replacing them with tear gas canisters, directing them into the dark abyss of the cave. The dull thuds echoed, and while the interior remained uncertain, the wisps of white smoke wafting outward indicated something was amiss. Yet no one emerged, which was anticipated. If they had been coaxed out, it would have been surprising, as these individuals were undoubtedly prepared with gas masks. Some wore theirs daily to avoid inhaling any harmful powders, rendering even masks ineffective at times. Should we proceed with a full assault? I fear delays may lead to unforeseen complications. The Public Security Bureau chief suggested. With a strong assault, we must be ready for potential losses, the chief commander pondered, contemplating the opinions offered. Meanwhile, the brigade commander appeared somewhat displeased, seemingly indifferent as the troops were not his own. After a moment of reflection, the commander slammed his hand down on the table, issuing the command, "Initiate a strong assault." Understood. Under the command of a fierce assault, helicopters unleashed a barrage of firepower, launching rockets that streaked through the air, trailing long tails of flame as they soared towards the mountain caves below. In an instant, the area was enveloped in a dazzling explosion. The orange flames surged skyward, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Inside the cave, several drug traffickers who were positioned near the entrance were instantly consumed by the voracious flames. The narrow passage leading from the entrance to the cavern's depths was swept away by the fire, akin to a dragon of fire rampaging unchecked, only halting when it reached the vast chamber beyond. The flames voraciously devoured the air within, causing approximately 100 individuals inside the cave to struggle for breath. Fortunately, the flames arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly, allowing fresh air to rush back in. Otherwise, they would have suffocated. Following the initial bombardment of rockets, the soldiers, who had been on standby, launched their assault into the dark cave, still radiating with sweltering heat. Armed with newly issued Type 95 rifles, which they had only become accustomed to after a year of service, the soldiers were nonetheless eager to engage in battle. As being a soldier meant seizing the opportunity to fight. A group of ravenous men, akin to having glimpsed a beautiful woman in a state of undress, exhibited palpable excitement in their eyes. Once the elite troops entered the cave, they wasted no time in firing several rounds of grenades, for they were soldiers, not mere police officers, and thus operated with the brutal efficiency characteristic of military forces. With little hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of grenades and explosives. In the depths of the gorge, the sound of gunfire thundered, and the leader, known as Wolf Head, was filled with regret, desperately seeking an escape to preserve his life. The cave was connected with an underground waterway leading down the mountain to a creek, which was precisely why he had chosen this location as a stronghold, providing a potential escape route. Wolf Head and his trusted lieutenant donned oxygen tanks and breathing apparatuses, plunging into the water without a moment's hesitation to flee. As for their subordinates, their fates were of no concern to him, exemplifying the ruthless mentality of "we all profit, but you bear the consequences." With 2 splashes, the duo submerged, swimming downward. The hapless henchmen defending against the military assault remained oblivious to the fact that their leader had abandoned them. These foot soldiers wielded a motley array of weapons, from the infamous AK to domestically produced Type 81 rifles, along with improvised firearms and a few handguns. Heavy weaponry was limited to 2 rocket launchers, and the individual carrying one was swiftly eliminated, a hail of 5.8mm bullets tearing through him, blood spraying. The poorly trained foot soldiers could only fire their weapons aimlessly, their military competence scarcely superior to that of some untrained mercenaries. Faced with a ravenous horde of soldiers, their resistance crumbled swiftly, with some even surrendering in terror. In less than 15 minutes, the conflict was resolved. Many were first-time combatants, and as they gazed upon the bodies they had slain, their spirits soared. Though some were left retching in the corners, an about-to-retire veteran expressed his excitement at the unexpected opportunity to engage in battle just before his discharge. "Have you located the target?" the brigade commander inquired, ending a call. "What? Where is he?" The operational commander was taken aback. "Make sure you don't let him slip away, or I will hold you accountable." Yes, I will ensure they search again," the brigade commander interjected, feigning a posture of submission. After fruitless searches and several inspections of the bodies, the henchmen were interrogated, revealing that their leader had not emerged from the depths of the cave. The only plausible explanation was that he had escaped, yet apart from the cave entrance, there was no other exit. An indication lay in the deep, tranquil spring water, which suggested something significant. It was certain that the criminals had fled through the waterway. Armed with this conclusion, the operational commander stated decisively, "Initiate a search of the surrounding creeks and deploy teams to investigate. We must capture them." "Understood." Additionally, "The sun is setting. We must apprehend them swiftly. The longer we delay, the greater the risk. Both military and police forces were now mobilizing with urgency to ensure the capture of the fugitives. Upon returning to their encampment, Li Xuan and his team recounted the events of the evening, yet the instructors seemed indifferent, dismissing them with scant remarks before sending them back to training. As for the spoils they had gathered, everything was confiscated. "Instructor, what is this?" Shui Xianhua inquired curiously, holding a small bag containing a powdery substance. "Drugs," the instructor replied without a moment's thought. The group nodded in understanding, deducing the nature of their find. "And what about this?" Xiegao asked, picking up a pink box, wary of its contents. The instructor glanced at the box with an odd expression before slowly explaining. "That is a balloon." "What kind of balloon?" "That's a condom," interjected a nearby soldier, unable to contain himself. The group of youths, perplexed and unaware of what a condom was, wore expressions that practically screamed confusion. "It's used to prevent pregnancy," the embarrassed instructor added awkwardly. With this clarification, the youth's gazes towards the box shifted to one of intrigue, while Su Jia, the only female, felt her cheeks flush. Startled, Xiegao dropped the condom as if bitten by a snake, inadvertently tossing it toward Li Xuan, who fumbled to catch it and then threw it aside, only for it to land near Su Jia. Flustered, she caught it, causing an awkward silence to envelop the group. Su Jia, blushing with indignation, hurled the box at Li Xuan, who, realizing his mistake, refrained from catching it. "It's just a condom. Do you have to react this way?" the instructor remarked, shaking his head, feeling the need to educate them on such matters. Meanwhile, the soldier pondered how to cultivate this group of youngsters into a new generation of seasoned veterans, as it was unacceptable for them to blush at the mere sight of anything related to sexuality. "All right, leave the items here, dog instructor. Take them for training and provide them with some essential knowledge," the Arctic bear commanded, signaling for the instructor to lead the group away. They were unconcerned about the drug traffickers, knowing they could not apprehend them, yet they were acutely aware of the small path that had been discovered. It was likely that the route was not well concealed on the Myanmar side, which had led to its discovery. Should they be captured by Chinese authorities, it would mean the exposure of this route, leaving them without a clandestine passage. This posed a serious issue, as they felt burdened by the trouble caused by these drug traffickers. As for the loathsome drug dealers, both the foot soldiers and the higher-ups had been apprehended, leaving only their leader and his trusted confidant to escape. Records indicated that Wolfhead was an exceptionally cunning individual. Despite his greed, he valued his life highly. Thus, at the first sign of trouble, he fled with his lieutenant, fully aware that he could not withstand the might of a great nation, and executed his escape with remarkable efficiency. 28 kilometers away from the cave, a serene spring lay undisturbed, until suddenly, the tranquil surface was disrupted by splashes as two figures, equipped with breathing apparatuses, emerged, none other than Wolfhead and his lieutenant. Beneath the water in the cave, there was ample space, with extensive caverns featuring pockets of air. They chose one of the many exits, effectively obscuring their escape route from those who pursued them, significantly enhancing their chances of evading capture. Clambering onto the shore, they discarded their oxygen tanks and breathing apparatuses, heedless of their soaked clothing, and hastily made their escape. After running a short distance, they suddenly realized that they were devoid of any means of navigation, completely unaware of their current location or the direction in which they should flee. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, they were lost and, being astronomically challenged, they could not even discern the position of the North Star, leaving them to fumble about in a daze. At the bottom of the pool, a breathing apparatus flickered with a faint red light, blinking rhythmically. 029. Someone is causing trouble. The locator indicated that they had indeed landed here. A soldier stood at the edge of the pool, clutching a locator. They began to search the surroundings for any remnants. They found a thicket extending forward. There was no doubt about it. They must pursue. This night would surely bring sleepless hours for many. The soldiers and special police encircling the mountains, the commanding officers at the helm, and the two panicked drug traffickers who had plunged into the unknown. The two of them stumbled upon a farmhouse and stealthily slipped into a small room, which appeared to be a woodshed. They quickly concealed themselves inside, paying no mind to their damp clothes. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, Li Xuan and his companions set out once more, cramming 6 individuals into a small jeep. Though they were all quite young, the situation was rather cramped. Their impromptu crash course in biology from the previous night had left these energetic young men with rather unsavory thoughts, and they huddled together, hesitant to approach Su Jia, lest they provoke an unwanted reaction. The jeep was hidden away in the thicket, and the group worked diligently to camouflage it, ensuring that it was undetectable from within a 10-meter radius before they left, satisfied. Upon arriving at the school, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and some children were already present, greeting Li Xuan and his companions warmly, indicating they were settling in well. What was the deal with those large birds in the sky, flitting back and forth? Please forgive this child, who did not even recognize a helicopter. He was not alone. Many children shared his ignorance. To them, the helicopters soaring above were merely peculiar large birds. You wouldn't know, would you? That is a helicopter. This proclamation did not come from any of Li Xuan's group, but rather from a boy named Wang Bian, who proudly flaunted his knowledge to his peers. However, the backlash came swiftly. Helicopter? What kind of chicken is that? Is it delicious? The children continued to showcase their ignorance. Wang Bian was left flabbergasted, mentally berating himself multiple times. How could he explain this? At some point, Principal Li arrived, clearing his throat, prompting the raucous children to instantly return to their seats, sitting up straight, feigning innocence, completely shedding their earlier mischief. After surveying the children, Principal Li slowly began, "Today we will not have a lesson. Instead, we will discuss what just flew overhead." He had overheard the child's astonishing comment and deemed it necessary to enlighten them, lest they remain oblivious to the existence of helicopters, which would surely be a source of ridicule. A helicopter is a type of aircraft, with machine referring to the mechanical aspect, not the kind of chicken you have at home. Principal Li earnestly endeavored to impart his knowledge, completely unaware that within the school's woodshed, two strangers were gradually awakening. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they were startled and instinctively reached for their firearms. As they peered through the door, they saw a group of children playing, and they immediately relaxed. It turned out they had stealthily made their way to a school last night. Seated in the woodshed, Lang Tu listened to the sporadic sounds of helicopters above, his spirits plummeting. It seemed the Huagua police would not let him escape. If he attempted to flee now, capture was almost certain. What could he devise? With that thought, Lang Tu's eyes darted around, occasionally glancing at his trusted aide, seemingly contemplating something nefarious, before listening again to the sounds of laughter outside, which sparked an idea in his mind. Say, if we were to kidnap this school, would Huagua let us go? Lang Tu beckoned to his aide, quietly inquiring. That might not be a good idea. His aide hesitated. What do you mean by good or bad? This concerns our lives. It's settled. Lang Tu insisted, dismissing his aide's reservations with a decisive wave. The two then conferred on a specific action plan, and Lang Tu emerged from the woodshed with a sinister grin, his aide trailing closely behind. Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot echoed through the mountains, reverberating in the air. The soldiers on the search immediately heard the gunfire and rushed toward its source. At the command center, the leaders who had not slept a wink that night appeared haggard, their anxiety intensifying as they awaited news, their spirits sinking further into the valley of despair. Report, there's news. Just as the mood grew grim, a soldier abruptly stood and exclaimed, "The 5th and 8th squads have sent word. They've located the suspects." The soldier removed his headset and spoke loudly. "What? Excellent. Bring them here. I want to ask them." The commander's face lit up with hope as he strode over, seizing the headset to inquire further. However, after listening to the report, his expression turned grave. "What's wrong?" Both the brigade commander and the police chief immediately inquired, noticing the change in the commander's demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, the commander finally replied, "The situation is dire. They've somehow entered a school." "What?" The two men gasped in shock. "How could there be a school here? The intel didn't mention any school in this area." The brigade commander questioned the police chief, his tone laced with incredulity, given the unexpected nature of the revelation. "I'm not sure. I'll inquire with the Ministry of Education to clarify the situation," the police chief responded, not contesting the brigade commander's question, fully aware that the oversight fell upon him. Soon, information from the Ministry of Education came through, confirming the existence of a school, a primary school, no less, established by a Vietnam War veteran with his own funds to educate the impoverished children of the mountainous region. However, due to the limited number of teachers, only two, no new records had been established, and the existing documentation was several years old. Recently, it seemed they had received a volunteer teaching aide. With this information in hand, the command center was left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. The situation had become complicated, necessitating a complete overhaul of their strategic plans. This nameless school, overlooked by outsiders, suddenly drew the attention of a brigade commander, a police chief, and an indeterminate ranking commander, all focused on this dilapidated little primary school. Inside the school, everyone had been herded into the lone earthen classroom, huddled together on the ground, trembling in fear. The two volunteer teachers were at a loss for how to handle the situation. Although Principal Lee had served in the Vietnam War, his declining health rendered him physically incapable of confronting these intruders. Otherwise, those two would have been swiftly subdued. Furthermore, there were Li Xuan and his 6 companions, crouched with their heads down, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing their true feelings at that moment. 0:30, a sudden assault. The military and police acted swiftly, surrounding the primary school completely, their rifles trained on the earthen classroom, while helicopters hovered overhead, broadcasting demands. "I don't care. If you don't grant me a way out today, I will slaughter these children." Lang Tu, emboldened by the hostages, bellowed defiantly. In that moment, no one dared to make a move, awaiting orders from above. What should be done? It was uncertain. They could only dispatch a negotiation expert to engage with the captors. However, it would take at least 2 hours for the expert to arrive. "Then we'll stall for 2 hours. The commander slammed his fist on the table, barking orders. Outside, the meticulously positioned snipers observed the situation within the room from various corners, discovering that the individual negotiating with them was not the notorious Wolfhead, but rather one of his trusted confidants. As for Wolfhead himself, his whereabouts remained elusive, yet it was certain he was present, cleverly concealed in some hidden corner. Surrounded by heavy troops, Wolfhead, who had never experienced such treatment before, displayed an agitated demeanor, incessantly urging his subordinate to demand the withdrawal of the military and police, even threatening to open fire. Fearing that Wolfhead might become increasingly desperate, the overall commander reluctantly ordered a partial retreat of personnel to create the illusion of fewer hosts, while attempting to placate him with soothing words. As the military and police faced off against Wolfhead and his accomplices inside the room, Li Xuan and his 5 companions huddled together, whispering in hushed tones, their words inaudible. Their behavior caught the attention of the concealed Wolfhead, who, seeking a hostage, instructed his confidant to select one from the 6 to serve as a shield. Witnessing the malevolent ruffian's intent to harm his students, Principal Lee was immediately unsettled, exclaiming, "If you have grievances, direct them at me, but do not lay a finger on these children." The heartless subordinate callously kicked Principal Lee, whose frail body crumpled to the ground, unable to recover from the blow. Following Wolfhead's orders, the subordinate approached Li Xuan and, without hesitation, seized him, seemingly deciding one hostage was insufficient, and also dragged away Xiegao. "Be obedient." Without regard for Li Xuan and Xiegao's struggles, the subordinate delivered a slap. Establishing his dominance, Li Xuan and Xiegao exchanged glances, refraining from resistance, complying with the subordinate's demands, while casting reassuring looks towards the 4 who remained crouched on the ground. Li Xuan threw a glance towards the hidden Wolfhead. Perhaps because Xiegao's larger physique made him easier to conceal, the subordinate positioned himself behind Xiegao, confronting the military and police outside. Although the remaining 4, including Xiejia, felt a twinge of concern for their companions, they were confident in their abilities, not overly worried for their lives. Outside, witnessing the audacity of the 2 criminals taking children as hostages while remaining aggressive, the overall commander felt a deep sense of anxiety. The ruthless demeanor of the ruffians raised fears of potential violence. Meanwhile, a throng of inquisitive reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, eagerly approached with cameras in hand, further complicating matters for the military and police, who could not afford any missteps that might tarnish their reputation. The overall commander, filled with frustration, pondered which imbecile had leaked information, causing their current predicament. The reporters, insatiable for drama, even sought to interview him. Had it not been for the earlier imposed restrictions keeping them at bay, he would have expelled these bothersome intruders long ago. However, the most troubling aspect remained the unaccountable means by which some enterprising reporters managed to contact his superior, prompting orders that he had ultimately declined, yet left him in a state of unease. Thus, the overall commander was caught in a relentless struggle, negotiating with the criminals to buy time, while simultaneously engaging in a delicate dance with his superiors, refusing to allow reporters entry, a truly exhausting endeavor. Inside, Li Xuan's heart raced as he beheld the firearm in Wolfhead's hands, fearful of an accidental discharge. Crouched in a corner, Wolfhead shrank his form, using Li Xuan as a human shield, betraying his evident fear of death. The gun he wielded threatened those in the room, rendering them motionless, while the children quivered in fright. Xie Gao, held captive by Wolfhead's subordinate, stood by the bed, with the latter completely concealed behind him. The gun aimed threateningly at Xie Gao's head, projecting a message that any movement would be met with violence. The makeshift classroom was relatively small, with windows and doors on one side and walls on the other three. Wolfhead lurked in the corner with the windows and doors, while Li Xuan stood directly in front of him, positioned to face Xie Gao's side. Xie Gao glanced sideways at Li Xuan, subtly forming a fist and extending his thumb. Unbeknownst to the subordinate behind Xie Gao, Wolfhead's view was obstructed by Li Xuan, preventing him from noticing their exchange. Acknowledging Xie Gao's gesture, Li Xuan discreetly extended his hand into Xie Gao's line of sight, raising 3 fingers and slowly retracting them, signaling a countdown. Wolfhead, with one arm around Li Xuan's neck, held the gun tightly in his other hand, the barrel pointed skyward against the wall, never suspecting that Li Xuan would dare to retaliate. In his eyes, Li Xuan was merely a frightened child, incapable of posing a threat to a trained adult, the disparity between them akin to that of an infant versus a robust man. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Xuan suddenly sprang into action, seizing the gun-wielding hand and delivering a sharp elbow strike to Wolfhead's solar plexus, nearly incapacitating him, while simultaneously loosening the grip on Li Xuan's neck. The commotion drew the attention of Wolfhead's subordinate, who turned just in time for Xie Gao to redirect the gun aimed at his head skyward, swiftly pivoting to deliver a kick to the subordinate's lower body, sending him sprawling to the ground and causing him to lose his firearm, which landed in Xie Gao's possession. Li Xuan, relying on sheer brute strength, unleashed a flurry of 3 strikes to Wolfhead's chest, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, the situation simplified as Wolfhead lay unconscious and his subordinate, now disarmed, faced Xie Gao's gun pointed directly at him. Perhaps underestimating Xie Gao due to his youth, the subordinate hesitated to pull the trigger and even attempted to reclaim the weapon. A sharp gunshot echoed, and he collapsed to the ground. What transpired? The unexpected gunfire jolted the overall commander, his heart racing at the possibility of his worst fears materializing. He rushed out, intercepting a soldier running toward him. "Report, soldier. What happened with the criminals?" The soldier stuttered, struggling to articulate the events. "Sir, you'll see for yourself." The soldier was at a loss for words, unsure how to convey that the 2 criminals, whom they had dispatched numerous troops to confront, had been subdued by 2 mere children around the age of 10. It was a revelation that seemed too incredulous to believe, yet it had indeed transpired. "Wait, are you saying that these 2 children subdued the criminals?" The overall commander gazed incredulously at the 2 youngsters before him. According to the snipers, who had witnessed the unfolding drama through their scopes, they confirmed that Xie Gao's movements were entirely visible, while Li Xuan's actions, though less clear, were corroborated by their accounts, leaving everyone astonished. Under the scrutiny of a crowd, Xie Gao and Li Xuan felt the weight of immense pressure, their discomfort palpable. "Remarkable." The overall commander appraised the pair, his admiration evident. "Were it not for these 2 children, we might have suffered a significant disgrace today." Wolfhead, having been rendered unconscious by Li Xuan's strikes, was carried away, while his subordinate, shot in the knee, was dragged off by 2 soldiers, leaving a long trail of blood in their wake. The firearm previously in Xie Gao's possession was confiscated, for even though he bore no ill intent, the authorities could not risk such a dangerous weapon in a child's hands. What intrigued them most was that Xie Gao, upon acquiring the gun for the first time, had demonstrated proficiency and accuracy. The brigade commander noted the calluses on Xie Gao's hands, typical for a child from a poor background. Yet the fact that he could handle a firearm compelled him to ponder further. "Dear children, where is your home? You have accomplished such a great feat. You deserve a proper reward. I would also like to see what kind of parents have raised such remarkable children," the smiling brigade commander remarked. Upon hearing this, the 6 felt a sense of foreboding. None of them knew the whereabouts of their parents. As for any potential rewards, none. Fearing exposure, Xie Gao remained silent, while Li Xuan and the others chose not to elaborate, all succumbing to silence. The more they spoke, the greater the chance of revealing flaws. Noticing their reticence, the brigade commander's eyes narrowed, yet the overall commander seemed oblivious to the oddity, cheerfully saying, "If the children do not wish to speak, we understand. However, you must tell me, where did you learn such remarkable marksmanship?" "In Huagua. It is astonishing for a child of merely 10 years to possess such skill with a firearm. It is worth noting that Huagua does not share the same lax gun laws as the United States, where children can learn to shoot, outside of official channels. No one is permitted to bear arms. Hence, it is only natural for them to harbor suspicions about a child wielding a gun in this secluded valley. What is going on? What is happening? The principal, regaining his composure with the support of teacher Wang, approached, clearly displeased with how his students were being interrogated. As soon as the principal appeared, someone whispered a few words in the overall commander's ear, presumably informing him of the principal's credentials. "Greetings, old comrade," the overall commander said, extending his hand and shaking hands with the principal. He then continued, "The identity of your student raises some suspicions, and I would like to inquire about a few matters." "Suspicious? What is suspicious?" "Xiegao helped you capture the criminals, and not only did you fail to reward him, but you dare to slander such a child. What are your true intentions?" The principal, unperturbed, viewed each student as if they were his own children. Having no descendants of his own, he regarded these students as sons and daughters, and he would not allow them to be wronged, even if their identities were somewhat questionable. "Old comrade, you are a veteran of the Vietnam War. You cannot be so unreasonable. You must possess some level of ideological awareness. Do not speak to me of such things. All I know is that you wish to lay hands on a child who has performed a commendable deed," the principal retorted, waving his hand dismissively. "What should we do?" The overall commander, along with the minister and brigade commanders, huddled together, whispering their deliberations. "Should we act forcefully?" The brigade commander clenched his fists, suggesting, "No, that would be unwise. The reporters have already arrived. If we resort to force, it could lead to an accident." Additionally, this principal was previously a guard under that commander from the east, known for his fierce protection of his own, the overall commander replied. In a brief span, he had already clarified the principal's identity. "If this option is off the table, then what are our alternatives?" the irritable brigade commander exclaimed. "Let us withdraw for now. According to our intelligence, they return home each evening after school. We will leave some individuals to monitor them, and after school, we will act decisively to capture them all. I sense they are not ordinary, particularly that lad who knocked out the wolf's head. It was no small feat, as I observed the wolf's chest being caved in," the overall commander remarked, his expression darkening. Although he would be returning to Beijing shortly after this incident, and could claim that the matters concerning these children were no longer his concern, he felt it was his duty to ascertain their identities out of caution and responsibility for national security. "Understood." The minister and brigade commander nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the troops began to disperse. What had once been a throng of people evaporated in an instant, leaving the valley once again quiet. The reporters, having taken a couple of photographs, hastily followed the overall commander, eager to obtain first-hand information. Watching the crowd dissipate, the principal exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. He had been holding himself together in the presence of those influential figures, and had it not been for teacher Wang's support, he would have already succumbed. The strain stemmed from both his frail health and the invisible pressure exerted by these powerful individuals, a sensation that was both vague and palpable. With everyone gone, the courtyard lay in disarray. The classroom had been left in chaos by the two criminals, necessitating a thorough cleanup. This unexpected incident had frightened many of the children, leaving some still in shock. However, a few of the more oblivious ones remained unaware of the gravity of the situation, their eyes sparkling at the impressive display put on by Li Xuan and Xie Gao. 032. "Follow those six. Come with me." Suddenly, the principal called out to Li Xuan and the others, leading them into his office. The principal, along with the three of them, had made the school their home, seemingly having nowhere else to go for rest. His office was modest, comprising just two small rooms, approximately a dozen square meters in total, divided by a wall, one side for cooking and the other for sleeping. Upon ushering the six into his office, the principal quietly observed them, saying nothing, creating a heavy atmosphere. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I do not know what your families do, nor do I wish to know, but I want to make it clear. Here in school, you are students." The children remained silent, perhaps not grasping the full weight of his words. In essence, the principal's message was straightforward. "You are my students, and within this school, I will take responsibility for you. However, you must also behave and refrain from causing trouble." Whether they understood or not, the principal did not dwell on it, dismissing them afterward. That day, classes were canceled, and the children lacked the energy to engage in any antics. They had been traumatized and were yet to recover. Teacher Wang and Teacher Wu continued to comfort the students, while the principal, having taken a blow to his already frail body, spent the afternoon resting in bed. As evening approached, The children were dismissed as per the usual schedule. After a day of reassurance, the little ones had calmed down, but it was likely that many would face nightmares that night. Groups of children bid farewell to their teachers as they departed from the dilapidated school. Li Xuan and his 5 companions maintained their course, heading in the opposite direction of the others. Yet no one paid any heed to where they were headed. 1. The target has left the school. Should we proceed? Follow them. Do not reveal yourselves. Understood. 2 figures, having long been concealed near the school, stealthily trailed behind, managing to remain undetected. Due to their suspicions regarding Li Xuan and his companions' identities, it was imperative to uncover who they were and what forces lay behind them. These 2 individuals were well hidden, and despite Li Xuan and his friend's cautiousness, they remained oblivious to the pursuit. Indeed, experience often proves invaluable. Unaware that they were being followed, Li Xuan and the others were careful to mask their tracks, suspecting that those influential figures would not let them go easily, though they were uncertain how the pursuit would unfold. Lacking awareness, the 6 continued along the narrow path until they reached the border. What is this? If we go any further, we will be leaving the country, one of the pursuers exclaimed in confusion. They are likely attempting to cross the border. The other replied with certainty. Crossing the border? Do they reside abroad? The first asked incredulously. Isn't that obvious? Given the current circumstances, these 6 children are undoubtedly foreign nationals. The second affirmed, adding, we just need to ascertain their intentions. The 2 continued to follow Li Xuan and his companions, navigating through the secret passage, quickly crossing the border into Myanmar. They marveled at how concealed this route was, nearly impossible to detect, and they meticulously erased their tracks along the way. Not long into their pursuit, they witnessed the 6 children extricating a jeep from a concealed thicket, driving off in haste. Glancing at each other in bewilderment, the 2 were left uncertain of their next move. With merely 2 legs, how could one possibly catch up to a vehicle with 4 wheels? Even amidst the numerous obstacles of the jungle, observing their practiced demeanor and the imprints left upon the ground, it was evident that this was no endeavor of a mere day or 2. What shall we do? Shall we pursue? Indeed, by following the path, we should be able to locate their stronghold. Pursuing along the road, the 2 individuals chased until darkness enveloped them, yet they failed to sight their target, leading them to question whether they were indeed on the right trail. Had it not been for the singularity of the path, one would have doubted their direction. After 3 exhaustive hours of pursuit, they finally glimpsed a flicker of light. Deep within the jungle, a glimmer of fire confirmed the presence of habitation. Stealthily they approached, extracting binoculars to scrutinize the unknown encampment. Several foreign individuals, clad in tactical vests and armed with formidable weapons, appeared to be anything but amiable. Who were they? Uncertain. Perhaps international mercenaries or members of some other organization. But could that drumming child possibly be here? It seemed highly unlikely. Do you see that jeep? One pointed out. At 1 o'clock. I can ascertain with absolute certainty that it belongs to those children. I would never mistake it. Yet they found no sign of the children themselves. Perhaps they are inside. Let us observe further to confirm. The 2 remained concealed within the foliage, surrounded by the incessant chirping of insects and the buzzing of mosquitoes that plagued them. Yet they endured. As reconnaissance soldiers, they had to withstand such minor irritations. If they could not, what right had they to call themselves scouts? The reconnaissance soldiers within the Hua unit were akin to special forces in their prowess. After a period of patient waiting, their quarry remained elusive, but their endurance allowed them to persist. Within the camp, a voice called out, "Boss." I just circled outside and spotted 2 little insects. The jungle crocodile reported to the polar bear. Insects? Well, capture them. Polar bear replied. If I'm not mistaken, they are likely from Hua country, which is quite troublesome. Polar bear rubbed his temples, recalling how Li Xuan and the others had informed them of the morning's events. They surmised that Hua country would not simply let them be. Alive? Of course. I have no desire to provoke Hua country's military. If their special forces come after us, it would indeed be a predicament. There have been others who stirred trouble in Hua country, yet nearly all met their demise. Even those who fled abroad were pursued relentlessly. One must not underestimate the special forces of this nation. Hua is indeed a forbidden land for mercenaries. While that may be an exaggeration, it nonetheless illustrates Hua's might. Otherwise, why would I place such a low profile here? It would be far better to establish it elsewhere. Polar bear spoke slowly. Very well then, leave it to me. The jungle crocodile nodded. The dark forest was the jungle crocodile's domain. He was a veteran of the Amazon jungle. The 2 reconnaissance soldiers, unaware that they had already been targeted, felt a vague sense of foreboding, yet their long-standing life of ease dulled their vigilance, leading them into tragedy. Suddenly, one felt a tremendous force, accompanied by the rush of wind, strike him from behind, rendering him unable to react. A hand struck the back of his neck, and he was plunged into darkness. The commotion alerted the other soldier, but at that moment, the jungle crocodile pounced, engaging him in a struggle. The two Hua individuals found themselves bound to a tree, their clothing and equipment betraying their identities. They had barely registered the suddenness of the ambush before they were captured. Feeling dejected yet resigned, prepared for death, they only hoped to be spared the torment. The imagined interrogation they had dreaded did not materialize. Their captors seemed to have forgotten them, leaving them bound to the tree without further attention. "What now?" one asked. "How should I know? But what does it mean that they left us like this?" "Hey, Slim Monkey, aren't you the best at escaping bindings in the entire army? Can you break free?" Slim Monkey, the slightly lean reconnaissance soldier, bore the nickname reflecting his physique. In truth, he was not particularly thin. He merely possessed a subtle musculature that made him appear delicate, though he could easily incapacitate an ordinary person with a single punch. No chance. Their bindings are remarkably professional, far beyond the work of ordinary folks. "And you, dry boy," he continued, referring to Zhao Gan affectionately by his nickname, which only those familiar would use. "Isn't that obvious? Just look at their attire." As they pondered their escape, Polar Bear and his team were deliberating on having Li Xuan and others practice their skills, targeting these two reconnaissance soldiers. Though they could not kill them, their pursuit had irked the instructors, leading to the decision to utilize them as live targets. The concept of a live target was straightforward. They would face off against Li Xuan and his team, alternating turns until each one had bested all 6 of them to earn their freedom. If they lost, well, Polar Bear left that unspoken. But the two reconnaissance soldiers could not help but envision scenes of their brutal demise, causing a shiver to run down their spines, their expressions sharpening. "We'll go first," shouted the Earth Dog. "I will," both soldiers declared in unison. "Ah, quite synchronized. Then it shall be you." The Earth Dog casually selected Dry Boy. The jungle crocodile proceeded to untie him, for the method of binding was his own creation, and only he could unravel it. As the ropes fell away, Dry Boy stretched his limbs, stiff from the prolonged confinement. Number 6. Starting with Zhang Zhijuan from number 6, one by one. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Zhijuan stepped forward without hesitation, confronting his opponent, even though the latter was significantly larger and had undergone more extensive training. Dry Boy regarded the child before him, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet, considering this child had been nurtured by a particular organization, he must have been indoctrinated, a pity indeed. He resolved to focus, adopting a fighting stance, while Zhang Zhijuan stood poised, fists clenched, feet apart, ready for the attack. Dry Boy, after striking his pose, concentrated on the child before him. Although he doubted the child could pose a substantial threat, the wisdom of his forebear echoed in his mind. Tactically respect your enemy, strategically dismiss them. As the two stared each other down, the instructors grew impatient. The Earth Dog bellowed, "Go!" At the command, Zhang Zhijuan lunged at Dry Boy with remarkable swiftness, devoid of any flourish. Observing the oncoming charge, Dry Boy narrowed his eyes. Leveraging his superior strength and reaction speed, he swiftly brought Zhang Zhijuan down without inflicting serious harm. After all, he was still a child, and he could not bear to be so brutal, especially with a host of fierce onlookers. Next, number 5, they called, ignoring the downed Zhang Zhijuan and summoning Li Xuan. They had never held out much hope for a victory. If they lost, it would not be surprising, and if they won, it would raise eyebrows. As for Li Xuan, they felt a glimmer of confidence, not without reason. His strength was extraordinary, nearly rivaling that of the Earth Dog, despite the latter being the smallest in their group. Upon seeing Li Xuan, Dry Boy's eyes narrowed. He recognized this child as the one who had dented the wolf head's chest, a feat he had witnessed. Dry Boy could hardly believe such strength could belong to a child, and yet the evidence was undeniable, compelling him to not underestimate his opponent. Thus, he assumed a defensive posture. Li Xuan took to the stage, eschewing convention, and launched himself forward with a flying kick aimed directly at Dry Boy. Upon witnessing the incoming kick, Ganzi effortlessly evaded it, thinking to himself, "Is that all there is to it?" However, the subsequent events unfolded in a manner that defied all logic. After Li Xuan executed a flying kick, as he descended, he supported himself with one hand on the ground and, leveraging his immense arm strength, executed a forceful 180-degree sweep. The leg, accompanied by a whooshing sound, swept towards Ganzi, who, caught off guard by Li Xuan's unexpected maneuver, could only raise his hand in defense. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Li Xuan's strength. The sweeping kick collided with his hand, sending a tremendous force through him, instantly knocking his hand aside before landing a powerful blow to his thigh, toppling him over. From that point onward, matters became straightforward. Li Xuan sprang up, lunging at Ganzi, straddling him, and pinning his legs down, rendering him powerless, an almost philosophical tableau, albeit one that appeared somewhat absurd due to Li Xuan's diminutive stature. It was all remarkably swift and decisive. There were no drawn-out exchanges or chaotic brawls. In what seemed like a crushing defeat, Ganzi succumbed, possibly due to his own complacency, but a loss is a loss. Nonetheless, he had witnessed Li Xuan's extraordinary strength. Although Li Xuan had not exerted his full power, Ganzi had no doubt that even if he had, blocking that kick would have still left him in a precarious state. As Ganzi faced defeat, the thin monkey grew anxious, his eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Ganzi had lost, particularly to a mere child. Despite the impressive display by Lu Chong, he found himself preoccupied with the implications of Ganzi's loss. Presently, the defeated Ganzi was being restrained by the imposing figure of a black man, and it was now the thin monkey's turn to step into the fray. This time, he was up against Xie Gao, the strongest fighter in their squad after Li Xuan. Unlike Li Xuan's overwhelming strength, Xie Gao would have to rely on technique against the considerably larger thin monkey. Ganzi and the thin monkey soon grasped the reality that they were merely being used as sparring partners for the children. This truth filled them with immense frustration. Here they were, seasoned reconnaissance soldiers reduced to playthings for these youngsters. More critically, among these children was a remarkably powerful individual, endowed with formidable strength, exceptional fighting skills, and an impressive capacity for learning, who quickly overwhelmed them before turning the tables in a display of dominance. It was not so much a thrashing as it was a humbling experience, as they were unable to gain any upper hand against the child. Thus, they redirected their pent-up frustrations onto the other 5 children. Curiously, for reasons unknown, Li Xuan's strength surged, along with a dramatic enhancement in his understanding of combat techniques. As the close combat ace of their mercenary squad, Tu Go realized that before long, he would have little left to teach Li Xuan. The boy's grasp of close-quarters combat was alarmingly adept. He quickly mastered techniques, and with his strength, he was nearing Tu Go's own prowess, compelling him to slow down his teaching pace. Of course, Li Xuan's talent was starkly evident in hand-to-hand combat, to the extent that his performance in shooting was rather mediocre. Within the squad's configuration, they believed Li Xuan could serve as a firepower specialist. Given his current state, if he were to mature, his strength would become formidable, possibly surpassing that of even the strongest. Imagining Li Xuan wielding a Gatling gun as a weapon painted a rather splendid picture, albeit an unrealistic one, as the Gatling consumed ammunition at an alarming rate and required over a second to spin its barrels. In the rapidly changing battlefield, that single second could mean life or death, rendering such fantasies merely wishful thinking. Returning to the 2 reconnaissance soldiers, they had engaged in an exhausting exchange with 6 children, emerging dirted and bruised, but fortunately suffering only minor injuries. Aside from Li Xuan, the other 5 children lacked substantial strength, making it difficult to penetrate the duo's defenses, which were fortified by their well-conditioned muscles. They refrained from using lethal force, ensuring that the most damage inflicted on Xie Gao and the others resulted merely in spitting blood. As for Li Xuan, he merely toyed with them, his injuries nearly all inflicted by him. After over 2 hours of serving as punch bags, the 2 soldiers felt as if their bodies were falling apart. Fortunately, their opponents eventually released them, showing a modicum of mercy. That night, they trudged back, their fatigued bodies carrying them forward. Tu Go had not provided them with any ointments for their bruises, and the fact that he had not detained them was already a significant act of kindness. Were it not for the fear of retribution from Huagua, their tempers would have likely resulted in their demise. Concerns did not equate to fear. Had it not been for Li Xuan, the polar bear would have dispatched them long ago. Are we truly letting them go? The jungle crocodile asked, a hint of unwillingness in his tone. And what would you have us do? Kill them? That would only create more trouble for ourselves, the polar bear retorted. The jungle crocodile shook his head, contemplating, if we simply let them return, won't they seek revenge? The polar bear frowned slightly. I've had dealings with them. As long as it doesn't involve sovereignty or interests, They generally tend to avoid conflict. They should not be inclined to pursue trouble. One can only hope, he replied. Meanwhile, the two reconnaissance soldiers leaned on each other, retracing their steps back along the path they had come. The already dark night, compounded by the dense foliage, felt even more foreboding. Fortunately, their training in night operations rendered this challenge manageable. However, the pain from their injuries, although it posed no significant threat, each step sent jolts of pain through their muscles, leaving them shuddering. Lacking any training for enduring such punishment, they were not true special forces, merely comparable to them, descendants of the Huagua Special Forces, which were said to originate from the reconnaissance units, selecting the taller among them. After traversing several dozen kilometers, the two soldiers continued on until they reached the Huagua border around 5 or 6 in the morning. Having walked all night, battered and fatigued, the waves of pain nearly lulled them into unconsciousness. Upon crossing into their homeland, they felt an immediate sense of relief, yet they remained vigilant. Their next objective was to reach the nearest outpost in Jiaodong to request assistance in contacting their military. Thankfully, they were well acquainted with the local maps, enabling them to head straight for it. Exhausted, hungry, and injured, they followed the border, hoping that if they collapsed along the way, the patrolling border guard would find them. By 5 o'clock, Li Xuan and his companions had risen, washed up, and headed off to school. They paid little mind to the previous night's events. Though they felt some lingering soreness, it must be said that the medication provided by 2Go was remarkably effective. After a night's rest, their pain had significantly diminished, and the injuries on their faces were entirely concealed. Upon arriving at school, no one would suspect they had been involved in a brawl the night before. As Li Xuan and his friends entered the school, Principal Li cast them a curious glance, somewhat intrigued that they had shown up after such an incident the previous day. Surely, no one had visited their homes for inquiries? Had Li Xuan known the thoughts racing through the principal's mind, he would have rolled his eyes in exasperation. What do you mean no one? 2 others came over, and we even played philosophical games together, leaving us sore all over. I wonder how the 2 we played with are faring now. The 2 individuals whom Li Xuan is concerned about, it seems, have not had the worst of luck. They managed to reach the outpost, albeit barely. Upon seeing the grotesquely swollen faces of the 2, the sentries nearly mistook them for monsters. Had it not been for their tattered camouflage uniforms and the identification they presented, they might have faced execution on the spot. Subsequently, they established contact with the regiment, the call being made by the sentries while the 2 scouts took turns describing the circumstances. The reason for this was simple. Their faces were so swollen that they could hardly articulate their words. Thus, they resorted to writing down what they wished to convey, which the sentries relayed over the phone, as it was not a matter of utmost secrecy. Moreover, their only request was for the military district to dispatch a helicopter. Nothing more. Thereafter, the 2 remained at the outpost, applying ointment to their faces and awaiting the helicopter's arrival. Upon receiving a call back, they recounted the events that transpired. Faced with the commander's inquiries, they dutifully narrated the entire ordeal. As their facial injuries had not yet healed, their discussion inevitably led to their wounds, resulting in further grimaces. After attentively listening to their alternating explanations, the commander fell into a contemplative silence. This was utterly audacious. They must be made to pay for their insolence. Meanwhile, the regiment commander, incensed, felt a pang of sympathy for his soldiers, who had been so ruthlessly beaten. More importantly, his pride was at stake. It was embarrassing to be outmatched by a group of mere children. Hold on! The commander raised his hand, halting the furious regiment commander. He was pondering whether he had underestimated or overcomplicated the situation. From the present perspective, it seemed that the assailants did not wish to provoke enmity. Report! Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Come in! A clerk entered, carrying a folder, and laid several documents before them. Based on the accounts provided by the 2 scouts, it was established that these foreigners were likely members of the infamous 328 mercenary group, a subsidiary of BAE Systems. This small mercenary contingent comprised 5 seasoned operatives, led by a veteran with 20 years of combat experience. Moreover, many mercenaries under BAE's banner were trained by this very group, although detailed information was scarce, as it was primarily sourced from publicly available data. It was rumored that they were currently training a new batch of recruits. After placing the documents on the table, the clerk awaited the commander's response. The regiment commander, however, appeared perplexed. ISN BAE Systems, a weapons manufacturer? How do they also engage in mercenary activities? There is nothing unusual about that. Many globally renowned arms manufacturers maintain their own mercenary forces. both to cultivate armed influence and to facilitate testing of their newly developed weaponry on the battlefield. It is far more secure to employ their own trained mercenaries as bodyguards rather than outsiders, the clerk explained. I see. The regiment commander nodded in understanding. So, these children are the recruits they are training? Over 90 certainty. In the remaining 10, it's possible they are using the pretense of training recruits to engage in other activities. Such as? Mapping the terrain, perhaps. However, their movements were confined to a direct route between 2 points, arriving in the morning and returning in the evening. When would they have time to draw maps? The commander traced a straight line on the map, indicating Li Xuan's path. Let us do this. Send a few personnel to keep watch on them without intervening and observe their intentions. In the meantime, compile a report on this matter for me to take with me. The commander tossed his pen onto the table, casually stating this. Understood. Is that all? The regiment commander exclaimed, feeling urgency. He had been hoping for retribution. What? Do you wish to seek revenge? The regiment commander sheepishly scratched his head, a tacit admission. The task of monitoring them will fall to you. The commander did not explicitly state, but the implication was as good as an agreement. Understood. That was exactly the affirmation he sought. Although the task was labeled as surveillance, it did not specify how to conduct it, perhaps with fists, for instance. The regiment commander's expression brightened as he contemplated seeking vengeance. By the way, do not let it escalate to loss of life. Otherwise, just as he was about to exit, the commander suddenly turned around, his tone grave. Rest assured, there will be no fatalities, the regiment commander assured, thumping his chest. Once the commander had fully departed, the regiment commander eagerly returned to prepare a group for confrontation. However, truth be told, assembling a large group to confront a few children would be rather embarrassing, so they opted to bring only a handful under the guise of surveillance. According to Gan Zi and Shou Ho, they had been apprehended solely due to the foreign mercenaries. This time, they planned to intercept them en route, and without parental assistance. They were confident of reclaiming their dignity. As they approached the military camp, passing by the gates of another unit, they were met with the curious gazes and salutes of several soldiers. However, to the regiment commander, it felt as though they were mocking him. In reality, the soldiers were merely extending a standard salute, but this commander perceived it entirely differently. The regiment commander has returned. As soon as he stepped into the military camp, a throng of soldiers surrounded him, chattering incessantly, most inquiring about the incident. Enough! Enough! Gao Bang 2, Go Zi, De Mao, Pashai Lan, De Shi 2, and Xiao Shi 2. You 6, tidy yourselves up and follow me. The regiment commander called out loudly. Regiment commander, where are we headed? The sudden summons of all the hand-to-hand combat experts in the reconnaissance unit left many soldiers feeling bewildered, sensing the gravity of the situation. Go on, go back to training. Anyone who asks too many questions will have their training doubled. The regiment commander waved his hand, dismissing them. Though he was the regiment commander, he was currently acting as the temporary commander of the reconnaissance unit, as the previous commander had recently left due to a family bereavement. Though he was expected to return soon, once he had assembled his team, the regiment commander promptly led them towards the school, explaining the situation to the 6 along the way. What? No way. The regiment commander's words left the group incredulous. Was it really so exaggerated that 2 scouts had been beaten to a pulp by 6 children? Even if the 2 had merely been on the receiving end, it hardly seemed plausible. The other party comprises recruits trained by foreign mercenaries who, for reasons unknown, have secretly come here to attend school. Their motives are highly suspect, which is why the higher-ups have instructed you to monitor them. So, the regiment commander is taking us along to settle a personal score. One individual jested. Get lost. This isn't personal revenge, it's sanctioned. Therefore, my only instruction to you is to avoid causing serious injuries or fatalities. Just give them a good beating to make them look battered, as per the higher-ups' directives. Understood? With the higher-ups' orders in mind, they adopted a serious demeanor. Moreover, do not underestimate these youngsters. They have been trained from a young age. One of them possesses remarkable strength and is quite formidable. Most of the injuries on Gan Zi and Shou Ho were inflicted by him. Is it really that exaggerated? But under our fists, they will surely be no match. Po Shai Lan exclaimed. The regiment commander did not respond to his remark, continuing, in any case, caution is paramount. Even a rabbit will fight with all its might. Understood? The 6 responded in unison. Li Xuan sat at his desk, head lowered, resembling a small hamster as he continuously stuffed food into his mouth. The process was inevitably noisy, yet everyone had grown accustomed to it. Principal Li shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that Li Xuan was eating during class. Had his grades not been commendable and for health reasons, his snacks would have long been confiscated. Li Xuan, come up and solve this problem, Principal Li called out. Hearing his name being summoned, Li Xuan paused his munching, then looked up at Principal Li, confusion written all over his face. It appeared he had not heard. Come up and solve this problem, Principal Li reiterated patiently. Oh, okay. Now that he understood, he stuffed the remaining food into his pocket and walked up to tackle the problem. The task at hand was remarkably simple, involving merely basic addition and subtraction. Li Xuan swiftly inscribed the answer on the small blackboard, and to everyone's satisfaction, it was indeed correct. Principal Li observed as Li Xuan returned to his seat, shaking his head in resignation. If only he could overcome his penchant for sneaking snacks and devote his attention to his studies, he would undoubtedly gain admission to a prestigious school. As twilight descended, the group of 6 departed from the school, blissfully unaware that they had drawn the attention of others. A primal instinct, particularly strong in Li Xuan, made him feel as though he were being watched from behind, a sensation that was almost palpable. I suspect we're being followed again, Li Xuan murmured. His words did not go unnoticed by those nearby, who nodded in agreement. What should we do? Niu Jin inquired. How about we set up an ambush? Suggested Zhou Xinhua. But how can we ambush someone when we don't even know where they are? Xie Gao pointed out, leaving the group at a loss for a solution. Nonetheless, being stalked like this is hardly a viable option, Su Jiao remarked. Is there any way to address this? Li Xuan asked. Just as they were deliberating on how to resolve the situation, 6 burly men suddenly emerged from the underbrush. Their entrance startlingly abrupt. One might have expected them to shout Demacia, though League of Legends had yet to exist at that time. Clad in seemingly ordinary attire, these men exuded an unmistakable aura of strength, far beyond that of the average person. As Li Xuan and his companions beheld the newcomers, their expressions hardened. They had not anticipated such formidable opposition emerging so boldly. The 6 men clustered together, fixating their gaze intensely on Li Xuan and his friends. Li Xuan was nearly certain that these individuals were military personnel, as the unmistakable scent they carried was not one that ordinary folk possessed, regardless of how nonchalantly they might attempt to present themselves. Who are you? What do you want? Xie Gao demanded in a low voice. Even though he had already surmised their identities, protocol dictated that he voice his challenge nonetheless. Upon hearing this, the 6 burly men exchanged glances and, without uttering a word, charged forward with the intent to engage in combat, igniting a chaotic brawl. Not far off, on a nearby hill, the commander observed the scene through binoculars, envisioning that these 6 men would easily subdue the 6 children beneath them. Yet, the outcome was rather unexpected. The assault launched by the men was surprisingly thwarted, particularly by one of the children who gained the upper hand against his adversary, a man known as Big Tongue, who quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Having sparred with the likes of Gan Zi and the Lean Monkey the previous night, Li Xuan had become familiar with their tactics, and today, he found the fight to be effortless. He swiftly dispatched Big Tongue, immediately rushing to assist his companions. Incredible! Exclaimed the commander, nearly leaping from his perch in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that a mere child of around 10 years could contend with a well-trained quasi-special forces operative. Such a spectacle was nothing short of shocking. This kid is formidable. Let's take him down together. Big Tongue growled, rubbing his sore chest after rising from the ground. The reconnaissance soldiers, who had been mercilessly overpowering the others, scoffed at Big Tongue's declaration. Big Tongue, are you losing your touch? Before he could retort, another soldier, Big Hat, interjected. This kid is truly impressive. He nearly knocked the wind out of me with one punch to the gut. Big Hat distanced himself from Li Xuan, grimacing in pain while clutching his abdomen. As the remaining soldiers abandoned their defeated targets and lunged toward Li Xuan, the sudden increase in numbers caught him off guard. He was swiftly overwhelmed and pinned to the ground by a throng of bodies. Underneath the pile, Li Xuan's face flushed as he found himself unable to mount any form of resistance. Meanwhile, Xie Gao and the others, who had been cast aside, seized the opportunity to leap into action and pull the individuals off Li Xuan. Most of the soldiers regarded these children with a sense of amusement, treating the encounter as a game. It was only when faced with Li Xuan that they grew serious, leveraging their numbers to swiftly subdue him. To them, the greatest threat had been neutralized, leaving the others seemingly inconsequential. After several of their comrades were dragged away, Li Xuan felt a significant alleviation of pressure. With a roar, he summoned all his strength. Goodness, this kid is like a bull. The last three reconnaissance soldiers, still pinning Li Xuan down, sensed his increasingly vigorous struggles, which instilled in them a feeling of losing control. Forget about them, Guzi. You hold them down. Gao Bang, Xiao Shirtu, you come over here. Big Hut Commandant. In reality, this situation was quite unfair. They could not afford to fight with lethal intent and were limited to merely restraining their opponents. Otherwise, they would have eliminated Li Xuan and his friends without hesitation, preferring to engage in a philosophical debate instead. For Li Xuan and his companions, the disparity was even greater. Given their age difference, the reconnaissance soldiers viewed them as mere children, not adversaries of ill intent, and thus refrained from applying lethal force. If news of their actions were to spread, they would be condemned, not for taking a life, but for bullying youngsters, hence their restraint measures. In truth, both sides faced an inequitable situation, one hesitant to employ deadly force while the other was subjected to the tyranny of numbers. Half an hour later, Li Xuan and his friends were thoroughly exhausted, their bodies marred with bruises and contusions. Fortunately, their training over the past 2 years had significantly enhanced their muscle strength and resilience. Otherwise, they might have faced dire consequences. Damn it, this kid has some guts. Gao Bang wiped the blood from his lip, having just been struck in the jaw by Li Xuan. Presently, Li Xuan stood as the sole one among them still upright, while Xie Gao and the others lay prone, even the reconnaissance soldiers gasping for breath. They could not help but marvel at the tenacity of this 10-year-old child, who displayed remarkable strength, technique, and endurance. The 6 men exchanged glances. The commander had already signaled for retreat, and the hour was growing late. All were nursing injuries, and even these burly men winced in pain, indicating that it was time to depart. Let us go. We'll return another day, Big Hat murmured. Li Xuan's ears perked up, as if he had caught a hint of their conversation. His gaze sharpened, staring intently at the 6 men before him. An expression of defiance etched across his face. Yet, no further conflict ensued. They retreated, vanishing into the underbrush with a few bounds. With the departure of the 6 men, Li Xuan, who had been tense until that moment, finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. Uncertain if his open mouth had aggravated the wounds on his face, he winced in pain, hesitant to open his mouth wide. Observing Xie Gao and the others, each sprawled on the ground in disarray, their clothes torn and tattered, they resembled beggars returning home. Su Jia, being the sole female among them, had sustained the least injury, perhaps a privilege of femininity. In that instant, Li Xuan even entertained the notion of being a girl, thinking it might afford him less pain during fights. However, recalling the base, where no one showed mercy regardless of gender, he quickly dismissed the absurd thought from his mind. With their adversaries gone, the scene was left in disarray, with the group lying on the ground, inhaling and exhaling heavily. Ouch, that hurts! Xie Gao attempted to rise, but winced as pain shot through him. It's far gentler than what the instructors dish out, Li Xuan candidly remarked. Damn, you little weirdo. Zhou Xinhua rolled his eyes dramatically. Enough of this. Let us find a way back. We're utterly spent. Su Jia, who had initially attempted to stand, swayed and collapsed once more. Though she had fared the best in terms of injury, her energy reserves were nearly depleted. Don't worry, the instructors are coming. Niu Jin suddenly grinned. Just then, a few foreign men appeared before them. These guys hit hard, Big Hat lamented, gently rubbing the bruises on his body. Truth be told, if fewer of us had shown up today, we might have ended up in a real mess. Little Stone poured some ointment into his hand, applying it to his bruises while speaking. Indeed, especially the young lad. He is hardly inferior to us. At such a tender age, he possesses remarkable prowess. One can only imagine how formidable he will become as he matures. How intriguing. I wonder what he has consumed to grow so exceptional. Could it be an overabundance of urea fertilizer? What sort of nonsense is that? Haha, merely jesting. By the way, you haven't mentioned, can you possibly articulate your thoughts all at once? What I mean is, bring that young lad over here. Upon hearing this, all eyes darted around, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the suggestion. This could indeed be worth a try. The captain stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought, observing Li Xuan and the others. It was evident they had all been carried back by their instructors, each burdened with one on their shoulders and another tucked under their arms, seemingly unfazed by the load. On the way, the instructors refrained from scolding them or uttering a word, bearing them until they unceremoniously tossed them into the vehicle. The earthy dog had long been idly smoking a cigarette by a jeep, and upon witnessing the polar bear and his companions carrying 2 individuals each, he promptly jumped from the vehicle. How did you all manage to bring them back? A glance at Li Xuan and the others revealed that none were unscathed, and the realization dawned on him. Could it be that they are truly so petty? Just as anticipated upon his arrival, he happened to witness them being pinned down and struck. The tiger shark, with an air of seriousness, remarked, though the reality was not far from his words. Li Xuan attempted to defend himself, but alas, he lacked the strength, barely able to part his lips. TSK, TSK, TSK. The earthy dog smacked his lips, observing with keen interest the 6 individuals who had been brought back. Let us go. With that, the polar bear declared, his words noticeably fewer today. Leaving one to ponder the reason behind it, his expression darkened, an unsettling feeling looming over him. Captain, what troubles you? Noticing the polar bear's countenance, the earthy dog inquired softly. It's nothing, merely my uncertainty regarding whether the attention of Huagua will be beneficial or detrimental. The polar bear expressed his concern. Surely, such a vast nation as Huagua would not hold us accountable? The earthy dog mused, resting his chin on his hand, perplexed. No, the larger the nation, the more they value their face. They cannot tolerate any slight. The tiger shark clarified from the side. What then shall we do? What else can be done? We shall see how it unfolds. If all else fails, we shall retreat. After speaking, he cast a glance at Li Xuan and the others, his emotions complex. For this incident stemmed from them, yet it was not entirely their fault. The vehicle swayed as it made its way back, and that evening's combat class was changed to a cultural lesson, marking the time for learning various subjects and languages once more. The following day, with medicine applied, the injuries on their faces had significantly diminished, leaving only faint traces that were difficult to discern, though the pain remained very much present. On the second day, the military did not summon them, which brought them considerable relief. It seemed this matter might indeed be over. After all, they bore no grudges. Thus, it was likely that this episode had concluded. However, the good fortune was short-lived, as merely a week later, that same group approached once more, still the same individuals, still adorned in their previous attire, blocking their path once again. Upon encountering the familiar obstruction, Li Xuan and his companions felt a surge of eagerness. Throughout the week, they had endured rigorous training sessions each night, and while their strength could not be described as soaring, it had certainly improved, particularly for Li Xuan. When adversaries meet, animosity often flares. Without hesitation, Li Xuan charged forward, transforming his fist into an open palm, slicing downward like a knife. Recognizing the assaulting Li Xuan, the target's expression turned grave. Fully aware of Li Xuan's formidable capabilities, he dared not underestimate him and retreated 2 steps to evade the blow. As Li Xuan surged ahead, the others also sought their respective targets, entangling them in combat. Xie Gao and his 5 companions understood well that they were no match for their opponents. They were not as extraordinary as Li Xuan. The week of intense combat training had indeed bolstered their abilities. While they did not believe they could overpower their foes, they were confident in their ability to tie them up. Their battle strategy revolved around Li Xuan taking the lead while they occupied their adversaries. The plan proved successful. All were engaged, and under Li Xuan's relentless efforts, his target began to falter, compelled to take the situation seriously. Yet, while the plan was sound, it could not keep pace with the swift changes. The 6 scouts were compelled to engage earnestly, and the other 5 swiftly knocked out their respective targets before merely observing the spectacle. Indeed, they were watching from the sidelines, witnessing Li Xuan duel with one of their own. Perhaps feeling guilty for their previous ambush on a young boy, they decided to confront him one-on-one this time. The scout facing Li Xuan exerted himself fully, managing to match Li Xuan's prowess, albeit with a slight disadvantage. Not far away, the captain observed Li Xuan's battle, an enigmatic glimmer intensifying in his eyes. 038, a special bloodline. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Xuan sensed that his body had reached its limits. Yet, 2 opponents remained unvanquished. Given his current state, victory seemed nearly impossible without a miracle. However, miracles were not forthcoming, and the outcome was clear. Exhausted and cornered, Li Xuan found himself overwhelmed and brought to the ground by 2 equally matched scouts, neither having sustained any prior fatigue. After subduing Li Xuan, they did not immediately depart. Instead, they produced ropes, their eyes betraying a mix of excitement and trepidation, as if plotting something. The captain, observing his subordinates preparing to bind Li Xuan for transport, felt a surge of exhilaration akin to that of a treasure hunter about to claim a priceless gem. However, before he could revel in this excitement, two foreigners suddenly appeared, swiftly dispatching the two scouts and reclaiming the coveted prize. The captain stood momentarily speechless, at a loss for words, his mouth twitching in frustration as he struggled to suppress his ire. Witnessing the hard-won treasure slip away from under his very nose, he furiously smashed his binoculars to the ground. He contemplated rushing forward, but reason held him back. The distance was considerable, and even if he pursued, the adversaries would likely flee. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Charging in would be tantamount to delivering himself as a meal. Gazing upon his fallen subordinates, the captain felt as if he were on the verge of tears, suddenly recalling the broken binoculars that had come into contact with a stone upon impact. In that moment, he felt utterly defeated. Li Xuan and his companions were once again carried back, and it was none other than the polar bear and tiger shark who came to his rescue. Initially, they had no intention of intervening, but upon witnessing the others attempting to kidnap him, they could no longer restrain themselves. Having found such a promising individual, they could not allow him to be taken away so easily, and they sprang into action to reclaim him. "Number 5, shouted the polar bear suddenly from the vehicle. "Present." Li Xuan rappelait abeacly. The polar bear bore no resentment towards Li Xuan's lackluster response. Instead, he continued speaking, "You must remember this. Never let anyone obtain your blood. And do not allow blood tests to be conducted outside. Do you understand?" "Understood," Li Xuan replied, uncertain of the instructor's intentions, but trusting that he meant no harm. "Your blood is unique. Should it fall into the hands of outsiders, there are only two outcomes. Either death or a life of captivity, subjected to daily bloodletting." As he spoke, the polar bear's tone grew grave and ominous. Listening intently to the polar bear's warning, Li Xuan nodded, though he could not fathom the reasons behind it. The final statement alone was enough to capture his attention. Noticing Li Xuan's acknowledgement, the polar bear sighed. He had not intended to disclose this information, but seeing how closely Xuan had come to being taken away, he resolved it was necessary to inform him. After all, once he joined any nation's military, blood tests would be inevitable. If his unique blood were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless onlookers. Moreover, those in positions of power, simply issuing an order, would mean Li Xuan would become nothing more than a pawn in their game. Perhaps it stems from a sense of self-interest. After all, they have no immediate use for it. However, by nurturing it for now, they may find it beneficial in the future. Ultimately, what is so extraordinary about Li Xuan's blood? In truth, it possesses nothing more than formidable healing capabilities and remarkable adaptability. Regardless of the individual or the nature of their injuries, whether external or internal, treated topically or ingested, Li Xuan's blood can mend them with astonishing efficacy, earning it the title of a panacea. Furthermore, his blood is superior to the so-called universal type O blood. Through experiments conducted by an elderly gentleman, various individuals were infused with Li Xuan's blood, yielding no signs of rejection. It assimilated seamlessly into the host's system as if it were their own. Yet, when introduced into another's body, it becomes ineffective, merely augmenting the blood volume. Perhaps this is due to the remarkable adaptability of Li Xuan's blood, which, upon entering another's body, adjusts to harmonize with the host's cellular structure, rendering it indistinguishable from the recipient's own blood. This is merely the elderly gentleman's conjecture, as experimentation in this regard proves futile. Once Li Xuan's blood is introduced into another's body, it vanishes, and even upon draining the host's blood, Li Xuan's blood eludes detection. This encapsulates the findings of the study on Li Xuan's blood. As for any additional capabilities, the elderly gentleman continues his research, concurrently requesting more of Li Xuan's blood. He presented the findings to the Arctic bear, who, upon reading the details, was utterly astonished. He felt as though he had acquired a veritable panacea that could also serve as a blood reservoir. With Li Xuan, he would no longer need to worry about injuries on the battlefield going untreated. Such abilities necessitate nurturing Li Xuan, even if he is not groomed to become a mercenary. A treasure of this caliber is one to be kept. In fact, they have been accompanied by 1 or 2 individuals designated to monitor Li Xuan daily. Concerned about losing such a remarkable asset, they realized that had they not been present today, Li Xuan might have ended up in a military camp, irretrievable even if they attempted to reclaim him. They were not so presumptuous as to believe they could contend with an entire nation, let alone a military force. Heeding the Arctic bear's caution, Li Xuan committed it to memory. Though he did not fully comprehend the implications, he sensed that the advice was well-intentioned. The bumpy ride left not only Li Xuan, but also the commander and his 6 subordinates in a foul mood. The commander was distressed over the loss of a promising opportunity, while the 6 were merely disheartened, nursing bruises from a recent encounter with no rewards to show for it. Damn it! The commander vented his frustration, striking his thigh, causing his face to flinch in pain. Commander, you needn't resort to such extremes. Simply dispatch the troops to retrieve him. Gun! What a foolish suggestion. Without orders from above, deploying troops on a whim is tantamount to courting disaster. But one could always submit a request. Do you think everyone is as idle as you? Dispatching a military unit for a mere child skilled in combat? Have you considered the ramifications on society? The journalists would undoubtedly catch wind of it. Once it leaks, will we retain any semblance of dignity? Perhaps due to his foul mood, the commander spoke rather harshly. The individual who had proposed the ill-conceived idea was silenced by the reprimand, retreating into silence, nursing his injuries, feeling that his once handsome visage had been marred, igniting a deep-seated fury within him, vowing to reclaim his lost honor. After this incident, matters did not conclude. They appeared relentless, with the opposing side seemingly undeterred, visiting almost weekly, resulting in both parties returning with bruises and wounds, a situation that persisted for quite some time. Thanks to the formidable combat prowess of their instructors, the attempts to abduct Li Xuan continually failed, leading both sides to regard each other as sparring partners. Honing their close-quarters combat skills. As time passed, Li Xuan's strength grew, increasingly formidable, seemingly without bounds. Even without training, his power continued to rise, a fact that left him somewhat exasperated. For reasons unknown, he seemed to have entered a growth spurt, his stature and strength surging, fluctuating daily, compelling him to exercise caution lest he inadvertently shatter fragile objects. Since entering elementary school, Li Xuan and his companions had spent nearly 6 years in this environment, with just half a year remaining until graduation. Time had crossed into 2009. The previous year had seen numerous significant events unfold in Huagua. Yet these bore no relevance to Li Xuan and his peers, who were solely focused on their impending graduation. Unbeknownst to them, each Friday evening, they engaged in philosophical games with a group of soldiers from an unknown origin. Occasionally, these soldiers would mysteriously vanish, their whereabouts unknown, a matter Li Xuan and his companions did not pursue. Recently, Li Xuan had mastered a technique renowned in the past, but banned due to its insidious nature, the Black Dragon 18 techniques, which he had observed during a wilderness survival program. While conventional troops were prohibited from practicing it, certain special forces had no such restrictions. Li Xuan was able to learn it purely by imitation, memorizing it after watching his opponent perform it. He had suffered considerable setbacks while learning this technique, yet now he could wield the Black Dragon 18 techniques to dominate his adversaries. Unfortunately, he had not encountered anyone to challenge him recently, as they seemed to have vanished for yet another grand competition, a yearly occurrence that led to weeks of absence. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, briefly dispelling the darkness before the land was shrouded once more. The heavens were overcast, devoid of any discernible clouds, save for the sporadic flashes of lightning. A tempest brewed, the fierce winds rustling the trees, causing branches to snap under the strain. A bolt of lightning struck down upon an ancient tree, long believed to be sentient, cleaving it in two. Its charred remnants ignited, flames dancing wildly in the gusty winds, illuminating the forest in an eerie glow. The conflagration, however, did not endure. The long-anticipated torrential rain fell, drenching the landscape. From Friday evening onward, the downpour forced Li Xuan and his peers to suspend their training, transitioning instead to indoor cultural lessons. Drip, drip. The dilapidated cabin, worn by time, allowed water to seep through previously unnoticed crevices, pooling upon the floor in small puddles. Li Xuan found himself in a particularly unfortunate position, seated directly beneath the drip. Water cascading from his nearly bare scalp, trickling down to his chin, pooling at his chest before finally dripping to the ground. From a distance, it appeared as though he had wet himself, eliciting muffled laughter from his peers, though they dared not betray their amusement, maintaining a facade of seriousness. Without the commander's orders, Li Xuan refrained from shifting his position, resigned to being drenched, his trousers growing increasingly damp. The torrential rain showed no signs of relenting, continuing to pour incessantly. Numerous puddles formed in the ground, obscuring the depth beneath, rendering the entire forest akin to a marshland. This scenario was not unfamiliar to Li Xuan and his companions. Thus, they found no cause for concern. The downpour did little to hinder their training. Rather, it presented them with considerable challenges. Nonetheless, this was a sight that delighted their instructors, who appeared quite pleased watching them resemble drenched rats amidst the downpour. Occasionally, thunder rumbled across the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The heavy rain persisted until Sunday, gradually tapering off to a light drizzle. Yet the sky remained overcast, hinting at the possibility of another deluge approaching. Sure enough, at midnight, the second wave of rain arrived silently, accompanied by a deep rumble that felt more like the earth itself quaking. In a mountain valley, Principal Lee and 2 teachers took refuge for the night, their hearts heavy with concern over the relentless rain. They anticipated many students might be unable to attend class on Monday, as such a deluge could lead to landslides or flooding from mountain streams, making travel impossible. Restoring safe passage would likely take more than a day, resulting in prolonged student absences. That evening, they retired early, as there was no electricity or entertainment to occupy them. The soothing sound of rain outside acted as a lullaby, lulling them into slumber. They were reluctant to use their candles, only lighting a single one when grading assignments or preparing lessons. With no light, their options were limited to sleep. The rumbling outside continued, growing ever louder, with the ground trembling beneath them, reminiscent of a stampede. The older Principal Lee experienced some insomnia that night, disturbed by the inexplicable rumbling and the vibrations of the earth. Upon awakening, feeling the ground shake, his first reaction was to assume an earthquake was occurring, as it had only been a little over 6 months since the last major quake. A memory still vivid in his mind. Hastily, he donned his clothes, grabbed an old-fashioned flashlight powered by a No. 1 battery, and rushed outside to call the other 2 teachers. However, the moment his hand touched the door, he was met with an overwhelming force, and darkness enveloped him. On Monday, the heavy rain had passed, leaving only a light drizzle. Rising early, Li Xuan and his companions prepared to head to school, uncertain if they could arrive on time due to the muddy roads. Their jeep struggled along the slippery terrain, its wheels skidding occasionally, necessitating dismounting to push the vehicle. This was both time-consuming and labor-intensive, leaving them caked in mud. By the end of the journey, they resembled muddy monkeys, with not a single spot of clothing remaining clean. They had considered walking or traversing off-road, but the treacherous muck severely hampered their speed, making the jeep the preferable option. Early in the morning, YN Television interrupted programming with news of landslides triggered by the heavy rainfall, reporting on rescue efforts underway. Helicopters buzzed overhead in the mountainous regions, particularly in areas prone to mudslides. From a distance, Li Xuan and his group heard the sound of helicopters and spotted a dark shape flying above. Helicopter? What could have happened? One wondered. I don't know, but it's not our concern. Let us hurry. We'll definitely be late today. The 6 of them proceeded cautiously along the road, as the rain had rendered the surface exceedingly slippery. A misstep could lead to a fall, and a cliff loomed perilously to their side. Though the slope was not steep and was covered in vegetation, a tumble could still result in serious injury. Familiar with the path, they could navigate it even with their eyes closed, yet they remained cautious and moved slowly. Once they traversed the most dangerous section, they breathed a sigh of relief as the remainder of the path seemed straightforward. However, it wasn't too long before they were taken aback. The road they remembered had vanished, replaced by a massive gap. The debris from the landslide was nowhere in sight, but looking down, they saw a sea of yellow, leading them to suspect a mudslide had occurred. How do we get across? Xie Gao asked, peering over the edge with furrowed brows. I don't know. This road seems to be cut off, Li Xuan replied, shaking his head. We'll have to find another way, but we're unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain. Are there any other paths? Su Jia crossed her arms, expressing her helplessness. What should we do? Zhang Zhijun asked, growing anxious. Let us search the area for any signs left by hunters or smugglers, Xie Gao suggested. The 6 split up, searching diligently. The persistent drizzle did not deter them. Lacking any rain gear, they were indifferent to the weather, as the light rain also served to wash away the mud caked on their bodies. Despite not finding any clear paths, they realized they could follow animal trails. YN was known for its rich wildlife, including wild elephants, which Li Xuan and his group had encountered before. Animals naturally create their own paths, so they could follow these trails to navigate around the blockage. However, finding these paths was no easy feat, especially after the rainfall, which made them even harder to detect. Over here, Niu Jin suddenly called out, excitement evident in his voice. Where? The others hurried over. They discovered a patch of yellowish markings on the ground, remnants of dung that had partially washed away by the rain, but still unmistakably identifiable. Elephant dung, Xie Gao confirmed after inspecting it closely. However, he hesitated, adding, but it appears to be from the day before yesterday, and the rain these past 2 days likely obscured any footprints. Let us keep looking. Perhaps we'll find some clues, Su Jia suggested. On the border, Wang Zhigua, an ordinary border guard, had long been stationed at his post, safeguarding the frontier. He had a 13-year-old son attending an unknown primary school, whom he kept close by. His wife, unable to endure the solitude of his constant absence, had divorced him, leaving their son in his care. With one parent disabled and the other suffering from mental health issues, he struggled to provide for his child. His son, Wang Shouhua, was named in the hope he would grow up to protect the nation, just as his father did. At just 13, he was left in the care of a family in the valley, and half of Wang Zhigua's salary went to support them, despite their protests. The other half was sent home, as the elderly relatives could not manage a bank account and relied on postal services. This left him with no money, but he found it of little consequence, as he had no need for it himself. That very morning, Wang Zhigua received notification of a mudslide nearby, sending waves of anxiety through him, as his son was in the valley. After confirming that the village was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief and began searching the mountains, where they had thoughtfully deployed a helicopter to assist. "Dad, can you take me to school?" Wang Shouhua asked eagerly upon seeing the helicopter. The heavy rain had caused landslides in many areas, preventing him from attending school, prompting him to voice his wish. "No," came the expected refusal. Wang Shouhua felt a pang of disappointment for missing the chance to ride the helicopter he had long admired, his spirits dampened. "Come on along. Must you be so inflexible? Take him along," urged their squad leader. "No, this is not mine. It belongs to the state. How could I use it for personal gain?" Wang Zhigua replied firmly. "You possess a significant flaw. You are excessively rigid and lack adaptability." The squad leader shook his head and sighed. Wang Zhigua was once an elite soldier in the army, yet his inflexibility and inability to adjust to circumstances led him to offend those in higher positions, resulting in his reassignment here. Otherwise, he would not merely be a border patrol soldier, but at the very least a non-commissioned officer. As fate would have it, this patrol route conveniently passes by the school, and it is only fitting to drop off Shouhua there. It is of little consequence, especially given that it has just rained, making the roads perilous. The squad leader marked the map and then spoke. However, Wang Zhigua still wished to voice his concerns. The squad leader sternly interrupted, declaring there were no buts in this matter. It was an order. Understood. Ultimately, Wang Zhigua nodded in agreement. Deep down, he harbored worries about his son encountering trouble, yet he did not wish to exploit his position for personal gain. Ecstatic, Wang Shuyi climbed aboard the helicopter he had long admired, surveying his surroundings with delight. Having previously watched it several times with envy, he was finally aboard, eager to boast to his friends later, especially to Su Jia, who would surely see him in a new light. The sound of the helicopter echoed through the air, and from above, the ground unfolded beneath them, revealing vast swathes of murky yellow, evidence of recent mudslides. Fortunately, the map indicated that there were no settlements in this area. After a short distance, they spotted a group of people waving and calling out from a high ground. These were the disaster-stricken civilians, though they were fortunate enough to have escaped to the mountains. There were too many to evacuate by helicopter. The squad leader glanced below and shook his head. He ordered 2 crates of instant noodles and bottled water to be dropped, relaying their coordinates. Furthermore, he instructed them to refrain from moving about erratically and to await rescue. Understood. The helicopter descended, and the supplies were released, inciting cheers from the crowd below. The loudspeakers were turned to maximum volume to communicate with them, calming the masses as they continued along their designated route. Beyond the next hill lay the school. However, the squad leader's heart sank as he observed the battered mountainside. An unsettling premonition creeping in. Wang Shouhua, oblivious to the unfolding tragedy, seemed to sense something amiss, his earlier excitement evaporating. As the helicopter rounded the hill, the school that once stood there had vanished entirely, replaced by utter devastation. The helicopter hovered in the sky, and the squad leader, consulting the map, clutched his pen so tightly it nearly broke. "Is this truly the place?" Wang Zhigua's voice trembled. "Indeed, it is." The squad leader sighed, looking upwards. "Where is the school?" Wang Shouhua craned his neck, anxiously scanning the ground for any sign of a structure, but all he saw were mudslides, large boulders rolling slowly in the mire. and the mountainside occasionally crumbling. It must be a mistake. The school cannot be here. It cannot be. Wang Shouhua shouted desperately. Silence enveloped the cabin. Apart from the helicopter's roar, no other sounds emerged. Suddenly, the sobs began, piercing through the din of the rotors. The absence of Li Laosher, Wang Laosher, and Wu Laosher was palpable. Wang Shuyi wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down his cheeks and splattering onto the floor. The squad leader, witnessing this, exchanged a glance with Wang Zhigua. Yet, Wang Zhigua gritted his teeth and shook his head. His reaction made the squad leader sigh. This stubborn fool refused to comfort the child, despite clearly sharing in the grief. Hurry! Another soldier, unable to bear the sight, discreetly kicked Wang Zhigua and grimaced at him, embodying a sense of frustration. Under the scrutiny of their peers, Wang Zhigua reluctantly approached his son, attempting to find the right words. Unexpectedly, his son flung himself into his embrace, crying out that the teachers were gone and they would never see them again. His hand, raised in midair, hesitated before resting gently on his son's head. Slowly, he closed his eyes, a glimmer of moisture forming in the corners. His son's sorrow mirrored his own. The helicopter lingered for a moment before departing, for they had vital missions ahead and could not delay the rescue of others. In his father's embrace, Wang Shuyi cried as never before. His mind flooded with memories of the teachers who had played games with them, now forever out of reach. The squad leader and his team cast one last glance at the mudslides, removed their helmets, and stood at attention, in homage to the fallen. They had heard tales of this school as principal, a soldier from the Vietnam War, who had dedicated his entire salary to establish this institution, selflessly educating the children. The other two teachers had also forsaken lives of comfort in bustling cities to teach here, enduring a life of hardship, further deepening their respect. The helicopter departed, and with it, the school ceased to exist. Those three remarkable educators were lost. On the ground, Li Xuan and his companions crouched in a thicket, watching the helicopter fade from view before emerging. They had circumvented the mudslide zone and, not far ahead, would finally see the school. Look! Niu Jin, at the forefront, suddenly shouted. What is it? The five others hurried over. Soon, they understood the gravity of the situation. The former location of the school was now filled with mud and stones. It had vanished without a trace. Surely, they had not erred? Xie Gao gazed apprehensively down the mountain. It cannot be wrong. This is the place. Niu Jin asserted confidently. I may be mistaken in many things, but recognizing paths and locations is not one of them. I distinctly remember that tree facing Principal Li's door. Pointing to a nearby large tree, Niu Jin noted that it was the only prominent tree amidst the surrounding shrubs and smaller trees. Yet, apart from Niu Jin, it appeared the others had failed to notice it. So, this must be where the school was. Upon uttering this, Xie Gao raised his head, shielding his forehead with his hand, closing his eyes as if lost in thought. The expressions of all present turned grave. Su Jia's tears began to fall. After years of schooling, to claim there were no bonds would be disingenuous. Yet this sudden catastrophe left everyone unprepared. How could this be happening? Zhang Zhijuan pointed incredulously at the vast expanse of mudslides, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. As he spoke, he sank to the ground, covering his face, tears seeping through his fingers. Suddenly, Li Xuan's face shifted. He had no time for grief as he grabbed Su Jia and urged her to flee. Hurry! The others had yet to comprehend the urgency, but the tremors beneath their feet quickly made them aware, prompting a hurried retreat. A thunderous roar erupted, and the ground where they had just stood collapsed without warning. Had they not moved in time, they likely would have been engulfed. This realization filled them with dread, and they cast grateful glances at Li Xuan. Without his warning, they might have been too late. Let us go back. Xie Gao wiped the corners of his eyes. Yes, we cannot know if there will be further collapses. We must return. Li Xuan nodded in agreement. The six opted to retrace their steps, uncertain if the ground would remain stable. Niu Jin cast a lingering glance at the recently collapsed mountainside, where the tree that had anchored his memories now lay lost to the landslide. Without that landmark, he questioned whether he would ever find this place again. Light rain pattered softly, and the sky remained shrouded in a somber gloom. 042 Relocation. This station reports that recent continuous rainfall has led to multiple landslides, submerging several villages. Fortunately, casualties among the populace were minimal, and a certain secretary has issued directives. The news broadcast by YN Station hastily summarized the disaster in a few sentences, devoting more time to praise the leaders. while the submerged school and the three remarkable teachers received no mention whatsoever. Li Xuan and his companions have returned to the camp, and as they listened to their narratives, the Arctic bear fell silent for a few moments before solemnly stating, "From tomorrow on, we shall resume normal training. Today, however, let us take a moment to adjust our mindsets." "Yes," the six responded in unison. Throughout the day, the six vented their frustrations. Li Xuan, brimming with energy, trampled the muddy track to release his pent-up emotions. With each step, water splashed around him, heedless of the freshly changed clothes he wore. The following day, Li Xuan and his companions rose early once more, and halfway through putting on their clothes, it suddenly struck them that the school was no longer standing, and they were free from the obligation to attend. In the dimly lit small room, the five exchanged glances, remaining silent. Suzy, now of an age where she preferred solitude, had constructed a small wooden cabin nearby. The group sat at the edge of the bed, not uttering a word, the atmosphere heavy with oppression. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure appeared in the doorway. The group looked up and instantly recognized her. It was Su Jia. But what brought her here? Standing at the door, she could not discern the situation in the dark room, only catching glimpses of vague silhouettes seated by the bed. "Fourth, is there something you need?" Xie Gao inquired. "Nothing much, just can't seem to sleep." Su Jia replied casually as she entered and took a seat on a bed near the door. Li Xuan shifted aside to make room, now a young boy, sensitive to matters of gender, feeling both affection and a hint of shyness towards the girl he admired. Su Jia sat on Li Xuan's bed, saying little, and the others were equally at a loss for words, leading to an uncomfortable silence hanging in the air. After an indeterminate time, a shrill whistle suddenly pierced the air, startling Li Xuan and the others into alertness as they sprang to their feet and dashed outside. The rain had ceased without them noticing, and the ground remained a quagmire of mud and filth. They plunged into the mire, splashing water everywhere. The six of them lined up in formation, and before them stood the instructors, fully equipped and awaiting their arrival. So soon? They were out in mere seconds, the Arctic bear mused, glancing at his watch in disbelief to confirm he wasn't seeing things. They rose early. "It's we who woke up too late," the local mutt chimed in. "Unlike you lot, they've been rising at dawn every day for school." Upon hearing this, realization washed over them. Without further ado, the Arctic bear issued a command. "Everyone, gear up. We shall relocate today." Indeed, a change of scenery was in order. Now that they were free from school obligations, there was no reason to remain here, especially since this place had already come to the attention of Hua country. Previously, due to Li Xuan and his group, they had managed to live somewhat under the radar. But now that escape was feasible, they would leave without hesitation. The new location lay quite far, nearly spanning the entirety of Myanmar, reaching all the way to the coastal region of Rakhine State. Rakhine, isolated from the other regions of Myanmar by a mountain range, is predominantly inhabited by the Rakhine people. To reach other parts of Myanmar, one must traverse these mountains. The environment here was splendid, nestled between mountains and waters, with a coastline on one side and a mountain range on the other. Fully armed, Li Xuan and his companions clutched their weapons. Myanmar was far from safe, rife with warlords and bandits, reminiscent of the societal conditions in Hua country from a century ago. The new stronghold had already been selected. It was located on a mountain range, and the coordinates had been entrusted to Li Xuan and the others, who were instructed to arrive at the designated location within 3 days. As for the supplies at the original stronghold, they need not worry. Assistance had already been arranged, presumably involving helicopters for transport, while they would rely solely on their own 2 legs to navigate the treacherous terrain of Upper Myanmar. Before the 19th century, Upper Myanmar was under the jurisdiction of Hua country, which had established the Myanmar Central Province, affiliated with Huayan and other administrative regions. The Ming dynasty had even set up the Myanmar Central Pacification Office, which fell under the supervision of the Huayan Administrative Office until it was ceded to the decaying foreign power known as Asan during the late Qing dynasty. One cannot help but remark on the Qing dynasty's profligacy. Let it be reiterated, in the Qing, there is no rebellion, and the chrysanthemum is fitted with a power drill. In Upper Myanmar, many inhabitants are descendants of Hua country, hence their East Asian features. Myanmar operates as a federal state with numerous political parties, which contributes to the chaotic warlordism. Fundamentally, everyone aspires to be the emperor. In Upper Myanmar, Li Xuan and his group must traverse multiple federations to reach their target point. prompting a lamentation that in such a vast nation, there is no need for so many federations. The marked route on the map avoids urban areas and villages, leading them through desolate regions, for they, armed as they were, would attract immediate attention were they to cause a disturbance. Though Myanmar's chaotic state renders weapon management relatively lax, this does not permit them to wield their arms brazenly in cities, as outwardly it is considered a peaceful region, with only minor skirmishes among warlords, certainly not comparable to some areas in the Middle East. Bearing heavy burdens, Li Xuan, despite the weight, moved with agility through the jungle. Upon crossing Shan State, the terrain suddenly turned barren, devoid of the lush greenery characteristic of Huayan. The Arakan mountain range, which isolates Rakhine from the outside world, obstructs the sea breeze from the Indian Ocean, significantly reducing rainfall in Upper Myanmar. Vegetation dwindled, eventually leaving only low shrubs. The landscape a far cry from the towering rainforests of before. The six wielded machetes, forging a path through untraveled territory, encountering no one, although they did spot numerous animals, which conveniently became their meals. Li Xuan, with high culinary standards, found his supplies insufficient. Thus the wild game proved to be a welcome supplement. Done. Tossing aside a bone, Li Xuan stood, wiping his greasy hands on a clump of grass. The others had finished eating and awaited him, and seeing he was done, Xie Gao and the others reorganized their gear and continued their journey. Throughout the day, they felt no discomfort. They had grown accustomed to such long treks, and with no need for a forced march, their leisurely pace would suffice to reach their destination in 3 days, provided no unforeseen events arose. As dusk descended, a crescent moon hung in the sky, and the six pressed on, deciding to walk a bit further before resting. 043. Rumors of danger. Under the starry night, 6 figures lay fully clothed on the ground, without tents, blankets, or sleeping bags. The night was still. Suddenly, indistinct sounds of gunfire erupted in the distance, jolting the 6 upright. In the darkness, 6 pairs of bright eyes met one another's gaze, each detecting a hint of gravity in the other's expressions. They had long heard of the chaos here, but they never anticipated encountering it so soon. The gunfire and explosions came swiftly and faded just as quickly. Soon, the distant stars were swallowed by the darkness. The cessation of gunfire allowed them to exhale a sigh of relief, yet they remained vigilant, taking turns to keep watch throughout the latter part of the night. The abrupt sounds of gunfire had exposed the dangers of the wilderness, compelling them to avoid sleeping all at once. Thus, the night passed uneventfully, and at dawn, the 6 resumed their journey, intending to investigate the area where the gunfire had occurred, conveniently along their route. Here is a shell. Xie Gao picked up a cartridge from the ground and examined it, speaking with certainty, for they had long since become familiar with the sound of numerous bullets being fired. This is incorrect. I suspect it might be the 81 gun from Huagua. The exchanges between Mian country and Huagua are indeed quite frequent, making the 81 gun the most likely option. Furthermore, Su Jiao picked up a shell casing and pointed to the base, saying, "It has been widely disseminated. They are aware that Huagua marks its ammunition, such as this casing in Su Jia's hand, which bears the number 04 on one side and 71 on the other, indicating it was produced in 2004 by Factory 71. In contrast, authentic 47 ammunition features markings that denote the caliber and year of manufacture, whereas small workshops rarely have the luxury to stamp such details, as these are typically stamped out. Regardless of the type of bullet, caution is paramount on the path ahead. Number 2 will lead, and number 5 will bring up the rear, maintaining a vigilant posture," Xie Gao decisively commanded. The 6 of them, having abandoned their initial casual demeanor, became acutely aware of their surroundings. However, they had not walked far when Niu Jin suddenly came to a halt. "What's wrong?" Xie Gao whispered immediately from behind. "I might have stepped on something," Niu Jin replied quietly. His words sent a chill through everyone. They quickly dispersed, suspecting he had triggered a landmine. All eyes were on Niu Jin, tension mounting as they realized the gravity of the situation, uncertain of the type of mine and hesitant to act recklessly. Xie Gao gently drew his dagger, gripping it firmly as he approached Niu Jin, crouching down to carefully slide the dagger under his shoe. This seemingly simple action left them in a cold sweat. Any misstep could send Niu Jin flying, and the consequences could be dire for him and Xie Gao alike. Despite having undergone mine-clearing training, this was their first experience in real combat. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Xie Gao successfully maneuvered the dagger through. With both hands pressing down, He instructed Niu Jin to lift his foot. As the foot was raised, everyone gazed at the landmine, momentarily stunned. They exchanged incredulous glances with Niu Jin, and Xie Gao sighed in relief, sheathing his dagger. It was a false alarm. What Niu Jin had stepped on was merely a flat stone. "Let us keep moving," Xie Gao gestured, taking the lead this time. Among the six, aside from Li Xuan wielding a light machine gun, the others were equipped with a 162. While the 162 may be somewhat finicky, it remains a commendable firearm. The machine gun in Li Xuan's possession was the Eagle Sauce 249, a standard military machine gun using 5.56mm ammunition, compatible with the 162, boasting impressive firepower. The weight was moderate, as Li Xuan handled light weaponry with the ease of a toy. They had not ventured far when they sensed movement ahead. Suddenly, a group of individuals appeared, dressed inconspicuously yet brandishing firearms, rendering them anything but ordinary. "This must be a gang of drug traffickers," Li Xuan remarked, observing through binoculars as one person inhaled something from a contraption held to his nose. "Absolutely, look over there. There are poppies." Zhou Xinhua pointed to a nearby expanse of land, cultivated with the renowned poppy flowers. "There must be a larger operation at play." "It's unlikely they are just a handful," Xie Gao asserted. "Then we'll have to circumvent them," Zhang Zhijuan suggested. "I doubt we can go around." Li Xuan shook his head. "Why not?" the others queried, while Xie Gao appeared lost in thought. Looking at the map, there is an intersection on our route. Initially, I was puzzled by its significance, but considering the positions marked on the map are roughly aligned here, I suspect it's a trap set for us, Li Xuan speculated. "That is plausible," Xie Gao concurred. "Otherwise, why would they mark such a spot?" With this revelation, the group acknowledged the possibility and fell into silence. "In that case, regardless of the truth, we should take action against them. After all, they are obstructing our path," Niu Jin declared, raising his fist. "I'm just concerned that their numbers may exceed what we see. If we attract a larger force, we might not stand a chance," Xiao Gao cautioned, not dismissing the validity of his concern. Observing the group, which consisted of only 7 or 8 individuals, he wondered, what drug trafficker operates with so few? "Let us sneak closer and see if we can quietly eliminate them," Li Xuan proposed. "Agreed," Xie Gao replied after a moment's thought. The dense underbrush and the vast fields of poppies would provide adequate cover. Except for Li Xuan, who carried a machine gun, the others equipped their firearms with silencers, prepared to engage if necessary. Li Xuan set his large backpack down, finding it cumbersome, opting to take only a dagger as he stealthily approached. Su Jia remained behind, ready to provide support, improvising the 162 as a sniper rifle. The 5 men shed their gear, armed solely with knives, and slipped into the foliage. Not far ahead, the group remained oblivious to the impending danger, chatting merrily without a hint of awareness. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xuan and his companions could not decipher their conversation. Having learned several languages from major nations, they had no reason to study the dialect of a smaller country like Mian. Amidst the chatter, 3 individuals engaged face-to-face, while 2 others lounged nearby, and 2 patrolled back and forth. Li Xuan as primary targets were the 2 resting. They happened to be positioned at the edge of the thicket, concealed from the sight of the others. Niu Jin and Zhou Xinhua gripped their daggers, stealthily advancing without making a sound. Meanwhile, Li Xuan, Xie Gao, and Zhang Zhijuan kept their eyes on the 3 conversing, poised to spring into action. Su Jia was tasked with neutralizing the 2 patrolling, confident in her marksmanship. The instructor seemed keen on developing Su Jia into the squad-S sniper, but appeared to harbor reservations. As Niu Jin quietly parted the underbrush, his dark visage emerged, the dagger in his hand reflecting light, appearing somewhat grayish and obscuring clarity. Approaching his target, the adversary seemed to sense something amiss, opening his eyes to find Niu Jin's shadow reflected in his pupils. Startled, the individual attempted to cry out, only to be silenced by Niu Jin's hand over his mouth, the dagger finding its way into his throat, blood gushing forth as his complexion quickly paled, breath quickening to a halt. Zhou Xinhua, mirroring Niu Jin's actions, successfully dispatched his foe, but Li Xuan faced complications as the 3 individuals formed a triangular formation. Any emergence would undoubtedly alert them. The trio conferred briefly, deciding on a surprise attack, striking before the targets could react. Once the plan was set, the 3 stealthily advanced behind the poppies. Li Xuan could clearly see the face of the drug trafficker opposite him, with coarse pores, unkempt hair, and yellowed teeth adorned with remnants of vegetation. Even from a few meters away, The foul odor emanating from the trafficker was almost palpable, eliciting a sense of disgust. Xie Gao had already positioned himself behind the repugnant individual, awaiting the signal to strike, while Zhang Zhijuan readied himself for action. Li Xuan assessed his target. From the back, nothing seemed amiss, yet the jovial demeanor of such a disheveled character suggested he could not be of good character. Silently signaling an OK with his hand, he slowly lowered his 3 fingers until his pinky was the last to bend. In that moment, Xie Gao and Zhang Zhijuan lunged forward, swiftly covering the target's mouth, daggers plunging into their throats, slashing deeply until only a sliver remained. As Li Xuan watched, Xie Gao's hand clamped over his target's mouth. A wave of revulsion surged through him. His actions were equally swift. As others drove their daggers into their targets' necks, he grasped his target's jaw firmly, exerting immense pressure that rendered the individual mute, while his other hand seized the back of the head, applying opposing force until a soft snap echoed, snapping the target's neck. The trio moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 drug traffickers lay dead, quickly disposing of the bodies. They dragged them into the nearby thicket of poppies. Su Jia steadied the M16A2, affixing a compact white light scope onto the rail. After all, this was not a professional sniper rifle, and thus did not require an exemplary sight. For now, it merely played a supporting role. At a distance exceeding 100 meters, combined with the scope and Su's commendable marksmanship, missing the target would suggest something otherworldly at play. However, eliminating 2 targets simultaneously presented a challenge, as they were positioned quite far apart, necessitating Su to seize the opportune moment to fire. Presently, the 2 adversaries were fortuitously standing back to back, moving slowly, a splendid chance that Su would not let slip by. With a firm press of his index finger, a soft click resonated as flames erupted from the muzzle, stirring the nearby undergrowth. In an instant, the bullet was unleashed, aimed directly at its target. Thud! The projectile penetrated the back of the head. The petite bullet, once met with resistance, violently ricocheted within the skull, reducing the brain to a pulpy mass, resulting in immediate death. The body crumpled to the ground, twitching for a few seconds before falling still. Having dealt with this target, Su swiftly redirected the barrel towards the next one and fired. Just as the opponent turned, the bullet deftly struck his forehead, resulting in another fatal shot. All 7 targets neutralized, 6 individuals breathed a sigh of relief, gathering their equipment and continuing on their journey. Not long after their departure, during the shift change of drug traffickers, 7 armed dealers emerged from a nearby thicket. Upon spotting the lifeless bodies on the ground, they were taken aback, immediately raising their weapons to fire into the air, the purpose being to signal danger to their comrades. The 7 crouched low, scanning their surroundings intently, seeking the elusive enemy. Simultaneously, a group of individuals burst forth from the woods, resembling them in attire and brandishing AK-47s, charging out in a disorganized manner. Lacking military training, they moved awkwardly, akin to certain indigenous peoples of Africa, brandishing their weapons in a bizarre fashion while running and jumping. Amidst the throng, an individual, distinct in appearance, emerged, his attire starkly contrasting with the disheveled crowd around him. The others cast respectful glances his way, instinctively making way for him. It was evident that he held a significant position among the drug traffickers. Approaching the 7 bodies, he paused to examine the scene, where the corpses had been dragged together. "What do you see?" inquired a gun-toting figure who stepped forward to stand beside him. The man surveyed the bodies and quickly deduced an answer. All had been killed with a single shot. The assailants had been ruthless, for had their throats slit. 2 suffered gunshot wounds to the head, and 1 was brutally strangled, with no resistance from their side. Who could it be? Unclear. It's possible they were sent by that guy. The execution was quite efficient. I suspect he hired mercenaries. Otherwise, his underlings wouldn't have been capable of such precision. He pondered deeply. Regardless of who it is, they will pay dearly for this. Setting aside that thought, he noted that the bodies had only recently fallen. The assailants could still be nearby. Then let us track them down. I intend to dismember them for daring to provoke Jinwan. His fervor was palpable, and several traffickers rallied behind him, eager to hunt down their enemies. Hold your horses. I'm not certain they want to have a sniper, Kitsai interjected, his frustration bubbling beneath the surface. If it weren't for the general's orders, he would never have returned to this place, let alone concern himself with the fates of these fools. Jinwan, however, disregarded Kitsai's caution. Sniper? What is that? Can it be eaten? We have the numbers. What is there to fear from a sniper? Even if there are a couple, they're merely one or two. Ignoring Kitsai's warnings, Jin Wan gestured emphatically to his subordinates, proclaiming that someone had dared to insult them, which was a disgrace. This incited the drug traffickers, who, with little intellect, became fervently determined to seek vengeance, threatening to flay their enemies alive with a ferocity that defied description. Meanwhile, Li Xuan and his companions, having ventured a short distance away, were startled by a sudden barrage of gunfire. They exchanged worried glances, realizing they might have been discovered, prompting them to quicken their pace. As they hastened, they left behind traces of their passage, too pressed for time to conceal their tracks. The pursuing drug traffickers seemed to have picked up on these clues and were hot on their heels. Looks like we've been spotted. What should we do? Engage or keep running? Xie Gao asked the group. Let us keep running for now. We can deal with them once they tire out, Li Xuan suggested. I concur with the fifth, came the agreement from others. With consensus reached, Xie Gao declared, then let us continue our retreat and see if we can outlast them. In stark contrast to their cautious advance, the drug traffickers charged forward recklessly, their AK-47s blazing indiscriminately. The bullets flew haphazardly, lacking any semblance of precision. Hearing the gunfire behind them, Li Xuan felt a surge of adrenaline. There was no guarantee he wouldn't be hit. What if a stray bullet found its mark? He crouched low, instinctively making himself smaller, feeling the bullets was overhead. A thrill coursed through him. This was the culmination of years of training, meant for moments like this. To engage the enemy in fierce combat. Reaching into his bag, he rummaged until he retrieved an egg-shaped object, one of the grenades he had stashed away. Glancing back at the approaching drug traffickers, now only 50 meters away, he knew he could easily toss it their way. Pulling the pin, he turned and hurled it with all his might. The pursuing men were caught off guard, scattering in panic. Boom! The explosion reverberated, and a few unfortunate souls were struck by the shrapnel, howling in agony, though none were killed. The cries of the injured instilled a modicum of psychological pressure on the desperate traffickers. Yet Jin Wan urged his men forward, demanding they press on. There's a gully up ahead. We can use it to ambush them, Xie Gao suggested. The six nodded, sprinting toward the nearby ditch, mud splattering everywhere as they jumped in. They hadn't anticipated it would be a quagmire, but there was no time to dwell on that. They quickly turned to fire at their pursuers. Li Xuan set up the machine gun on its tripod, squeezing the trigger as it rattled to life. Bullets sweeping across the drug traffickers. While machine guns do not require exceptional accuracy, merely the suppression of enemy fire in Li Xuan's hands, it achieved a remarkable hit rate. A single burst felled several foes. Xie Gao and his team targeted the traffickers with their rifles, ensuring that anyone caught in their sights was unlikely to escape unscathed. In moments, it felt as though an invisible barrier had risen before the traffickers. The leading men met their demise against this wall, while those behind continued to charge forward, oblivious to the danger. The drug traffickers, realizing the futility of their charge, crouched low, attempting to return fire, but their aim was lacking. Perhaps their outdated weaponry was to blame. From a distance, their guns appeared rusty and poorly maintained, raising concerns that they might malfunction mid-fight. Their lack of training rendered their shooting akin to setting off firecrackers, loud but largely ineffective, causing little more than alarm for Li Xuan and his companions. Suddenly, Li Xuan spotted an individual emerging, shouldering a peculiar device. His eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "What the hell? RPG?" No sooner had he uttered the words than the adversary pulled the trigger, a flame erupting from the rear of the rocket launcher, propelling the projectile forward. With a piercing shriek, the rocket hurtled towards Li Xuan and his companions, prompting them to swiftly take cover in a ditch. The missile whizzed overhead, exploding not far behind them, sending dirt and debris flying in all directions, leaving them bewildered. Damn it, these fellows actually have rockets. Li Xuan muttered as he brushed the dust off his head. Stop cursing, they're coming, Xie Gao urged, rising quickly. Outside, the drug traffickers had scrambled to their feet, charging forward with their AK-47s. Li Xuan reloaded the machine gun, the sound of the belt rattling as spent cartridges were ejected. The advancing traffickers fell like wheat before the scythe, one after another, under the relentless fire. Behind them, the individual who had launched the rocket was now attempting to insert another missile into his launcher. Take out that rocket launcher, Xie Gao commanded. In an instant, their combined firepower converged on the man, swiftly turning him into a lifeless husk. Another figure immediately picked up the fallen rocket launcher, preparing to take over. Number 4. Keep your eyes on that launcher, Li Xuan shouted. Understood, Su Jiao replied, aiming his scoped rifle at the rocket launcher. The golden shells were ejected one after the other, each bullet finding its mark amidst the sea of bodies strewn across the ground. The drug traffickers, reduced to a mere 100, could hardly bear such losses. Jin Wan's eyes blazed with fury. After painstakingly assembling a force of over 100 men, he was dismayed to see more than half of them fall today. Shocked by the ferocity of their opponents, consumed by rage, he contemplated charging into battle, yet he still held a deep-seated regard for his own life. Beside him, Kitsai observed coldly, recognizing the enemy's formidable military prowess and marksmanship. In his eyes, Jin Wan's men were nothing more than a rabble, easily slaughtered like pigs. Kitsai, do you have a plan? I must ensure their demise today. Jin Wan suddenly recalled the observer sent by the general. Their military capability is top-notch, and I have no solution unless what? Jin Wan pressed urgently. Unless the general deploys his troops. Otherwise, you and your men pose virtually no threat to them. Kitsai replied, shaking his head disdainfully, looking down on Jin Wan's disorganized band. Then let the general send someone to eliminate them. Jin Wan said hastily, but immediately regretted it, realizing the general would hardly heed his call. Indeed, Kitsai rolled his eyes in exasperation, replying with annoyance, do you think the general is just anyone? Troops are not mobilized lightly. Think before you speak. He was profoundly disappointed in Jin Wan, who he initially thought had potential, but now seemed nothing more than a fool. 046, the traffickers are retreating. They have no choice but to flee or risk meeting their end here. Jin Wan felt as if his heart was being sliced open. As they departed, they left behind a field of corpses, vanishing without a trace. Those who remained had been so thoroughly beaten that they were left in a daze, having witnessed their comrades fall one by one, while the enemy's firepower remained unyielding, grenades still being hurled from afar. Undoubtedly, the work of Li Xuan. They've all left? They've all left! Zhou Xinhua exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, exhilaration evident in his voice. Don't celebrate too soon. Watch out for sudden ambush. Li Xuan replied with a grin. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Jia kicked Li Xuan's leg, casting him a disapproving glare to silence his ramblings. Li Xuan chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. They continued on their journey, this skirmish merely an interlude, a mere mark on their map, as they anticipated no further confrontations ahead. Their first real combat left the six of them feeling a mix of joy and anxiety, tinged with fear of death, having been regaled with cautionary tales by their instructors. However, today's battle significantly alleviated their trepidation. After traversing this stretch of wilderness, we will reach the mountains, Xiagao said, consulting the map. Doesn't seem too far, Li Xuan remarked, glancing towards the faint outline of the mountains in the distance. Not far? Huh. As the ancients say, a distant mountain may tire a horse. Don't underestimate the distance. It could take us 2 or 3 days to traverse, Zhou Xinhua grunted. Stop quoting ancient texts and let's move. If we know it's a long haul, we might as well hurry, he added. The six, burdened with hefty backpacks, swiftly maneuvered through the forest and underbrush towards the mountains. On a nearby hillock, the Arctic bear observed Li Xuan and his group through binoculars, unnoticed by the six, even Li Xuan, who prided himself on his heightened awareness. Perhaps this was the disparity in their capabilities. Accompanying the Arctic bear was a local dog, both watching the six with vigilance, ready for any unforeseen developments. Just then, a figure approached from behind them, none other than Kitsai. The task you assigned has been completed, Kitsai reported respectfully. I've seen it. Well done, the dog replied with a nod, while the Arctic bear remained fixated on Li Xuan's team. Indeed, this operation was orchestrated entirely by the Arctic bear, with Kitsai responsible for its execution. As for Jin Wan, he was merely a pawn, unfortunate enough to be used. The trafficker's ability to quickly ascertain Li Xuan's movements stemmed entirely from Kitsai's intel. Without it, they might not have located him even by next year. Let us move, the Arctic bear said, lowering the binoculars and signaling the dog to depart, having not cast so much as a glance at Kitsai, who dared not voice any complaints and respectfully saw them off. This long trek is utterly exhausting, Zhang Zhijuan gasped, leaning against a tree for support. Come on, we have no time to rest. Given this distance, whether we can arrive in 3 days is uncertain, Xiagao urged. I say, number 6, look at the ladies. They aren't complaining about fatigue, yet you are. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of them? Li Xuan teased, sidling up with a mischievous grin. Zhang Zhijuan shot him a disdainful look, muttering a single word, "Scram." "What are you all chatting about? Hurry up!" Su Jia called back over her shoulder. "Oh, I was just saying," Li Xuan began, but was abruptly silenced by Zhang Zhejuan's hand over his mouth, who wore a broad smile. "We said nothing, absolutely nothing," he declared. "What a mystery." Su Jia rolled her eyes, turning back to continue on their path. "What are you up to?" Li Xuan demanded, pushing Zhang Zhejuan's hand away. "Nothing," Zhang Zhejuan retorted, playfully bumping him with the back of his head before jogging ahead. Bewildered, Li Xuan glanced around before chasing after him. The midday sun was scorching, sweat pouring down each of them, yet not a single complaint was uttered. They were all accustomed to it. "About 100 kilometers to go. We only have a day and a half left. Let us take a short break before continuing," Xiagao announced from the front. "Then let us rest for a bit." Everyone plopped down on the ground, disregarding appearances, rubbing their aching thighs to relieve muscle fatigue. Ahead lay a stream and a village. Xiagao spread out the map, pointing to the marked locations. "The stream's length and depth aren't indicated here, so we must exercise caution. As for that village, we know nothing about it. If we can avoid it, we should. I'll go check out that stream." "I've still got some energy left," Li Xuan volunteered. "Go ahead." Xiagao nodded, then turned his gaze to the village marked on the map. "I believe the instructor chose this village for a reason," Su Jia observed thoughtfully, studying the map. "Let us defer this discussion until later. The map merely depicts a rudimentary representation, and we should first await the return of the fifth member for reconnaissance. If there are no significant issues, we shall cross the stream upon his return." Xiagao Dao, with his gun slung over his shoulder, navigated the jungle with the agility of a nimble monkey. The stream lay a mere 6 kilometers away, and he covered this distance in just 20 minutes, a commendable feat in an environment devoid of proper pathways. Relying solely on his own instincts, reeds flourished along the banks of the stream, and the ground was slick and muddy. The stream itself was not broad, measuring only 6 meters across, and there were no bridges in sight. Li Xuan's thoughts wandered. In such wilderness where paths were non-existent, who would have the leisure to construct a bridge? The water was crystal clear, revealing its depths at a glance, appearing deceptively tranquil. Yet he remained cautious, for who could ascertain what lay hidden beneath its surface? He had previously encountered peril at the original base, once pursued by a small fish with razor-sharp teeth, leaving him with numerous bites. Moreover, the area was rife with mud, making it difficult to discern potential swamps. Li Xuan hesitated to venture in, merely observing the stream's edge before retreating to confer with his comrades. Upon forming a makeshift team, they eagerly inquired about his findings upon his return. He recounted his observations for their consideration. After deliberation, they resolved to wade through the water, for time was of the essence, and they could not afford to linger. As they approached the stream, 6 individuals joined hands, stepping into the soft mud, which quickly engulfed their calves. Water seeped into their trousers and shoes, but they were relieved that nothing could penetrate further. A short distance upstream, a small wooden bridge lay concealed amidst the reeds, difficult to detect. The Arctic bears had arrived earlier, observing Li Xuan and his companions as they navigated the stream with binoculars, shaking their heads in disappointment. Had Li Xuan ventured upstream along the creek, he would have undoubtedly discovered this bridge. Alas, he missed this opportunity and was forced to take the risk of crossing the stream. They traversed the water without incident, aside from muddy trousers and soaked lower halves. After crossing, they ran several dozen kilometers until they reached the village marked on the map. From the outside, the village appeared heavily fortified, surrounded by barbed wire and watchtowers, with numerous patrolling guards. "Heavens! This is no village. It resembles a military base," exclaimed Zhou Xinhua, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with astonishment. The barbed wire encircling the village extended beyond their sight, making it impossible to determine how far it stretched. They had no choice but to breach the perimeter. As darkness loomed near, the sun dipped below the distant mountains, and twilight enveloped the land. A crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a gentle luminescence upon the ground like a delicate veil, obscuring visibility. 6 shadowy figures moved stealthily through the underbrush, making every effort to remain silent. The rusted barbed wire stood precariously among the weeds, appearing as though it could be toppled by a strong gust of wind. Li Xuan crouched beside the wire, producing a pair of pliers, and with a gentle application of force, severed the corroded strands. After cutting several wires, he pried open a sizable gap, allowing for their passage. The question of whether the wire was electrified did not concern him. Myanmar was chronically short on electricity, and it was unlikely there would be excess power running through the barbed wire. Furthermore, as the wire was grounded, any electricity would dissipate into the earth, posing no threat to them. The six swiftly slipped through the opening, silently departing the seemingly perilous village without alerting anyone. How simple it was, they all thought in unison. Indeed, the journey ahead presented few obstacles, and they sped down the path to the foot of the Arakan Mountains. The Arakan Range boasts an average elevation exceeding 2,000 meters, stretching from Chinling in the north to the western side of the Irrawaddy Delta. This formidable mountain range effectively isolates several states from Upper Myanmar, with the only access point being the Dung Mountain Pass, situated at an altitude of 1168 meters. However, this was not their destination. They sought an unnamed peak, one so obscure that it had been overlooked by many, making it an ideal stronghold for their operations. The base was nestled within the mountain valleys, and they needed to traverse several more peaks to reach it. After climbing a few mountains and crossing several rivers, Li Xuan suddenly felt a surge of nostalgia and shouted a couple of lines from the television series Journey to the West. He had been an avid viewer in his youth, and those lyrics remained etched in his memory, thanks to the classic portrayal by Lu Xilingtong. Unfortunately, those were the only lines he remembered. The rest had long since faded from his mind. Enough shouting. With that voice of yours, you'll scare the wits out of everyone, Su Jiao admonished, curbing Li Xuan's enthusiasm. Conserve your energy. There is still a considerable distance to cover. And it's all uphill, Xie Gao added. I feel quite invigorated, Li Xuan replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. That may be true for you, but it doesn't apply to the rest of us, Zhou Xinhua interjected. You're not human. As long as there is food, you don't feel fatigued. How can you compare? Xie Gao shook his head in disbelief at Li Xuan's peculiar resilience. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan paused mid-bite, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing and responding. It's merely a gift. Envy cannot touch it. Get lost, his companions collectively thought, exasperated by his casual remarks. Ignoring their banter, Li Xuan adjusted his backpack, which was now considerably lighter, hoping the supplies within would sustain him until they reached the base. Not long after they resumed their trek, the previously sunny weather darkened ominously. Rain clouds gathered overhead, and the wind in the mountains grew fierce, rustling their clothing and threatening to dislodge their hats. Notably, they wore jungle hats instead of helmets. The shift in weather clearly indicated an impending downpour, which would undoubtedly complicate their journey. Rain is coming, Xie Gao remarked, his expression turning grim as he felt the first droplets on his face. All six displayed expressions of concern. A sudden downpour would render the already tricky paths even more treacherous, particularly in the mountainous terrain where landslides could occur. The rain intensified from a light drizzle to a torrential downpour, obscuring their vision entirely. The heavy rain quickly soaked their clothing and gear, adding an additional weight as if they were burdened with an extra 10 kilograms. Each step became increasingly arduous as the mud clung to their boots, making it difficult to move. After approximately 10 minutes of relentless rain, it began to ease, eventually stopping altogether, yet the effects lingered. The valleys remained shrouded in moisture, obscuring their line of sight, and they were still damp and uncomfortable. Climbing to the summit of a mountain, they all gasped for breath, even Li Xuan feeling the strain. He promptly retrieved some food to replenish his energy. Ahead lay 3 more mountains, and with the clock reading 3:30 in the afternoon, they needed to reach their destination before darkness fell. Navigating the mountain paths would only become more perilous after sunset. Let us do this. Hand over your supplies, including food, Li Xuan suggested as he nibbled on a rather unpalatable ration. The other 5 exchanged glances and ultimately agreed with his proposition. Their packs contained ample ammunition and limited food supplies. Lightening their load would undoubtedly ease their burdens, though the food was scarce for each individual. Collectively, it amounted to a substantial quantity. For someone like Li Xuan, who could muster strength as long as there was sustenance, it was more than sufficient for them to reach the base. The backpacks, which had been deflated due to the significant reduction of food, were now filled again. After resting momentarily, the group resumed their journey. As the crescent moon hung gracefully in the sky, the exhausted Li Xuan and his companions gazed at the instructors before them, their faces breaking into smiles of triumph. However, as they progressed, Li Xuan ran out of food, ultimately relying solely on his physical endurance to carry the burden on his back. None of the others had any strength left either. The the six of them supported one another, stumbling towards their destination, fortunate to arrive just in time. Casting a glance over the weary youth before him, the instructor nodded imperceptibly. Although numerous challenges had emerged during their journey, these could be addressed gradually. They had now acquired the preliminary qualifications to be mercenaries. Of course, the so-called mercenaries formed by certain factions in the Middle East and Africa who barely resembled soldiers were not included. They were merely a band of armed monkeys. Your foremost task now is to construct your own shelter. This time, we will not assist you in building it. You have until nightfall tomorrow to ensure each of you has a room. As for tonight, if you lack accommodations, you will have to fend for yourselves. Dismissed. The Arctic Bear delivered this proclamation with a flourish, prompting eye rolls and silent laments from the crowd. After enduring such a strenuous journey, they were now expected to construct their own homes. This was truly pushing them to their limits. After the instructors departed, each of them returned to their well-constructed wooden cabins, which appeared quite exquisite, though they could not occupy them. The six companions exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of helplessness. What could they do? They had to get to work. First, they shed their damp clothing and started a fire to warm themselves. Remaining in wet clothes could lead to illness. Xie Gao Dao, one of them suggested. They all removed their soaked garments, each having a spare set packed in waterproof bags, thus ensuring they had dry clothes. Su Jia, being the only female, naturally retreated behind the bushes to change. The six quickly donned clean attire, leaving their soaked clothes hanging on branches to dry by the fire. However, they soon faced a significant dilemma. After the recent rainfall, finding dry firewood in the forest proved nearly impossible. Emerging from the thicket, Su Jia held something in her hand, though they could not discern what it was. "Where's the fire?" she asked, staring at the group who stood dumbfounded. "Due to the rain, everything is wet. We can't find any dry wood," Li Xuan explained. "Ah, I see. By the way, what do you have there?" Li Xuan inquired. "A snake. It was about to bite me, so I caught it for dinner," Su Jia said nonchalantly, shaking the lifeless serpent in her grasp. Typically, a girl would panic at the sight of a snake. Yet Su Jia's fearless demeanor, having caught it barehanded, reflected the rigorous training she had undergone over the years, rendering her almost indistinguishable from her male counterparts in all aspects save for the physical. "This would be delightful roasted, but without fire, we can only eat it raw." Li Xuan expressed his disappointment. "The snake is riddled with parasites. Consuming it raw is unwise. We should gather some fruits instead," Su Jia countered, discarding the lifeless snake onto the grass, prompting a shake of Li Xuan's head. "I did spot some wild pineapples and jackfruits on the way," Zhou Xinhua remarked. "Where?" Li Xuan's eyes lit up at the mention. Zhou Xinhua pondered briefly before responding, "It's a bit far. I noticed them upon entering the mountains." "Then why mention it?" Li Xuan rolled his eyes in frustration. "Enough of that. Let us focus on starting a fire. The nights in the mountains are quite chilly and with wild beasts around. A fire is our best defense," Xie Gao insisted, steering the conversation back on track. However, when it came to starting a fire, they were at a loss. After the rain, finding dry wood was an insurmountable challenge. "Perhaps we could ask the instructors to lend us some?" Zhang Zhijuan suggested quietly. "If you're not afraid of death, be my guest." "I certainly want to go," Li Xuan retorted sharply. Zhang Zhijuan fell silent, realizing that he was merely jesting. The six of them huddled together with flashlights, brainstorming ways to procure firewood. "Let us search around. Squatting here won't help." Li Xuan suddenly stood up. "Then let us go. Hopefully, we'll find something." Xie Gao sighed and followed suit. They dispersed in search of firewood. The sky devoid of stars, and the moon obscured by thick clouds, casting the mountains into darkness. Their only source of illumination was a small flashlight, and in the pitch-black woods, even the faintest glimmer was conspicuous. However, they had no need to worry about others lurking nearby. They were more concerned about wild beasts being attracted by the light. Thus, they took their weapons with them. Li Xuan's seemingly frail frame bore the weight of an 8-kilogram rifle and several kilograms of ammunition, appearing quite comical. The machine gun had not been modified, leaving him unable to attach the flashlight like the others with their M16A2S. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. In an emergency, he could simply draw his sidearm. The six split off in different directions, hoping to find some dry wood, yet they found none. The freshly changed clothes were soon drenched again by rainwater splattered from the foliage, and a gust of mountain wind sent chills down their spines. After approximately half an hour of fruitless searching, Li Xuan decided to return, thinking the others had likely done the same. However, just as he turned to leave, A gunshot echoed through the stillness of the mountains, piercingly loud. What is happening? An ambush? A beast? A flurry of possibilities raced through Li Xuan's mind as he hurried toward the source of the sound. The flashes of gunfire were visible about a kilometer to his left. Indeed, the gun had fired not once but thrice. After the third shot, silence fell, igniting a sense of urgency within Li Xuan. A kilometer was merely a minute or two at full speed for him, but the unfamiliar and complex terrain combined with the darkness of night meant he took nearly 5 minutes to arrive. Bloodstains marked the ground, interspersed with erratic footprints, clearly not human, so they must have belonged to a beast. Someone had encountered a wild animal. Following the trail of blood, he pressed on, soon reaching the scene where Su Jia sat unceremoniously atop a large, dark creature. What happened? Are you all right? Li Xuan rushed over, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, Su Jia replied with a nod, appearing only slightly fatigued. It was then that Li Xuan's gaze shifted to the creature beneath her, a large wild boar. Its bristly fur standing on end, resembling a mass of needles. This is a blind wild boar, Su Jia explained. The colossal beast weighed over 300 kilograms, bearing 3 bullet wounds, the most lethal of which was to its forehead. For them, this wild boar represented a significant bounty, once dried. It would sustain them for quite some time. Shortly after Li Xuan's arrival, the others trickled in, evidently drawn by the sound of gunfire. Upon seeing the wild boar, their astonishment was palpable. Hey, number 4, how come you always run into these creatures? First, it was a snake, and now a wild boar. We can't even find one. Zhang Zhijuan exclaimed with a nervous chuckle. What do you mean by that? I shot the wild boar. Don't blame me. Su Ziethito. Her demeanor suggesting she was eager to engage him in a spar. I was just joking, Zhang Zhijuan stammered, feeling deflated by Su Jia's readiness to confront him, and, sensing the collective gaze of his peers, realized his error. All right, number 6 was merely jesting. Now let us figure out how to transport this wild boar back. Xie Gao interjected, attempting to mediate. While the wild boar was indeed a great catch, they were still without fire, leaving them to gaze longingly at it. On that night, they were oblivious to how the hours passed, huddled together for warmth. Beside Li Xuan was Su Jia, whose arm occasionally brushed against her developing bosom, which was firm and bouncy, providing a source of amusement for someone nearby. The following day, Li, sporting panda-like eyes, evoked laughter from the group, yet inwardly lamented his own circumstances, particularly noting the apparent closeness between Li Xuan and Su Jia, which sparked whispers of an affair. At dawn, the 6 of them busied themselves, their stomachs growling as they searched for suitable timber to construct their shelter. The instructors had not provided them with food, so the 6 could only forage for wood while keeping an eye out for wild fruits or dry twigs. Fortune favored their perseverance as they stumbled upon a dead tree. Although its bark was damp, the interior remained dry. With some scraping, it could be utilized. They sought kindling, but soon discovered they lacked any means to ignite a fire. Are we really going to have to resort to friction for fire? Li Xuan grumbled. No flint? None, Xie Gao exclaimed, gazing skyward in exasperation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Li Xuan. What if we pour some gunpowder from the bullets to ignite it? He proposed. Xie Gao, intrigued, inquired how that would work. We just need to sprinkle some gunpowder on the tinder and fire a shot. Li Xuan articulated his plan. Let's do it. It sounds far more efficient than rubbing sticks together. This task is now yours, Xie Gao declared, patting Li Xuan's shoulder as if bestowing a monumental responsibility upon him. Regrettably, Li Xuan wished he had never suggested it. A small flame flickered to life, slowly growing as Li Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. At long last, they had fire. He guarded the flame with care, continuously adding the dry grass they had painstakingly gathered. From the dead tree, he had carved out a considerable amount of wood shavings, all intended for combustion. As the fire blazed more fiercely, a grin of joy spread across Li Xuan's face, reminiscent of a new father. What are you grinning about? Did you just consume honeybee droppings? Zhou Xinhua suddenly sprang from behind him, clapping a hand on Li Xuan's shoulder. Get lost, was the terse reply. Afterward, Zhou Xinhua took charge of Li Xuan again, insisting he help with the construction. They ultimately decided on bamboo for their building materials, simple and efficient. Felling large trees would consume an entire day without guaranteeing a completed wooden house. The effort required to chop down thick trunks and then strip them was daunting. In contrast, bamboo offered a much more practical solution. Not far off, they discovered a grove of thick bamboo, ideal for their needs. The instructors had merely instructed them to construct wooden shelters without specifying the type of wood. Thus, bamboo was a valid choice. As the bamboo was felled and dragged back to their base, Li Xuan reluctantly took on the role of a laborer. Although his strength had waned due to hunger, he still had more vigor than his equally starved companions. Su Jia took charge of cooking, skillfully gutting the wild boar and burying the entrails, reasoning that leaving them out would only attract disease. When the local dogs witnessed Su Jia's actions, they were incensed, lamenting the waste of such valuable resources. "How could you bury the innards? And look at all this blood!" they exclaimed. Bewildered, Su Jia failed to understand the appeal of the foul-smelling entrails. Though she recognized that blood could be edible, having seen her mother prepare blood dishes. Determined to prevent Su Jia from wasting ingredients, the local dogs resolved to teach her how to cook, marking the beginning of her culinary transformation. The bamboo was erected, with 6 small huts closely nestled against one another, saving them the trouble of constructing 5 walls. Each hut was modest, scarcely larger than a spacious bathroom, containing only a bamboo bed and little else. It served as their private quarters, albeit with walls so full of gaps that they offered scant privacy. Aside from Su Jia's makeshift grass partitions, the other 5 huts were virtually wall-less. The roofs were thickly thatched with bamboo and woven grass, providing effective rain protection. Around the 6 huts, they crafted a layer of grass to shield against the elements. As evening approached, they managed to construct a toilet, primarily out of consideration for Su Jia, the sole female among them, who enjoyed certain privileges. As dusk fell, the instructors arrived for inspection. They had likely seen the pitiable bamboo huts beforehand and could hardly find words of commendation. Regardless, the 6 were relieved to have passed muster. They wouldn't face reprimands or be forced to start anew, and they finally had a shelter to shield them from the wind and rain. That night, exhausted from their labors, they collapsed onto their handmade bamboo beds, drifting into slumber almost instantly. The next morning, the wake-up call echoed through the air, rousing the weary companions who sprang from their beds. In their haste, one of them inadvertently shook the bamboo hut, raising concerns that it might collapse. The 6 lined up as the instructors began to issue new orders. First, they were to become self-sufficient in food, not only providing for themselves, but also cooking for their instructors. Su Jia was tentatively selected for this task, seemingly destined to be separated from the combat team. The second order involved learning to operate large equipment, such as wheeled vehicles, helicopters, tanks, and small vessels. If feasible, the instructors even contemplated acquiring fighter jets or larger aircraft for them to pilot, though this was highly impractical. The third directive involved the selection of team roles for combat, including sniper, fire support, demolitions, and assault roles. Li Xuan was confirmed as the fire support, tasked with wielding a machine gun and possibly a rocket launcher if conditions allowed. The sniper role was still undecided, to be chosen between Xie Gao and Zhang Zhijuan, both of whom were skilled marksmen. Although Li Xuan was also proficient, his current role as a machine gunner precluded him from being considered for sniper duties. The demolitions expert needed to possess knowledge of engineering, explosives, and chemistry, making Zhou Xinhua the most suitable candidate. As for Niu Jin, he was destined to serve as cannon fodder, but he remained unbothered, content with the fact that he did not need to learn like the others. His focus was solely on survival training on the battlefield. Somehow, they had managed to bring tanks, armed helicopters, and wheeled vehicles to their base. In the mountain valley, there was hardly any place to operate a tank or wheeled vehicle, so they merely took turns driving around to familiarize themselves with the equipment. They were not being trained to become tank operators. In small-scale skirmishes, tanks were rarely employed, as battles typically concluded swiftly before their arrival, although helicopters warranted greater attention. By 2010, Li Xuan had reached the age of 17, having matured into a young man, while Xie Gao was now 19, presenting a figure of robust confidence, his dark skin and squinting eyes exuding an air of intimidation. Niu Jin had grown increasingly muscular, embodying his surname, resembling a young bull. Zhou Xinhua, appearing cultured and refined, conceals an insidious nature known to those who truly understand him. Su Jia stands tall and graceful, embodying the image of a young lady, drawing the gaze of the eager wolves around her. Zhang Zhijuan, the youngest among them at just 16, has grown somewhat taciturn, shouldering a sniper rifle, fulfilling the role of the team's marksman. By the summer of 2010, they had been here for over a year, and as time has passed, the changes in their appearances are stark. The boys, developing slowly, have just begun to grow taller as they near 20, while Su Jia has reached a height of 7 meters and stopped. Reflecting on the years gone by, they have undergone considerable training, having taken lives, yet still lacking real combat experience. Last year's South encounters on the road hardly count. Listening to Bei Jixing's words, Li Xuan and the others immediately sensed that the other party was about to present a challenge. As anticipated, he continued, stating that they were now fully capable of independent operations. Thus, they were to embark on their first mission. The group stood quietly, absorbing Bei Jixing's words. This task should not prove too difficult for them. It involved dismantling a drug dealer's stronghold. The reason behind this operation was straightforward. The dealer had ceased paying tribute. Over the past year, they had resolved numerous issues for them, and as compensation, the dealers were expected to pay a protection fee of 60. Recently, for reasons unknown, they had revolted, and as punishment, this group of drug dealers would now serve as their training exercise. As they listened to Bei Jixing, the group inwardly cursed the blatant unfairness of the situation. To suddenly extract 60 of their profits would undoubtedly provoke anger. Why did they take the risk of dealing drugs? Was it not for financial gain? With such a drastic cut in their earnings, it was remarkable they had managed to hold on for this long. Their mission was now clear: to eradicate this band of drug dealers. Maps were indispensable, as they relied on them to locate their target. Weapons were a necessity, and within a modest wooden cabin, an array of firearms was on display. "Today, I want something substantial," Li Xuan exclaimed as he entered the room, immediately gravitating toward a 5-barrel Gatling gun, lifting it with a resounding clatter of ammunition. "You can't be serious about taking that," Niu Jin exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, while the others gaped in astonishment. "Absolutely," Li Xuan affirmed, securing the weapon onto his shoulder. This Gatling gun boasted a caliber of 7.62 millimeters, which, while not particularly large, compensated with an astonishing rate of fire, up to 10,000 rounds per minute, though typically firing at a rate of around 4,000. The firepower was immense, but so was the ammunition consumption. Thus, Li Xuan carried a 1-meter-long metal box filled with rounds on his back. Such firepower was likely to be overwhelming for any adversary. The rest of the team bore standard weapons. Apart from the sniper, who wielded an M24, the others carried M16A2s. Only 5 individuals would undertake this mission. Number 1, Xie Gao. Number 2, Niu Jin. Number 3, Zhou Xinhua. Number 5, Li Xuan. And number 6, Zhang Zhijuan. Su Jia had transitioned to a support role, managing their logistics due to her physical limitations in keeping pace with Li Xuan and the others during training, especially during her monthly cycle when she required rest and could not exert herself. Though she felt reluctant, the reality was undeniable, and she accepted her new role in logistics. The 5 stood in a line as the instructor outlined the necessary precautions. Upon noticing the imposing weapon in Li Xuan's hands, a wave of sweat broke out. No one had expected him to actually bring it. "Are you sure you want to take that?" he inquired once more. "I am certain," Li Xuan replied confidently. "But do you know how to use it?" The question left Li Xuan momentarily speechless. He had no real knowledge of operating the weapon, only that it was known as a Gatling gun, a type of machine gun. After briefing Zhang Zhijuan, they turned their attention to the drug dealers before them. Xie Gao, accompanied by Niu Jin and Zhou Xinhua, stealthily moved to another location, leaving the situation in Li Xuan's capable hands. Li Xuan lay concealed in the grass, awaiting Xie Gao's command. The wait was brief as Xie Gao, Niu Jin, and Zhou Xinhua crouched behind a wooden cabin, listening to the sounds of women screaming and men panting within, their brows furrowing in response. Having been trained to be seasoned operatives, they had almost forgotten the surge of hormones that came with their rigorous training. Now, upon hearing the commotion, they were stirred to action. Suppressing a flicker of excitement, Xie Gao quickly issued the command for Li Xuan to open fire. The Gatling gun roared to life, its barrels spinning rapidly, allowing for a quick ignition. As soon as he heard the command, Li Xuan leapt from his hiding place, aiming at the throng of people and pressing the button. The weapon unleashed a torrent of flames, casings flying in arcs, bullets raining down upon the unsuspecting drug dealers. In an instant, the previously lively group was reduced to a scene of carnage, limbs torn asunder and blood splattering everywhere, with the furthest pieces of flesh flying several meters away. In a mere 10 seconds, Li Xuan unleashed a relentless barrage, and the once vibrant individuals now lay lifeless, utterly obliterated by the hail of gunfire. The commotion outside startled some of the dealers within, who emerged clutching their weapons, some even half-dressed, with remnants of white, viscous substances staining their trousers. Upon exiting, they were met with a gruesome sight. A pile of corpses and a stench of blood thick in the air, reminiscent of hell itself, inducing nausea. However, there was no time for disgust. Armed with AK-47s, they began to search for their enemies, soon spotting Li Xuan grinning at them from the grass, his weapon spinning ominously. The panicked group shouted incoherently, but Li Xuan paid them no heed. His thumb had already pressed the button again, unleashing another wave of bullets as he swayed his body, sweeping the gun from side to side, creating an arc of deadly fire directed at the drug dealers. The wooden cabin offered no resistance, riddled with holes as unfortunate dealers were caught in the crossfire, meeting their demise. Good grief, can't this madman tone it down a bit? Zhou Xinhua muttered, shivering as a bullet whizzed past his head. Had it been just a tad lower, it might have claimed his life. The sheer power was undeniable. Xie Gao observed the chaos wrought by the Gatling gun, nodding slightly, equally astonished by its might. Even with Li Xuan controlling the fire rate to 4,000 rounds per minute, the ammunition was swiftly depleted. With the barrel heating and distorting the air around it, Li Xuan removed the empty ammunition box from his back, tossing the Gatling gun into the grass before drawing an M16A2. He had the stamina to carry an extra rifle without it being a burden. As the Gatling gun fell silent, the remaining dealers cautiously peeked out, slowly emerging as they confirmed that the terrifying firepower had ceased. At this moment, they were utterly terrified by Li Xuan's fire god cannon, having never before witnessed such formidable firepower. The inhabitants of this village numbered nearly 100, and with just that one strike from Li Xuan, it was akin to a massacre, as nearly half of the drug traffickers were swept away in an instant. The remaining ones only then began to react, arming themselves with weapons in preparation for a counterattack. At this juncture, Xie Gao and his comrades emerged from around the corner, brandishing M16A2 rifles to fire precisely at the drug dealers. Although their firepower was limited, their accuracy was remarkably high, far surpassing the aimless barrage of those who resembled guerrillas indiscriminately pulling triggers. The 053 grenade detonated, sending steel balls scattering. Those fortunate enough were obliterated, while the unfortunate writhed in agony, their bodies riddled with countless wounds, blood flowing profusely. Such pearl grenades were nothing short of inhumane, yet this was not a concern for them. Their sole focus was on completing the mission, making such grenades a commendable choice. After the explosion, Li Xuan immediately leaned out, the muzzle of his gun flashing with fire, and 2 drug dealers fell dead at his feet. Just as he prepared to withdraw, he caught sight of a figure resembling a lowly insect, seemingly lugging something out, and upon closer inspection, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. This individual was wielding a rocket launcher and had aimed it directly at him. He quickly retracted himself and sprinted backward. Simultaneously, that creature pulled the trigger. A 40mm rocket screamed forth, hurtling toward Li Xuan. The explosion reverberated, striking him like a fist against his back, propelling him forward to mitigate the impact. Shaking his head to dispel the dust, Li Xuan hastily rose to his feet. The pursuing drug dealers were already upon him, and he could clearly see their weapons aimed in his direction. However, before they could fire, the gunfire from Xie Gao and his team rang out first, swiftly eliminating the charging assailants. The one with the rocket launcher was also dispatched by Zhang Zhijuan, fortunately, as they had only one rocket launcher among them. Continuing their assault, these ragtag fellows could hardly impede their advance. Bullets flew, and one by one, they fell. Upon breaching the target's dwelling, they found it eerily empty. The wooden walls were riddled with bullet holes, and light streamed in, illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air. Where were the people? They must have fled. They needed to search for any secret passages. The bloodstains on the ground abruptly ceased here. A large wooden board on the floor showed blood leading up to it, which then ended abruptly. Pry this open, Xie Gao commanded with a stern expression. If they allowed the target to escape, their mission would be compromised. And this was their inaugural task. Failure was not an option. The dagger pried open the wooden board, revealing a dark tunnel before them. The 4 exchanged glances and, without hesitation, leaped down into the abyss. Outside the village, Zhang Zhijuan, who had been monitoring the situation, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Xie Gao's report of the target's escape. However, he dared not leave his position and remained perched in the trees, scanning left and right. Suddenly, he spotted a fleeting shadow not far from the village and swiftly aimed his sniper rifle. A figure partially obscured by grass was darting away, and Zhang Zhijuan focused intently, soon confirming it was indeed the target. Number 1. I have identified the target, he reported urgently. Inside the tunnel, Xie Gao struggled to hear due to the poor signal, but he sensed something significant was occurring and quickened his pace. Zhang Zhijuan, unable to receive a response, bit his teeth in frustration and leapt down from the tree, pursuing the target. If he hesitated any longer, the mission would be lost, and such a failure was intolerable. Clutching the M24, Zhang Zhijuan bounded through the underbrush, chasing after the target, who seemed to have noticed his pursuit and quickened their pace. Realizing the target was accelerating, Zhang Zhijuan discarded his heavy backpack, retaining only the essential M24 and a handgun strapped to his thigh. In terms of speed, the target was evidently no match for Zhang Zhijuan. It was a foregone conclusion. The daily degradation from drug use had left the target untrained, relying solely on a naturally robust physique, while Zhang Zhijuan, at just 16, had undergone rigorous training, endowing him with a physique comparable to elite soldiers. Glancing back, he noticed the distance between them diminishing, igniting a fierce determination within him. He halted momentarily, turning his AK-47 around to fire a few shots behind him before springing back into action. A hail of bullets forced Zhang Zhijuan to pause instinctively, but the shots flew wildly, landing nowhere near their target. Observing the target fleeing once more, Zhang Zhijuan resumed pursuit, and thus the chase unfolded over considerable ground. With the AK-47's ammunition depleted, the target discarded it, emboldening Zhang Zhijuan, whose speed increased as the distance between them continued to close. Just as he was about to catch up with the target, the latter suddenly spun around, brandishing a golden desert eagle, gleaming in the sunlight. What the hell? Zhang Zhijuan was taken aback, reacting swiftly. Upon seeing the gun, he rolled to the side. A sharp gunshot rang out, yet it did not end there. The assailant aimed the handgun into the grass where Zhang Zhijuan had rolled, emptying the chamber in an attempt to finish him off. Smoke curled from the muzzle, and the previously healed wound in Zhang Zhijuan's hand split open again under the recoil, causing his arm to throb with pain. The Desert Eagle's kick was formidable. The golden magazine fell to the ground, and he had no time to heed it, hastily retrieving a standard magazine from his pocket and loading it into the handgun. Cautiously, he peered at the patch of grass, uncertain whether the assailant was truly incapacitated, and dared not approach, keeping his weapon trained on that spot as he retreated step by step. After retreating a dozen paces, he turned and sprinted away with all his might. At that moment, a yellow gun barrel emerged from the grass, aimed at his back. A shot rang out, illuminating the air with orange flame. The figure ahead stumbled and collapsed. The once white shirt rapidly stained crimson. Lying on the ground, a trickle of blood escaped his lips, his eyes wide with unyielding defiance. Rising from the foliage, Zhang Zhijuan found his arm bleeding profusely, droplets cascading down. Leaning on the M24, his face contorted with pain, he emerged from the underbrush, revealing a vivid crimson stain on his thigh. Stepping forward laboriously, he approached the target's lifeless body, stopping to prod it with his gun. Examining the face closely, he confirmed it was indeed the right person, and he exhaled a sigh of relief before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Behind him, Li Xuan sprinted ahead, while Xie Gao and the others lagged slightly, noticing Zhang Zhijuan's discarded belongings along the way. The sound of helicopter blades thumping echoed in the air. An iron helicopter approaching from afar. On the ground, Li Xuan waved a smoke stick to guide the helicopter's descent. Had it not been for Zhang Zhijuan's injury, they would have opted to return on foot rather than summon the instructors. The helicopter hovered steadily above, unable to land due to the forest's dense canopy. So it simply lowered a rope, indicating unambiguously that Zhang Zhijuan was to be hoisted back. As for the others, they were to return obediently. Fine, we'll just leave, they thought, indifferent to the decision. Li Xuan hefted the fire god cannon once more, knowing that if they lost it, the instructor would be furious, as it was reportedly quite expensive. However, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they began to scour the village for any valuable items, certain that the drug dealers would have some treasures hidden away. Upon returning to the village, a pungent scent of blood lingered in the air, yet they seemed indifferent. However, the gruesome remnants of bodies torn apart by the artillery shells of the god of fire were somewhat nauseating, causing Li Xuan to feel a wave of revulsion, making it hard to believe that this was his handiwork. A glance around the village revealed that not a single soul remained. The women seized by the drug traffickers were conspicuously absent, presumably having fled at the first opportunity. Search for anything of value, but be cautious, Xie Gao instructed. Understood. Li Xuan and the others replied in unison. The four dispersed, scouring each house in the village. With a powerful kick, Li Xuan shattered a wooden door, sending it flying and splintering upon impact. He entered, weapon in hand, and surveyed the room, ensuring no living being lingered before allowing himself to relax. In the corner of the wooden cabin lay an assortment of tightly wrapped packages, resembling bricks. Curiosity piqued, he picked one up, finding it somewhat heavy and yielding to pressure, as if filled with some kind of powder. Producing a knife, he punctured the package, releasing a cloud of white powder that scattered upon the ground. What a letdown! Li Xuan scoffed, rolling his eyes at the realization that it was merely narcotics, having expected something of greater worth. He kicked the remaining packages, causing some to burst and reveal their contents, certainly a cache of white powder. Disinterested in these substances, especially after the instructors had sternly warned them of the dangers they posed, Li Xuan quickly dismissed them from his mind. Aside from the pile of illicit goods, the room contained a few rudimentary wooden beds. After rummaging through, he discovered a handful of greenback bills which, while meager in significance, were better than nothing, so he tucked them away and continued his search, having thoroughly scoured the village, even inspecting the bodies as instructed by their superiors. Though the reason remained undisclosed, Li Xuan filled an iron box originally meant for the god of fire's ammunition with an assortment of cash, treating the task with casual indifference. To him, these dollars held less practical value than food. Although he did find some provisions, the unsanitary conditions from which they originated turned his stomach. The kitchen was appallingly filthy, with the adjacent restroom providing no relief from the overwhelming stench. How could people tolerate such filth? Li Xuan grimaced, fighting the urge to retch. In addition to the cash, he stumbled upon several gold bars, their gleaming allure far surpassing that of paper currency. He also found a desert eagle, its golden sheen captivating, and he couldn't help but admire it, though he understood that as a weapon, it would only serve to attract enemies rather than offer any practical use. Alongside the firearm, he discovered a peculiar book, seemingly crafted from leather, though he lacked the expertise to identify its origin. Intrigued, he pocketed it. As he emerged, he noticed Xiegao, Zhou Xinhua, and Niu Jin returning in succession, their backpacks bulging with spoils. What did you all find? Li Xuan inquired with a grin. A wealth of treasures, Zhou Xinhua replied, his eyes sparkling. I bet number 6 is regretting getting hurt. Otherwise, these riches could have been his, Niu Jin added with a chuckle. You all are overestimating things. These items must still be inspected by the officers before we can claim them, Xiegao interjected, rolling his eyes at their fanciful notions. The group fell silent. Having exhausted the village of valuables, the four happily commenced their journey back. As for the bodies, they deemed it best to leave them be, knowing that by morning, the stench of blood would likely attract scavengers. In the distance, they heard the haunting howls of wolves, quickening their pace. Memories of childhood tales of ravenous wolves resurfacing in their minds. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the pile of mangled corpses, one intact body stirred, slowly sitting up and retching violently. After several heaves, the figure regained composure, eyes wide with fear at the thought of being discovered by those who had just left. Fortunately, Li Xuan and the others had deemed the sight too grotesque to investigate further, allowing him to escape undetected. Cautiously, he glanced around, disregarding the blood that stained him, and hurried off to report to the general. Li Xuan and his companions had no inkling that a survivor lurked among the dead, while they blissfully returned to base. There, the instructors awaited their return, and the injured Zhang Zhijuan was receiving treatment for 2 bullets lodged deep within him. Given the Desert Eagle's significant power, it was uncertain if Zhang Zhijuan would recover, his fate now resting on Li Xuan's performance. As the instructors assessed the bounty brought back by Li Xuan and his team, piles of cash, dozens of gold bars, various jewels, several luxury watches, and the Desert Eagle that had wounded Zhang Zhijuan, the confiscation of their finds was imminent. They decided to allocate the Desert Eagle to Zhang Zhijuan as a keepsake, given that his first injury was inflicted by such an impressive weapon. The mysterious leather-bound book, however, went unnoticed, except for Li Xuan, who claimed it for himself. Suddenly, they remembered that number 4, Su Jia, had received no gifts. What do we do about that? They pondered, realizing their oversight. I don't know. What should we do? They exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions. Wait, I have a jade bracelet, Li Xuan exclaimed, rummaging through several pockets. As he searched, his companions looked on skeptically. Are you sure you are mistaken? Zhou Xinhua questioned. Just give me a moment, Li Xuan replied, continuing his search. Let me assist you, Niu Jin offered, stepping forward. Stay back. I don't appreciate your proximity, Li Xuan retorted, blocking Niu Jin's approach. Quickly, number 4 is coming back, Xie Gao urged, spotting a figure in the distance. Don't rush. I've almost got it, Li Xuan exclaimed, finally extracting a translucent jade bracelet after much struggle, perspiration gathering on his brow. As he triumphantly revealed the bracelet, his companions were left speechless at his choice of hiding place. Relieved not to have overlooked a gift for Su Jia, they watched as she appeared pleased with the bracelet, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Li Xuan soon felt a soft peck on his cheek, leaving him momentarily bewildered as Su Jia dashed away, leaving his companions to regard him with strange expressions. What just happened? He wondered, confusion enveloping him. What secrets lay behind this sudden turn of events? Stay tuned. Zhou Xinhua suddenly leapt forward, enveloping him in an embrace, his face adorned with a perplexing smile, tinged with a hint of mischief. Li Xuan, bewildered, gazed at Zhou Xinhua with confusion, pondering the meaning behind this unexpected gesture. Stop pretending, we understand, he remarked. Zhou Xinhua patted Li Xuan on the shoulder before striding away. Xie Gao and Niu Jin also offered a reassuring pat on Li Xuan's shoulder, casting him a meaningful glance. What is going on? Please clarify, Li Xuan called after them. His mind clouded with questions. It seemed they were concealing something from him. Wait for me. You must explain this matter clearly, or I won't let it go, he insisted, chasing after them. Ultimately, Li Xuan could not comprehend the mysterious demeanor of these mischievous friends, who remained tight-lipped. He felt too embarrassed to inquire about Su Jia, leaving the matter unresolved for the time being. Perhaps due to the blood transfusion Li Xuan had provided, Zhang Zhijuan recovered remarkably well, soon able to frolic about, brandishing a golden desert eagle hung by his bedside as a personal reminder, though it primarily served to satisfy his vanity. After all, a firearm crafted from such a substantial lump of gold appeared undeniably impressive. In the days that followed, their training continued, yet the instructors seemed to be engaged in some clandestine discussions. Naturally, the trainees could not pry into their affairs, but an unsettling sensation loomed, hinting that something undesirable was on the horizon. Under the blazing sun, drenched in perspiration, they were caught off guard when the instructors announced the end of training for the day. It was still early, barely past 3 in the afternoon. Such an early conclusion raised suspicions of impending events. At precisely 4 o'clock, the instructors unexpectedly called for assembly. Those in the midst of bathing hurriedly emerged, some still disheveled, with Niu Jin's trousers precariously hanging, revealing an embarrassing glimpse of his backside. The sight nearly elicited laughter from Bei Juxiong, who, in an effort to maintain decorum, cleared his throat before instructing them to dress properly. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan and his companions promptly began to tidy themselves, with Niu Jin hastily pulling up his trousers. After a moment of chaotic preparation, the 5 of them appeared considerably more composed. Do not be alarmed, Bei Juxiong suddenly announced. Due to your rigorous training, I have decided to take you all down the mountain for some relaxation. His words were laced with an enigmatic smile. The group was taken aback. Astonishment etched on their faces as they struggled to believe their ears. Was it possible they had misheard? The notion of being taken out for leisure seemed surreal. Satisfied with their incredulous expressions, Bei Juxiong reveled in their surprise. You heard me correctly. Tonight, I will treat you all to a night of indulgence, he added with a sinister chuckle, leaving them with a sense of foreboding. At 4:30 sharp, under Bei Juxiong's guidance, Xie Gao, Niu Jin, Zhou Xinhua, Li Xuan, Zhang Zhijuan, Su Jia, and 5 instructors, 11 in total, set forth towards the small town of Rakhine State. Due to its coastal location and picturesque scenery, the area consistently attracted visitors. However, the renowned gemstone gambling in Myanmar took place far in the north, in Myakina, quite distant from Rakhine State, making it impractical to engage in such activities there. The small town at the mountain's base, though modest, bustled with life and offered a glimpse of lights after years of darkness for the group. Yet, their destination was not this town. Rather, they sought the famed beaches of Delhi, renowned for their beauty, nestled among mountains, and dotted with numerous Buddhist temples, attracting tourists from far and wide. Upon their arrival in Delhi, the sun had already begun to set, casting a golden hue across the water, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. However, the purpose of the instructor's visit was neither for sightseeing nor shopping. Instead, they declared, tonight, you shall all enjoy the company of ladies. Each of Li Xuan's companions received a substantial sum of cash, leaving them in a state of disbelief as they realized they were being openly encouraged to indulge. As they strolled through the vibrant streets, Li Xuan and his friends marveled at the exotic surroundings, where they encountered locals with East Asian, Middle Eastern, and Western features. The night market offered an array of local products, particularly seafood, with some dried fish making Li Xuan's mouth water. 056, let us get a hotel room, they decided, ultimately settling on a seemingly splendid establishment. Together, they checked in at this five-star hotel, accustomed to catering to tourists, immediately labeling them as visitors rather than locals. Good day. May I see your passports? The receptionist inquired. The instructors had prepared their identification in advance. They were now presenting themselves as Japanese tourists, thus avoiding any complications. How many rooms would you like? 6 rooms, all adjoining. They replied. Very well. Your rooms are ready on the 5th floor. The staff returned their passports along with the keys. Once they had their keys, the group divided into their respective rooms before heading to the elevator. However, their instructors vanished as soon as they entered the town, leaving them to their own devices. As they approached the elevator, 2 foreign men rushed in, shouting, "Get out! Yellow monkey!" a derogatory term aimed at them. One of the men attempted to shove Li Xuan aside, believing he could easily overpower him. Yet, to his surprise, Li Xuan stood firm, unwavering despite the force exerted upon him. "What is going on?" the foreigner exclaimed, bewildered, and tried again with more strength, but Li Xuan remained steadfast. "Damn it," the foreigner muttered under his breath, realizing he had encountered an unexpected obstacle. His gaze then fell upon Su Jia, and his eyes lit up. "Beautiful lady, would you join me for dinner?" he exclaimed, striking what he assumed was a gentlemanly pose. However, Su Jia barely acknowledged him, glancing at Li Xuan instead. "Let us go. Time to check the rooms," she suggested. "We're leaving," Xie Gao added in English, signaling to the foreigner that they were not interested, misinterpreting their reaction as fear. The foreigner puffed out his chest, signaling to his companion, and attempted to squeeze into the elevator with them. Ding! The elevator ascended. "Hey, beautiful, care to share a meal?" The other foreigner whistled at Su Jia. "Indeed, are you interested?" he echoed, flanking her on either side, their hands poised as if ready to invade her personal space. Li Xuan and his friends, however, chose to ignore their advances, perceiving them as cowardly and timid. Exchanging glances, Li Xuan flexed his fingers, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating in the air, but the 2 foreigners remained oblivious, their attention solely on Su Jia. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan grasped one of the foreigner's collars, lifting him effortlessly. The taken-aback foreigner quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "I am a citizen of the great empire of freedom." "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? I intend to handle you," Li Xuan retorted. Ding dong! The elevator arrived at the 5th floor with a crisp chime, and the doors swung wide open. Li Xuan led his entourage of 6 out with an air of nonchalance. While behind them in the elevator, 2 blonde-haired individuals, gasping for breath, were in dire straits, missing all their teeth, with broken hands, spewing blood in great gasps. Their consciousness slipping away. "I've seen reckless behavior, but nothing quite like this," Li Xuan remarked with a hint of derision. "It seems they wanted to put on a show for us, perhaps to give you a green hat in the process." Zhou Xinhua shot a glance at Li Xuan and said casually, "What does that mean?" Li Xuan inquired, puzzled. "How could one end up wearing their own green hat?" "Oh, never mind that. Let's choose our rooms. I want 503. I'm number 3. Zhou Xinhua abruptly changed the subject. Li Xuan, not pressing further, took it as a slip of the tongue and declared, "Then I shall take room 5. We'll proceed according to our assigned numbers." "I'm number 1. Naturally, Xie Gao interjected. With the key in hand, he unlocked his room, a bright and inviting space, furnished with a plush mattress, a 34-inch television, and more. Everything he had once deemed unimaginable now lay before him. However, the immediate priority was not these luxuries. Their instructor had made it clear. Find a woman, bid farewell to virginity, and euphemistically relax the mind. He could not discern how this could be considered relaxing, but orders were orders, and they would comply. The question remained, where to find a lady. Their knowledge of the outside world was nearly non-existent, and their instructors had provided scant guidance. Not long after settling in, a sudden, vigorous knock echoed through the door. No doubt it was Niu Jin, his characteristic way of announcing his presence. "Coming," Li Xuan called, swinging the door open. "Let us go. Let us discuss matters in room 1. Niu Jin beckoned. "All right." Li Xuan nodded and followed Niu Jin to room 501. You're just in time. We were waiting for you. Zhou Xinhua greeted upon seeing Li Xuan. Lu Chang made himself comfortable, plopping down on the bed and bouncing twice before turning to them. So, what's the plan? Look at the number by the bedside. If you need to call, just dial that number. Xie Gao pointed to the phone resting on the nightstand, which displayed a series of digits. How do you know? Li Xuan asked. The instructor told us, Xie Gao replied. Why wasn't that mentioned to us? Li Xuan complained. Well, it was a last-minute thought before they left. Naturally, they couldn't inform you in time. I see. In that case, I'm off to find a girl, Li Xuan declared, brimming with enthusiasm as he departed. Observing Li Xuan's exit, Zhou Xinhua teased, I bet room 5 won't find a girl. Why's that? Room 4? Huh? As Li Xuan prepared to return to his room to seek a companion, he unexpectedly encountered room 4 standing at the entrance, seemingly on the verge of saying something. Her biting her lip, igniting a flutter of anticipation. Oh, room 4. What brings you here? Li Xuan feigned surprise. Come to my room, Su Jia suddenly instructed. Coolest. Li Xuan followed Su Jia into her room, perhaps the first time he had entered a woman's quarters, stirring a small thrill within him. Is there something you need? Li Xuan asked, noticing a hint of peculiarity about Su Jia. The instructor said for me to find a man tonight. After some thought, I figured, rather than giving my time to strangers, I might as well give it to you. Conveniently, you also have to seek out those wild women. Su Jia said softly, her gaze on Li Xuan as if it were about to overflow with emotion. Her cheeks flushed for the first time. Room 4. Is this really all right? Li Xuan felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Su Jia, angered by his hesitation, retorted, what's wrong with it? Come here, lie down, and take off your clothes. 057 threatened. They say a moment is worth 1,000 gold coins. Whether this is true or not, Li Xuan certainly enjoyed himself last night. Observing Su Jia, who was glaring at him in frustration because she couldn't get up, he felt a surge of happiness. You wanted to act like a queen, but in the end, aren't you just bowing to me? After a night of activities, hunger struck Li Xuan, prompting him to venture out for food. Room 4. Do you want anything? He asked. Anything is fine, Su Jia replied lazily. All right then, I'll see what's good to eat, Li Xuan said as he closed the door behind him. Su Jia watched him leave, a smile playing on her lips as she closed her eyes to rest. The previous night had been exhausting, and Li Xuan had been relentless, akin to a beast, seemingly tireless. Just as Li Xuan exited, he bumped into Zhou Xinhua, who was joyfully flanked by 2 ladies, clearly relishing the moment. Spotting Li Xuan, he expressed mild surprise before smirking. Hey, you're up too. Not continuing? Continuing? I'm about to starve. By the way, where should I go for breakfast? Li Xuan chided playfully. 2nd floor, there's a dining hall. Breakfast is complimentary with your room key. You should go eat. I'm going to continue the fun, Zhou Xinhua said as he ushered the 2 ladies back to their room, the door slamming shut behind them. Li Xuan shook his head at Zhou Xinhua's demeanor. He certainly seemed to be enjoying himself. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he was surprised to find a good number of people already dining. Earlier, there had been no one around, but now, it seemed quite lively. The breakfast spread was simple: porridge, bread, buns, and some seafood, such as dried fish. It appeared rather ordinary, but then again, it was free. Li Xuan was not picky about food, especially when it was complimentary. He then put on a display of what it meant to be a voracious eater, leaving those nearby astounded, and the staff flustered, hastily calling for the manager. This was a first for them, and they were at a loss for how to handle the situation. The manager, a man with Indian features, assessed the scene and instructed the staff to leave it be. After all, breakfast didn't cost much, and perhaps this would leave a favorable impression on the guests. With no one to intervene, Li Xuan indulged heartily, tearing into a large piece of bread smeared with butter, devouring it in a few bites. His ravenous consumption raised concerns among onlookers about whether his stomach might burst. Many were fixated on his abdomen, but to their disappointment, it remained as flat as ever, regardless of how much he consumed. What a monster! A passerby marveled. I'm curious to see how his stomach is structured, a doctor remarked, his gaze fixed on Li Xuan's midsection, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable intensity, as if he would leap at the chance to dissect him if he had a scalpel in hand. After satisfying his hunger and leaving a trail of debris behind, Li Xuan requested a takeout box from the staff as he prepared to leave. The staff, initially reluctant, succumbed to the allure of money when Li Xuan revealed a thick wad of greenbacks, their eyes widening in astonishment. Ultimately, he handed them a couple of bills as a tip, which would undoubtedly keep them smiling for some time. It was their first encounter with such a generous patron. and the prospect of a couple of $100 was enough to brighten their day. Carrying his takeout box, Li Xuan had barely taken a few steps out of the dining hall when he noticed a group of people converging on him, effectively sandwiching him in the middle. Seeing them feign nonchalance only made him chuckle inwardly. Did they truly think they could intimidate him? There were 4 of them, encircling him, brandishing knives as if they were merely playthings. Were they attempting to threaten him? He offered no resistance as they guided him out of the hotel and into a secluded alley. Upon reaching the corner, Li Xuan discovered several others awaiting their arrival, totaling 11 individuals, all wielding knives. One of them, impatient, began chattering away, but Li Xuan could not grasp a single word. He did not understand Burmese and had no time to learn. Fortunately, among them were individuals proficient in English, who translated the words of one person. He demanded that Li Xuan relinquish all the money he possessed, or else he would not be permitted to leave this place today. Casting a glance at those who had encircled him, they appeared to be mere delinquents, perhaps emboldened by the sight of the considerable sum of money he had displayed in the restaurant, provoking their malicious intent. You possess quite the audacity. I am a foreign tourist. Do you not fear inciting an international incident? Li Xuan replied calmly in English. The response from the other party was a cacophony of words. We are specifically targeting foreign tourists. You are the ones with wealth. Who else should we pursue? I have plenty of money right here, but it depends on whether you possess the courage to seize it. As he spoke, Li Xuan produced a stack of greenbacks from his pocket, their vibrant hue catching the eye. Seeing the money in Li Xuan's hand made the thugs around him breathe heavily, their eyes brimming with greed. The man who had spoken earlier uttered something incomprehensible, but this time, there was no translation, for they had directly resorted to violence, preparing to forcefully take what they desired. Faced with 11 knife-wielding ruffians, was Li Xuan afraid? Not in the slightest. It would be absurd for him to feel fear. He swiftly neutralized the thug nearest to him, seizing the knife from his grasp. Against these brutes, who relied solely on their numbers and intimidation, Li Xuan dispatched them with ease, leaving a pile of moaning thugs sprawled on the ground, blood staining the blade he had taken. Though he did not strike to kill, he did not spare them either. With deft precision, he severed the tendons in their hands. Out of the original 11, only one remained standing. He appeared to be their leader, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Li Xuan, as if he were a ravenous beast. The leader shouted in fright, but unfortunately, Li Xuan could not comprehend his words and continued to advance relentlessly. With a cry, the leader withdrew a dark object from his pocket, but Li Xuan recognized it instantly. As he flinched, the small knife grazed the air. The leader felt a sharp pain in his hand, losing his grip on the object, which clattered to the ground. Embedded in his right hand was the very knife Li Xuan had hurled. Noticing the handgun that had fallen, Li Xuan frowned slightly and walked over to retrieve it. As the fearsome figure approached, the leader stumbled backward in terror, having lost his greatest source of confidence, which now lay in Li Xuan's possession. With a thud, the leader knelt and repeatedly bowed his head, seemingly pleading for mercy from Li Xuan. Ultimately, Li Xuan refrained from striking the leader, not out of mercy, but because the police had arrived. Indeed, the police were present. Although it was unclear how they had learned of the situation, Li Xuan chose to flee, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. When the officers arrived and beheld the scene of sprawled thugs, their expressions shifted to astonishment. Initially, they had received reports of a foreign tourist being abducted by a gang, which had caused them considerable alarm, fearing potential diplomatic repercussions. However, witnessing that the thugs had been dealt with alleviated their tension, and they proceeded to apprehend the remaining criminals, having long sought an opportunity to do so. As for the assailants, they were no longer their concern. Why should they pursue this matter? If not for the involvement of a foreign tourist, they would have ignored the situation entirely. Carrying breakfast intended for room 4, Li Xuan entered the room to find Su Jia still curled up in bed, resembling a sleepy kitten. Had she fallen asleep again? Li Xuan chuckled softly, choosing not to disturb her. He placed the food on the bedside table and departed. Back in room 505, he began with a few push-ups and single-leg squats, followed by a shower, and turning on the television to find something to watch. In the afternoon, the instructors arrived, a large group of imposing Westerners, their fierce demeanor instilling fear in the local populace. Li Xuan was uncertain how the instructors had located them, but since they had, it was time to return to the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Zhou Xinhua appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, reminiscing about the previous night's escapades that had left a lasting impression on him, sighing heavily along the way. By the time they reached the mountain, night had fallen, and there was no training scheduled. They retreated to their respective bamboo huts to sleep, leaving their doors wide open without concern for intruders. In the heat of the summer, mosquitoes were plentiful, but thanks to the jungle survival techniques of their instructor, who had grown up in Africa, they had no need to worry. The next day, the beleaguered quintet resumed their training. As for Su Jia, she focused on simpler exercises and preparing meals, effectively assuming the role of their logistics chief, with reports suggesting that all procurement while descending the mountain would fall to her. Following the events of the previous night, the relationship between Li Xuan and Su Jia had become somewhat intricate, though neither party addressed it, while the others occasionally nudged Li Xuan playfully. In the following week, the intensity of their training increased. According to the instructors, they had been given a day of reprieve, but now it was time for serious training. Thus, the rigor of the regimen intensified. Yet, they had no regrets, finally experiencing the essence of manhood. On the 8th day after the event, early in the morning, they found themselves gathered in an open space, unusually spared from morning drills, as the instructors presented them with a new mission, a genuine task, one that came with financial compensation. Polar Bear held an envelope containing the details of their assignment. The instructors briefly explained that someone had commissioned them to eliminate their adversaries. The employer was a group of drug traffickers, and the target was another group of drug traffickers. It was a case of dogs biting dogs. In Myanmar, aside from warlords, drug traffickers wielded significant wealth, potentially being supported by the warlords themselves. As preparations commenced and weapons were selected, Li Xuan initially intended to utilize his formidable firearm, but the instructors intervened. This time, they provided only light rifles, including models from the M16 series of the United States, the G36 series from Germany, the AK series from Russia, and the FAMAs from France. After much deliberation, they eventually settled on the 416 Hong Kong dollars, a product of the renowned German manufacturer Heckler Koch, which was a refined version of the M4 carbine system. In terms of performance, it surpassed the M16, offering greater reliability and accuracy, thanks to German craftsmanship. It is worth noting that while the M16A4's chamber could explode if exposed to water, the 416 Hong Kong dollars would continue to function seamlessly even in wet conditions. In jungle and desert environments, it proved to be more dependable than the M16 series, though it could not compare to the 95 model's capabilities. Nevertheless, it was an excellent choice among Western firearms. Their destination was the jungles of southern Myanmar, where the 416 Hong Kong dollars would be well suited. The ammunition, naturally, consisted of NATO standard rounds, 5.56 by 45 millimeters. As a sniper, Zhang Zhijuan would employ the M110 SAS semi-automatic sniper rifle. Previously, he had used the M24, which was manual and had nearly cost him a target due to the time required to reload. Therefore, he opted for the semi-automatic model this time, which could provide precise firepower and lethality on the battlefield. However, sniper rifles are delicate, especially those manufactured in the United States, and the M110 utilized 7.62 by 51 millimeters rounds, which were not interchangeable with others. Consequently, Zhang Zhijuan had to carry a dedicated supply of ammunition. The M110 was disassembled and stored in a case that he carried along. The five embarked on their mission, targeting the Kachin state in southern Myanmar. Kachin, located at the border of Myanmar and Thailand, was chaotic due to its geographical position and was a plateau region, with elevations reaching approximately 3,000 meters. The area was traversed by the Irrawaddy River, characterized by a warm and humid climate, rich vegetation, and evergreen forests. Their mission's orchestrator was concealed within this very forest. They traveled from Magway to the provincial capital of Kyaikto, where their target awaited. They adorned themselves in the guise of merchants, deliberately presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance to avoid attracting unwanted attention. The fare for the bus was exorbitantly high, and it was said that the driver had to pay a protection fee. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Thus, this protection fee could only be extorted from them. At this juncture, a minibus, capable of accommodating approximately 24 passengers, was crammed to capacity, with individuals boarding and alighting along the way. The interior was permeated with an assortment of peculiar odors, yet it seemed that Li Xuan and his companions were unfazed and managed to adapt. The bus traversed 4 provinces, journeying from Magway Province to Mandalay Province, passing through Shan State before finally entering Kan State. Although the route appeared extensive, it was noteworthy that one province in Myanmar was smaller than a single city in China. Nevertheless, they pressed on and reached their destination just before dusk. The vehicle was dilapidated, evidently having traversed countless miles without a thorough cleaning or major repairs, and the roads were in disrepair, entirely composed of muddy jungle paths. They found themselves having to push the vehicle several times due to it becoming stuck in the mire. Upon arriving in Bonn, as night fell, they needed to secure accommodation for the evening. After some exploration, they entered a modest inn, which appeared somewhat run down, likely suitable for 4 individuals, thus negating the need for identification. At the reception desk sat a rather bored woman in her 40s, exuding a certain charm. Zhou Xinhua seemed to recall something at that moment. Upon noticing Li Xuan and his companions approaching, the woman's previously disinterested expression transformed into one brimming with smiles. The woman immediately launched into a torrent of Tibetan, leaving Li Xuan and his companions utterly bewildered. What was she saying? They could not comprehend at all. Observing their confusion, she hastily switched to a likely local dialect, yet Li Xuan and his companions remained equally lost. Growing impatient, the woman continued her animated chatter, but despite her extensive dialogue, there was no trace of English. Ultimately, in a moment of exasperation, she tilted her head and shouted into the interior, presumably calling for assistance. As anticipated, a young man in his 20s soon appeared, hurrying and wearing slippers. They appeared to be mother and son, and after a brief exchange of words, the young man turned to face Li Xuan and his friends. The first phrase was incomprehensible. "Do you speak English?" Li Xuan attempted to inquire. Upon hearing this, the young man paused, then quickly nodded and replied in somewhat halting English, "Yes, yes." Given the rare presence of guests, they were eager to accommodate them. This place typically saw few tourists. After all, local residents seldom stayed in inns, so business was usually scarce. However, today, with 5 newcomers, they were naturally enthusiastic about the opportunity. "Are you open?" "Yes, please give me." Xie Gao paused, glancing at Li Xuan and his companions, seeking their consensus. 5 rooms? Do you have them?" Li Xuan held up 5 fingers. Yes, we have." The young man nodded vigorously, anxious that Li Xuan and his friends would change their minds. The price for 5 rooms represented a significant income for them. For Li Xuan and his companions, the cost was quite inexpensive. Just $1 dollar would suffice. However, the accommodations, compared to their previous stays in luxurious hotels, felt rather subpar. Yet it was certainly an improvement over their bamboo huts. In the middle of the night, thunder suddenly rumbled above, followed by a torrential downpour. Li Xuan and his companions were jolted awake by the thunder, gazing outside at the flashes of lightning. Such heavy rain would undoubtedly impact their plans for the following day. Fortunately, around 4 in the morning, the downpour ceased. The next day, at dawn, Li Xuan and his companions checked out and set off towards the depths of the forest. The ground was exceedingly damp from the recent rain, and the underbrush was saturated with water, quickly soaking their clothing, yet they paid it no mind. From their backpacks, they retrieved firearms components stored in waterproof bags. After all, carrying guns openly would attract unwarranted attention, so they had disassembled them and sealed the parts in bags, placing them in their backpacks, which were then covered with snakeskin bags to feign a poverty-stricken appearance, thereby minimizing their visibility. After their departure, the small inn closed its doors, and a group of individuals gathered together. The previously unassuming young man sat at the head of the table, his eyes glimmering with an inexplicable excitement. The woman who claimed to be his mother sat just below him, and the table was filled with 18 others, each dressed in a variety of styles, ranging from the plump to the slender, and even including some alternative fashion choices. Leaning over the table, he glanced at the crowd, his voice tinged with excitement as he spoke. That group undoubtedly has considerable wealth. Despite their ordinary attire, they converse fluently in English and pay with US dollars. Hence, they cannot be locals. I propose we make a move against them. They are merely a bunch of kids, not yet 20. A scare might compel them to part with their money, and perhaps we could even extort more. I have someone keeping watch. They are heading south into the woods. Who knows what they intend to do? One person remarked, unable to contain their thrill at the prospect of acquiring a substantial sum. Ensure your men keep a close watch. We should arm ourselves and pursue them. A burly man declared impatiently, standing up and speaking loudly. Let us go. Let us go. Before long, the small room was emptied. Towering trees surrounded them, their heights imposing, while the undergrowth was thick and lush. A small figure stealthily made its way, occasionally pausing to observe before continuing onward. Suddenly, a hand emerged from a nearby thicket, covering his mouth. In the midst of his terrified gaze, with a swift motion, his neck was snapped. After dispatching the individual, The hands dragged the lifeless body into the underbrush, partially concealing it, and emerged from the foliage. None other than Niu Jin. Niu Jin ventured a short distance forward and dove into a thicket where Li Xuan and his companions were concealed. Indeed, we have been followed, Niu Jin stated matter-of-factly. Where's the individual? Xie Gao inquired. Already taken care of, Niu Jin replied. Who could have sent someone to tail us? Zhou Xinhua murmured to himself. Is that even a question? Obviously, it must be the people from the inn. We interacted with them upon our arrival. Li Xuan shrugged, asserting with certainty. Do you have any evidence? Zhou Xinhua pressed. No, but is evidence really necessary? Li Xuan shook his head dismissively. Let's not dwell on that. The other party is now deceased. We must tread carefully and leave no traces. Let us proceed to our objective and complete the task first, Xie Gao suggested. The others remained silent. Yet Niu Jin spoke up in a low tone. I say we wait for them to come to us and then deal with them all at once. There is no time to waste. We need to finish the task and return. If they disappear, so be it. There's no need to complicate matters further. Let us go, Xie Gao countered, shaking his head in disagreement with Niu Jin's proposal. The five of them navigated according to the map, penetrating deeper into the forest. After a morning of running, they finally reached their destination. Nestled within the belly of a mountain lay an obscure village, or perhaps a stronghold. From a distance, Li Xuan could make out tall observation posts perched atop towering trees, almost as if to announce their presence. There were 4 such sentinels, each equipped with a heavy machine gun, providing effective firepower coverage below. However, this also made them vulnerable, akin to living targets for snipers. Of course, this posed no concern for Li Xuan and his companions, as they were not there to engage in combat. Thus, carrying their weapons openly and boldly, they risked being discovered. Typically, mercenaries have agents who facilitate contact with clients. The mercenaries themselves do not approach directly, as they are solely responsible for fulfilling the client's tasks. However, this particular assignment had been privately accepted by the instructors, without any communication with the agency above. Although the company permitted them to undertake private assignments for extra income, this task was directly contracted by the instructors. Therefore, they had to come here themselves to liaise with the employer and grasp the task's details. Otherwise, what was the purpose of their presence? When Li Xuan and his companions made their entrance, the entire village erupted in a frenzy. After all, how could they remain calm when someone brandished a firearm in their midst? Moreover, these individuals were affiliated with the underworld, involved in drug trafficking to Huagua. Upon witnessing the 5 of them, dressed in a manner that exuded sharpness and precision, they began to suspect that these might be special forces from Huagua, crossing borders to hunt them down. It took considerable persuasion from Li Xuan and his group before the locals finally accepted their explanation, that they were here on a mission. Nonetheless, they regarded them with a scrutinizing gaze. Their youthfulness was starkly at odds with the seasoned mercenaries they had expected, resembling fresh recruits straight out of training camps. In truth, they were indeed novices, albeit slightly more competent than the average rookie. The leader of the drug traffickers was a portly man, his body round and jovial, sporting a protruding belly and an open-chested outfit of a traditional jacket and shorts. His face wore a beaming smile, exuding an air of amiability that, had he been holding prayer beads, would have made him resemble the Mithriot Buddha from Journey to the West. Despite his cheerful demeanor, Li Xuan and his comrades harbored no illusions about his character. Anyone who had ascended to such a position was certainly not to be underestimated. Are you here to accept the mission? The rotund trafficker inquired, his eyes squinting with a seemingly harmless expression that evoked a sense of humor in his speech and demeanor. Indeed, General, Xie Gao replied. This title brought a radiant joy to the trafficker's face, his smile widening further. Excellent. Your task is to eliminate Lai Kai. Certainly, but first, we require information on the target and a deposit. It must be guaranteed accurate. Should there be any discrepancies, we reserve the right to withdraw from the mission. Xie Gao stipulated. I understand. The portly man grinned, beckoning for a box and a stack of documents to be brought forth. Here is the deposit, a total of $200,000 US. Upon completion of the mission, an additional $300,000 awaits. He gestured towards the box, then pointed to the stack of papers. These contain the details regarding the target and potential locations he may frequent in the coming days. Xie Gao, however, ignored the box of money, opting instead to peruse the documents, which he subsequently passed around to Li Xuan and the others. They had little concept of the money at this stage, but their actions were met with an appreciative glance from the plump trafficker. The five quietly scrutinized the materials, estimating the difficulty of the task at hand to determine whether they would accept the job. Although it had been assigned by their instructor, they would not take it on if it proved too arduous or disproportionate to the reward. According to the dossier, Lai Kai was another drug lord, controlling nearly half of the drug trade and cultivation within Kelabang, with over 5,000 subordinates. However, due to the vast territories under his command, those 5,000 were rather dispersed. Lai Kai's inner circle included 3 prominent generals, all of whom had their photographs and identities documented. The Marshal General, Bada, a master of Muay Thai capable of killing an elephant with his bare hands, served as Lai Kai's personal bodyguard. The civil strategist Fugong was known for his counsel, while another individual bore numerous question marks in the dossier, lacking even a name or photograph, suggesting a particularly enigmatic identity, more elusive than that of Lai Kai. "This one is?" Xie Gao inquired, picking up the dossier. "This is Lai Kai's final general, and purportedly the strongest. It is said that he specializes in assassination. Lai Kai has many enemies, and several have met their demise within their own homes, leading us to deduce that he maintains a dedicated assassin for dealing with foes." The portly leader explained, a hint of conflict evident on his face. Upon hearing this, Xie Gao nodded, casting a subtle glance at Li Xuan. When he saw Li Xuan slowly nod in agreement, he collected the documents and declared, "Very well, sir. We shall accept this mission." "Oh, really? That is splendid." The leader's previously troubled expression transformed into one of unbridled joy. "Naturally, may our collaboration be fruitful." "Ah, indeed. May our partnership be pleasant. By the way, shall we share a meal together?" "No, we must take our leave at once." Xie Gao and his companions firmly declined the invitation, hastily departing with the box and documents in hand. Remaining in such a tense environment was daunting, despite their reassurances of conducting business. The sight of drug traffickers brandishing firearms sent shivers down their spines. This was their first close encounter with such individuals, and they feared the unpredictable nature of these thugs. As Xie Gao and his team moved further away, one of the men beside the portly leader stepped forward. "Boss, are we truly entrusting this task to them? Can they succeed? If they fail, and Lai Kai discovers our involvement, it could spell doom for us. They are capable. After all, they have been trained for such endeavors," the portly man remarked, gazing into the distance with a nonchalant demeanor. In the untamed forest without paths, Li Xuan and his team forged ahead. According to the latest intel, their target, Lai Kai, was believed to be in Ban. However, the specific location remained unknown, yet they were determined to investigate. The dossier indicated that there were 46 known hideouts in Ban, including bars, hotels, shops, and hospitals. As the provincial capital of Kelabang, Ban was under the overwhelming influence of Lai Kai, leaving local authorities powerless to intervene. With his grip tightening around the city, it was evident that wherever there were people in Kelabang, Lai Kai's presence was felt. Recently, Lai Kai had taken an unusual interest in inspecting Ban, parading himself like a high-ranking official, creating an ostentatious display that left no one daring to voice dissent. After spending 2 days in Ban, he commandeered an entire hotel without needing to pay. Who would dare accept his money? After 2 days of tedium, Lai Kai instructed his men to prepare for his departure the following day, as he intended to indulge himself in the lavishness of the Eagle Nation. In his eyes, Ban resembled a wretched slum compared to the splendor of the Eagle Nation. 2 days spent here felt like an undue hardship. He held no aspirations of building a homeland. His singular obsession was accumulating wealth, endless wealth. In his view, there was nothing that money could not procure. This extreme mindset only fueled his insatiable greed, intensifying his focus on drug trafficking, particularly toward Huagua, where the prices fetched for illicit substances were significantly higher due to stringent anti-drug policies. On the other hand, he had become a miser, reluctant to spend even on upgrading the weapons of his subordinates. As they sought to confirm their target's whereabouts in Ban, Li Xuan and his team merely needed to inquire around town. After all, the extravagant welcome ceremony from a few days prior had made it abundantly clear to the citizens of Ban that this nefarious figure had arrived. Yet they were compelled to feign hospitality, a truly nauseating display. Adopting a beggar's guise, bearing tattered bags caked in mud, the 5 made their way swiftly toward Ban. They had only departed that morning and were already on their way back, a rather vexing turn of events. As Li Xuan and his companions hastily returned to Ban, a group of individuals was seen peering around, seemingly searching for something. "Right here. This is where it ends," one shouted to a bespectacled youth. Damn those little brats. What on earth are they up to? The bespectacled youth cursed, his fist striking a tree in frustration, shaking loose a shower of leaves. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss in the bushes ahead and called over a companion. Go check that out. See what's there. With little hesitation, the man pushed through the underbrush. Soon his voice rang out, Come quick, it's a kid. Upon hearing this, the group bounded over, discovering a lifeless body, now turning blue, lying in the grass, with flies beginning to swarm. Is he dead? The youth squinted at the frail corpse, his expression betraying no emotion. He's dead. Damn filthy pigs. Another shouted angrily, directing his ire toward Li Xuan and his group. The trail has gone cold. What shall we do now? Someone remarked that, compared to a companion, he is far more concerned about money. Which way to proceed? The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. It seems we are encroaching upon the territory of the rotund fellow. Ah, that rotund man, the bespectacled youth echoed. Well acquainted with him. An emerging drug trafficking gang leader with approximately 270 subordinates. The rotund man appears jolly, his face perpetually adorned with a smile, projecting an air of geniality. However, those who truly know him are aware that he is a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, harboring a heart darker than most, merciless and cunning. We should retreat. After a moment of contemplation, the bespectacled youth concluded that avoiding conflict with the rotund man would be prudent. Although they had lost an individual, it was merely one life. And in this place, lives are the least valuable commodity. Upon returning to Bonn, Li Xuan and his companions, familiar with the area, took just over 2 hours to arrive. They sought out a grand hotel, having arrived too late the previous day when many establishments had already closed. However, the afternoon offered a different scene, with doors still invitingly open. The nightlife here is rather sparse, as most establishments shutter their windows and retire for the night as soon as darkness falls. Dressed in formal attire, Li Xuan and his companions utilized their previous passports to secure accommodations, which indeed proved far superior to ordinary lodgings. Now, we shall split into 2 groups. I and number 3 will proceed from south to north, while numbers 2, 5, and 6 will venture from east to west, scouting the streets for any unusual hotels, Xie Gao proposed. Understood. After a brief discussion in the hotel, the 5 set out to locate their target, hoping to resolve matters with their adversary that very night. Disguised as tourists, they meandered through the streets, inquiring about nearby hotels. The most frequent response they received was that the finest establishment in the vicinity was the Madeira Hotel, reputed to be the best. Other responses were often lost in translation or nonsensical. After over an hour, Li Xuan approached a middle-aged man exuding success, clad in a tailored suit and leather shoes, clearly a person of considerable means. Sir, Li Xuan called out in English, I would like to inquire about good hotels nearby. I am a tourist from Japan. Oh, a tourist, the middle-aged man remarked, sizing Li Xuan up before responding with enthusiasm. There are 11 hotels in Bonn, but 3 decent ones are nearby. 1 Top Garden Hotel, Golden High Power Hotel, and Madeira Hotel. Of these, Madeira is the best, frequented by many foreigners, a splendid choice. And what are the other 2 hotels? Li Xuan inquired. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man explained, 1 Top Garden has a somewhat lacking environment, while Golden High Power is currently closed to the public. Neither offers internet services, which I presume would be intolerable for you. I see. Thank you very much. Li Xuan nodded in appreciation. Not at all. Not at all. The man waved dismissively. By the way, if you continue onward, you'll find the Messina Hotel, which is also quite commendable. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged gentleman, Li Xuan entered a nearby CAF, where Niu Jin and Zhang Zhijuan awaited his return, eager to hear updates after their prolonged conversation. I gathered some information, but something feels amiss, Li Xuan disclosed. While speaking with that man, I sensed something was off, though I cannot pinpoint what it was. Something feels off? What do you mean? Niu Jin questioned, taking a sip of his coffee, only to grimace at its bitterness. I can't quite articulate it. It just feels wrong, Li Xuan admitted, visibly troubled. You mean he seemed a bit shifty? Zhang Zhijuan suggested, having observed their interaction closely. Shifty? Li Xuan lowered his head, as if grasping a fleeting thought, then suddenly exclaimed, Indeed. When he uttered his last sentence, his gaze was not focused on me. It seemed directed behind me, as though someone were directing him. A tense silence enveloped the group for several seconds. If that is the case, this poses a significant issue. We may have been compromised. Zhang Zhijuan's expression darkened. Li Xuan and Niu Jin's faces mirrored his concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. Wait, what did he mean by mentioning the Mizina Hotel? Li Xuan suddenly inquired. Could he be hinting at something? Let us set aside those thoughts for now. We need to locate number 1 and number 3 and discuss this matter with them. The trio hurriedly exited the CAF, leaving 3 cups of mostly untouched coffee behind, with only Niu Jin having taken a small sip, still complaining about the bitterness. The CAF staff observed them quizzically. It was unusual for patrons to leave such expensive coffee largely untouched. Perhaps they were engaged in business discussions. In a lavish hotel room, a man appearing to be in his 40s lounged on a genuine leather sofa, while 3 women clad only in minimal attire attended to him with massages. Before him stood a perspiring man in his 30s, head bowed, as if he were a child caught in wrongdoing. The atmosphere was unnaturally quiet. No one dared to utter a word. "Boss, we have received reports that someone appears to be searching for your whereabouts," a cautious individual whispered as he leaned closer to Lai Kai. "Keep your distance," Lai Kai replied, disregarding the content of the man's words and instead requesting him to step back. The man promptly retreated several paces, striving to maintain a respectful distance. At over 50 years of age, Lai Kai, nearing 60, had remarkably preserved his appearance, with thick, jet-black hair and a robust physique resembling a man in his 40s. "Remember to brush your teeth more often," Lai Kai admonished him. Yes, the man nodded eagerly. "By the way, you mentioned someone was looking for me?" Lai Kai asked lazily, seemingly unconcerned. "Indeed, our informants have relayed that someone is inquiring about your residence." These people are unrelenting," Lai Kai scoffed, reflecting on the numerous individuals who had sought to eliminate him over the years. However, those individuals had mysteriously vanished, and he chose not to elaborate on the details. "Just tell them I reside at the Mizina." "Boss, is that truly wise?" "Do as I say." "Did you not hear me?" Lai Kai waved him off, exuding an air of authority and self-assurance in his defenses. Li Xuan and his 4 companions convened to deliberate on the recent events and the uncertainties they faced. They were now reasonably certain that Lai Kai was either at the Mizina Hotel or the Golden High Power Hotel. They needed to pinpoint the exact location of their target, including the floor and room number, to facilitate Zhang Zhijuan's preparation of a sniper rifle. A prime sniping position was of utmost importance. With nightfall approaching and the rotund man's intel indicating he would depart the following day, they realized their window of opportunity to act was limited to that very night. Yet, they were still unaware of the enemy's precise location. "This is quite troubling," Li Xuan lamented, feeling the weight of uncertainty. "Without knowing where they are, how can we proceed? Let us do this. We still have time. Let's visit both hotels to assess the situation before making any decisions." With no unified consensus, they set off towards the hotels, having heard they were temporarily open to the public. Upon arriving at the hotel, they quickly discovered that it was undergoing renovations and thus not open for business. That left only the Mizina Hotel as their option. The 5, dressed casually, made their way toward it. Meanwhile, the bespectacled youth and his group, having withdrawn from the mountains, were in a foul mood, frustrated by the loss of their quarry. As the succulent morsel that had seemed so close slipped away, my mood naturally soured. Upon returning to Bonn, twilight was fast approaching, and the streetlights flickered to life. Yet, only a few areas were illuminated. The majority remained shrouded in darkness, an unknown peril lurking within. The streets were largely deserted, save for a handful of nightclubs still open, where a group of ruffians were idling away their time. The bespectacled youth, accompanied by his subordinates, sought out a bar, eager to indulge in revelry. Suddenly, he noticed 5 individuals passing by across the street, their faces disturbingly familiar. Removing his glasses and rubbing his eyes, he donned them again for a closer look, and an epiphany struck him. These were the very fat sheep they had been searching for. How had they ended up here? No matter the circumstances, the bespectacled youth licked his lips and quickly beckoned to his companions. "Look over there. Across the street." "What about across the street?" Someone replied. "It's just 5 people, isn't it?" "I mean those 5. The ones we chased after this morning." The bespectacled youth exclaimed, urgency in his voice. "Forget the bar. Let's seize this opportunity. If we succeed, we won't have to worry about hunger for some time." Upon hearing his words, the group's eyes gleamed with hunger. To them, Li Xuan and his 4 companions were not mere mortals, but rather 5 towering stacks of greenbacks, the kind that could walk away. If they didn't act swiftly, they risked losing their prize to someone else. The glamorous plans for the bar were swiftly abandoned as they prepared to take action. the target being Li Xuan and his entourage. Dispersing to utilize their knowledge of the terrain, they readied themselves to encircle their quarry. The bespectacled youth's gaze remained fixed on the group before him, his mind racing with calculations. However, he had clearly underestimated Li Xuan's identity. To them, the other party appeared to be nothing more than ordinary citizens, perhaps with a bit of spending money, enjoying a holiday. Li Xuan, with an acute sixth sense, felt a profound unease, akin to being stripped bare and scrutinized. He was certain they were being watched. Gently nudging his companion Xiagao, he whispered, "We're being targeted." Xiagao nodded gravely, relaying the information to their team. They had to tread carefully, uncertain of who was watching them. If it were merely some thugs, it wouldn't be a significant concern. However, if it were the underlings of their target, Lai Kai, their mission would become perilous. In Bond, Lai Kai was a formidable force, capable of dispatching Li Xuan with ease. Without doubt, capturing them under the guise of authority would leave them with no recourse. To resist would mean opposing the entire state, a futile endeavor, even in a nation where the regime could barely maintain control, one that 5 individuals could not hope to withstand. Should we eliminate them? Niu Jin inquired softly. Let's wait a moment and see what they intend to do. Xiagao replied. The 5 continued forward, maintaining an air of nonchalance, although their muscles were taut, fingers twitching involuntarily, ready to draw their weapons at a moment's notice. As they turned a corner, a group of men wielding steel rods suddenly appeared, blocking their path, all wearing menacing expressions. Though Li Xuan could not discern their features, he could surmise their intentions. "You've made me search so hard for you," a voice called from behind the 5, oozing with malice. Li Xuan turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, one he found vaguely familiar. However, the darkness obscured any clear recognition. "Who are you? What do you want?" Xiagao asked cautiously. "Who are we? Have you forgotten so soon?" The shadow sneered, stepping into the faint light, and it was then that Li Xuan recognized him. "You!" Xiagao's brows shot up in disbelief. It was the young man who had welcomed them at the inn, who had seemed so refined and harmless. But now, they found themselves encircled. "What do you want?" Xiagao asked, his voice low. "What do I want?" "Nothing much, just a little cash to spend," the bespectacled youth replied, feigning innocence. In an instant, Li Xuan understood. They had been targeted due to their wealth. "Want money? Fine, but you'll have to come and take it." Li Xuan stared defiantly at the bespectacled youth, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This ragtag group didn't stand a chance against them. Seeing the 5 young men surrounded, the bespectacled youth noted they seemed to be around 20, younger than him. However, he could not afford to underestimate them. Their fearless demeanor left him uncertain if they had any hidden trump cards. Yet, bolstered by the advantage of numbers and the knowledge that they were not locals, he felt a surge of confidence. Puffing out his chest, he shouted at Li Xuan and his companions, "Hand over your money, or we won't hesitate to be less than courteous." "What does less than courteous look like?" "I'd like to see it," Li Xuan retorted, his expression one of mock indifference, brilliantly executed. "What should we do?" Li Xuan's bravado incited a fury within the bespectacled youth, who could hardly contain his anger. "Enough! Attack!" the bespectacled youth commanded, and his companions lunged forward. Though outnumbered, Li Xuan and his friends felt no fear. In fact, they were almost amused. Who were they? Elite individuals honed through rigorous training. The ragtag group before them, lacking even basic fitness, relied solely on their numbers and a rush of blood to the head. Dispatching them was a matter of mere moments. The 5 moved through the throng like tigers among sheep, every strike resulting in a foe collapsing. Before long, the majority lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. They paid little heed to the strength of their blows, particularly if Lu Chong lost control. A single punch could indeed be fatal. The bespectacled youth stood frozen, watching the carnage unfold, beads of sweat pouring down his face. He had never anticipated that these seemingly ordinary youngsters could be so formidable. His group was dispatched before they could even mount a defense. "What do you want?" "Stay back," a trembling bespectacled youth stammered, backing away, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist as he summoned his courage. "What do you want?" "That's what I should be asking you. With so many of you surrounding us, what are your intentions?" Li Xuan rapli alazili, slowly advancing. "What do I want?" The youth's expression twisted into a snarl, and he bellowed, "I want to deal with you." His hand, which had been resting at his waist, now held a dark object, aimed at Li Xuan. With a weapon in hand, his confidence surged. "Hand over your money, or I won't hesitate to use this." "You think that little thing is a threat?" Li Xuan chuckled lightly, unfazed by the perceived danger. At their distance, he was confident he could disarm the youth before he could pull the trigger. Hand over the cash, or I swear I'll shoot. The youth insisted, his grip on the gun trembling slightly, revealing an underlying fear. What was he afraid of? He couldn't quite grasp it, yet an instinctual dread gripped him. Suddenly, Li Xuan moved. Seizing the moment when the youth's gaze faltered, he sprang forward, crashing into him, toppling him to the ground. In one fluid motion, he twisted the youth's wrist, forcing the gun from his grasp, which Li Xuan deftly caught with his other hand. In an instant, the tables had turned. The bespectacled youth found himself seated on the ground. Terror etched across his face as he faced the very weapon he had wielded moments before. He knew it contained only a single bullet, yet it was enough to spell his doom. Regret washed over him. Why had he sought trouble with these youngsters? They appeared to be no more than 20, yet they were undeniably impressive, far from ordinary. Don't kill him. Just take him away, Xie Gao suddenly suggested. Understood. Li Xuan tucked the pistol into his pocket, seizing the young man. The latter flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to free himself, yet was met with a punch to the stomach from Li Xuan, causing him to retch painfully before being dragged away. Across the street, a group of onlookers witnessed the scene, pointing and murmuring with keen interest at the spectacle of 5 individuals overpowering a dozen. However, as dusk settled, their visibility was obscured, and they hesitated to approach, fearing reprisals. To them, it seemed that a scuffle would ensue, yet the outcome was unexpectedly swift. Within a minute, the leader of the larger group was seen being taken away by the smaller faction. It was only then that the spectators dared to stride closer to assess the situation. Alas, was that not a mechanical puppet? No, that was a skin tree. How could it be them? Was the one being dragged off not that bespectacled youth? TSK. They had certainly stepped on a nail this time. Brother, do you know them? Know them? Of course. They're the local ruffians, who typically survive by conning outsiders and running a small black inn. They have a bit of a reputation, but today, TSK. I reckon this marks their downfall. Dragging the bespectacled youth to a shadowy corner, they arrived at a cluster of dilapidated structures, if one could even call them houses, for they were merely a haphazard assembly of wooden planks, barely shielding against the rain. Li Xuan tossed the young man onto the damp ground, where he curled up in terror, pleading, "Don't kill me, please." The 5 of them whispered in Mandarin, their voices barely audible, yet resonating in the stillness of the night. Unable to comprehend their words, the bespectacled youth's imagination conjured horrific scenarios of his impending demise, causing him to shiver and involuntarily wet himself. "I'll ask you some questions, and if you answer truthfully, I shall spare your life," came the voice of Zhou Xinhua. Upon hearing the promise of mercy, the youth's eyes brightened. "Really?" "Indeed. However, you must divulge everything we wish to know." "I'll tell you everything. Just spare my life," he replied hastily. "Very well. Do you know the Manawa Hotel?" Yes. "Do you know who Lai Kai is?" "Lai Tse?" "Yes, he's the largest drug lord in Kachin State." "Why do you want to know about him?" "That is not your concern. Just answer the questions. Is Lai Kai currently residing at the Manawa Hotel?" Do you wish to die?" "Why, yes, he is." "What floor is he on?" "Which room?" "How many guards does he have?" "Are you clear?" "What do you want from me?" The moment Zhou Xinhua inquired further, the youth seemed to catch on to their intentions. "Just answer the questions. Do you understand?" "Tell me." "I don't know, I really don't. I'm just a small-time thug. How would I know about an underground boss?" he cried, his voice quivering. 064. Commence the operation. "This brat is not being cooperative." "Very well, hit him," Li Xuan commanded, deliberately speaking in English. "Don't hit me. I truly don't know," he wailed. Zhou Xinhua's fists fell like rain upon him, each strike eliciting cries of pain, yet his lips obstinately maintained their ignorance. Zhou Xinhua struck with measured restraint, avoiding lethal blows, ensuring he did not kill the youth. "I'll tell you I will." Overwhelmed by the relentless beating, he finally relented, feebly exclaiming, "Speak." "5th floor, room 1. That is the room reserved for him. I truly do not know how many guards there are." "Uncooperative, continue the beating," Li Xuan ordered. "I swear that is all I know. Please stop hitting me." Another round of brutal strikes ensued, and the youth, nearly at his wit's end, pleaded desperately, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Yet Zhou Xinhua remained unmoved, continuing his assault, each punch resonating with a sickening thud. "Enough, that will suffice." At last, Xie Gao spoke, cautioning that if they killed him, they would receive no information. Zhou Xinhua halted, and the bespectacled youth lay crumpled on the ground, muttering pleas for mercy. "Speak, confess honestly," Zhou Xinhua prodded, giving him a kick. I will. The youth gasped, recovering slightly. "He's on the top floor." "In which room?" "There is only one room on the top floor, specifically designated for him. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. Please spare me." The youth curled up, his voice breaking in despair. It appeared he was indeed out of information. Zhou Xinhua shook his weary hand, feeling the strain from the exertion. "Number 5, grant him a swift end," Xie Gao instructed in Mandarin, knowing the youth would not comprehend. In the darkness, Li Xuan stepped forward and swiftly snapped the youth's neck, offering no resistance. Confirming that Lai Kai resided at the top floor of the Manhua Hotel, specifically constructed for him, they still lacked information on the guards. Yet time was of the essence. They could not afford to wait. Concerning the guards, Li Xuan and his companions were confident in their own abilities, having honed their skills since childhood. Upon returning to the hotel, they found it to be one of the few establishments in Kachin State, ranking in the lower tier, with perhaps only 10 hotels in the entire region. How pitiful, considering it was still a provincial capital. They opened their bags, retrieving essential gear, while discarding the rest temporarily. Weapons were strapped on, ammunition secured, and they donned attire that would facilitate movement, foregoing cumbersome bulletproof vests. With masks covering their faces, the 5 descended from the 4th floor of the hotel, stealthily making their way towards the Manhua Hotel. Atop the Manhua Hotel, the penthouse had been transformed into a luxurious rooftop villa, featuring a swimming pool occupying half the space, flanked by opulent architecture that glimmered with lights. Lai Kai listened intently as his subordinate reported that those who had been inquiring about him had returned to their hotel and had not emerged since. "They must have been intimidated by my reputation." Lai Kai chuckled confidently, dismissing the 5 individuals. Were they 30-somethings, he might have felt a twinge of concern. After all, with age comes experience. But hearing that these were mere youngsters, he felt no fear. It was likely an impulsive act on their part, and he, being magnanimous, had no intention of retaliating. If they left tomorrow, all would be well. Should they prove unwise, however, they would find no mercy. "Everyone disperse. It is time for sleep." Old Chun waved, sending everyone away. As the lights dimmed, Lai Kai lay alone in bed, oblivious to the fact that those 5 he had scorned were quietly infiltrating the vicinity of the Manhua Hotel. Zhang Zhijuan sought a suitable sniping position, with a towering tree catching his attention. Standing over 20 meters high, its top was perfectly aligned with the penthouse of the Manhua Hotel, offering a clear view of the establishment. Climbing trees again, this was his 3rd mission requiring such an ascent. The trunk was smooth but posed no challenge for him, having undergone training in tree climbing. With an M110 slung over his back, he swiftly scaled the trunk, settling amidst the dense foliage, assembling his sniper rifle, and keeping a keen eye on the hotel across the way. The hotel was brightly lit, rendering night vision equipment unnecessary. Numerous guards patrolled the premises, their presence formidable, with some even discreetly armed with rifles. Though the security appeared tight, there were still gaps, opportunities for Li Xuan and his team to exploit. Yet they were in no rush to enter. The time was still early. Li Xuan and his companions crouched in their hiding place, deliberating on how best to infiltrate. In the thicket, mosquitoes buzzed and flitted about chaotically, yet they posed no threat to Li Xuan and his companions. These insects dared not approach, for the medicinal substances they had applied emitted an aroma that repelled them. They were biding their time, preparing to commence their operation around the depths of the night, when silence enveloped the world, a prime opportunity for action. Their objective was to eliminate Lai Kai. A single successful strike would allow for an immediate retreat. After a brief rest, Lu Hai remained vigilant. Xie Gao pressed the earpiece against his ear, speaking in hushed tones. Zhang Zhijuan, perched in a tree, responded. His M110 trained unwaveringly on the rooftop of the building. Time slipped by second, as the group nestled in the grass, appearing half asleep yet maintaining mental acuity, ready to react swiftly to any emergency. The clock had struck past 2 a.m. when Zhang Zhijuan rubbed his bleary eyes. The hours spent in the tree felt monotonous, staring fixedly at one spot, an ordeal even the most ordinary person would find taxing. However, for a sniper, such endurance was commonplace. They could remain in place for days if necessary. Suddenly, Li Xuan opened his eyes, glancing at his luminous wristwatch, prompting him to awaken the other 3 and inquire about Zhang Zhijuan's status. Upon learning that the Majizna Hotel remained unchanged, the four readied themselves, checking their gear before setting out. The hotel's perimeter was devoid of any visible surveillance, cleverly concealed. Its walls were smooth, predominantly adorned with windows. If guests were present, they could easily spot the intruders. One side of the building featured numerous ladder-like decorations, seemingly convenient, but these began from the second floor. At the main entrance stood four imposing figures clad in black suits, exuding an air of authority. However, to Li Xuan, they were but mere facades, an illusion of strength. To him, they appeared weak, their muscles slack, faces pale, and postures unrefined, indicative of a lack of physical training and perhaps some underlying frailty. They were hardly worth noting. Ignoring these four, Li Xuan and his companions positioned themselves behind the wall, glancing up at the smooth wall and the illuminated windows. Number 6. Report which rooms are occupied. Xie Gao inquired softly. Zhang Zhijuan, who had been observing the hotel since dusk, was well aware of the occupancy and relayed the information promptly. The first-floor lobby, along with the second and third floors, served as dining areas, currently unoccupied. The guest rooms began from the fourth floor, extending approximately 30 meters high, making a total of 40 meters including the 3 lower levels. While this height seemed significant, it was trivial for them. They had scaled cliffs of 100 meters without any safety measures, so a mere 40 meters posed no challenge. The four stood facing each other, able to observe the situation behind them, rendering a frontal approach impossible. They could not linger, as security personnel were patrolling the area. Suddenly, a beam of light swept around the corner, startling Li Xuan and his group, who quickly ducked into the grass to await the patrol as passage. The individual wielding the flashlight exhibited no semblance of vigilance, strolling casually past them, oblivious to the potential threat in the grass, perhaps lulled into complacency by the hotel's reputed protection. Once the patrol had moved on, Li Xuan and his team cautiously emerged, their goal now to ascend to the second floor via the balcony. Scaling the exterior was out of the question. They could not afford to take such a risk with numerous watchful eyes below. The lights atop the building illuminated the hotel's surroundings, making any sudden appearance on the smooth walls conspicuous. The second floor boasted a small balcony, the purpose of which was unclear. Li Xuan concealed himself in the shadows, while Niu Jin leaned against the wall in a crouched position, and Xie Gao and Zhou Xinhua stood watch. Once they confirmed the coast was clear, Li Xuan made a short sprint, stepping on Niu Jin's shoulder and leaping up to grasp the balcony railing. Peering over, he spotted a man with either a Type 47 or Type 81 rifle standing there, scanning the area, completely unaware of the danger below. Li Xuan ascended like a cat, and stealthily approached the man's side. The individual seemed to sense something, turning to meet Li Xuan's bright eyes. Li Xuan offered a smile. Though obscured by his mask, the other could discern nothing. The man opened his mouth to scream, but Li Xuan swiftly silenced him, driving a knife upward from below. Piercing into his brain, with a swift twist, the man's life was extinguished. After dispatching him, Li Xuan gestured for his companions to ascend. The second-floor balcony led into the restaurant, which was dimly lit and devoid of patrons. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, yet the door to the staircase was locked. Cameras flickered with red lights, revealing their positions. Li Xuan deftly avoided the cameras, making his way through the dark corners toward the stairs. Behind him, Zhou Xinhua and Xie Gao took turns stepping on Niu Jin's shoulders, easily leaping to the second-floor balcony before pulling Niu Jin up. The four moved stealthily, evading the cameras, and reached the stairway entrance. The glass door was ajar, having been locked from the outside, allowing them easy access. Otherwise, the man on the balcony would have been trapped if he needed to use the restroom. The staircase was illuminated by a dim light, and the surrounding stillness rendered the scene eerily suitable for a horror film. For Li Xuan and his group, however, such an environment held no fear. They had encountered far worse. They ascended the stairs smoothly, encountering no one until they reached the top floor, where the door was firmly locked. They exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. Was it wise to open the door? And might there be someone on the other side? Let us take a peek, Xie Gao suggested. Turning the handle, he unlocked it and cautiously pushed the door open, quickly glancing inside before retreating and closing it again. What did you see? Li Xuan asked. There are 6 individuals guarding the elevator, came the reply. So this elevator must lead upstairs, then? Quite cunning of them to have a dedicated elevator, he mused. What now? The 4 fell into silence, genuinely unsure of their next steps. Li Xuan's gaze wandered, fixating on the window outside, and suddenly proposed. What if we climbed up from the outside? They were uncertain of the situation outside and could not make a decision without further intel. They decided to consult Zhang Zhijuan, asking him to monitor the patrolling individuals below. Soon, Zhang Zhijuan relayed his observations, confirming that he would inform Li Xuan when the patrol was out of sight. The tightly shut window was cracked open, and Zhang Zhijuan, perched in the tree, had a clear view of Li Xuan, who was the first to cautiously emerge. Peering down, he noted the 30-meter drop, feeling the chill of the night breeze. The wall offered no handholds, and there was nowhere to land outside. "Hurry! The next person is coming up," Zhang Zhijuan's voice echoed in his ear. Li Xuan remained silent, but felt a sense of urgency, scanning above. He spotted a protruding beam approximately 1 meter high, with a thickness of at least 50 centimeters. This meant he would need to reach a height of 1.5 meters to grasp it. Crouched in the narrow window, he lacked the space to stand. Yet with all his might, he barely managed to touch the beam. Li Xuan executed a perilous maneuver, facing outward, one hand clutching the window's interior while he gradually leaned outward, standing up. The other hand strained against the protruding beam above, his feet pressing firmly against the window, bending at the waist as he balanced precariously in the middle, supporting himself to avoid falling. At that moment, he removed his hand from the window and reached out to grasp the jutting beam, using his arm's strength to suspend his entire body above it, releasing his feet. Thus, Li Xuan found himself hanging perilously from this beam, appearing exceedingly dangerous. A slight miscalculation could send him plummeting to a gruesome demise. Zhang Zhijuan, perched in a tree, watched Li Xuan's audacious actions with bated breath. Exposed, Li Xuan hung with one hand from the beam, glancing below. A person with acrophobia would surely soil their trousers. Taking a deep breath, he placed his other hand up, both hands now gripping the beam, and with a surge of effort, he could easily pull himself up. Yet, he refrained from acting recklessly, opting for a gradual approach. His arms strained, mimicking the motion of performing on a horizontal bar, as he shifted his grip. The beam protruding from the wall was scarcely 30 centimeters wide, and Li Xuan pressed himself firmly against it, with the rooftop merely half a meter away, within reach. However, he refrained from moving, for a figure below was passing by with a flashlight. When the beam of light swept across him, it sent his heart racing with fright. Fortunately, the individual seemed oblivious, whether due to a random sweep of the flashlight or poor eyesight, failing to notice him pressed tightly against the wall. Once the person had passed, Li Xuan continued his ascent, not daring to even wipe the sweat from his brow. As Zhang Zhijuan had indicated, there was no one on the rooftop, emboldening Li Xuan to ascend without any pretense. Indeed, as Zhang Zhijuan had stated, the rooftop was devoid of any personnel, not a single guard in sight. The environment, however, was rather pleasant, featuring a large rooftop swimming pool surrounded by an array of trees and flowers, resembling an aerial garden. Li Xuan had little time to admire the scenery. He needed to return to locate his target and resolve the matter. On one side lay the swimming pool garden, while the other resembled a villa. Li Xuan inwardly cursed, thinking how this fellow truly knew how to indulge, while he himself had to crawl through the muck. After a brief moment of silent lament, he discreetly drew his handgun. Yes, a handgun, as he had entrusted the rifle to Xie Gao, having just scaled the wall, making it cumbersome to carry. He gently chambered around and stealthily approached the villa atop the roof. Inside, a soft glow emanated from the interior, suggesting the presence of some night lights. Li Xuan quietly approached the window, peering through the large glass pane, where he could see clearly that the space was deserted. This puzzled him. How could a notorious underground kingpin like Lai Kai have no bodyguards? Was he truly that overconfident? There were no visible cameras inside, but Li Xuan remained cautious, uncertain if hidden surveillance might exist. Beside him stood an elevator, undoubtedly leading to the next floor. Li Xuan did not dare to descend. Doing so would inevitably alert the 6 individuals within. Although he was confident in his ability to deal with them, he needed time sufficient for them to sound the alarm. If the hotel's security were alerted, he could not guarantee they would break through the encirclement. Thus, he decided to proceed on his own. The seemingly modest aerial villa housed numerous rooms. Searching each one would consume too much time, so Li Xuan headed directly for the second floor, neglecting the first. Generally, individuals like Lai Kai, if residing on higher floors, would surely occupy the topmost level to gaze down upon all. Indeed, as he ascended, he spotted 2 figures at the end of the second floor, obstructing his path. Luckily, he had chosen to observe carefully on his way up. Had he rushed in impulsively, his stealth would have surely been compromised. Confronted by two individuals face-to-face posed a challenge, yet they appeared somewhat drowsy. Li Xuan, confident in his marksmanship, swiftly drew his weapon and fired 2 shots, eliminating them. The gunfire likely exposed him. Despite the silencer, the sound still reached approximately 60 decibels, a considerable noise in the stillness of the night. Nevertheless, Li Xuan pressed on, emerging from his hiding place and dispatching the two before they could comprehend the situation. Bullet holes appearing in their foreheads as they fell lifelessly. Having dispatched the 2 sentinels, Li Xuan did not relax. Instead, he felt an even greater tension, uncertain whether his gunfire had been heard. In truth, he had underestimated the hotel's soundproofing. The noise of the shots was completely muffled by the walls. However, he was unaware of this, leaving him with a sensation akin to covering his ears while stealing a bell. Gently, he pushed open the door, which was unlocked. The second floor was spacious, devoid of partitions, creating a singular open area. Soft night lights cast a gentle glow, allowing Li Xuan to clearly observe the room's decor. With a large bed positioned centrally, surrounded by various furnishings, all of which he disregarded. His focus was on the bed, or rather the occupant upon it. He clearly saw a figure lying beneath the covers, the blanket rising and falling rhythmically, unmistakably indicating that the target was breathing, confirming the presence of a living person. Li Xuan treaded softly, approximately 10 meters from the bed. Yet those 10 meters felt farther than 100 to him. As a novice in assassination, he felt an undeniable anxiety, fearing any misstep. Approaching the bedside, Li Xuan strained to see the person. Although the blanket was shifting, the head was concealed beneath it, the entire figure enveloped by the covers. Moreover, the blanket appeared excessively thick. Even amidst the summer's warmth, such a heavy covering seemed unnecessary, typically reserved for winter. Sensing something was amiss, he gently tugged at the corner of the blanket, and with a sudden force, he yanked it aside, revealing a tightly bound individual, their mouth gagged, rendering them mute. Judging by the attire, they appeared to be a waitress. This was troubling. A surge of alarm surged within Li Xuan, for he noticed a circular device strapped around the waitress's waist, numbers flickering ominously. A bomb! The realization struck him suddenly, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. Hastily diving behind a nearby sofa. Boom! The countdown reached 0, the bomb detonating. The waitress on the bed instantly reduced to a bloody mess, debris scattering throughout the room. The blast force was considerable, shattering the bed, and Li Xuan felt the impact even while shielded behind the sofa. In the tree, Zhang Zhijuan clearly witnessed a burst of flames erupting from the rooftop, the sound of the explosion yet to reach him. He quickly grasped the situation and inquired about Li Xuan. Upon hearing Zhang Zhijuan's question, Li Xuan's expression turned grave as he responded in a serious tone. "We have been compromised. This is a trap." Downstairs, Xie Gao and the others sensed the tremors from above, and upon hearing Li Xuan's words, they felt a wave of foreboding. "Prepare for battle. We have been exposed," Xie Gao swiftly declared, as Zhou Xinhua and Niu Jinhua eagerly chambered their weapons and disengaged their safeties. "Number 5, what is your situation?" Xie Gao pressed, lowering his voice into the earpiece. "Currently unharmed. I haven't spotted the enemy or Lai Kai, but with such a commotion, it's likely reinforcements will arrive shortly." "I'm moving toward your location now," Li Xuan replied, his expression darkening as he rose from behind the sofa, gripping his handgun tightly as he edged toward the door. Just as he had anticipated, he began to hear footsteps, thuds echoing from the hallway. The door left ajar, and the number of approaching individuals was considerable, instilling a sense of caution within him. Suddenly, the entirety of the hotel illuminated, and a swarm of armed individuals surged from the rooms, all wielding AK-47s, and not the shabby kind. These individuals raced up the stairs, weapons in hand. Meanwhile, in the lobby, Lai Kai lounged on a sofa, attended by a dozen subordinates, as one of them lit a thick cigar for him. Taking a deep drag, Lai Kai scoffed, "Humph, what fools attempting to mess with me on my own turf." Indeed, they clearly do not recognize the gravity of the situation. The general's influence is far-reaching, and mere ants cannot fathom his might. A sycophant chimed in, flattering Lai Kai, who basked in the praise. "You speak wisely." Laid low by the praise of Lai Kai, the sycophant wore an even more obsequious smile. On the rooftop, Li Xuan brandished a pistol, poised to confront any intruders rushing up the stairwell. Yet, to his dismay, no one appeared. Instead, several smoking objects were hurled his way. In an instant, Li Xuan identified them. for grenades, 2 flashbangs, and a smoke bomb. Cursing under his breath, he forcefully shut the door. The projectiles collided against it, rebounding before detonating, catching the assailants off guard. Seizing the moment, Li Xuan flung the door open and dashed out. As he rounded the corner of the hallway, he was met with a throng of hapless soldiers moaning on the ground. Some clutched their wounds, while others shielded their eyes. Li Xuan swiftly picked up an AK-47 and unleashed a barrage of fire upon them, extinguishing their lives. He scavenged a few magazines and grenades from their bodies before sprinting towards the elevator. Before the elevator doors, he abruptly halted, listening intently. He hesitated to enter, fearing the presence of adversaries within. Urgently, he inquired with Xie Gao about the 6 individuals who had previously guarded the elevator. As expected, they had vanished, likely inside the elevator. The 7 he had just slain were an anomaly, and the timeline did not align. They had arrived far too quickly, indicating they were not the same 6 stationed earlier. Contemplating his options, he pressed the down button, positioning himself against the adjacent wall rather than directly in front of the door. With a chime, the elevator doors slid open. Suddenly, a flurry of gunfire erupted from within, bullets raining down indiscriminately. After expending an entire magazine, the onslaught ceased, yet no figures materialized. All rounds had been spent. Within the now silent elevator, a dark green, egg-shaped object was tossed inside. The faces of the 6 men paled, and they erupted in curses in an unfamiliar tongue before frantically bolting for the exit. Leaning against the doorframe, Li Xuan effortlessly dispatched the fleeing 6, who were mere fodder. He stepped into the elevator, reclaiming the grenade without removing its pin, as he still needed it for his descent. Inside, he noted the elevator only had up and down buttons devoid of any numbered keys, clearly indicating it was designated solely for rooftop access. He pressed the down button, and the elevator began its descent, halting shortly after. As the doors opened, he found himself face to face with several individuals, nearly prompting him to raise his weapon. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Xie Gao and the others, lowering his firearm in relief. "What are you doing here?" "I almost fired," Li Xuan complained. "Enough of that. The entire hotel is now surrounded. Our mission has failed. We must find a way to break out," Xie Gao replied earnestly. "Your gun." Niu Jin returned the 416 Hong Kong dollars to Li Xuan, accepting it but opting to keep his AK-47. He felt more familiar with it due to their extensive training. Xie Gao and the others made no objections to his preference. 6. What is the current situation? Xie Gao inquired of Zhang Zhijuan, who was perched in a tree. "Very grim. I see numerous individuals moving upstairs, and all exits of the hotel have been sealed," Zhang Zhijuan reported candidly. "Have you spotted Lai Kai?" "Not yet. Thus far, I've seen no one exit, only a continuous influx of armed personnel. Lai Kai is likely still within the hotel. Keep a close watch. If you see him, eliminate him immediately. As for us, dealing with these minions is more than sufficient." "Understood." Zhang Zhijuan resolved to remain vigilant, adjusting his aim towards the hotel entrance. Meanwhile, Xie Gao and the others hastily made their way to the stairwell, opting for the nearest exit. Upon entering, they encountered a crowd of people, both sides momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Compared to these hapless soldiers, Li Xuan and his comrades reacted far more swiftly, raising their weapons to fire. The AK-47 in Li Xuan's grasp erupted with ferocious intensity, bullets sweeping through the crowd. The front line of adversaries was caught off guard, collapsing en masse, while the rear began to retreat chaotically. Those behind were similarly unprepared, stumbling over one another and tumbling down, creating a domino effect. The assailants exhibited no military training, lacking any sense of coordination, resembling a swarm of frenzied ants armed with nothing more than makeshift clubs. As the AK-47 unleashed its relentless barrage, Li Xuan and his team pressed forward amidst the dense enemy ranks, the weapon proving far superior in this chaotic engagement compared to the 416 Hong Kong dollars. In Western nations, precision is paramount, and firepower is compensated through machine guns, making the 416 Hong Kong dollars more suitable for single shots or controlled bursts. However, in this scenario, it was inadequate. Xie Gao, Zhou Xinhua, and Niu Jin also switched to AK-47s, scavenging from the fallen. The metallic clinking of spent shell casings echoed on the marble staircase as they advanced, their boots soaked in the dark crimson of spilled blood, steadily moving downward. Yet the sheer number of adversaries posed a challenge. They felt overwhelmed, with enemies pressing in from both directions. Though fearful, the assailants resorted to shooting blindly around corners, indifferent to accuracy. Suddenly, a round object tumbled down the staircase, emitting a hissing sound. "Grenade!" was the immediate reaction, prompting everyone to scatter. However, the confined space of the stairwell offered little room for evasion. Quick-witted, Xiagao kicked the grenade down the staircase just as it landed. The device rolled down, and Li Xuan distinctly heard the screams from below, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the corridor, paint peeling from the walls. The ineptitude of the assailants was evident as they carelessly tossed grenades without regard for their comrades. Sensing the danger to their own, those above ceased throwing grenades but continued firing blindly, unwilling to advance. Li Xuan temporarily halted his fire, using 2 corpses as shields against incoming bullets. These unfortunate bodies bore the brunt of the onslaught, while he and his team remained unscathed. On the first floor, Lai Kai sipped his coffee slowly, savoring its bitter flavor without any sugar. Truly an authentic latte. Suddenly, a sycophant rushed over, whispering urgently in his ear. The previously serene expression on Lai Kai's face soured instantly. The reason was clear. Despite their numbers, they were unable to contain the opposition, who were relentlessly pushing downward. "Let us go." He flung his coffee onto the table, his countenance darkening as he rose. The situation was spiraling out of control, and he could not afford to gamble with his life. A car was driven out from the garage, and a throng of followers escorted Lai Kai out of the hotel, their demeanor cautious as they shielded him in the center. "I see someone exiting the hotel," Zhang Zhijuan exclaimed with sudden excitement. "Is it Lai Kai?" "Indeed, it is him, surrounded and preparing to leave the hotel." "Take him down immediately." "Understood." After speaking, Zhang Zhijuan took a deep breath, his M110 aimed at Lai Kai, who was approximately 200 meters away. With the precision of the M110, there was no need for any lead. Lai Kai was surrounded by a throng of people, their heads bobbing like a turbulent sea, constantly obstructing the trajectory of the bullet, making it challenging to take him down. Zhang Zhijuan inhaled deeply, calming his mind and holding his breath, keeping the scope steady, adjusting his aim slightly in front of Lai Kai, waiting for him to approach before abruptly squeezing the trigger with his index finger. The gun jolted, and a bullet was instantaneously unleashed. Lai Kai, moving forward under the protection of the crowd, felt as if he was walking directly into the path of the bullet. In an instant, a crimson spray erupted from his forehead, his brain reduced to a mushy pulp, resulting in immediate death. No divine intervention could alter his fate. A thrill of delight surged within Zhang Zhijuan at the successful shot, but his position was now compromised, and he hurriedly slid down the tree trunk. Although he had equipped a silencer, the sound at 200 meters was still audible, and the flash from the muzzle further exposed him. Guards armed with AK-47s unleashed a barrage at the tree, sending leaves flying, yet Zhang Zhijuan had already descended to the ground. Within mere seconds, he had safely reached the ground from the towering tree. Without skill, he would have surely met a fatal end. Upon landing, Zhang Zhijuan swiftly departed the area. As a group was rapidly approaching, he had no choice but to flee, for his M110 stood no chance against the relentless hail of bullets from the AK-47s. At the hotel entrance, sorrow prevailed. Their leader had been slain, his head turned to mush in an instant. The onlookers lamented their fallen chief. Yet who could truly fathom the inner thoughts of each individual? Inside the hotel, gunfire continued, stray bullets whizzing about as the staircase windows lay shattered. Li Xuan and his companions fought back while retreating downstairs, their pace quickening upon hearing Zhang Zhijuan's report that the target had been neutralized, bringing them a sense of relief. Though they still felt reliant on the sniper's prowess, feeling somewhat inadequate. As they descended the multi-story building, perhaps due to Lai Kai's demise, the resistance from the remaining individuals had lessened, resembling scattered monkeys after a tree falls. A grenade slipped from Li Xuan's hand. Rolling down the stairs, a grenade salvaged from a corpse. Following the explosion, they swiftly pushed down to the next level, the ground littered with bodies, blood streaming down the staircase. It could rightly be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After a laborious effort, they finally breached the 3rd floor, only to discover that the staircase was blocked by an avalanche of tables and chairs. "What now?" Niujin inquired. "Retreat." Xiagao's expression grew grave. With no other option, they had to backtrack, returning to the 4th floor to seek an alternate escape route. At the entrance to the 4th floor, they were met with an assault. A gaggle of miscreants attempted to obstruct their passage in the corridor. "What now?" Li Xuan remarked, surprised that so many were gathered here, with more reinforcements arriving from behind. "We have to charge through. Do we have any grenades left?" Xie Gao asked. "None," came the reply. They had exhausted all the grenades they had scavenged, and the four of them huddled at the doorway, bullets ricocheting off the opposite wall, chunks of cement raining down. Li Xuan and his companions recoiled as concrete debris struck their faces, causing them discomfort. The adversaries, relying on their numbers and firepower, unleashed a relentless barrage, leaving them no opportunity to expose themselves. Meanwhile, more foes descended from above. "We must push upwards. I cannot endure this on every floor," Xie Gao declared impulsively. Given the current circumstances, their best chance lay in breaking through upwards. The assailants above incessantly hurled grenades downwards, yet they managed to evade them, or the grenades landed below. It seemed these individuals lacked training in the proper technique for delayed grenade throws. Pulling the pin and tossing it was their standard practice. After all, grenades are perilous, and untrained individuals, fearing self-detonation, would instinctively throw them immediately after pulling the pin. Despite the lack of knowledge regarding grenade usage, Li Xuan and his team remained apprehensive, aware that a misstep or a faulty grenade could result in their demise. On the fifth floor, the adversaries were clearly unprepared for an upward assault. Li Xuan and his comrades easily stormed in, opting for a different staircase to descend. Zhang Zhijuan gasped for breath, pursued closely by the others, cursing his misfortune as he found himself fleeing once more. Previously in pursuit, now he was the one being chased. Though he harbored frustration towards his relentless pursuers, survival took precedence. He made his way to the outskirts of Ban, where the darkness deepened, providing ample cover to evade his chasers. The dense underbrush of Myanmar offered a perfect refuge. Hiding in the thick foliage, his pursuers would surely struggle to spot him. At the stairwell of the first floor, the emergency exit door was forcefully breached. Yet, no one emerged. The ragtag group waiting outside opened fire as soon as the door flew open. Lai Kai was dead. Although loyalty began to wane, there remained a facade to uphold, such as vowing to avenge their leader, with a few steadfastly loyal. The soldiers who had anxiously awaited the arrival of their comrades were perplexed by their absence, while the pursuers from above descended, bewildered to find their own allies at the door, unsure of the whereabouts of their quarry. "Where are they?" The previously loyal henchmen fumed, pointing angrily at the ragtag group. "What good are you if you cannot protect our leader?" The accused lowered their heads, too intimidated to respond. "Enough of the insults. Find them. I want them ground to dust." One individual stepped forward, asserting his authority. The chastised group cast a grateful glance at him before promptly setting off in search of their target. Meanwhile, the one who had been berating them shot a discontented glance at the speaker, feeling his opportunity to assert dominance had been undermined. The other henchmen exchanged glances filled with unspoken intentions, each with their own schemes brewing. In the basement, Li Xuan and his team cautiously emerged from the elevator. After tossing a grenade on the first floor, they swiftly returned to the second floor, taking the elevator to escape. The dim-witted foes had neglected to halt the elevator, allowing them to reach the basement garage without incident. "Choose a vehicle, and let us make haste. I suspect the situation for number 6 is dire," Xie Gao urged. "There are pickups over there." Li Xuan pointed to a few deep green Jiangling pickups parked nearby. The garage housed numerous sedans, but in their current predicament, pickups were the most suitable option. Without any off-road vehicles, pickups became the obvious choice. The pickups had evidently been modified, with steel plates welded to the exterior, significantly enhancing their protective capabilities. The trailer appeared to be equipped for further modifications, but was currently dismantled. "Number 3, you drive. Number 2 and 5, take positions in the trailer and eliminate anyone who approaches. I'll contact number 6. Xie Gao swiftly allocated tasks. He possessed a satellite phone, responsible for coordinating with everyone. Their earpieces, small radios, had limited range, and Zhang Zhijuan's whereabouts were still unknown, so they aimed to locate him first. The engine of the pickup roared to life, spewing black smoke from the exhaust as it sped from the basement to the first floor, colliding head-on with the searching miscreants. Initially stunned by the oncoming vehicle, they quickly regained their senses, scrambling to avoid the charging pickup. Once steady, they began firing at the vehicle as it sped away, some minor leaders hastily pulling out their phones to report to higher-ups. The bullets clanged against the armor, ricocheting harmlessly while leaving white marks on the steel plates. Li Xuan and Niu Jin crouched in the trailer, allowing the bullets to zip past them, seemingly unfazed by the chaos of gunfire above their heads. Having become inured to the perils of battle. As the assailant sprinted, he fired at the pickup truck, yet the jarring motion rendered his aim utterly futile. Inside the truck bed, Li Xuan, with audacity, dared to peek out, only to retract immediately, causing the person behind him to be flung backward. A testament to Zhou Xinhua's commendable driving skills. The engine roared as they surged forth from the underground garage, where a throng of individuals had gathered, poised to intercept. However, upon witnessing the pickup barreling towards them like a ferocious tiger unleashed, they wisely opted to retreat. "Hurry, drive after them," urged several minor leaders in haste. Within the garage, the engines of numerous vehicles erupted in a cacophony, and soon, a convoy of cars emerged, pursuing the pickup. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Not only had the news of Lai Kai's demise yet to circulate, but the din of engines racing outside at such an hour was bound to rouse many. "Those damned bastards are closing in," Li Xuan muttered, spotting the glaring headlights behind him. "Turn off the headlights, one by one," he called out, knocking on the window. "What good will that do?" Zhou Xinhua retorted. "If we don't turn them off, we'll be sitting ducks for those stragglers behind us." "But how can I drive if we turn them off?" Zhou Xinhua countered. "Haven't you learned that one shouldn't drive with lights on at night? Have you forgotten? Can we really compare this situation to the training grounds? There, I could drive blindfolded." Li Xuan cursed under his breath, feeling somewhat helpless. "Head north. Number 6 is to the north. I've already instructed him to wait for us near the highway." Xie Gao interjected abruptly, disregarding the exchange between Li Xuan and Zhou Xinhua. "Follow the road ahead. The rear is up to you too," Xie Gao directed the trio. "Understood." They nodded in unison. The further they ventured into the suburbs, the more treacherous the roads became. The pickup jolted violently, causing great discomfort to its occupants, yet they dared not reduce their speed. Behind them, the pursuers remained relentless, seemingly intent on not resting until they had vanquished their quarry. As they neared a critical juncture, Zhou Xinhua, at the wheel, suddenly discovered the path obstructed by a large group of armed individuals, clearly prepared for an ambush. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons and opened fire upon the approaching pickup. "Damn it!" Zhou Xinhua exclaimed vehemently, slamming on the brakes and ducking down. Bullets whizzed perilously close, the heat of their passage palpable in the air. "Get out!" Xie Gao shouted, simultaneously flinging open the door and leaping out. Without needing further instruction, Li Xuan and Niu Jin exited the truck as it came to a halt. The abrupt stop had sent both tumbling forward, and they sensed impending doom. Li Xuan surveyed the blockade ahead while in the rear. The headlights of their pursuers came into view. "Abandon the vehicle and head for the woods," Xie Gao commanded decisively. The four distanced themselves from the pickup, which was being riddled with bullets, its headlights shattered, and the windshield marred with a spiderweb of cracks. Smoke began to billow from the engine, indicating an imminent fire from the barrage. It appeared as if their assailants were oblivious to Li Xuan and his companion's departure. As they continued to fire into the abandoned vehicle for several minutes, focusing their attention on the empty pickup. In the darkness, they failed to notice Xie Gao and the others slip away. The pickup, now enveloped in smoke and on the verge of igniting, became a mere target for the marauders. As dusk settled, the streets outside had already been reopened, yet the populace remained wary of venturing out. A few individuals meandered about, likely undercover agents. Meanwhile, the government of Kai Bang displayed indifference to the situation, perhaps harboring grievances against Lai Kai, as they showed no signs of intervention. That evening, Li Xuan and his companions, masquerading as foreign tourists with backpacks, brazenly exited Bonn, intent on reclaiming the remaining $30,000. Perhaps due to Lai Kai's demise, the rotund figure handling the transaction appeared unusually pleased, promptly settling the outstanding amount without a hint of hesitation. Carrying $500,000, the five maintained their swagger, oblivious to the weight of their fortune. As the bus navigated a particularly narrow bend, the driver honked the horn, aware of the limited visibility on the opposite side. Suddenly, a sharp brake caused a near tumble within the vehicle. "What is happening?" the five questioned, bewildered, as they sat at the rear, unable to discern the situation ahead. The driver shouted something in Burmese and jumped out of the vehicle. Li Xuan and the others, unable to comprehend, assumed it was a warning to remain still. The other passengers merely craned their necks to peek outside, refusing to vacate their seats. "What is going on?" Zhou Xinhua nudged Li Xuan, who was positioned by the window. Nodding, Li Xuan leaned out to investigate. The bus had been halted, flanked by 2 pickup trucks, and a group of armed individuals was conversing with the driver, who was bowing and nodding submissively. "We've run into robbers," Li Xuan murmured, retracting his head. While bandits were not uncommon in Myanmar, they typically spared passenger buses that regularly paid protection fees. This time, however, their motives remained unclear, though Li Xuan suspected a connection to Lai Kai's death. The driver, seemingly unable to negotiate, was abruptly kicked down, and the disheveled bandits, armed with makeshift AK-47s, boarded the bus. The terrified passengers gaped at the intruders as they shouted commands in a language Li Xuan and his friends could not decipher. The sight of some individuals tremblingly pulling out cash confirmed their worst fears. A robbery was underway. The 5 lowered their heads, murmuring among themselves, then raised their gaze to the advancing robbers, each toting a firearm, while another 2 followed closely behind. Suddenly, a passenger erupted in panic, waving his arms frantically. One of the armed men pointed his weapon, and when the passenger failed to comply, he unleashed a volley of bullets, instantly killing the man. The surrounding passengers screamed in terror, while the robbers erupted in laughter, seemingly pleased with their actions. Li Xuan and his companions exchanged uneasy glances, yet refrained from making any rash moves. They understood that the moment the robbers drew near, they would be deemed expendable. As the robbers made their way down the aisle, they only demanded money without resorting to outright violence. As long as the passengers complied, they were spared. Those at gunpoint, desperate to appease their captors, were willing to surrender all their cash, abandoning any thoughts of resistance. As the trio of robbers approached Li Xuan and his friends, speaking in incomprehensible Burmese, they became impatient when the 5 remained still. Just then, Niu Jin sprang into action, lunging forward with astonishing speed. The robbers, caught off guard, were unprepared for the sudden assault from someone who appeared to be a wealthy young man, seemingly too calm to act. Niu Jin, robust in stature, collided with them, causing them to stagger backward. The narrow aisle of the bus left little room for maneuvering, and in that moment of confusion, Niu Jin seized the opportunity. Wresting the weapons from the 2 nearest robbers, in a swift motion, he dispatched them before they could even let out a cry. The commotion inside the bus drew the attention of those outside, who cautiously approached the vehicle, weapons in hand, ready to unleash their wrath. The passengers, now aware of the unfolding chaos, covered their mouths in shock, their eyes wide with fear, yet they dared not utter a sound. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, causing the encroaching crowd to snap to attention, surrounding the bus in anticipation of violence. Niu Jin cast a resentful glance at the elderly woman who had raised her voice, wishing fervently to silence her. Li Xuan had already retrieved the components of the 416 Hong Kong dollars from his backpack and assembled the weapon. Though he had seldom used this firearm and had not anticipated needing it again, circumstances dictated otherwise. After exchanging glances with Xie Gao and the others, Li Xuan turned his gaze towards the bandits encircling their vehicle, contemplating how to swiftly neutralize them. One of the robbers stood at the car door, shouting something incomprehensible to Li Xuan and his companions. They observed the passengers' reactions, all of whom were fixated on Niu Jin, still shaken from his sudden and violent outburst. Niu Jin was equally at a loss, glancing towards Xie Gao, who merely shrugged in a manner that conveyed his helplessness, leaving Niu Jin in a state of frustration. Li Xuan scanned the side of the vehicle by the window, spotting only 4 individuals. If he acted quickly, he could eliminate them in a matter of moments. The window was open, having allowed the breeze to flow in, and its size was sufficient for him to leap through. However, one of the bandits remained vigilantly focused on that side, perhaps due to the window being ajar. He needed to divert that individual's attention. The solution was simple. Li Xuan produced a $100 bill, extending it out of the window. The bandit outside, initially puzzled by the sight of a hand reaching through the window, was taken aback when he recognized the bill. His eyes widened with excitement as the money suddenly slipped from the grasp of Li Xuan's hand, drifting slowly downwards, capturing the bandit's undivided attention. With the sole observer distracted, Li Xuan swiftly leaned out of the small window, aiming the 416 Hong Kong dollars at the 4 men and unleashing a volley of bullets. The gunfire erupted, and the 4 men, caught completely off guard, fell lifelessly. The other bandits, alarmed by the sudden shots, rushed over to investigate. There were 12 robbers in total, though they did not consider themselves as such, merely extorting tolls under the guise of providing protection for safe passage. Everyone knew the truth. They were indeed bandits, but what choice did they have? They were outmatched and lacked any backing, thus resigned to paying the extortion fees. However, today, these individuals had miscalculated, claiming that there were suspicious persons in the vehicle and demanding to board for a search. The driver, well aware of their nature, hastily attempted to deter them, leading to inevitable consequences. Niojin dispatched 3, while Li Xuan took down 4, swiftly eliminating the 12 bandits. At last, the 416 Hong Kong dollars in Liu Chang's hands had seen bloodshed. Previously, he had been using an AK-47, as ammunition was readily scavenged from the corpses. The 416 Hong Kong dollars, carried as an afterthought, had not been loaded with many rounds, as they had not anticipated such a violent confrontation. The plan had been to assassinate Lai Kai and depart without incident. But circumstances had drastically shifted. It seemed that Li Xuan's actions had intimidated the passengers, who now regarded them with trepidation, fearful that he might suddenly turn his weapon upon them. Observing their fearful demeanor, coupled with the driver's expression of dread, they realized they could no longer remain in the vehicle. The remaining bandits had left behind a pickup truck, and they decided to utilize it. As they watched Li Xuan and his companions drive away, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. The killers had finally departed. They looked down at the bodies strewn about, numb to the sight, accustomed to death. The pickup truck sped through the muddy terrain, splattering muck everywhere, while the passenger bus had vanished from sight. Despite their unfamiliarity with the roads, as long as they followed the path, they would encounter no significant issues, even if they lost their way. They simply hoped to avoid any further bandit encounters. Fortunately, their journey proved uneventful, and even when they did cross paths with others, they sped past without concern. As the vehicle was a mere acquisition, they held no attachment to it. In a different locale, the mercenary, known as Arctic Bear, received a phone call from his superiors. "What is it?" he inquired bluntly. "There is a mission requiring your attention. The compensation has already been transferred. Half of the payment is in your account." The voice on the other end informed him. "What is the mission?" Arctic Bear asked. "You are to travel to the Middle East and rescue an individual. The details have been sent to your email. Ensure you bring the person back," came the reply. "Understood. By the way, how is the training of the recruits progressing?" Upon hearing the derogatory term used for his comrades, Arctic Bear frowned, but chose not to comment further, acknowledging they were ready for combat. "Then bring them along." "You need not remind me. I was already planning to do so." "Very well. Prepare yourself and depart promptly," the caller concluded before hanging up. Arctic Bear stowed away his phone and called out to the ground crew, "Go fetch the tablet." The tablet was a device provided during the recent surge in communications, deemed convenient for its portability compared to a computer. Upon opening his email, he found a message awaiting him, written in English, though that posed no challenge for him. The email detailed the situation of an American agent who had infiltrated the infamous Al-Qaeda but had recently been detained due to identity concerns. It warned that he was scheduled for execution in a matter of days by artillery fire. This agent possessed invaluable intelligence regarding Al-Qaeda, prompting significant interest from the American government. Due to the complications surrounding his identity, they sought a capable mercenary to undertake the rescue, and thus, they turned to Arctic Bear and his team. Their backing came from BAE Systems, a British company, which did not hinder their ability to accept American contracts, given the notoriety of their 328 mercenary group. As mercenaries, their motto was simple. They would work for payment, yet tasks from BAE Systems often came at half price or even free, as their equipment was supplied by the company. According to the provided information, the agent was being held in a village within the Rajasthan desert, accompanied by satellite images and coordinates. The details were sparse, leaving Arctic Bear with only a vague sense of their location and the knowledge that they were in the desert. This lack of clarity frustrated him, but having accepted the mission, he felt compelled to see it through. The credibility of the 328 mercenary group was at stake. They needed to first reach the U.S. military base in Afghanistan before proceeding to the target location. Once they rescued the agent, they could immediately contact the Americans for extraction. Given the limited details in the email, they would rely on the military base to provide further intelligence, which was crucial for the operation. Now, they only needed to prepare and await the return of Li Xuan and his group before setting off. Meanwhile, as Li Xuan and his companions approached the mountain range, they were intercepted by a ragtag group brandishing AK-47s of dubious origin, blocking their path. A quick glance revealed that there were over 30 of them, causing concern among Li Xuan and his team. Facing such a crowd would surely put them at a disadvantage. Clutching his 416 Hong Kong dollars tightly, they exchanged glances, pondering whether they should learn some Burmese to understand the chaotic chatter coming from the group. Gently pulling back the bolt, he chambered around. Should these individuals make any hostile moves, he would not hesitate to open fire. The bandits, having rambled on without receiving any response from the vehicle, grew curious and cautious, summoning one of their number to approach and assess the situation. Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted. Li Xuan and Oxford, who had been lying in the ditch, suddenly sprang to their feet, brandishing their 416 Hong Kong dollars and unleashing a flurry of gunfire towards their assailants. The unexpected onslaught caught them off guard, and as their magazine emptied, they could only react in panic, shouting incoherently and huddling on the ground. Gripping their AK-47s, they retaliated, firing at the pickup truck before them, each bullet puncturing the vehicle's exterior. Inside, Zhou Xinhua, Xie Gao, and Zhang Zhijun crouched beneath their seats, as bullets shattered the windshield, whizzing perilously close to their heads. Li Xuan and Oxford's actions had stirred a hornet's nest, resulting in the death of a dozen individuals, leaving the remaining assailants both frightened and furious. They leaped from behind the pickup, but were met with resistance from the front, failing to encircle the vehicle. Rolling onto the ground and taking refuge beneath the truck, Li Xuan and Oxford switched to controlled bursts, each pull of the trigger claiming yet another life. The assailants struck Li Xuan as a ragtag group of farmers who had abandoned their hoes for rifles, utterly lacking tactical prowess. Their chaotic nature resembling that of a disorganized mob, capable of violence akin to slaughtering livestock. Seemingly frightened, these individuals fled into the woods, abandoning over 20 corpses in their wake. Don't chase the desperate, they thought. Pursuing them would yield no reward. Only a broken vehicle that left them lamenting the necessity of walking. Perched atop a tree, a sniper wielding an SVD fixated on the five-man squad from a distance. 073. Two unknown snipers. There's an unsettling feeling. Li Xuan sensed his heart racing, not from exhaustion or excitement, but an inexplicable trepidation. Number 5, what is wrong? Xie Gao inquired, noticing Li Xuan's unusual demeanor. Nothing, just a strange feeling, as if something is about to happen, Li Xuan replied, clutching his head in frustration. What could possibly happen? Zhou Xinhua leaned in to ask. I just don't know. Something feels off, Li Xuan said, touching his chest. You're just making excuses for being lazy, Zhou Xinhua teased. Get lost, Li Xuan waved him off, though his expression remained grave, his eyes darting around in search of anomalies. Suddenly, a glimmer in the distance caught his attention. And alarm bells rang in his mind. Crap, a sniper, he shouted, shoving Zhang Zhijun aside, just as a flash of fire erupted nearby. The bullet flew through the air, targeting Zhang Zhijun due to his own sniper rifle, but Li Xuan's timely intervention saved him, though the bullet struck Li Xuan instead. The projectile penetrated his arm like a hot knife through butter. Instinctively, he raised his hand, preventing it from hitting a vital area. Clutching his wound, he rolled on the ground before hastily seeking shelter behind a tree. Xie Gao and the others reacted swiftly, finding cover as well. The sudden appearance of a sniper sent waves of fear through them. Had Li Xuan not acted quickly, Zhang Zhijun would likely have perished. Where did that sniper come from? Zhou Xinhua grumbled, leaning against a tree in frustration. Ask me? Who could I possibly ask? Xie Gao rolled his eyes, then turned to Zhang Zhijun. Can you return fire? I should be able to. He's still in the tree and likely unaware that we've spotted him. Zhang Zhijun responded swiftly, his heart racing and sweat forming on his forehead. Had it not been for Li Xuan pushing him aside, he feared he might have been killed. Grateful, he cast a glance at Li Xuan. Clutching his wound, Li Xuan felt a sharp, searing pain, but after some blood oozed out, it ceased flowing, leaving only discomfort. Zhang Zhijun, gripping his 110 rifle tightly, felt the weight of the sniper's presence. A single misstep could cost him his life. Number 5, are you all right? Xie Gao asked, noticing Li Xuan's grimace. I'm fine. You know my body. It's just a bit painful, Li Xuan waved them off. He then turned to Zhang Zhijun, jesting, it's up to you now. Avenge me and take him out. Don't worry, I've got this, Zhang Zhijun replied confidently. 1 o'clock, the tallest tree, Li Xuan instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijun steadied himself, taking a deep breath and revealing a determined glint in his eyes. Suddenly, he launched himself forward, raising his 110 rifle to fire at the distant treetop. Spotting a glimmer of light, a flash erupted from the treetop, and a bullet struck the ground near him, creating a small crater. Both men fired simultaneously, and Zhang Zhijun clearly saw a shadow tumble from the tree. His shot had successfully taken out the enemy sniper, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he prepared to rise, only to hear Li Xuan's urgent command, "Get down. There's another one." Before he could react, a wave of heat rushed past him, nearly grazing his scalp and prompting him to duck instinctively. 3 o'clock. Li Xuan yelled. Zhang Zhijuan, rolling on the ground, quickly raised his rifle, aiming at the 3 o'clock position. His eyes scanned the area and landed on an indigenous soldier clad in olive green, crouching on a branch. Poised to fire, Zhang Zhijuan acted quickly, firing a round of 7.62 ammunition that instantly eliminated the soldier, who plummeted from the tree. With both snipers neutralized, they remained cautious, unsure if a third sniper lurked nearby. Xie Gao removed his jacket, holding his gun aloft to draw fire. But when no shots rang out and his clothing remained unscathed, he surmised that no third sniper was present. Only then did they feel secure enough to emerge from cover. "That was close. I almost got my head blown off," Zhang Zhijuan remarked, still shaken from the near misses. "We should leave quickly. I doubt this is mere coincidence," Xie Gao urged. "It is indeed peculiar. Those robbers didn't seem to have much, yet they could afford 2 snipers? I can't believe it," Zhang Zhijuan mused. "And during the fight, they refrained from firing until we believed there were no enemies," indicating premeditation. The 5 men hurriedly departed towards the mountains, hoping to return swiftly. Fortunately, they encountered no further adversaries and successfully reached their stronghold. "Are you injured?" Su Jia inquired, noticing Li Xuan clutching his arm. "It's nothing, just a bullet grazed me," Li Xuan assured her with a reassuring glance. "That's no trivial matter," Su Jia responded anxiously, touching his wound. "You're overreacting. It's just a scratch," Zhou Xinhua interjected, casting a knowing look. "Of course, you're fine. It's not like it's happening to you," Su Jia retorted with an eye roll. Though the bullet in Li Xuan's arm was serious, it was not life-threatening. After having the bullet removed, he would only need a day or 2 of rest. Naturally, it was the local medic who performed the procedure. Despite receiving anesthesia, the subsequent pain was excruciating, yet he bore it silently. That evening, they had planned to descend the mountain for leisure, but the polar bear instructor announced an important matter, postponing their outing. This was particularly frustrating for Zhou Xinhua, whose mind was filled with pent-up energy. The instructor revealed that they had a new mission, one that would not see them acting alone. Instead, they would be collaborating with other instructors to confront a group of notoriously ruthless terrorists. Their target was in Afghanistan. Upon learning of yet another mission, Zhou Xinhua felt a wave of frustration, knowing he could not descend the mountain to seek leisure, especially with their departure scheduled for the morrow. On board the aircraft, en route to Yangon International Airport, 10 seemingly ordinary individuals mingled within the crowd, indistinguishable from the regular tourists. None suspected they hailed from the renowned 328 Mercenary Corps. Informed of the urgency of their task, they were set to depart the following day. Their journey would take them to Afghanistan's largest international airport, Kabul International Airport, from where they would proceed to the base of the mold, retrieve the weapons and equipment provided, and then embark on a mission to rescue their target, leaving the stronghold under the watchful eye of Su Jia, who would remain behind to safeguard their home. It was Li Xuan's inaugural experience aboard such a large passenger aircraft, and he felt a surge of excitement. Upon hearing the boarding announcement, he promptly stood and joined the queue, eager to board the plane. He was not alone. Xie Gao and the others shared his fascination with the colossal aircraft, their eyes glued to the planes taxiing outside the window, occasionally interrupted by the roaring sounds of aircraft taking off or landing. They were aboard a Boeing 747, and as first-time flyers, they felt a bit overwhelmed, relying on the audio announcements to fasten their seatbelts. Soon enough, the plane glided down the runway and took flight. Throughout the journey, no unexpected events occurred. There were no hijackers or terrorists to contend with, as the likelihood of such occurrences was exceedingly low. Feeling a touch of boredom, Li Xuan closed his eyes to rest, though his arm still bore some discomfort. Despite his attempts to relax, sleep eluded him. Fortunately, he turned to gaze out the window and found himself above the stratosphere, the sky a vibrant shade of blue, with rolling clouds beneath, a breathtaking sight. Captivated, he propped his chin on his hand, lost in the view. "Excuse me, could we perhaps switch seats?" A melodious voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Startled, Li Xuan turned to see a beautiful young woman, her striking features reflected in his gaze. "Switch seats?" He echoed, bemused. "Yes, indeed," she confirmed with a nod. Caught in a dilemma, Li Xuan cherished his window seat, reluctant to part with it. Yet, witnessing the earnest longing in her eyes stirred a pang of guilt within him, akin to committing a wrongdoing. Should he acquiesce to her request? Torn, he ultimately shook his head. Sorry. Disappointed, the young woman mumbled under her breath. What a miser. Li Xuan caught her words, surprised to discover she was from Huagua. The label of miser stung, leaving him with a bitter smile, yet he chose to remain silent, pretending not to understand her language as he continued to admire the scenery outside. Bro, you're not going to win her over like that. A fellow passenger, a young white man, leaned over from the front seat, addressing Li Xuan. He then cheekily whistled at the young woman. How about we switch seats? If not, you could always sit on my lap. However, the young woman remained unresponsive, coldly rejecting his advances. Undeterred, the white man continued to chatter, much to Li Xuan's irritation. Could you keep it down? Li Xuan snapped, frustration evident in his tone. Yet, the young man seemed oblivious, persisting in his incessant banter, causing Li Xuan to furrow his brow. In such a confined space, he refrained from resorting to violence, but his temper flared dangerously, and he felt compelled to act. In the eyes of the young white man, Li Xuan, with his yellow skin, was deemed inferior, a mere interloper unworthy of interrupting their conversation. He regarded himself as an expert on courting women, oblivious to the annoyance he was causing. Li Xuan, feeling cornered, glanced around and spotted a button overhead. Without hesitation, he pressed it, summoning the flight attendant. Moments later, an attractive Asian flight attendant approached gracefully. The incessant chatter of the white man ceased as he laid eyes on her, his gaze almost lustful. Before Li Xuan could speak, the white man launched into a barrage of English questions, leaving the flight attendant visibly flustered, uncertain of how to respond. She cast a pleading glance toward Li Xuan, recognizing him as the one who had called for her assistance. Li Xuan was taken aback by the sheer desperation of the young man. Could you ask him to be quiet? I called you over because he's being a nuisance, persistently trying to flirt with my girlfriend. Despite our indifference, he just won't stop. Upon hearing this, both the white man and the young woman were momentarily stunned, the latter wide-eyed with disbelief. When had she become his girlfriend? Her initial reaction was one of indignation. She felt wronged. However, before she could voice her protest, Li Xuan shot her a fierce glare, one that conveyed an unspoken threat of violence. The intensity of his gaze silenced her, rendering her unable to respond. The flight attendant, recognizing Li Xuan's plight, maintained a polite demeanor as she addressed the white man. Sir, may I kindly ask you to lower your voice? Without denying his right to speak. It was a clear reminder for him to quiet down. Yet, the young man, seemingly irate, retorted loudly, What? Am I not allowed to speak? No, sir. It's just a request to keep your volume down, she clarified gently. The white man, embracing a defiant attitude, continued to argue, drawing glances from fellow passengers. Unfazed, he remained seated, convinced he was being treated unfairly. Meanwhile, the young woman beside Li Xuan was still recovering from the earlier encounter, her heart racing from his piercing glare. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was someone who had taken lives before, perhaps even many. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Was he a hijacker? The mere notion sent a thrill of fear and excitement coursing through her veins. If a hijacking did occur, it would surely be a tale to recount for ages. Yet how could she survive such an ordeal? He appeared to be the kind of man who killed without hesitation. Should she alert the authorities? Perhaps she would be rewarded with a handsome sum. Yet, what if he caught wind of her intentions? The thought of an untimely demise haunted her. Lost in this whirlwind of thoughts, she failed to realize that Li Xuan was entirely unaware of her internal musings. It was astounding how her mind raced, contemplating the most fantastical scenarios. Li Xuan's attention was fixated on the irritating presence of the white-skinned man before him, whose incessant chatter was quite bothersome. Even the once amiable flight attendant began to exhibit signs of impatience, a clear indication of how much this individual was despised. Excuse me, miss, are there any seats available in first class? I wish to change my location, Li Xuan suddenly interjected, raising his hand. I'm sorry, sir, but there are none left, the flight attendant replied politely, shaking her head in refusal. Is there a way to silence him? Li Xuan inquired once more. The flight attendant, at a loss for words, acknowledged the man's obnoxiousness, but felt compelled by decorum to refrain from any futile actions. At that moment, the young white man spoke up, glaring at Li Xuan with an unkind expression and demanding, What do you mean by that? He rolled up his sleeves, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Li Xuan could only think to himself, What an insufferable fool. Of course, he refrained from voicing such sentiments, aware that should he do so, the young man would likely escalate the situation. Fortunately, the air marshal arrived, alleviating the immediate tension. Upon seeing the uniformed officer, the white man subdued his demeanor but continued to cast a defiant glare at Li Xuan, still projecting an air of aggression. The flight attendant recounted the situation to the air marshal, who was now faced with a dilemma on how to resolve this matter. Ultimately, the officer could only offer a stern warning to the white man before letting him go. After calming Li Xuan, the officer attempted to persuade the troublesome individual to cease his disruptive behavior, noting that while Li Xuan was amenable, the white man was insufferably irritating, babbling incessantly, as if flaunting some misplaced sense of superiority. Not only Li Xuan, but also other passengers regarded the white man with disdain, akin to encountering a fly, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Recognizing the collective ire directed at him, the air marshal issued a warning. Should the man persist in his antics, he would be isolated. This threat finally prompted the white man to close his mouth, though a malevolent glint remained in his eyes, as he resented the notion of having to heed the opinions of those he deemed inferior. The very idea of calling for an air marshal was particularly infuriating to him. His eyes darted about, as if plotting some mischief. As the aircraft glided smoothly through the skies, Li Xuan ordered a glass of juice, sipping it slowly while gazing out at the scenery. Beside him, the young lady watched him with a look of longing. Her demeanor softened now that the white man was no longer a nuisance. Suddenly, an urgent pressure in his bladder reminded him of his need to relieve himself, likely a consequence of overindulging in beverages at the airport. Rising from his seat, Li Xuan navigated past the young lady toward the restroom. Noticing Li Xuan's departure, the white man's eyes glinted with a mischievous idea, and he stealthily followed, unnoticed by anyone. Inside the restroom, a stream of water shot forth, and after a prolonged moment of relief, Li Xuan shook off the excess before turning to exit. However, as he opened the door, he was met with a sudden assault from the young white man, who had positioned himself outside. Dodging the punch, Li Xuan turned to see the man's face twisted in madness, a deranged smile creeping onto his lips. Yet, the man quickly found himself in a dire predicament. As his fist remained extended, Li Xuan seized his wrist with a grip akin to a vice, rendering him unable to retract his hand. Panic set in as the young man attempted to kick Li Xuan, but with swiftness, Li Xuan countered, hooking his foot around the man's other leg, causing him to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Li Xuan did not relent, pulling the man closer before delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. The young man, bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation, crashed into the cabin wall, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to a daze. With a disdainful snort, Li Xuan thought to himself how foolish it was for this white man to seek trouble with him. Stepping over the fallen figure, he returned to the economy section, where he encountered Zhou Xinhua, who was making faces at him. Li Xuan rolled his eyes in exasperation, choosing to ignore him as he took his seat. Upon returning, however, he was taken aback to find the window seat he had occupied was now claimed by the young lady, who was resting her head on her hand, gazing out at the clouds. As she noticed his return, she smiled brightly, as if to say, "This seat is mine now." Li Xuan, at a loss for words, had never encountered someone so brazenly presumptuous. He sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the situation, and sat beside her, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. "Are you upset?" The young lady's voice broke through, tinged with shyness, yet melodious, reminiscent of a child who had misbehaved. In a typical scenario, Li Xuan would have assured her that he was not, followed by a lengthy explanation. "Yes, I am indeed upset," he replied coolly. The young lady appeared momentarily stunned, as this was not the response she had anticipated. In her mind, it was customary for a gentleman to be more accommodating towards a lady. Perhaps his emotional intelligence was lacking, leaving her uncertain on how to proceed. Choosing silence, she returned her attention to the window. The plane soared northward for several hours before finally landing at Afghanistan's largest international airport, Kabul International Airport. As they descended, the landscape below appeared predominantly yellow, devoid of any vibrant hues. Upon disembarking, the white man who had been bested by Li Xuan was discovered in the restroom, severely beaten. The air marshals, upon noticing his condition, exchanged glances with Li Xuan, who was lost in contemplation and oblivious to their scrutiny. They refrained from questioning further, knowing the man had provoked Li Xuan and thus deserved his fate. They were well aware of the circumstances. and their decision was to transport the injured individual for medical treatment without pursuing the matter of who had dealt the blows. As the plane touched down, the wheels extended from the fuselage in preparation for landing. Renowned for its notoriety, Afghanistan was rumored to harbor many terrorists. Li Xuan glanced curiously at the young lady beside him. She appeared to be traveling alone in such a perilous place. Intrigued yet respectful of her privacy, he refrained from asking further questions, recognizing that their paths had diverged. Kabul airport presented a chaotic scene, with a mixture of civilian aircraft and military jets, leaving one uncertain whether it was a civilian or military facility. Surrounding the airport were minimal structures, a two-story concrete building being the sole edifice. The perimeter was fortified with walls, barbed wire, and numerous concrete barriers, even housing heavy machine guns and armed troops, suggesting a heightened state of vigilance. Li Xuan had only gleaned a superficial understanding of Afghanistan's turmoil through various accounts, but was now confronted with the reality of a heavily militarized environment, far exceeding anything he had encountered in Myanmar. As he descended the aircraft steps, the young lady suddenly emerged from behind him. "What is your name?" she asked brightly. "What do you want?" Li Xuan replied, puzzled by her inquiry, as they had no previous interaction. "Just making friends. I'm Zhao Yunyun," she said, walking backward while facing him. "Me?" Li Xuan pondered, his own name feeling distant in his memory. "Are you really that stingy? I've already shared my name, and you can't even reciprocate? You're acting more reserved than a girl," Zhao Yunyun chided, sensing his hesitation. "No, it's just that I almost forgot my name. I'm Li Xuan," he finally responded, recalling the name buried in his memory. "Li Xuan, you're also from Huagua?" Zhao Yunyun exclaimed, astonished. "Once upon a time," Li Xuan confirmed with a nod. Zhao Yunyun, feeling a mix of disbelief and embarrassment, realized that she had unwittingly insulted him during their flight. "Okay, I'll remember you, Li Xuan," she said with a smile. Having said that, the young lady picked up her suitcase and skipped away, eager to escape the awkwardness of the situation. Li Xuan watched as Zhao Yunyun departed, her ponytail bouncing with each leap. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around Li Xuan's neck, and Zhou Xinhua's mischievous voice broke the silence. Well, quite the hidden charm, aren't we? I never imagined you would quietly charm a lovely lady on the plane." Li Xuan remained silent, merely rolling his eyes dramatically. He wondered how the fourth member would react to the news of his dalliance with a beautiful girl. "Get lost. Are you trying to court disaster? Can't you think of anything wholesome?" Li Xuan retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "Honestly, this isn't exactly wholesome, is it? Just comiquing?" "Ah." Zhou Xinhua laughed unabashedly. Suddenly, a hand, wide as a fan, struck him on the forehead, causing Zhou Xinhua to stumble slightly. "Who dares to hit me? Have you lost your mind?" he thought, turning to confront his assailant, only to freeze in shock. Instructor, what are you babbling about?" the polar bear asked from behind him. Nothing at all." Zhou Xinhua quickly waved his hands, entirely dismissing the earlier incident. "Then hurry up and move along. Don't block the way," the polar bear instructed. At the airport entrance, a group of 10 stood together, some emanating an aura of power that deterred ordinary people from approaching. "Instructor, what's next for us?" Li Xuan inquired, unable to contain his restlessness. "Let us wait a moment. They said they would come to pick us up, yet we haven't seen anyone." The polar bear glanced at his watch, a mix of frustration and confusion crossing his face. After what felt like an eternity, the airport was eerily quiet. Despite being an international airport, the ongoing conflict had reduced the number of visitors significantly. Flights were sparse, leaving mostly military personnel on duty, unless compelled by unavoidable circumstances. Who would venture to such a desolate place? Li Xuan and his companions stood at the airport entrance, seemingly awaiting something. And among them were individuals who appeared quite extraordinary, likely not mere commoners. The soldiers on duty noticed their unusual demeanor, exchanging glances before deciding to approach and inquire about the situation. Other soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the group, ready to act at the slightest hint of trouble. "Excuse me, what are you all doing here?" One soldier stepped forward, his British accent cutting through the air, his tone somewhat brusque. It was evident they were British soldiers, responding to the call of their commander to engage in combat in this forsaken locale. "Waiting," the local representative replied tersely, his meaning clear and convincing. "Waiting for whom?" the British soldier pressed on. "For our commander," the representative stated bluntly, revealing that their operation was sanctioned by the higher-ups, which lent them an air of authority. Upon hearing that they were associated with their commander, the soldier's expressions shifted to one of skepticism, torn between apprehension and the fear of provoking someone with real power. A quick glance revealed 6 faces of Asian descent. One African-American, a likely German, a tall individual with prominent features who could be Russian, and finally, a typical Westerner of indeterminate nationality. The British soldiers hardly believed these individuals had any real connection to their command. "Who are you?" the British soldier demanded, aiming his weapon at them, his tone firm, masking his own trepidation. "Rest assured, we are here to execute a classified mission for our command," the representative replied, a smile on his face, knowing well that the British soldiers would not dare provoke them. Suddenly, a convoy of Humvees approached from the distance, instantly recognizable to the British soldiers as their commander's vehicles. Heading straight for the airport, they turned to observe the 10 individuals who appeared unfazed. Could they truly be affiliated with their command? As anticipated, the convoy halted at the airport, and fully armed American soldiers disembarked, clad in sunglasses, their eyes scanning the surroundings with an air of indifference until they spotted Siegao and his group, striding purposefully towards them. One of the Americans, a commanding officer, scrutinized the group before finally stating, "You are the 328? "Indeed, that is correct," the polar bear replied casually. "From this moment forth, I am your commanding officer. You are to respond with 'Yes, sir.' Do you understand?" the officer barked, his gaze fixed on them with an intensity that demanded compliance. Upon hearing this, all eyes from the 328 mercenary team turned towards the officer, sensing a power play at hand. However, the tension in the air was palpable, and the realization that they were unarmed was a sobering thought. "You are quite bold. Your commanding officer would never speak to me in such a manner. Are you a rookie?" The polar bear replied coolly, a hint of disdain in his voice. "This is not how respect is earned. Missteps here can lead to dire consequences." "What did you say?" the officer retorted, his temper flaring as he stepped forward menacingly, though he refrained from escalating the confrontation. From the Humvees, a group of soldiers watched the unfolding drama with amused expressions, as if they were spectators at a play. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, a figure wearing a baseball cap emerged from the vehicles, clearly an officer. "Paul, what are you doing?" he bellowed. Upon hearing the commanding voice, the officer quickly turned, saluting sharply, "Sir, what are you doing? I instructed you to bring them to the vehicles. Yet here you are dawdling," the officer reprimanded, glaring at him. The officer approached the polar bear, addressing him directly. "My subordinate lacks understanding. Please forgive him. Call me aboard. I will take you to the base and brief you on the situation." Nearby, 2 British soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, unaware that their magazine had fallen from their L-85 rifles in the chaos, a common occurrence given the rifle's tendency to jam. They were astonished to discover that this group was indeed affiliated with their command. Thankfully, they had not acted rashly, for a mistake could have cost them dearly. With a cacophony of engines roaring, the Humvee convoy set off towards the command's base, kicking up a plume of dust that trailed behind them, embodying the vastness of the desert. The polar bear and the commanding officer shared a vehicle, indicating their familiarity with one another. Li Xuan and his companions found themselves in the back of a truck, the heat inside stifling, causing beads of sweat to form and drip onto the floor. "Is it just me, or is it unbearably hot? Even sitting still makes me sweat profusely," Zhou Xinhua complained, wiping his brow. "Get used to it. Take in the scenery outside. It will be a welcome distraction. You'll be frequent visitors here," the jungle crocodile advised. "What is there to see? It's all just shades of yellow," Li Xuan remarked, peering out of the vehicle, feeling the scorching winds assault his face. Although the breeze was strong, it was a blistering heat, carrying with it grains of sand that filled his mouth and nostrils before he could shield himself. Li Xuan, with a disdainful expression, retracted his head, expelling the sand from his mouth while sticking out his tongue. The sandstorm was quite intense. Encountering such a ferocious wind for the first time, Li Xuan felt no curiosity or novelty. Rather, he harbored a deep-seated aversion towards it. "Who told you to stick your head out? Quickly lower the cloth curtain. The sand has blown inside." Siegao wore an expression of exasperation. As the canvas was drawn down, darkness enveloped the cabin. Outside, the only sounds were the engine's roar and the relentless battering of the sand against the vehicle. Cut off from the outside world, not a whisper of wind could penetrate the confines, leaving the interior stiflingly warm and uncomfortable. Li Xuan yearned for the journey to conclude swiftly. After about half an hour of travel, the wind subsided, and they passed through the sandy region. The sun blazed overhead, mercilessly scorching. The vehicle arrived at a military base teeming with mold. The arrival of this convoy garnered no attention from the troops, who continued their duties. A throng of personnel hurriedly pushed carts laden with unknown supplies towards a helicopter. Nearby, a Sikorsky helicopter was surrounded by a group of engineers conducting final inspections, while a team of troops stood by, likely preparing for an imminent mission. Beside the Sikorsky were two Apache helicopters, presumably on escort duty, as logistics personnel diligently loaded rockets into a honeycomb launcher, attaching wires to the rear for firing. Inside the vehicle, Li Xuan observed the bustling troops with a twinge of envy, not for their status, but for the support they received for their missions. While he had to rely solely on himself, the vehicle came to a steady halt within the base. "Get out, get out!" A voice from the cabin urged everyone to disembark. As they leapt from the vehicle, a wave of heat surged toward them. "You all wait here for a moment. I'll have a word with this officer." After exiting, Beiji Xiong addressed them before entering a temporary structure with a moldy officer. "Do you know that instructor?" Li Xuan inquired quietly of the nearby Tu Go. "How would I know?" Tu Go shrugged, shaking his head. "Aren't you teammates?" When Beiji Xiong was out and about, "We were still in diapers drinking milk. He doesn't share his business, so how would we know?" Hui Xiong stepped forward. "So, are we just going to stand here waiting? What else can we do?" Tu Go shrugged. "Just take a look around, but don't wander off." With Tu Go's consent, the five of them buzzed with excitement, scanning their surroundings, particularly drawn to the three helicopters, especially the Apache, adorned with an array of weaponry. Li Xuan and his companions stood out in stark contrast to the soldiers around them, drawing curious glances. A group of idle soldiers whistled at them, but did not approach, as their presence here surely had its purpose. If they were enemies, the soldiers wouldn't be so leisurely training here. "Hey, brother, got any water?" Suddenly, Zhou Xinghua noticed a soldier carrying a large water jug passing by, who glanced at them with evident curiosity. "Water?" the soldier asked, balancing the jug on his shoulder. "Do you have a cup?" The group exchanged glances, wondering if anyone had brought one. "Did you bring one?" "No, did you?" They all arrived empty-handed, with nothing but casual attire and a stack of dollars in their pockets. Not even a change of clothes. "We don't have a cup. How about you just let us drink from that jug?" Zhou Xinghua said with a sheepish grin. "This jug? Can you handle it?" The soldier looked at them skeptically, not outright refusing, but questioning their capacity. Upon hearing the soldier asked out, Li Xuan and the others exchanged knowing glances, Zhou Xinghua's face lighting up with cunning. "Of course, we can finish it. It's just a small amount, a matter of minutes." The soldier, still doubtful, was taken aback by Zhou Xinghua's confidence, believing such a large quantity could drown someone. "How about a bet?" Zhou Xinghua proposed, pulling out a few green bills, wagering that they could drink the entire jug of water. The soldier's eyes brightened at the sight of the cash, yet suspicion lingered in his gaze, wary of any trickery. Sensing the soldier's hesitation, Zhou Xinghua reassured him, "Don't worry, just the five of us." "All right, I'm in, but I don't have any money." The soldier nodded, stipulating a precaution in case he lost the wager, though he didn't believe he would. This jug contained about 20 liters of water, far too much for these individuals. Zhou Xinghua waved dismissively. "No worries, we just want some water. If we lose, we'll consider it payment for the water. Water is quite precious in the desert." "Fine." With that, the soldier agreed, reasoning that it was his water, and if it ran out, he could always fetch more. The plastic jug thudded to the ground, the clear water sloshing within. Zhou Xinghua effortlessly lifted the jug, surprising the soldier with his strength. He unscrewed the lid and tipped it back, drinking deeply. The cool water flooded down his throat, invigorating him after nearly a day without hydration. "Refreshing," Zhou Xinghua exclaimed, wiping the droplets from his lips and passing the jug to Xie Gao beside him, who eagerly took a swig. Li Xuan, being the last, noted that after the first four had finished, there was still more than half left in the jug. The soldier's heart leapt with glee at the sight of the remaining water, anticipating a windfall. Meanwhile, a cluster of idle troops gathered around, observing the scene. Having pieced together the situation through inquiries, none believed that the seemingly frail Asian youth could consume the remaining 15 liters. Zhou Xinghua couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They had been with Li Xuan for nearly a decade, well aware that his capacity was astonishing, like a bottomless pit. Even the onlooking two go cast a sympathetic glance at the soldier, knowing he'd have to fetch another jug soon. Li Xuan loosened his collar, gripping the water jug, his dry lips yearning for relief. Eagerly, he began to gulp the water in front of the curious crowd. The bubbles formed as he exhaled into the jug, the pure water disappearing rapidly. The soldier could only watch in disbelief as the water level dropped, astonished that this seemingly delicate Asian youth managed to consume an astounding 5 liters, overwhelming him with shock. Even more stunning was that he showed no signs of stopping, leaving the onlookers concerned that his stomach might burst. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosion. Instead, the jug gradually emptied before their eyes, leaving the gathered troops agog. The empty plastic jug thudded against the ground, startling everyone back to reality as they glanced at the hollow vessel, and then at Li Xuan, whose belly remained undisturbed. Truly a spectacle. The air was filled with exclamations, a crescendo of astonishment, as all were left aghast by the sight of Li Xuan consuming an astonishing 15 liters of water in one breath. They questioned their own perceptions, wondering if their eyes had deceived them. This young Asian fellow, could it be that what he drank was merely faux water? To ingest such a quantity without any visible reaction was beyond comprehension. With a prolonged belch, Li Xuan exhaled a cloud of vapor, feeling satiated for the day. Indeed, drinking water seemed to expand the belly more readily than eating, yet it also left one feeling hungry. After such an abundance, it was likely that in mere minutes, it would all be reduced to a single flush. But at least he felt no thirst now, his belly full of sloshing liquid, the sound of gurgling water echoing within him. It was simply unbelievable. How could he have consumed so much water? My God, tell me this is not real. Truly, how could he have drunk such a volume without so much as a reaction? Even a cow would struggle to down that much. So, following the astonishment came a chorus of gasps, and despite witnessing it firsthand, they still found it hard to believe. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it impossible. Brother, you've lost. It seems I must trouble you to fetch more water, Li Xuan remarked, handing an empty bucket to the dazed soldier while patting him on the shoulder. It's nothing. The soldier quickly shook his head, glancing at Li Xuan's belly, evidently puzzled as to how it remained flat. Meanwhile, 079 was selecting equipment. Upon the arrival of the polar bear and the moldy officer, they encountered a throng of onlookers. Upon hearing the officer's voice, the American soldiers hastily parted, forming a line. What is going on here? The moldy officer approached, fixing a stern glare upon the soldiers, demanding an explanation. He confronted one soldier directly. Tell me, what is happening? The questioned soldier, feeling the weight of authority, stood at attention and promptly replied, Sir, they are placing bets. At this, the officer's brow furrowed, realizing the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Bets? On what? Who was betting against whom? What are they wagering? The barrage of inquiries left the soldier breathless and struggling to answer. Speak. The soldier, now sweating profusely, stammered. What do you want me to say? I don't quite understand the situation myself. All I know is that someone is betting. His eyes darted nervously until they landed on Li Xuan and the others, who stood aloof, gazing skyward as if disinterested. Suddenly, a light seemed to dawn upon him. Sir, it was them who were betting. Following the soldier's gaze, the officer scrutinized Li Xuan and his companions, observing them intently before turning back to inquire. What were you betting on? What could he know? He was merely an uninformed bystander caught in this unfortunate circumstance. Since he was at a loss for answers, he should simply admit his ignorance. Not receiving the desired response, the officer surveyed the rigidly standing soldiers, each one too intimidated to move. While Li Xuan and his group's nonchalant demeanor was particularly irksome. Officer, Zhou Xinhua, he contemplated deciding to interject. However, before he could complete his thought, he was cut off by the officer's firm reprimand. Do not speak. I am addressing them. The officer continued to fixate on the soldiers. With that, Zhou Xinhua chose not to further his point, instead casting a helpless glance at the soldiers, resigning to let them bear the brunt of the officer's scrutiny. At last, the soldier who had fetched the water could no longer withstand the atmosphere of tension and stepped forward, declaring, Sir, it was I who made the bet with them, wagering on who could drink the water. You? Be more specific. The officer positioned himself in front of the soldier, his voice booming, exerting pressure that caused beads of sweat to form on the soldier's brow. Sir, I just returned with the water. They were thirsty and asked me for some, but without any cups, they wagered that they could finish this barrel of water. I didn't believe them, so I accepted the bet, he added, casting a furtive glance at the empty bucket at his feet. And what was the outcome? The officer, undistracted by the bucket, continued to press the soldier for details. I lost, the soldier admitted, his head hanging low, perhaps regretting the hundreds of dollars he failed to win. "You lost?" the officer echoed incredulously, glancing down at the empty barrel. "Did you really drink it all?" "Yes, sir." The soldier's embarrassment was palpable as he uttered these words. Hearing this, the officer found it hard to believe. A barrel of water weighing around 20 liters consumed entirely? Surely, they were jesting. Seeing the officer's incredulous expression, the soldier hastily interjected, "Sir, it's true. If you don't believe me, you may ask them. Whether it's true or not, I cannot allow my men to be betting. You will run 20 laps." The officer commanded sternly. "Yes, sir." The order brooked no dissent. Anyone who had served under him knew he was a man who did not entertain negotiations. "Disperse." Having dealt with the unfortunate soldier, the officer commanded the crowd to scatter. He did not prohibit gambling per se, as a little friendly wager could lighten the mood, but he could not tolerate his men losing, especially to outsiders. He was a person of pride and adhered to the law of the jungle. The strong survive, while the weak must face the consequences. After addressing the soldier, the officer cast a glance at Li Xuan and his group, saying nothing further before departing. The polar bear approached them, now armed with a hefty dossier, presumably detailing the mission at hand. "Let us go. The accommodations have been prepared for us. It's time to discuss matters," he beckoned. The five of them entered two mobile cabins, which were well equipped for living, save for the absence of a flush toilet. Instead of rushing to inspect their quarters, they first gathered in the polar bear's room to review the specifics of their mission. The target was being held captive in a village that had been overtaken by insurgents. The moldy officer had provided numerous photographs, including satellite images, drone shots, and long-range captures. By meticulously comparing the photographs, they pinpointed the approximate location of the target, situated in an unassuming house on the eastern edge of the village. This dwelling appeared remarkably intact, unlike the others, and was flanked by an increased presence of guards, leading to suspicions of foul play. The dossier contained extensive details, covering everything from enemy rotation times to other critical information, almost as if it chronicled the ancestors of the insurgents. Aside from the polar bear, the remaining 9 exchanged the files in their possession, scrutinizing the information as if to etch it into their memories. Once they had perused the documents, the polar bear collected them for destruction, incinerating them in a fiery blaze. Henceforth, their only recourse lay in the memories stored within their minds, placing their recall abilities to the ultimate test. The moldy officer had provided various weapons and equipment. The armory was stocked with an array of arms for their selection, from shoulder-mounted missiles to daggers and pistols. The assortment was vast, yet somewhat uniform, with rifles limited to the M4 and M4A1 carbines. Notably, there were also M4 rifles dubbed Colt 921 HB, where HB stood for heavy barrel. Due to the searing heat of the Afghan region, continuous firing could lead to barrel explosions, prompting the reinforcement of the barrels, resulting in a heavier design. Moreover, all these heavy-barreled rifles were equipped with a buffer known as H2. The standard buffer comprised 2 steel plates and 1 tungsten plate, while the upgraded H2 variant included 2 tungsten plates and 1 steel plate, enhancing shooting accuracy. Naturally, Li Xuan and his companions opted for the 921 HB rifles, as they were better suited to the local conditions. After all, these weapons would need to be returned to the moldy officer once they rescued the agent. There exists a plethora of choices when it comes to sniper rifles, far surpassing the variety of automatic rifles. These options can be broadly categorized into precision rifles and high-precision sniper rifles, from which Zhang Zhijuan meticulously selected. Li Xuan picked up the sole light machine gun available in the armory, the M60E4 infantry gun. It was evident that they were preparing for something significant. Once the weaponry was chosen, the inventory was quite limited. In truth, Li Xuan had contemplated bringing along the Vulcan cannon dismounted from the Black Hawk helicopter. But given the nature of their mission, long distance and prolonged combat, the cannon was deemed unsuitable due to its preheating time, which rendered it impractical for responding to sudden situations. Next came the selection of combat attire. They opted for standard desert combat uniforms, layered with tactical vests. As for the bulletproof inserts, they were entirely disregarded, never having utilized them and feeling no need to do so. Li Xuan and his companions were learning from the seasoned veterans known as the Arctic Bears. Their ensemble consisted of a single set of desert-colored outerwear, a tactical vest, a backpack, and 1 weapon, eschewing any superfluous items in favor of lightness. Helmets and knee pads were entirely absent. However, the backpack was stocked with essential tools, while a reasonable amount of ammunition was deemed sufficient. Turning to observe Zhang Zhijuan, who was still deliberating over his choice of sniper rifle. He noted the impressive array available. The 24, 403, 110, RS-12, the Enhanced 39, the Anti-Material Barrett 95. The AR Precision Marksman Rifle, the R2 and 200, as well as various models from the Barrett series. Indeed, all the sniper rifles currently in service were present. There were also several renowned sniper rifles from other nations, such as the British models, the Russian S-Series, and the German SS-3000, creating a dazzling display of options. One could not help but admire the considerable effort expended by the United States on their sniper rifles. Faced with such an overwhelming selection, Zhang Zhijuan found himself in a quandary, unlike Li Xuan and his companions, who were restricted to a single carbine. Aside from Zhang Zhijuan, the bear also took on the role of sniper. Having 2 sniper rifles within a single squad seemed excessive. The bear graciously allowed Zhang Zhijuan to select first. As a mentor should, ultimately, Zhang Zhijuan settled on the 110, given his prior combat experience, while the bear opted for the 200, assuming the role of sniper while Zhang Zhijuan would serve as the observer. With their equipment finalized, the group donned their new gear, transforming their appearance entirely. After a night of rest, they would set out at dawn. Dinner was to be had in the mess hall, although it came at a price, which felt rather unfair. Despite not being overly concerned with the expense, it was disheartening that in the midst of their fighting, they could not be offered a complimentary meal. The answer was a firm no, as the mess hall operations were contracted out and not managed by their own team, naturally prioritizing profit over the identities of their patrons. If one wished to dine, payment was required. Nevertheless, it must be said that the quality of the food was quite satisfactory. The difference between dining on canned goods and enjoying a hearty meal was palpable. Hey brother, I saw you today. You're part of that group that made a bet with Haiban, right? But tell me, who among you has such a big belly after consuming so much water? How did you manage to drink it all? The soldier's incessant chatter interrupted their meal, bombarding them with questions. As he spoke, his fork reached toward the delectable roast on Li Xuan's plate. The fork easily penetrated a succulent piece of meat, poised to lift it when suddenly a pair of chopsticks appeared, pressing down on the very morsel. The soldier hesitated, his fork retreating but not withdrawing entirely. When he turned to see the chopsticks firmly holding his prize, the owner of the chopsticks regarded him with a meaningful gaze. I was just curious about the taste of that meat. Given your reluctance, it must be quite good, he stammered, sheepishly retracting his fork. Clearly, he was merely seeking to sample their meal. The food was free, but he was unable to afford the dishes, and it seemed he had squandered his monthly allowance on frivolities. Observing his plight, the soldiers erupted into laughter. They had grown accustomed to his antics of mooching off others. Depending on their mood, they might share a morsel, but generally they found his behavior distasteful, often questioning where his money had vanished. Is it such a crime to share a piece of meat? Besides, can you all possibly finish it? Suddenly, the soldier shed his previous awkwardness, adopting a bold demeanor as if he were advocating on their behalf. Li Xuan firmly rejected his advances, asserting that he had more than enough for himself and had no need for assistance. Don't be so stingy. It's just a piece of meat. If you can't finish it, it will end up being thrown away anyway, he insisted, shamelessly pressing for a share. If you want some, why don't you buy it yourself? Li Xuan kuntarat, shaking his head, his wariness towards the unexpected soldier growing. How can I buy it when I have no money? The soldier replied, shamelessly pressing on. You just need to give a little. Li Xuan's suspicion heightened. He questioned where the soldier's money had gone, as one would expect a monthly allowance to suffice. The soldier's eyes darted as he replied, money? It's all gone, spent. That's your problem. Who told you to spend it all? Others still have theirs. You alone are empty-handed. It serves you right. So enjoy your plain rice. Li Xuan shrugged, feigning helplessness while gesturing for the soldier to leave. Fine. The soldier, somewhat begrudgingly, turned to depart. Li Xuan resumed his meal, but suddenly a fork darted in and snatched a piece of meat, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Whoa! Li Xuan looked up, realizing the soldier had vanished, and his irritation flared. He flung his chopsticks aside, rolling up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. 5, let it go. It's just a piece of meat, Xie Gao urged, having noticed the attention of several soldiers drawn to the commotion, concerned about the potential fallout, especially since they were outsiders and the soldiers would naturally support their own. Li Xuan, despite being restrained by Xie Gao, continued to express his dissatisfaction, muttering under his breath. Ha ha, brother, don't take it to heart. This guy is just like that. At that moment, a towering soldier approached, his muscular physique starkly contrasting with Li Xuan and his companions, who appeared comparatively frail. As the soldier approached, he patted Li Xuan on the shoulder, unexpectedly applying pressure. Just as Li Xuan picked up his chopsticks to resume eating, he felt the weight on his shoulder and stiffened, realizing that this soldier was likely testing the waters. "Get your hands off," Li Xuan growled, his voice low and threatening, akin to a growl from deep within his throat. Xie Gao and the others understood that Li Xuan was truly enraged. Food was a matter of great importance to him, perhaps due to the hardships of his youth. Had Xie Gao not intervened earlier, Li Xuan might have charged in. Now, with yet another provocateur, Xie Gao silently mourned for him. Why target Li Xuan of all people? While he might not be particularly formidable in other respects, when it came to hand-to-hand combat, none within the base could match him. He recalled the last time they had attempted to subdue him. 9 individuals had collaborated, including the Arctic Bears, yet they had still struggled to pin him down. Li Xuan's extraordinary strength and quick reflexes were remarkable, and his muscular density was impressive, likely a result of his substantial appetite. Indeed, one could not maintain such a physique without a correspondingly large caloric intake. Thus, Xie Gao silently paid his respects for a few seconds to the muscular soldier before him. Among the 5 individuals seated, they had chosen to confront Li Xuan, perhaps because he appeared to be the most frail among them. Indeed, Li Xuan's exterior exuded an air of fragility, reminiscent of a little white rabbit ensnared in a wolf's den. With a furrowed brow and a growing weight upon his shoulders, he spoke in a low voice, "Your Excellency, what is your intention?" "Nothing much, merely seeking a friend," the burly man proclaimed loudly, seemingly reveling in the attention and eager to showcase Li Xuan's humiliation. He then patted Li Xuan's shoulder with increasing force. As he raised his hand for the 4th time, poised to strike, Li Xuan suddenly seized his wrist. "I don't believe I have provoked you, or are you attempting to assert your dominance over us?" Li Xuan's tone grew monotonous, echoing the calm before a volcanic eruption. "Not at all, merely wishing to befriend you," the muscular soldier replied, but his playful demeanor had vanished. He attempted to withdraw his hand, yet Li Xuan's grip remained steadfast, akin to a vice. After repeated attempts at escape, the soldier grew irate and barked, "Let go." Li Xuan disregarded him, continuing to hold his wrist while using his right hand to deftly pick at his food with chopsticks. The audacity of this slender, yellow-skinned individual to disregard him ignited a fire within the soldier, prompting him to reach out and snatch the chopsticks away. A resounding crack filled the air, akin to the sound of bamboo striking flesh. The soldier's hand recoiled, as if startled, revealing a vivid red mark on the back of his darkened hand, a result of Li Xuan's swift strike. The unexpected pain was excruciating. He had never realized that such utensils could inflict such suffering. Realizing his initial intentions had gone awry, the soldier's hand, now stinging, waved toward Li Xuan in an ineffectual attempt to retaliate. Sensing the wind from the movement, Li Xuan instinctively ducked, driving his elbow forcefully into the soldier's abdomen. Originally aimed lower, Li Xuan adjusted the strike, diminishing its intensity slightly. Yet, even with this concession, the blow landed with considerable force, causing the soldier's stomach to churn violently, his eyes bulging in shock as he gasped for breath, clearly overwhelmed by the impact. But the assault did not cease there. A second elbow strike followed, this time even more brutal. The muscular soldier felt a sweetness rise in his throat as blood surged forth, staining the corners of his mouth. Only then did Li Xuan relinquish his grip, and without the restraint, the soldier collapsed backward, clutching his stomach and curling into a ball, spewing blood like a boiled shrimp, likely suffering from internal bleeding. A chorus of soldiers who had been spectators suddenly sprang to their feet. Unwilling to back down, Li Xuan and his companions set down their chopsticks and rose slowly, boldly meeting their gazes with unwavering resolve. At another table, the Arctic Bears could no longer stomach their meal, placing down their utensils and watching silently, taking on the role of detached observers. They held confidence in their trained comrades, particularly in Li Xuan. However, the prospect of a brawl posed no advantage for either side, especially considering Li Xuan's impending mission the following day. Fortunately, at that moment, a disheveled officer emerged, a captain by rank. Having overheard the commotion while dining in a private room, he stepped out to investigate. "What is happening? Have you all abandoned your meal?" the captain bellowed, yet his words fell on deaf ears as the soldiers continued to fixate on Li Xuan and his companions. Following their gaze, the captain approached and was taken aback by the sight of the bloodied soldier sprawled on the ground. This individual was notorious within their base, a rebellious figure and leader of a small faction, known for his invincibility. Yet now, he lay there, bleeding and seemingly unconscious. The captain surveyed the crowd, glancing at Li Xuan and his companions. All eyes were trained on them, and he recognized none of these five, their Asian features unfamiliar, despite the presence of some Asian soldiers in their ranks. Realization dawned upon him. These individuals were likely mercenaries sent to rescue a captured operative. It became evident that not only were they formidable, but they had also bested the most notorious soldier in their base without so much as a scratch. Nevertheless, regardless of the soldier's reputation, he remained one of his own, and it was only natural for the captain to seek retribution for his fallen comrade. "Did you strike him?" The captain inquired, his voice low and threatening. "No, I did," Li Xuan stepped forward, boldly confessing. The captain could sense that this officer intended to defend his subordinate, readying himself for action. To an outsider, it appeared as though he was merely posturing in arrogance. Initially, the captain felt gratitude toward Li Xuan for teaching the rebellious soldier a lesson, but that sentiment quickly evaporated, replaced by a surge of fury. On an open field, several white-skinned soldiers lay groaning, while Li Xuan stood confidently at the center. Indeed, these were the very individuals he had defeated. This duel had been tacitly approved, as the captain sought to regain his men's honor by challenging Li Xuan to a one-on-one bout. The outcome was predictable. None of them lasted more than 3 exchanges, and even then, they had held back. The pallor of the soldiers on the ground attested to their suffering. Li Xuan had restrained himself. Otherwise, each of them would have likely met their end in a single blow. His mastery of the Black Dragon 18 hands was unparalleled, enhanced by a blend of various grappling and striking techniques, transforming it into a lethal art. The captain who had initiated the challenge must have been regretting his decision, realizing too late the extent of Li Xuan's prowess. Now, as he contemplated the humiliation of being unable to defeat a band of mercenaries, shame and anger surged within him. How could they face the world if word of their defeat spread? Suddenly, from the crowd of soldiers, a voice broke the tension, calling for a gunfight. Upon hearing this, the soldiers erupted in outrage, recognizing the dominance of firearms in modern warfare. A murmur of agreement swelled through the ranks. If one was to boast of their skill, it should be in marksmanship, not mere hand-to-hand combat. The captain, feeling somewhat embarrassed, knew he had to uphold their dignity and regain some semblance of honor against these outsiders. Li Xuan glanced at the raucous soldiers, feeling a sense of resignation as he turned to the observing instructors, who remained silent, sipping their milk and watching the scene unfold with detached amusement. Realizing he had no choice, Li Xuan looked to Zhang Zhijuan, knowing that while he excelled in combat, Zhang was the superior marksman. Since the soldiers desired a contest of shooting, he would acquiesce to their wish. In the military, no one relished the thought of being outperformed, each soldier vying for supremacy, for as the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Thus, it was Zhang Zhijuan who would take the stage, eagerly preparing for the challenge ahead. This time, the mold creatures dared not underestimate the group of Asians before them. For Li Xuan's close-quarters combat had already showcased their prowess. Inside the building, firearms were rendered ineffective, and with the night having fallen outside, it posed no challenge for them. They simply set up a few lights around the target and even illuminated the area with searchlights, as well as turning on the headlights of the armored vehicles. For a moment, the shooting range was as bright as day. In their quest to regain face, the mold creatures were determined. They opted for the M24 sniper rifle, a weapon they were quite familiar with, targeting 3 milk bottles situated 800 meters away. The challenge was clear. The one who could hit all 3 bottles in the shortest time with the fewest bullets would claim victory, with each participant allowed only 5 rounds. The mold creatures dispatched their finest sniper from their base, a marksman who had previously struck an enemy leader from a staggering distance of 1,300 meters, far exceeding the M24's effective range of 800 meters. This time, they were set to test the M24's maximum effective range. 2 calibrated M24 rifles were positioned, with 5 rounds of the same M118 long-range ammunition placed beside them. All weapons and ammunition were provided by the mold creatures, who scorned any petty tricks. Victory was simply victory, unlike certain nations that thrived on underhanded tactics. Moreover, they held no belief that Zhang Zhijuan could rival their sniper's skill. The 2 competitors took their shooting positions, exchanging glances without uttering a word. They crouched behind sandbags, setting the M24's bipod on the bags. Carefully, they loaded each bullet into the magazine, the M24 functioning like a bolt-action rifle from World War II, requiring manual loading of each round. With a couple of clicks, both competitors simultaneously chambered their rounds, lying in wait and aiming at the distant targets. Although illuminated, the darkness still posed a slight hindrance to their vision. Both awaited the command, their index fingers poised on the triggers, ready to fire at the signal. Prepare to fire. Bang! At the command, both shooters fired almost simultaneously. The distant sound of two bottles shattering echoed in their minds, even if they heard nothing in reality. After firing, the two swiftly cycled their bolts, ejecting spent casings and chambering fresh rounds. The golden casings clattered to the ground, still glinting in the light, as all eyes were fixated on the two marksmen. With bullets loaded, less than 2 seconds passed before two shots rang out. This time the sequence was clear, though the interval was so brief that no one could discern who fired first. Following the second shot, the two bottles at 800 meters shattered in response. Without a moment's hesitation, the shooters repeated their actions: cycle the bolt, eject the casing, load a bullet, and aim again. The third shot was the most critical, as it would determine the victor between them, and consequently, the fate of both their base and the mercenaries before them. Bang! The shot rang out. The entire sequence from ejecting the casing to firing completed in under a second. Bang! The second shot followed closely behind, and not a single bottle remained intact on the wooden board. All had been reduced to shards of glass. Following the final two shots, an intense silence enveloped the scene. Yet, mere seconds later, a wave of cheers erupted. Indeed, the mold sniper had emerged victorious, having fired a fraction of a second earlier with his third shot. The outcome was unmistakable. They had reclaimed some honor, and the soldiers appeared particularly exhilarated. However, the mold sniper did not share the same joy as his comrades. He bore a serious expression. The mercenary sniper he had just defeated appeared to be no older than 20, while he himself was 32. A clear case of the young besting the old, and the victory had not come easily. Given time, the young Asian with yellow skin would undoubtedly prove formidable. With a sigh, the mold sniper approached Zhang Zhijuan. The surrounding soldiers were filled with anticipation. Having won, they expected some form of humiliation towards their opponent. Even Li Xuan and the others braced themselves, their fists clenched, ready to retaliate should any disrespectful words be uttered. You are indeed strong. Give yourself a few more years, and you will certainly surpass me, the mold sniper stated solemnly. This unexpected remark left the mold soldiers somewhat disheartened, as it lacked the anticipated provocation. While Li Xuan and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. 083. Preparations before action. A night passed without incident. The following morning, Li Xuan and his 4 companions were roused early, tasked with organizing their gear in preparation for departure. Starving, with his stomach growling, Li Xuan was whisked away without even a chance to eat. They boarded a Chinook helicopter, with 2 Apache helicopters stationed nearby, for escort. Their first step was to take these aircraft to the next base, from which they would then fly directly to the target location. Given the distance, the Apaches lacked sufficient fuel to reach their destination, as their operational radius was only 480 kilometers, rendering them incapable of flying that far. The front and rear rotor blades of the Chinook whirred to life, lifting the massive aircraft into the air. Inside the rear cabin, Li Xuan and 9 others adjusted the radio frequencies for battlefield communication. Upon reaching the second mold base, the Apaches were refueled. While the Chinook did not land, but continued onward, the Registan Desert lay before them, tranquil. No, more accurately, devoid of wind, with not a single breeze stirring. The blazing sun beat down mercilessly, heating the reflective black surface of the aircraft to the point where it could practically fry an egg. The cabin was stifling, and they rolled up their sleeves, constantly wiping the sweat that beaded on their brows. The Registan Desert, characterized as a dry plateau, was predominantly composed of dunes and sandy ridges, with virtually no vegetation to be found, not a blade of grass in sight. The villagers residing here were mostly situated along the riverbanks at the desert's edge, for one cannot live without water, and Afghanistan is notoriously arid, where even vegetation struggles to thrive, indicating a severe lack of groundwater. Those who could endure life in such a desert were truly remarkable. According to intel, the village holding the captured agents lay to the west of the Registan Desert, near the Helmand River, yet distant from the villages surrounding the river. It was a small, isolated village, accessible only via a 100-kilometer stretch of road, presumably intended for transporting water resources. The terrain was composed of sandy ridges, rich in Aeolian sand, clay, and gravel. with minimal risks from sandstorms, alleviating concerns about being buried by shifting sands. Two pickup trucks traversed the sandy road, one carrying a water tank while the other was an armed vehicle equipped with an NSV heavy machine gun from the era of the Soviet-Afghan War. This weapon had seen better days, remnants of the Soviet presence, likely seized from a tank, with its parts long since replaced, rendering it no longer the original firearm. A bearded man with a white turban gazed skyward, gripping the machine gun, surveying the expanse, but the sky was a pristine blue, devoid of any distractions. Not even a single bird in sight. On a rocky outcrop, two individuals clad in sandy-colored camouflage peered through binoculars at the two passing pickup trucks below. Polar bear! Polar bear, this is Grizzly. The target has just passed. The Grizzly, lying against the stone, communicated via radio to the distant polar bear. Perhaps due to the distance, the transmission was fraught with static. Received, continue your advance. Ignore them, came polar bear's response. The polar bear team had separated from the snipers, while Grizzly and Zhang Zhijuan prepared to position themselves on a sandy ridge situated 1,200 meters from the target village, allowing them to maintain a superior vantage point. However, they would need to take a longer route, as the ridge was steep and treacherous, composed of loose gravel and sand, making it nearly impossible to ascend. Meanwhile, the polar bear team was stealthily advancing toward the village, yet there was no cover to be found. The 8 of them watched the village from a distance, hesitant to draw any closer. 2 sentinels stood atop the watchtower, while numerous patrols roamed outside the village. There were scant cover objects in the vicinity, and any approach would surely expose them. Presently, they awaited the arrival of Gray Bear and Zhang Zhijuan at the designated sniping location to provide them with long-distance support. The patrols passed by approximately every 10 minutes, and the distance from their position to the village was about 600 meters along a flat road, which they estimated they could traverse in roughly 5 minutes. The Arctic Bear sketched a rough outline in the sand with his finger. The 2 sentinels atop the watchtower were to be dealt with by the snipers. However, the bodies would be easily discovered, necessitating swift action. To access the target's confinement, they would have to navigate 2 main roads and 5 alleys, all of which were under surveillance. Yet, the specifics remained unclear and would need to be relayed to them after the snipers conducted their observations. The building housing the target was a 3-story structure made of earth and stone, and it was still uncertain on which floor the target was confined. This was a detail that required their attention. The most critical point was to avoid alerting the enemy, who numbered approximately 120 and were ruthless terrorists. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly put them at a disadvantage. Arctic Bear spoke confidently, primarily addressing the 4 newcomers, Li Xuan and his companions. Understood, Li Xuan and his team replied. Remember the teachings from our training, and then adapt as the situation unfolds. It should not pose too great a challenge. The earthy dog remarked casually. However, Li Xuan and his companions could not afford to feel at ease. It was their first encounter with such terrorists, and the pressure was considerable, compounded by the harrowing tales they had heard about the brutal nature of these foes. Approximately half an hour later, they heard Gray Bear's voice. I have arrived and am setting up the position. Understood. Provide me with the situation in the village shortly, Arctic Bear responded. After ending the radio communication, the group continued to wait, the sun blaring down upon them, causing sweat to trickle down their backs. They wore only a single jacket, which became damp and then dry repeatedly. The rifles they held were wrapped in cloth to prevent slipping from their grasp. 2 pickup trucks rumbled into the village, the very vehicles Gray Bear had previously observed. Upon seeing the trucks, Arctic Bear and his team instinctively lowered their heads, though they believed they could not be seen. A subconscious feeling of guilt akin to that of a thief lingered. As the vehicles passed, stirring up dust along the road, they observed the 2 pickups entering the village unimpeded, without even a cursory inspection, indicating that the village was not as heavily fortified as they had imagined. They remained prone, awaiting Gray Bear's report. On the cliff edge, with a commanding view, Gray Bear set up his M200 sniper rifle, while Zhang Zhijuan's M110 lay beside him. He held a rangefinder surveying the situation in the village, diligently recording his observations on a piece of cardboard. The target building was heavily defended, with 20 armed men stationed as guards and 2 heavy machine guns in position. The target was likely on the 2nd floor, as Gray Bear spotted a terrorist wielding a whip through the window, seemingly assaulting the target. The distance from the village to the target building was approximately 420 meters, but 2 alleyways were blocked, necessitating a detour. The notes recorded on the cardboard detailed the observations made by Gong Gang. which would later be conveyed to Arctic Bear. 084. The team is now in action. Commence operations. Arctic Bear commanded as he observed a patrol passing by. The two snipers on the cliff readied their rifles, aiming at the two sentinels atop the watchtower. With a soft report, the suppressed sniper rifles discharged, and two bullets struck their targets in succession. The sentinels' bodies jerked as crimson geysers erupted from their wounds, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Charge!" Arctic Bear shouted, and the 8 operatives surged forth from their hiding place, racing into the village. In less than 5 minutes, they took refuge against a wall to catch their breath before advancing further. "There are 3 individuals ahead. They seem to be engaged in conversation," Gray Bear's voice echoed. The 8 operatives aligned against the wall, straining to discern the conversation, though the words eluded them. Li Xuan quickly peeked around the corner and then recoiled. 3 men stood before them, 2 with their backs turned and 1 in profile, an opportunity to eliminate them. "Number 1, number 2, number 3. Arctic Bear rapidly articulated, signaling an attack. Xie Gao, Niu Jin, and Zhou Xinhua, upon hearing their names called by Arctic Bear and seeing his gesture, immediately comprehended the plan. After a quick glance, they sprang into action, each taking aim and executing the 3 men swiftly and silently. Dragging the bodies aside, they hastily obscured them with nearby debris. However, Li Xuan's strikes had been somewhat excessive, leading to considerable spillage of blood that would surely attract attention if anyone passed by. Yet for the moment, they were unconcerned. The hum of an engine approached, a pickup truck traveling down the main road, its bed fitted with dual heavy machine guns, clearly not the same vehicle they had previously seen. 2 terrorists sat in the back, conversing in a language incomprehensible to the operatives. Besides these 2 pickups, there were 2 additional patrols, totaling 18 armed men wielding makeshift rifles. The weapons appeared crudely assembled, featuring iron rods and poorly fashioned stocks, with their hands grimy and the weaponry in poor condition, lacking even basic maintenance. Regardless of the origin of these firearms, it was evident they were lethal enough to kill. The street ahead was heavily monitored, yet not entirely impassable. The patrols traversed the street in alternating patterns, providing a narrow window of opportunity of approximately 30 seconds for the operatives to slip through during the brief overlap. On the cliff, Gray Bear advised, Li Xuan and his team must cross this street. The patrols offer limited chances. Judging by Gray Bear's assessment, there appeared to be significant vulnerabilities, granting them a potential opportunity. The street was less than 4 meters wide, and 30 seconds was ample time. Following Gray Bear's orders, the 4 operatives positioned themselves against the wall, waiting for the patrols to cross, ready to move quickly and silently, for detection would spell disaster, pitting them against 100 foes. With keen eyes fixed on the 2 patrols, they prepared to dash through as the patrols passed each other. Their backs turned to the alleyway. The earthy dog signaled for them to follow, leading the charge as he swiftly crossed the street with barely a sound. Li Xuan and the others followed closely, hastily navigating the thoroughfare. As the last vestiges of daylight faded, Niu Jin darted into the alley across the street. A patrolling guard seemed to sense something amiss, turning his head to survey the desolate thoroughfare, yet finding no one aside from his fellow sentinels. With a sense of disappointment, he turned back and continued on his way. Niu Jin, panting heavily, felt as though his heart would leap from his chest. He had narrowly escaped discovery. Just a moment longer, and he would have been caught. As he crossed the street, the man ahead suddenly halted, startling him. At this point, he had traversed nearly halfway, a mere meter away from safety, almost within arm's reach. If he had lingered just a moment longer, he would have been exposed. In a moment of desperation, he lunged forward, just as the pivotal moment arrived, diving into the alley. The patrolling soldier, having turned his gaze, saw nothing amiss. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying fine grains of dust, erasing the footprints from the ground. The wind had picked up. On the cliff, the Gray Bear looked up, sensing the warm gust that brushed past him. He noted that this wind was unlike the breezes in Myanmar. Here, it carried fine sand, which could significantly affect the trajectory of bullets. Understood. Zhang Zhijuan nodded in acknowledgement. In the village, having crossed the first street and turned into an alley, the group abruptly halted, having heard voices and faint footsteps. The earth dog crouched low, pressing himself to the ground, listening intently for a few moments before raising 4 fingers to signify the presence of 4 individuals. He slowly stood, craning his neck for a glimpse, yet saw no one. Gray Bear, are there people in front of me? The earth dog whispered, pressing the earpiece in his ear. No one. came the swift reply from the gray bear. No one? Then where is that voice coming from? The earth dog, puzzled, glanced around again, listening carefully. It seemed the sounds emanated from a nearby building. He gestured for Li Xuan and the others to follow closely, moving stealthily along the wall. As they approached a window, the voices became clearer. 085, an unexpected situation arose. He pressed down his hand, keeping his head low, and quietly passed beneath the window. Above him stood a guard, weapon in hand, scanning the surroundings but failing to notice below his blind spot, never suspecting anyone would pass beneath him. Inside, 3 others appeared to be engaged in a game, laughing boisterously as they shouted, intermittently taking swigs from a water jug. Creeping past the enemy's watchful eyes was undeniably exhilarating. Li Xuan felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Should a confrontation arise, their position would be compromised. His 60 machine gun could not accommodate a silencer, and the sound of gunfire would be deafening. Once alerted, the enemies would swiftly converge upon him. Surveying the target building, they had only traversed half the distance. Numerous alleys twisted around them, and when encountering larger groups, they would need to avoid them. With only 1 or 2 foes, they could strike directly, dragging the bodies into any corner. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out, startling the group, but they quickly regained their composure. The gunfire was distant and emanated from ahead. This wasn't a sign of their discovery, which brought a sigh of relief. Yet, the thought lingered. Could it be the Arctic bears who had been compromised? However, without any communication from the Arctic bears, it seemed unlikely. Contact Gray Bear. Have him check for any anomalies ahead, they decided, but the response was negative. He reported no unusual activity. Continue onward. Though startled by the sudden gunfire, they pressed on, as it was not directed at them. The 4 of them continued to move stealthily, on the opposite side of several alleys. The Arctic bears were also taken aback by the gunfire, yet they too deduced it was not aimed at them, heightening their vigilance. They remained uncertain of the situation. Was the gunfire from the target building? Li Xuan mused, furrowing his brow. The target building? Could the objective be in jeopardy? The earth dog pondered quietly. Speed up. The target may be in danger. Yet, increasing their pace was easier said than done, as they encountered numerous patrols and scattered terrorists, each a potential obstacle. With a swift flick, a dagger was drawn, spraying blood that splattered onto Li Xuan. He had just silently dispatched another foe. The body still warm as blood gushed forth from the wound. They were now but a step away from their target, even hearing the sounds of scolding coming from within the building. 2 gunshots rang out, raising suspicion that the terrorists were executing prisoners, placing the agent in an even more precarious position. Suddenly, a group of about 12 armed individuals gathered outside the building, a leader amongst them appearing to address the crowd. Shortly after, they dispersed, but Li Xuan noted that the village's defenses were tightening, likely due to the discovery of a body, though this was merely one possibility. However, it soon became clear that his fears were unfounded. A convoy of vehicles, a rugged SUV, 5 pickup trucks, and 2 larger trucks, emerged from the distance, confirming that the appearance of such a vehicle indicated the arrival of significant figures. The presence of this leader imposed a state of alert in the village, disrupting their plans and instilling a sense of caution. On the cliff, the Gray Bear and Zhang Zhijuan fixated on the suddenly arrived convoy, which halted before the building. A throng of people emerged, likely to welcome the prominent figure. From the driver's seat of the SUV, a formidable-looking individual clad in camouflage and sunglasses exited, striding to the rear to open the door. Following him was a figure dressed entirely in white, a turban adorning his head, an appearance reminiscent of an Islamic cleric. Upon sighting him, everyone saluted, indicating his significant status, prompting the Gray Bear to entertain the grim thought of taking a shot at him. Changes are afoot. Another group has arrived, the Earth Dog whispered into the radio. Meanwhile, the Arctic bears observed the unfolding scene, feeling somewhat at a loss. The only prudent course of action seemed to be to remain vigilant and see how events would unfold. Before long, it became evident. The apparent leader entered the building and shortly thereafter re-emerged, returning to the SUV, perhaps seeking refuge from the heat of the interior. Behind him, a cadre of armed terrorists escorted several captives out, loading them onto the trucks. This is bad. They're planning to relocate the target. Li Xuan exclaimed. Chill. Keep your voice down. The Earth Dog glared at him. Thankfully, they were at a sufficient distance that their voices went unheard, or they would have undoubtedly given themselves away. Did you see the target? The Earth Dog inquired into his earpiece. Can't be sure. The faces of those they brought out are obscured, covered in blood and grime. The gray bear replied. The uncertainty surrounding the target left them perturbed. What were they to do? If the target was in the vehicle, they could temporarily withdraw from the village and ambush them on the road. However, if the target remained within the village, retreating would be futile. What to do? A large question mark loomed over their heads. If no alternative presented itself, they would have to launch a surprise attack before the vehicles departed. The Arctic bear's calm voice broke the silence. Yet everyone could sense the imminent danger. Should the terrorists go on a rampage, they would likely become collateral damage themselves. The group fell silent, having failed to conjure a better strategy. Observing the mass of heavily armed soldiers ahead, they braced themselves for potential losses. 10 seconds. If we can't devise a plan, we commence the assault, came the Arctic bear's directive. Gray Bear, see if you can eliminate the one in the vehicle immediately. Understood? Now, I will begin the countdown. If anyone wishes to withdraw, newcomers, I won't hold it against you. No one. Li Xuan and the others responded succinctly, their answer bringing him relief. His teachings had not been in vain. Good. 10, 9. The Arctic bear began to count down, and everyone tightened their grip on their weapons. Tension palpable, especially among Li Xuan and his comrades. In the initial moments within the confines of the Meiji Hotel, confronted by a throng of advancing adversaries, the pressure they felt was no less daunting than it is now. 6, 5. As the countdown from the Arctic bear echoed, their gaze fixated unwaveringly on the enemy. Poised to fire. 3, 2, 1. Prepare, wait. Suddenly, the voice of the grizzly bear resonated, interrupting the Arctic bear's impending command. Everyone held their breath, but the grizzly's call shattered their focus, making it arduous to regain the previous state of anticipation. What is it? The Arctic bear inquired, frustrated that the carefully built tension had been so easily disrupted. 086. The target has been exposed. What should we do? I see the target. The grizzly's voice startled everyone, quickly followed by a wave of relief. Are you sure? Absolutely. They are escorting the target out. The target appears physically unharmed, though mentally not quite right. The grizzly reported swiftly. Good. The Arctic bear growled, a surge of excitement coursing through him. With the target identified, they could now tailor their strategy accordingly, no longer groping in the dark. Soon enough, they beheld the target being led out, and upon seeing his face, it matched perfectly with the photograph they had. A picture affixed to the Arctic bear's gunstock ensured there could be no mistake. Since the target was being escorted away, remaining here was futile. They prepared to retreat and find a suitable location to ambush. They couldn't help but lament how close they had come. Had the grizzly discovered the target just half a second later, they would have already opened fire. The target was ushered into a second truck. Withdraw, grizzly. Scatter some nails on the road. Understood. With matters reaching this point, they readied themselves to ambush the vehicle en route. Suddenly, a rapid ringing pierced the air, causing the previously relaxed terrorists to look up, scrambling with their weapons. What is going on? Everyone furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. The leader shouted loudly, ordering everyone to disperse, guns at the ready in a defensive stance. Grizzly, can you ascertain what is happening? The Arctic bear inquired. It seems their bodies have been discovered. The grizzly scanned through the scope, spotting a group of individuals huddled together, revealing a corpse from a previous assassination, along with the bodies of 2 guards from the watchtower. After all, 2 living beings had vanished, and given the tower's height, it was impossible not to notice. The bodies have been found. Break out. The Arctic bear bellowed, raising his firearm and unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the terrorists guarding the vehicle, inflicting several wounds upon them. The chief, upon noticing the Arctic bear firing, immediately pointed and began shouting frantically. Take out the leader, the Arctic bear commanded, as this unexpected appearance disrupted their plans, inciting his wrath. Received. The grizzly responded from the cliff, adjusting his aim towards the leader, moving the crosshairs slightly upward in alignment with the direction of the wind. Then he pulled the trigger. A bullet erupted from the chamber, the flames from the muzzle tracing an untraceable arc through the air towards the leader. Suddenly, someone shielded the leader, causing the bullet to narrowly miss him, instead striking an unfortunate soul behind him, killing him instantly. The near miss startled the chief, who ducked behind the vehicle for cover, pressed down by his bodyguards. Their vehicles, having been modified with steel plating, provided some protection against bullets, though not as formidable as armored vehicles. Missed, the grizzly lamented, feeling a pang of guilt over his failure to hit the target. You provide support. We break out, the Arctic bear instructed. What about the target? Li Xuan asked. the stakes of their mission weighing heavily. We'll address that after the breakout. Gazing at the target just out of reach, Li Xuan sighed heavily, clutching his 60 machine gun as he began to retreat. Team 2, fall back, take a left at the third alley. It's less crowded there. The sniper on the cliff would guide their route. Following the sniper's directions, they had barely taken a few steps when the sound of hurried footsteps reached their ears. The enemy was conducting a search, armed with AK-47s, scouring the streets for Li Xuan and his team. The sound of gunfire echoed through the dust-colored village, resembling the popping of beans. Aside from Li Xuan, the other 7 wielded suppressed AK-41s, rendering their gunfire nearly inaudible amidst the chaos. The Grizzlies squeezed the trigger, and the approaching terrorists were caught off guard. 2 fell instantly. Li Xuan's 60 machine gun roared to life. As he pulled the trigger, the belt of ammunition trembled violently, a cacophony ringing out as hot shell casings were ejected, landing on the yellow earth, bouncing as high as 3 feet. Terrorists bursting from an alleyway were wholly unprepared, colliding directly with Li Xuan's weapon. The 7.62 bullets mowed down the advancing group, reducing them to mere targets. The 60's penetrating power was formidable, often creating 2 holes with a single shot, particularly at such close range. The continuous gunfire from the 60 machine gun drew a horde of enemies, fully aware that revealing their location would invite relentless waves of terrorists. The 4 moved back to back, vigilantly guarding against sudden enemy incursions. As soon as the gunfire erupted, someone would inevitably fall. Initially, their efforts went smoothly, but soon they found themselves overwhelmed as more enemies closed in, realizing that rushing forward was tantamount to suicide. They began to block the main street. Machine guns mounted on pickup trucks aimed at the alley, armed with 12 7mm rounds. A single hit could be fatal or leave one crippled. The deep, resonant sounds of heavy machine guns reverberated, unleashing projectiles the size of a thumb, indiscriminately sweeping through the alley, creating fist-sized holes in the rudimentary earthen structures. Several pickup trucks unleashed a hail of bullets into the alley, forcing them into a crouch against the walls, with bullets occasionally whizzing overhead, puncturing the walls around them. On a pickup, the gunner pressed the trigger fiercely, bullets bursting forth in rapid succession. Each ammo box contained approximately 100 rounds, and with a swift fire, it was soon empty, leaving a pile of casings at his feet. Once the ammunition was expended, the gunner grabbed another box, swiftly reloading the machine gun and resuming his frenetic firing. Others, wielding RPGs, recklessly unleashed chaos upon the alley, intent on leveling everything in sight, paying no heed to their ammunition supply. Indeed, with their own makeshift workshops, they were unburdened by concerns over ammunition consumption. On one pickup, an NS heavy machine gun had already consumed several boxes of ammunition, yet the gunner remained unsatisfied, producing yet another box and attaching it to the belt before pulling the trigger. This NS heavy machine gun, aged and rusted, bore a makeshift stock, a clear indication of poor maintenance. However, those wielding such weapons exhibited no trepidation, continuing to fire. Midway through a box of ammunition, suddenly, the weapon jolted violently and exploded, scattering parts in every direction, effectively killing the gunner instantly. The battle raged on, with weapon malfunctions becoming a commonplace occurrence among the terrorists, who simply cast indifferent glances. Accustomed to such events, they were well aware that in their makeshift workshops, weapon failures were an all too frequent reality, yet they remained undaunted, driven by their fervor for holy war. On the precipice, the Gray Bear, equipped with a 200 magnification scope, had already targeted a machine gunner. With a decisive pull of the trigger, a .408 bullet was instantly propelled forward, piercing through the gunner's body and striking with residual force against the truck bed. Reloading the rifle, a smoking shell was ejected, and another bullet was chambered. The 200, being a manual rifle, prioritized accuracy at the expense of rate of fire, unlike a semi-automatic. Beside the Gray Bear, Zhang Zhijuan, armed with a 110 semi-automatic rifle, set aside his rangefinder and seized his sniper rifle to join the support operation. The 110's barrel shuddered violently as the stock slammed against Zhang Zhijuan's shoulder due to the recoil. The 7.62 bullet spiraled toward a terrorist wielding an RPG, embedding itself in his heart. Struck, the man toppled sideways, his RPG flung several meters away, a freshly loaded rocket still unlaunched. The rocket launcher landed near another terrorist clutching an AK-47, who wasted no time, hoisting his weapon and retrieving the RPG, firing it into the alley ahead. The rocket soared forth, engulfed in flames, crashing into the alley and obliterating a shabby building in an explosive conflagration. Li Xuan brushed off the dust that had settled on him, his mouth filled with grit. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. They barely had a chance to peek out, as the adversaries, cunning and strategic, sought to seal their fate without recklessly charging in, leaving Li Xuan and his comrades in a state of turmoil. "This is bad. The enemy's truck is about to leave," the gray bear relayed over the radio from the cliff. "What a mess," Li Xuan muttered under his breath, lamenting his unfortunate circumstances. "Gray bear, this is 6. Eliminate the truck's driver," Arctic Bear calmly instructed. The ambush on the convoy had utterly failed, leaving them with no choice but to prevent the vehicle's escape, for therein lay their only hope. "Understood," the two replied from the cliff, slightly adjusting their aim as the dark muzzles pointed toward the truck. 2 muffled gunshots rang out, shattering the windshields of the 2 trucks, blood splattering across the driver's seat. With the driver dead, the truck spiraled out of control, careening into a nearby building. With a thunderous crash, the truck's front end smashed through the structure, which could not withstand the force of the collision. The second truck followed suit, colliding into the first with a crunch, its front crumpling from the impact, though fortunately at a relatively low speed. The 2 pickup trucks trailing behind screeched to a halt, their path completely blocked by the wreckage of the 2 trucks. Jumping from their vehicles, several armed men anxiously scanned their surroundings, wary of a sudden enemy ambush. The machine gunner firmly gripped his heavy machine gun, his eyes darting around. In their possession was the domestically produced Type 85 heavy machine gun, the origins of which remained unclear. Nonetheless, Chinese firearms were renowned for their affordability and durability, sold to anyone with the means, irrespective of their intentions. The Type 85, aptly named a heavy machine gun, featured a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, capable of creating substantial wounds. The gunner, however, refrained from acting impulsively or firing indiscriminately. Unlike the rabble, they appeared to possess a degree of professionalism. Inside an off-road vehicle, the gang leader wore a scowl, his mood decidedly grim. Under such circumstances, who could maintain a cheerful demeanor? He had merely intended to relocate the captives, but unexpectedly encountered an incursion into the village by individuals who were anything but ordinary, likely special forces. While he was unaware of their exact objectives, he surmised that their recent capture of a suspected American agent was the catalyst for this operation, aimed at transferring him to a more secure location for intensified interrogation. The others were merely a band of heretics. It was implausible that the special forces had come for them. Convinced of the adversary's true nature, he glanced at the truck that had crashed into the building, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. "Should we retreat? This place is perilous," the driver, also his bodyguard, suddenly inquired. A sharp slap was his only reply. "Retreat? We can't leave these captives behind. Do you wish for me to be incinerated?" The leader shot him an irate glare, his displeasure evident. Yes, of course." The driver, having received the blow, offered no protest and nodded. "Now watch," the leader commanded coolly, feeling utterly helpless. He knew little of the capabilities of these special forces, having only encountered them for the first time that day. On the cliff, the Gray Bear and Zhang Zhijuan steadied their sniper rifles, their targets those armed with machine guns. However, the adversaries seemed aware of the sniper's presence, as the pickup trucks lurched and swayed, complicating their aim. Yet, this distraction afforded Li Xuan and his team an opportunity. Arctic Bear surged ahead, his .41 rifle unleashing a torrent of flames, dispatching the advancing terrorists. In the narrow alley, he wielded his rifle as a lone defender, simultaneously felling enemies and advancing forward, while 3 others dealt with threats approaching from different angles. Their objective was the immobilized trucks. Li Xuan, clutching a .60 machine gun, awaited the signal from Dog. Dog occasionally peered out, assessing the situation through bullet holes. Suddenly, with a decisive wave of his hand, Li Xuan sprang forth, unleashing a barrage of fire from his machine gun into the confined space ahead. The weapon's powerful recoil was firmly controlled, and golden shell casings were ejected in rapid succession. The 3 terrorists brandishing AK-47s were caught off guard, reduced to a mass of perforated flesh, while a passing pickup truck, its gunner reloading, was similarly torn to shreds by Li Xuan's relentless fire. Several bullets struck the vehicle, which, despite being diesel-powered, failed to ignite, though its engine began to emit white smoke from the damage. 088. The sniper is ready to unleash hell. Charge! Li Xuan commanda. And Dog and the others promptly followed suit, advancing toward the truck. However, The terrorists fought fiercely to obstruct their progress. Li Xuan's machine gun belched fire, bullets raining down upon the enemy as he provided cover for Dog and his team. Reaching a low, earthen wall, Li Xuan executed a roll to take cover just as a volley of bullets struck the wall, creating several pockmarks perilously close to him. The enemies fired a single burst before charging toward him, shouting wildly. Taking a deep breath, Li Xuan tightened his grip on the machine gun and sprang upright, spotting a group of terrorists rushing toward him. Their momentary surprise quickly dissipated as they raised their AK-47s to fire. However, Li Xuan's machine gun roared to life first. The trigger held down for over a second, unleashing a hail of bullets that cut down several in the front ranks. Seeking refuge behind cover, Li Xuan narrowly avoided incoming fire as bullets riddled the wall, though he was fortunate that the ammunition used by the enemy was of inferior quality, lacking the necessary penetration unless it struck directly. The relentless crack of the AK-47 echoed through the air as the terrorists unleashed a torrent of fire upon Li Xuan's earthen wall, charging forward with reckless abandon, wielding their rifles as if they were submachine guns. Behind Li Xuan, the Duga team, concealed behind sandbags and other obstructions, stealthily scavenged for weapons, occasionally peeking out to deliver precise shots at the advancing assailants. Number 5. RPG. Suddenly, Niu Jin shouted, spotting an individual armed with an RPG rocket launcher who had emerged from nowhere, aiming at the sheltering Li Xuan. To them, Li Xuan, armed with a machine gun, posed the greatest threat. Damn it, Li Xuan cursed, swiftly vaulting from behind the wall just as the rocket whistled past. The explosion sent him sprawling, debris raining down upon him painfully. Utilizing the force of the blast, he propelled himself further, rolling on the ground before swiftly regaining his footing and darting to another cover. Bullets whizzed closely behind him, churning the earth into fist-sized craters. Taking a moment to lean against his cover, Li Xuan gasped for breath, attempting to steady the racing of his heart. He glanced at the ammunition pouch hanging by his weapon. It still contained roughly half of its 100 rounds, and he had expended only a few. Counting the bullets diverted his focus, instilling a sense of calm within him. Meanwhile, the RPG wielder had taken cover, hurriedly reloading for another shot. Frustration brewed among the Duga team as they failed to neutralize him in time. After all, the RPG posed a significant threat. One member peeked out slightly, his AK-41 targeting a terrorist wildly firing their AK-47. With 3 precise shots, he dispatched the assailant. However, as he withdrew, he noticed a glint reflecting off the roof of a nearby earthen structure. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He instinctively ducked just as a bullet zipped past, creating a crater in the ground. The brim of his sunshade hat singed from the bullet's searing heat. A cold sweat trickled down his back, realizing they had a sniper. Sniper! 1 o'clock, 400 meters. He shouted into the radio, his voice urgent. Everyone heard him, though the situation on the polar bear's side remained distant. They could only heighten their vigilance. Upon hearing Duga's warning, Li Xuan quickly huddled down. On the cliff, the gray bear swiftly located Duga's position. Spotting a sniper lying prone on the roof at 1 o'clock, 400 meters away, aimed at Li Xuan's alley. With precision, he aligned his crosshairs and squeezed the trigger, sending a 408 round hurtling through the air. In mere seconds, the bullet struck the sniper, blood splattering from his body as he succumbed instantly. The sniper has been neutralized, Gray Bear remarked nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Indeed, for him, it was far simpler than targeting a machine gunner, who moved about in a pickup truck, whereas the sniper remained stationary, akin to a fixed target. After firing, he ejected the spent cartridge but did not rush to chamber another bullet. Instead, he replaced the magazine, having exhausted 7 rounds, only 4 of which had hit their mark. The increasing wind and swirling sand significantly affected the trajectory of the bullets, making it increasingly challenging to strike moving targets. Even the seasoned Gray Bear struggled with accuracy, while Zhang Zhejian, armed with an M110, fared even worse, hitting only 3 or 4 out of 10 rounds. Peering through the scope, Gray Bear scanned a main thoroughfare, seeking valuable targets. The erratic movements of the terrorists with their AK-47s were merely distractions, a waste of precious ammunition. His gaze settled on an off-road vehicle parked at the roadside, flanked by 3 pickups, where a gunner stood alert. He recognized this vehicle. It belonged to a terrorist leader, likely stranded due to the absence of supporting trucks. Through the scope, he searched the interior, but the distance and tinted windows obscured his view. Nonetheless, he could infer the occupant's position. He extended his hand, feeling the wind carrying sand through his fingertips, his gloves fingerless. With a southwest wind at 3 meters per second, he adjusted his aim 2 grid spaces to the southwest, estimating a distance of 1250 meters, and raised his sights 6 grids higher, calculating the leader's probable location. Narrowing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, holding his breath for a precise shot. Without any protection, merely bound with a few cotton strips for sweat absorption, his index finger rested on the trigger, gradually applying pressure. The rifle trembled as the trigger was pulled, releasing the firing pin, which struck the primer, igniting the powder within the cartridge. The explosion propelled the bullet down the 700mm barrel, the force sufficient to exceed 1,000 meters per second. At 1250 meters, the bullet traversed the distance in the blink of an eye. The projectile shattered the glass of the off-road vehicle, swiftly penetrating inside. The outcome remained unseen to Gray Bear, but he observed the driver hastily leap from the cabin, seemingly shouting in alarm as a crowd converged around him, indicating his shot had likely borne fruit. Regardless of the situation at hand, he pivoted his weapon to survey Li Xuan's position. Through the scope, he noted Li Xuan firing his machine gun intermittently, suppressing the enemy while Dega led their team forward with relative success. However, the polar bear encountered trouble, trapped in an alley where a machine gun was mounted. The critical issue was that this location was within the sniper's blind spot, obscured by a building. The enemy controlled the machine gun, firing bursts that produced 3 holes in the earthen wall with each pull of the trigger. They expertly employed suppression fire, carefully managing their ammunition expenditure, fully aware that once the machine gun fell silent, their foes would charge. Yet, once the machine gun's 100 rounds were expended, the last few shots were fired, prompting the gunner to abandon it and flee. The polar bear's team recognized the cessation of gunfire, signaling the enemy's retreat, and immediately gestured to advance. "They've left the machine gun behind," Xie Gao remarked, puzzled. "Move up." Though the circumstances were unclear, they seized the opportunity without hesitation. As they passed the machine gun position, the polar bear cast a glance, noting the 2 heavy guns left behind, remnants of the fierce battle. However, they had not progressed far when a swarm of terrorists armed with AK-47s encircled them from all sides. "Conceal!" the polar bear shouted, as the sudden surge of enemies forced them to take cover. Although the AK-41 could fire in rapid succession, there was no time to switch. The tumultuous gunfire erupted again, the terrorists seemingly oblivious to the concept of cover, standing defiantly with their weapons, relentlessly pulling the triggers until their magazines ran dry. Their continuous fire caused the recoil to elevate their aim, rendering their bullets erratic and wildly inaccurate. After expending an entire magazine, they retreated to reload, concealing themselves behind the wall, biding their time until their frontline comrades either exhausted their ammunition or were eliminated. One by one, they would take turns. With a swift crack, 56 rounds found their mark, penetrating the chest cavity and wreaking havoc within. The impact shattered blood vessels around the entry wounds, causing an abnormal purplish hue to bloom, though the man was already lifeless. Once the gunfire ceased, Polar Bear immediately withdrew, only to be pursued by several 7.62 rounds that struck the makeshift cover, leaving deep craters. The terrorist who had emerged to fire was swiftly neutralized before he could empty his clip. As the 4 operatives stood up and advanced forward, sensing little threat from the enemy, more terrorists sprang forth, yet they fell one by one to precise shots. They had spotted the truck, but it was surrounded by numerous armed foes, who aimed their rifles threateningly, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. While some of these individuals monitored the truck, others wielded their AK-47s, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, creating a formidable defense that left Polar Bear and his team feeling somewhat vexed. Meanwhile, Li Xuan and his group approached the truck, which was heavily guarded and appeared daunting to assault. In a moment of bravery, Li Xuan volunteered to draw the enemy's fire, allowing Polar Bear's team to break through from the rear. Armed with a machine gun, he undeniably attracted ire, seizing the opportunity to burst forth and unleash a hail of bullets at the adversaries, skillfully avoiding the truck to prevent collateral damage to their target inside. Li Xuan's sudden appearance resulted in several fatalities, instantly drawing the enemy's wrath. They retaliated with furious gunfire, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets towards him. But he managed to duck back into cover, leaving a spattering of bullet holes in the vicinity. Although Li Xuan had successfully diverted their attention, the enemy remained steadfast, inching closer to the vehicle as if acutely aware that their objective lay within. Amidst a relentless barrage of gunfire, Li Xuan, despite his audacity, dared not venture out and instead huddled behind his cover, enduring the cacophony of gunshots, silently praying for Polar Bear's timely intervention. The sound of suppressed gunfire from the 5.56 rifles punctuated the air, each rapid discharge resulting in a foe collapsing to the ground. The lead terrorist, who had barely survived 3 chapters of the narrative, was dragged out, his lifeless body discarded on the ground, the chest soaked in dark crimson. The driver and those in the accompanying pickup were visibly shaken. Having lost their leader, Li Xuan's gunfire had successfully diverted their attention, rendering them vulnerable to an unexpected attack from behind. The heavily armed individuals in the pickup represented a significant threat, their large-caliber rounds capable of inflicting serious harm. The 5.56 rounds, though intermediate in power, retained formidable penetrative capabilities at close range, often resulting in grievous wounds. The bullets created gaping entry wounds, yet within the body, they tumbled and wreaked havoc, often exiting with chunks of flesh, leading to the gruesome spectacle of blood and gore. Quickly, Polar Bear urged, weapon in hand, crouching low as he charged forward, making a swift dash to the stationary pickup. The alert terrorists quickly redirected their weapons towards him, unleashing a torrent of bullets that riddled the pickup with holes, unable to withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, the modified pickups offered decent protection. The welded steel plates sparkled as they deflected bullets, creating pockmarked surfaces, yet ultimately, they too would succumb to metal fatigue under sustained fire. Finally, they had reached their target. These terrorists were evidently determined to prevent them from reaching the truck, firing incessantly to thwart their advance. However, their threat was mitigated by their lack of organization, merely outnumbering them, with the target still firmly within their grasp. Although these attackers lacked coordination, other terrorists were approaching, shouting fervently, some even communicating in English, reflecting the prevalent duality of language in the Middle East. Regardless of their language, the situation was dire for them. Had it not been for the target still being in enemy hands, they would have retreated long ago, avoiding the peril they now faced. Armed with rocket-propelled grenades, the newcomers launched a barrage, narrowly missing their mark, but leaving Li Xuan and his team covered in dirt and tattered clothing, reminiscent of beggars. The snipers positioned on the cliff exerted their utmost effort to eliminate the terrorists armed with RPGs, yet with little success, as the adversaries were adept at utilizing the weapons. Even if they had no prior experience, the enemy numbers swelled, encircling them. "We are being surrounded," Gray Bear's voice crackled with urgency. "I know you've dealt with the 2 by the truck. Handle the rest and ensure no one approaches the vehicle," Polar Bear commanded, his voice crackling through the unstable radio signal. "Understood," Gray Bear replied, his intent to withdraw unspoken, given Polar Bear's silence on the matter. With 2 consecutive shots fired within a 2-second interval, he smoothly transitioned from reloading to aiming and firing. Polar Bear was concerned that the 2 near the truck might engage the captive during their escape. Fortunately, they seemed oblivious to the idea of executing those inside the vehicle. Yet Polar Bear remained vigilant, instructing the snipers to keep a close watch. Next to Gray Bear, Zhang Zhijuan, designated as number 6, repeatedly squeezed the trigger of his rifle, sending bullets flying towards the RPG-wielding terrorists, unconcerned with accuracy. Even hitting 2 or 3 out of 10 shots would suffice, especially against moving targets. From their vantage point, they could observe the village below erupting in explosions, estimating the power behind each blast even without sound. The chaos was predominantly caused by rocket launchers, as the terrorists issued grenades for their perceived ineffectiveness. Li Xuan and his group had opted not to carry grenades, finding them cumbersome. Currently, Li Xuan faced away from his comrades, gazing outward, setting up the 60 machine gun on a sandbag, unleashing a torrent of fire. A group of terrorists, rushing around a corner, were caught off guard by the hail of bullets, resulting in a gruesome scene of chaos and carnage as they fell in droves. Li Xuan gripped the machine gun tightly, striving to control its recoil and improve his accuracy. The ammunition bag, suspended on the right side of the machine gun, steadily diminished as the bullets were unleashed in rapid succession. Before long, the chain of 100 rounds had been completely expended. Around him lay a carpet of gleaming, spent casings. The scalding shells ricocheted off Li Xuan's exposed skin, yet he remained unfazed, resolutely continuing his barrage. The machine gun effectively held the terrorists at bay, thwarting their advance as they awaited the inevitable conclusion of Li Xuan's ammunition. With a theoretical firing rate of 550 rounds per minute and a combat rate of 200, it was not long before the 100 rounds were depleted. especially as Li Xuan maintained his finger firmly on the trigger. Noticing that the terrorists had taken cover, he finally relented, releasing the trigger and allowing the gunfire to cease, the smoke-laden casings rolling to the ground. As the thunderous report of the machine gun fell silent, the terrorists sheltered in the corners of the room immediately surged forth. In response, gunfire erupted once more, bullets raining down upon them with savage intensity. The unsuspecting terrorists were caught off guard, their cries of panic echoing as they hastily retreated, their fear palpable as they beheld the bodies strewn about. At that moment, Li Xuan swiftly replaced the spent ammunition chain, disregarding the few remaining rounds on the detached belt. Seizing the opportunity, he completed the change with a satisfying click, allowing himself a moment of relief. With Li Xuan covering their advance, the trio of two rushed towards the truck, dispatching any obstacles in their path with ruthless efficiency. Upon nearing the vehicles, they were met by their comrades from the Arctic Bear, who had also arrived at the scene. Observing the two stationary trucks, they refrained from rushing in and instead shouted, urging their adversaries to step out. They witnessed the captives emerging from the vehicle, their hands bound but otherwise unharmed. The command was delivered in English, not expecting full comprehension but hoping that at least a few might understand. If you do not come out, we will open fire. Seeing the truck remain still, Arctic Bear had no choice but to raise his voice. Enough! Do not fire! A head emerged from behind the canvas flap, and upon recognizing the distinct appearance of Arctic Bear and his team, the figure exclaimed, I'm coming out. Don't shoot! Arctic Bear paid him no mind. Stepping forward and roughly pulling him down, the action decidedly brusque. Once the individual was extricated, he peered into the dimly lit truck where a group of people huddled together, the environment obscuring their condition. Scanning the crowd, Arctic Bear called out, Mo Ben Te Kulin, are you there? At the sound of his name, a distinctly Western face lifted, and Arctic Bear immediately recognized him as the target he sought. Are you here for me? The man asked, his voice tinged with excitement and tremors, revealing the hardships he had endured in captivity. Indeed, Arctic Bear affirmed with a nod. 091, a bullet has bitten the dust. What shall we do? Mo Ben Te Kulin was nearly dragged from the truck by Arctic Bear, who was on the verge of leading him away when the latter suddenly inquired, what about the others? Forget them. We have no time to waste. Arctic Bear replied tersely. But we can't just leave them. Mo Ben Te Kulin retorted, locking eyes defiantly with Arctic Bear, who was irked but restrained his anger, recognizing that this was not one of his soldiers. Enough! Arctic Bear muttered under his breath, grateful that this was not his subordinate. Otherwise, he would have dealt with him more harshly. The tension was palpable as the others glared at Mo Ben Te Kulin, exasperated by his Na'vi sentimentality in such perilous circumstances. Move now, Arctic Bear urged, brandishing a knife threateningly before him. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, he discarded his previous intentions to rescue others and focused on severing the bindings that restrained their hands. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets struck the armored truck, sending sparks flying. Damn it, behind us! The jungle crocodile called out, turning to face a horde of pursuing terrorists. While Li Xuan held one flank, the other side remained unguarded, allowing the assailants to advance with their weapons drawn. Move! Arctic Bear shouted, forcibly dragging Mo Ben Te Kulin to the rear of the truck. Unfortunately, the individual who had been yanked from the vehicle was tragically caught in a hail of gunfire, his life extinguished before he could escape. Cowering in fear, Mo Ben Te Kulin trembled as Arctic Bear inquired, what are you afraid of? Of dying, he replied, his voice steady yet filled with trepidation. Then why are you playing the role of a secret agent? Arctic Bear challenged, intrigued by the contradiction. That is different. I fear dying without purpose on the battlefield. Mo Ben Te Kulin declared earnestly, underscoring the distinction between interrogation and combat. Arctic Bear fell silent, glancing around until his eyes landed on a blood-soaked .47 rifle nearby. Here, take this, he instructed, tossing it to Mo Ben Te Kulin, who fumbled to catch it, his expression reflecting his innocence. I don't know how to use it, he protested. You must be joking, Arctic Bear retorted, his voice rising in disbelief. Really, I don't. Mo Ben Te Kulin shrugged, adopting a classic American gesture of helplessness. How can you claim to be a secret agent if you can't even handle a firearm? Arctic Bear wondered aloud, questioning his decision to save such a peculiar individual. I joined the organization as an administrative graduate, seeking access to information. To maintain my cover, I never underwent firearms training. You can see for yourself, my hands are devoid of calluses from shooting. They kept me around because they deemed me a negligible threat, or else I would have perished long ago, long before you arrived to rescue me. He explained rapidly, his breath barely pausing. Arctic Bear, at last, resigned himself to the realization that he had rescued an utterly inept individual, shaking his head in disbelief. There was no point in losing his temper over such a bizarre scenario. Instead, he decided to contact Mei Jun for a helicopter extraction. With that thought, Arctic Bear reached out to Gray Bear, instructing him to alert Mei Jun, as the satellite phone was in his possession and his elevated position offered a strong signal. On the cliffside, Gray Bear received Arctic Bear's message. Retrieving a satellite phone reminiscent of a 1990s brick phone from his backpack and dialing the number for the base near Mei Jun retreat was the command issued by Arctic Bear as they moved closer to Li Xuan, whose sustained firepower from the machine gun provided crucial cover. Mo Ben Tae Kulin was nearly dragged along, his apprehension about the battlefield evident, although he may have endured rigorous interrogation training. He had never faced the chaos of combat, which was a stark contrast to the sterile environment of a torture chamber. Li Xuan, wielding his machine gun, continued to fire in controlled bursts, his accuracy precise. Those who dared to confront him quickly fell to his relentless onslaught. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he detected movement within a nearby building, heightening his alertness while his focus remained on the front. Then, without warning, a bearded figure burst through the window, brandishing a combat knife and descending upon Li Xuan with a brutal strike. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected tactic of the enemy. Initially, upon spotting the figure at the window, he had instinctively turned his weapon towards him, but the assailant leaped forward, and his 3 shots missed entirely, whizzing harmlessly beneath the man's feet. With his finger having released the trigger, there was no time to react. The knife was already poised to strike his forehead. With a resounding clang, the knife collided with Li Xuan's machine gun in a desperate attempt to block the blow. In a moment of instinctive reflex, he crouched low, raising the weapon to deflect the brutal attack. The knife embedded itself into the Picatinny rail, metal scraping against metal and sending sparks flying in all directions. The man adorned with a white turban and a bushy beard attempted to draw his dogleg knife once more, but was abruptly thwarted when Li Xuan twisted the gun in his hand, causing the knife to slip from his grasp. With his hands now empty, the bearded man looked at Li Xuan with a face full of panic, as if he had foreseen his impending doom. In a desperate last bid, he lunged at Li Xuan, seeking to engage him in a life-or-death struggle, only to be met with a swift kick from Li Xuan, sending him sprawling. Li Xuan, brandishing his machine gun, unleashed a barrage of bullets, splattering blood everywhere. The knife remained stuck to the gun, and he had no time to retrieve it. Instead, he rolled to the side just in time to evade the following bullets, which struck the ground, creating craters as they pursued him relentlessly. Having been interrupted by the bearded man's ambush, a group of assailants surged forth, and had they been even a moment slower, they might have met their end. Nevertheless, Li Xuan bore the brunt of the encounter, a bullet grazing his thigh and tearing away a small chunk of flesh, crimson blood gushing forth, streaming down his leg and causing him sharp pain that made him gasp. "Number 5, you're injured," Niu Jin exclaimed, noticing the pool of blood beneath Li Xuan, hastily adding that being shot was no joking matter. "I'm fine. Just a graze," Li Xuan replied quickly, his hands moving deftly as he retrieved a roll of bandages to tend to his wound. He pressed a piece of medicinal cotton against the injury, wincing as pain shot through him, gritting his teeth as he wrapped the bandage tightly around the wound, a final tug eliciting another sharp pang. Although the wound was covered, a considerable amount of blood soaked through the bandage. Li Xuan paid little mind to this as he picked up the machine gun, taking over for Niu Jin. 092. Is it 59 or 69? The enemy forces before them were numerous, and relying solely on Niu Jin's M4A1 would be insufficient to hold them off. Fortunately, the assailants were deterred from advancing recklessly. Li Xuan continued to push forward, each step sending fresh waves of pain through his thigh, yet he pressed on with unwavering determination. At the cliff's edge, Gray Bear had made contact with Mold, who assured him that a helicopter would be airborne shortly to effect a rescue, estimating it would arrive in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. To them, each second felt like an eternity. What puzzled him was why, if a helicopter could be deployed, they did not send a special forces team to undertake the mission directly. He dismissed any notions of international opinion. Gray Bear had little faith in such concerns. With the arrogance of the American Empire, wars were waged at will, so why would they heed such trivialities? Unable to fathom the reasoning, Gray Bear shook his head and sighed, attributing it to Mold's cowardice, for he had been around long enough to understand the nature of Mold. Aside from a few elite troops, most of Mold's forces could be likened to a security detail, engaged in low-intensity policing rather than the brutal combat depicted in Hollywood films. They now hesitated to incur casualties as domestic protests had pressured them to withdraw. After all, wars claimed lives, including those of their own kin. Thus, Mold opted not to deploy troops this time, unwilling to risk further loss of life, preferring instead to spend money on mercenaries. In their calculations for this rescue, they anticipated a casualty rate of around 50, a burden they were unwilling to bear, let alone the prospect of returning with half their number dead, which would lead to public outcry against the military and Congress. At Mold's base, prompted by Gray Bear's call, a Chinook and 2 Apaches had already taken flight to retrieve Li Xuan and his team, primarily for the sake of the agent. In the village, aside from Li Xuan's grievous wound, others bore minor injuries that were hardly worth mentioning. Clint was being dragged along by the Arctic Bear, his head held down, appearing entirely useless. They were unsure if they could safely exit with such a burden. Number 5, move left, Gray Bear instructed as a horde of assailants charged towards them. If they did not evade, a head-on collision would spell disaster. Li Xuan dashed into a shadowy alley to the left, where sunlight barely reached. It was now evening, the sun setting in a clear sky, casting a fiery orb that slowly descended towards the distant dunes. Night was approaching, and they had already spent several hours in this precarious situation. The intensity of the combat had drained their stamina significantly. Li Xuan had consumed several pieces of compressed rations to replenish his energy. His exceptional digestive ability allowed him to sustain himself through timely nourishment. But his companions were not so fortunate, requiring a period of digestion. As they continued their advance out of the village, they knew liberation was near, as their current condition permitted an escape. The pursuing enemies had been sufficiently intimidated, yet once they broke free from the village, the open terrain offered no cover, leading to potential annihilation. Thus, they opted to remain within the village's outskirts, leveraging the terrain's natural barriers to repel the advancing foes as they awaited Mold's helicopter. Once Mold's helicopter arrived, the terrorists would pose little threat. M60 machine guns were mounted atop sandbags, spewing fire at the approaching assailants. Behind the wall were Clint cowered, clutching his head in terror. One might question whether he was truly an agent. Suddenly, the roar of a rocket propelled through the air, forcing them to evade the imminent threat of death. The explosion echoed, dust billowing into the air, but Li Xuan and his team remained unfazed, their grips on their weapons unwavering. After the blast, they had no choice but to expose themselves to return fire. "There are too many," Dog muttered from behind cover, reloading his magazine. This was his last magazine, and if Mold did not arrive soon, they would be in grave danger. "I'm out of bullets," Tiger Shark declared, tossing his empty magazine aside, searching his body in vain for another. "I'm low too," Siegao added. "I have an extra," Jungle Crocodile said, producing a fully loaded magazine and tossing it over. After receiving the magazine, Tiger Shark loaded his M4A1 and resumed firing. They were all on the brink of running out of ammunition, and if Mold did not arrive soon, their situation would become dire. Li Xuan still had one belt remaining, around 100 rounds, but the M67 62mm caliber was incompatible with the M4A1's 5.56mm, leaving him unable to share his ammunition with his comrades. Suddenly, a strange roar echoed, intriguing them. The sound resembled that of a heavy diesel engine. "What is that?" The peculiar noise raised numerous questions within their minds. Soon, they discerned the source, a massive steel beast, painted in a dusty yellow, lumbering forward, effortlessly crushing makeshift earthen structures beneath its treads. "A tank!" Li Xuan exclaimed, speechless with astonishment. He had never anticipated encountering a tank. The Arctic Bear gazed at the oval-shaped turret and the low-profile chassis, belching black smoke as the engine roared, bearing down upon them and flattening everything in its path. He struggled to identify the type of tank. Its rusty body suggested it had not been maintained in ages. Yet somehow it was operational. It could be a T-54 from the former Soviet Union, or perhaps a Type 59 or Type 69 from Huagua. They were all quite similar, differing only in minor details, making them difficult to distinguish. The Type 59 was essentially a replica of the T-54, and while it was unlikely that a T-54 would still be in production or have any reserves, the odds favored the Type 59 or 69, both of which were widely sold in the Middle East during the 80s and 90s, and even now, the Chinese occasionally engaged in such sales. It is hardly surprising that Al-Qaeda has acquired some tanks from Huagua, particularly the Type 59 or Type 69 Hesia models. The distinction between the Type 59 and the Type 69 Hesia lies in the presence of an infrared night vision device mounted on the turret of the latter, with the smoke extractor positioned slightly further back on the barrel, unlike the Type 59, where it is located more towards the front. The tank before us lacks any visible infrared night vision apparatus on its turret. However, the smoke extractor on the barrel is positioned further back, suggesting it is likely a Type 69 Hesia, perhaps having lost its night vision device. The Type 093 tank, before it could fire, suffered a catastrophic breach. For them, both the Type 59 and the Type 69 Hesia are almost invincible, particularly as they currently possess no anti-tank weaponry. As they observed the tank's turret, equipped with a 100mm main gun, leveling out, they noted the barrel was heavily rusted and the paint had peeled away. Li Xuan harbored doubts about its firing capability, yet he dared not challenge the might of this 5-road-wheeled behemoth. The tank, with its bare hemispherical turret, once housed a 127mm dual-purpose machine gun, which was now conspicuously absent, rendering it rather unsightly. The coaxial machine gun emitted no sound, possibly having been removed as they found machine guns far more practical than tanks, given the latter's complex maintenance and their lack of skilled personnel. Boom! A flash erupted from the 100mm muzzle as a shell soared towards them, detonating behind with a resounding explosion, falling short by several dozen meters. Even at this distance, they felt the shockwave of the explosion sweep over them. Compared to an RPG, the shell's destructive power was vastly superior, sending large clumps of earth and debris crashing down upon them, leaving them covered in dust. What now? Li Xuan turned his gaze towards the instructors, seeking their counsel. However, the instructors remained silent, as they too were at a loss regarding how to tackle the tank. If they had any anti-tank weapons, a single RPG would have sufficed to instill confidence. But the reality was that they were devoid of any heavy firepower, even lacking ammunition. They had spotted a few RPG launchers during their retreat, but had dismissed them as unnecessary. Now, in light of the formidable 5-road-wheeled tank before them, they were filled with regret for not having picked them up, realizing the folly of their earlier insistence on avoiding the hassle. Let us just wait for the mushrooms to arrive, and we'll continue our withdrawal, buying time, the Arctic Bear declared, as he brandished his Kalashnikov and retreated. Li Xuan and the others did not dare to delay, hastily falling back. The terrorists, witnessing their panicked retreat, were overcome with excitement, their shouts growing louder, as if victory was within their grasp. The 5-road-wheeled tank advanced, its long barrel piercing through a building effortlessly. The subsequent steel monstrosity pushed forward, demolishing the simple earthen structure. With a grinding noise, the copper band encasing the shell scraped against the cannon, producing a sound akin to grinding teeth. Inside the tank, the gunner hastily extracted a 100mm high-explosive shell from the ammunition rack, struggling to load it into the breech due to the tank's movement, swaying precariously and missing several times. Finally, after much effort, the shell was secured, the breech closed, and the gunner began to rotate the turret, searching for the group of enemies that made them grumble in frustration. There were only 2 individuals inside the tank, both of whom could operate it, as driving a tank was far more complex than merely driving a car. One served as the driver, while the other took on the roles of gunner, loader, and commander. They had a limited supply of shells, only 7 in total, having just fired one. Unfortunately, the tank's tracks had pressed down on the rubble of a collapsed building, limiting their elevation and causing the shell to fly harmlessly over their adversaries. The loader-gunner commander expressed discontent towards the driver, while the driver retorted that the timing of the shot was miscalculated. This tank held significant value for them. It was usually kept hidden away in a warehouse, forbidden to be touched, hence its rusted state. How could it be maintained if it was never used? It seemed divine providence had allowed them to deploy at this time, and had it not been for Li Xuan's relentless pressure, they would not have brought it out at all. Regardless of their quarrel, the tank posed a considerable threat to Li Xuan and his companions. In the small village, numerous houses stood haphazardly, with few major roads suitable for tank maneuvering. Li Xuan and his group deliberately chose narrow alleys, some barely wide enough for a single person to pass, compelling the 5-road-wheeled tank to function as a bulldozer, toppling obstructive buildings and sending dust soaring into the air, much to the dismay of the pursuing terrorists, who found themselves engulfed in grime. Eventually, they caught sight of their adversaries once more. In that moment, The gunner felt empowered, gently adjusting the controls to align the cannon with Li Xuan and his companion's retreating figures. Firing without hesitation. Boom! The tank jolted violently, an unusual tremor that was far more intense than usual, the explosion echoing in their ears, nearly deafening them. What just happened? The gunner stared in bewilderment at the cannon, hastily ejecting the spent shell and neglecting to close the breech or load another round. Instead, leaning forward to peer into the barrel. It appeared significantly shorter, the line of sight askew. Realizing this, he quickly stood, opened the hatch, and peered down the barrel. To his horror, he saw the once long cannon had exploded into 5 petals, bent backwards, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. It was a catastrophic failure. All were aware of it, and the gunner chose silence. He did not comprehend how it had occurred, but it was clear that their fate was sealed, along with that of the driver. The precious tank, on its first outing, had been rendered inoperative before it could even prove its worth. Strictly speaking, it was not entirely lost. Given their cavalier attitude towards weaponry, they could still fire high-explosive shells, treating it as a howitzer, while any thoughts of armor-piercing capabilities or accuracy were to be abandoned. The breach was a direct consequence of colliding with the building, which had allowed dust to infiltrate and block the barrel, resulting in the explosion. In truth, had this not happened, the next time would surely bring a similar fate. Observing the exposed rifling was a sight too grim to behold, caked in rust. The fact that the previous shell had managed to fire was a stroke of divine favor. What now? The individual who doubled as loader and commander quietly inquired of the driver. Their previous argument was forgotten in the face of their current predicament, their expressions filled with trepidation, utterly unsure of how to proceed. I don't know. Should we just keep moving? The driver replied, his face a mask of distress. Let us just keep going. It's merely a shortened barrel. The tank remains operational, and we can still fire shells, the gunner insisted, determined. Reluctantly, the driver pressed onward, paving the way for those behind them. The gunner, assuming the role of commander, had his word to heed. As the tank moved, the gunner emotionlessly loaded another shell into the breech, preparing to fire. The subsequent explosion startled Li Xuan and his group, yet there was no flame to accompany it. Uncertain as to what had transpired, they hastened their escape, entirely unaware that the pursuing tank had suffered a breach. Now, they simply hoped for the swift arrival of Japanese aircraft. Anxious, Niojin frequently glanced at his watch. It had been nearly half an hour, yet no sign of them appeared. The sun cast its waning light upon the horizon, painting a picturesque scene reminiscent of a desert sunset. But no one had the heart to appreciate it. Suddenly, a piercing sound filled the air. The 094 helicopters and the path home had finally arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tremendous sense of relief. After a long wait, the helicopters had finally come. Seemingly spurred by the arrival of the helicopters, the terrorists on the ground fell into disarray, fleeing and hiding. Having dealt with the repercussions of helicopters for many years, they understood their formidable power all too well. The 5-road-wheeled tank, now functioning as a bulldozer, became the primary target. It was impossible to overlook such a large mass in their midst. Apache helicopters unleashed a barrage of Hellfire missiles upon the 5-road-wheeled tank, leaving behind only raging flames and a heap of twisted metal. Then, 2 Apache helicopters commenced a nearly genocidal assault on the terrorists below. Some attempted to counter the Apaches with RPGs, but their efforts were futile as the swiftly maneuvering helicopters evaded the attacks, subsequently reducing the assailants to mere pulp, quite literally, without exaggeration. Upon witnessing the helicopters in the sky, a few individuals exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground. Had it been any later, their lives would have been in jeopardy. The Arctic bear produced a smoke signal, a plume of red smoke ascending towards the heavens, while the wind had ceased. The ensuing events unfolded simply. The terrorists, adorned with white headscarves, were sent into a panic under the relentless onslaught of the 2 armed helicopters, their already dilapidated village repeatedly ravaged by rocket fire. A few that narrowly escaped the initial barrage, hiding within their homes, could only await their inevitable fate. They successfully boarded the Chinook, retrieving the Gray Bear and Zhang Zhijuan from the cliffside. The 3 helicopters whisked them far away from that place. The sun had completely vanished. The pristine sky now adorned with twinkling stars, and a crescent moon hung overhead, though none had the inclination to appreciate its beauty. At the mole base, the soldiers exhibited a modicum of conscience, especially since Li Xuan had avenged their fallen comrades. They had prepared stretchers and medics, Yet the sight of their group emerging from the Chinook and scathed left them incredulous. Not a single one was injured. However, when they noticed Li Xuan's wounded thigh, bandaged and soaked with blood, now dark red and nearly black, their eyes sparkled with concern, ready to administer treatment, only to be halted. It was a jest. Disregarding his resilient physique, he was almost fully healed. If the peculiarities of his body were uncovered by the mold, it was likely that his future would be spent in captivity at the Mafulin. Thus, Li Xuan explained that the blood on his bandages was from the enemy, leaping about to dispel their doubts. The 10 of them returned safely, and aside from Li Xuan's thigh injury, the others appeared to have only minor scrapes. No one was lost, which seemed almost miraculous to them. According to their calculations, at least 4 or 5 should have perished. Could it be a miscalculation? No. That was utterly impossible. Their think tank had derived results from extensive computational analysis, and such conclusions could not simply be overturned. It must be that the enemy had weakened. Yes, that had to be it. The mold would never admit to a computational error or cowardice. Later that evening in the mess hall, Li Xuan astounded the soldiers once again with his insatiable appetite. A group watched in disbelief as he methodically devoured an entire table laden with food. And when they glanced at his seemingly unperturbed stomach, they were left in awe, exclaiming their astonishment at the spectacle. Klein had been taken away, presumably to report his findings. But that bore no relevance to them. The transaction had reached a successful conclusion, albeit with its share of complications. Yet ultimately, none had been left behind. By the following morning, they departed. The mission was accomplished, and the mold had no reason to provide them with an escort. Thus they had to walk. They borrowed 3 pickups, and the 10 of them set forth. The mold base was replete with pickups, all seized. Yet they found these vehicles to be of little utility, merely occupying space. The Arctic Bear generously spent $30 to drive away with 3. Frankly, the ride was far from comfortable. The performance was subpar. But the most troubling aspect was the inadequate shock absorption. Even the slightest bump was jarring, and the road conditions were horrendous, if not entirely non-existent. Their destination was the neighboring Babayang, not far from the border, adjacent to Huawei's greatest ally, Babayang. They planned to slip into Babayang and then smuggle themselves back to the base in Myanmar. The plan seemed sound, provided no unforeseen complications arose. Traversing the desert terrain, the road grew increasingly treacherous. Afghanistan's mountainous highlands made vehicular travel arduous. Had they known it would be such a jolt, they might have preferred to walk. Li Xuan, seated in the back of the truck, lamented his discomfort. Be grateful for the ride, he was reminded. The Earth Dog sat beside him in the truck bed, while Niu Jin drove in front. Those molds are so stingy. Can't they at least take us to the airport? Don't be ridiculous. They want to even spare bullets for free, let alone drive us to the airport. Fuel doesn't come without a cost. We could pay, couldn't we? The mold has always been this way. They couldn't care less about anything that doesn't benefit them. So don't expect them to make an effort to take you to the airport. Just make your way to Babagwa and smuggle yourselves back, Earth Dog elucidated. Reflecting on the mold's behavior, a significant change had occurred overnight. They had been polite the previous evening, but by morning they were indifferent, perhaps because they felt the group was no longer of any use to them. Leaving the mold base, they managed to acquire a few AK-47s, seemingly captured, which had seen little maintenance but were still operational. They had to spend $2,000 for these rifles, including 2 batches of ammunition, and even then, the soldiers were unwilling to spare an extra round. In Afghanistan, lacking weaponry rendered survival nearly impossible. They had come without any arms. So they begrudgingly accepted the mold's terms, vowing never to take another contract from the Americans unless they offered a substantial sum. The first pickup was driven by Xie Gao, with the Arctic Bear navigating from the passenger seat. Having traversed Afghanistan numerous times, he was somewhat familiar with the terrain. Suddenly, a pickup's engine sputtered and died, white smoke billowing from the hood. The engine had burned out, leaving them with only 2 vehicles. Lifting the hood revealed the radiator was dry. Damn it, without coolant, the engine overheats easily, exclaimed 095. Upon reaching the border, the 10 of them stared at one another. Wide-eyed, the radiator was empty, and if they continued, the remaining vehicles would soon meet the same fate. How treacherous! They didn't even fill the radiator, Liang Chong remarked, his words directed at the mold. We've been cheated. They didn't even bother to fill it, Earth Dog added, somewhat disheartened. Let us just fill it up. The Arctic Bear said with a wave of his hand, a hint of resignation in his tone. Our drinking water is running low. The jungle crocodile brought over a water jug. Let us get through Afghanistan first. Once we reach Babagwa, we'll be fine. He glanced at Li Xuan and the others, aware that they were genuine Huawei nationals and could easily pose as travelers, as Babagwa maintained a friendly stance towards Huawei, pouring clear water into the radiator. The mold had begrudgingly supplied only 2 large barrels. One was swiftly consumed, leaving the other to be rationed, which should suffice. Neither the Americans nor the mold were trustworthy. The Arctic bear slammed the car door in frustration. After all, he was from the Mao bear clan and harbored no affection for the eagle sauce. The vast empire had crumbled due to the meddling of the eagle sauce, even though the nation was already riddled with issues. I'm American too. A former Marine, so is it really wise to say such things? The gray bear, seated in the back, chimed in, somewhat displeased, feeling he was being dragged into the criticism. Go away. You're no better, the Arctic bear retorted playfully, and the mood lightened considerably. The pickups roared back to life, navigating the indistinct path towards the border, leaving behind the burned-out vehicle without a second thought. Between the valleys, both sides are lined with stark, barren cliffs, rising several dozen meters at a steep angle of approximately 65 degrees, adorned with only a few strands of yellow wild grass, while the rest is composed of earthy yellow gravel and rocky debris. The path through the valley is evidently well-trodden, with clear wheel tracks visible on the ground. After all, the steep slopes on either side make it arduous for pedestrians, let alone vehicles. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted ahead, hurtling towards them with terrifying speed. The driver, Xiagao, hastily spun the steering wheel, causing the speeding pickup truck to drift at a 90-degree angle before crashing against the nearby mountainside, abruptly stalling. The occupants in the truck behind were oblivious to the impending danger until they witnessed the fiery projectile soaring towards them. By then, it was too late, and the 2 men in the truck bed quickly leapt to safety. The driver, Niu Jin, gripped the steering wheel tightly, narrowly avoiding the flames that grazed the rear of the vehicle before colliding with the mountainside with a thunderous explosion, sending rocks and debris cascading down. It was an enemy ambush. Prepare for battle. The North Pole bear shouted as he jumped from the vehicle, brandishing an AK-47. No one anticipated such a sudden attack. The location was indeed strategically advantageous, making it an ideal spot for robbers to lay in wait for passing convoys. Following the launch of the projectile, a group of individuals emerged wielding a hodgepodge of weapons, including even the outdated Type 85 assault rifles, although most were armed with AK-47s and Type 56 rifles. This motley crew comprised roughly 20 to 30 bandits, charging towards them with a cacophony of gunfire, bullets flying in all directions as they ran and shot simultaneously. Damn, what terrible luck! Li Xuan muttered under his breath, crouched behind a tire, his AK-47 at the ready. The North Pole bear was the first to fire, executing a 3-round burst that felled the most brazen of the assailants, who was wildly shooting into the air while leading the charge, a rather conspicuous figure. This group appeared to be mere bandits, unlike the organized Al-Qaeda operatives clad in white garb and wrapped in white headscarves due to their religious convictions. These individuals were dressed in ragged clothing, suggesting they were simply a band of small-time thieves. This made the situation simpler. They were just a handful of untrained miscreants, evident from their clumsy charge. The North Pole bear's sudden gunfire startled them considerably. They had not expected their adversaries to be armed. However, considering the chaos in Afghanistan, it was improbable for anyone to venture outside unarmed, especially while driving, which would make them a prime target. What they could not know was that Li Xuan and his comrades were not mere amateurs who could only shoot indiscriminately. Rather, they were a cadre of elite mercenaries, albeit without military uniforms, dressed in casual attire from their time in Afghanistan, wielding AK-47s in a somewhat incongruous manner. As for military uniforms, that was out of the question. The conditions were too dire to expect such luxuries. The skirmish concluded swiftly. These bandits had essentially come to deliver weapons, and after sustaining significant casualties, they fled, abandoning their fallen comrades. The discarded weaponry predominantly consisted of AK-47s and Type 56 rifles. They salvaged a few AK-47s before continuing on their way, viewing these robbers merely as a fleeting inconvenience. The pickup truck sped away, leaving the surviving bandits to cautiously emerge from their hiding spots. They did not flee. Rather, they sought refuge. Observing the departing truck and the bodies strewn on the ground, they wore expressions of despair, their numbers having dwindled even further. However, they were fortunate that the assailants had not taken all the weapons, leaving behind a considerable cache that had been painstakingly gathered. With these arms, they could recruit more members and continue their thieving endeavors. After all, encountering formidable opposition was merely a rare occurrence, not a constant reality. With the border just a stone's throw away, the group abandoned their vehicle and commenced afoot into the territory of Pakistan. Vehicles were ill-suited for the rugged terrain, and the main roads were heavily patrolled by military forces, making passage by car impossible. On foot, however, the journey became considerably simpler. The area remained a high-altitude desert, and they had to traverse the unguarded landscape. The canyon before them was a mere few dozen meters deep and approximately 20 meters wide. They lacked the skill to traverse it horizontally, and attempting to descend and ascend the canyon would be perilous due to the loose soil and rock, which could easily give way, resulting in a fatal fall. Taking a detour would entail a considerable distance, consuming precious time, but given their stamina, they could manage the trek. Gathered together, they deliberated on how to cross the canyon, whether to take the long way around or to attempt a direct descent. 096. Let us find a way to cross through the black market, suggested one among them, as 10 voices chimed in, debating fervently. Ultimately, they resolved to take the longer route. The risk was not worth it. Although being mercenaries is inherently perilous, none would willingly gamble with their singular lives. The canyon's cliffs were composed of clay-rich sand, the soil loose and treacherous, but the critical issue lay in their lack of climbing gear, and Li Xuan and his 5 companions had only theoretical knowledge of climbing cliffs. Thus, they opted for caution, preferring to take a longer path. After several arduous miles, the heat of the sun bore down upon them mercilessly, leaving them drenched in sweat. Their bodies parched, but reluctant to consume their limited water supply. "Why on earth did I wear black clothing?" Zhou Xinhua lamented, clutching his head in despair. The black fabric absorbed the heat, making him feel as if he were being scorched alive. At this rate, he feared his skin would blister. "I'd rather risk falling than suffer from the heat." It was indeed a miscalculation. Had they known they would lose the vehicle, they would have lingered a bit longer. The North Pole bear squinted up at the glaring sun, feeling a twinge of regret. After circumventing the canyon, they carefully treaded in single file, leaving footprints in the sandy terrain. The sun hung high in the sky, unrelenting in its glare, as they stood on the border of Pakistan, still surrounded by the harsh yellow sands. Fortunately, they had finally crossed into Pakistan, free from the worry of encountering a band of marauders. By the time they set foot on Pakistani soil, dusk was settling in, and the 10 of them leaned on one another for support, having drained their water reserves. Should they fail to encounter any signs of civilization soon, they would find themselves in dire straits. Due to the proximity to Afghanistan, this area was often plagued by roving bandits, deterring any local habitation, and military patrols were frequent. If they lingered, they would undoubtedly attract attention. As expected, the sound of helicopters grew increasingly near, prompting the group to exchange wary glances, contemplating whether to hide. However, there was no suitable cover. The landscape was barren. The helicopter's noise intensified, and they soon discerned the silhouette of a Mi-17, the most commonly used helicopter in the Pakistani army, of which there were about 50 in service. The occupants of the helicopter had clearly spotted them. Their clothing stood out starkly against the yellow desert backdrop. They exchanged glances, and the North Pole bear waved his arms, shouting joyfully, feigning relief. Since they had been discovered, they decided to present themselves as distressed travelers, frantically signaling for attention. Within the Mi-17, the 2 pilots exchanged glances. Wary of making an impromptu landing for an ambush, they circled above, maintaining a vigilant stance. Given the border's volatility, they could not ascertain the identities of the 10 individuals below them, and caution was paramount. If they were indeed infiltrators from across the border, better safe than sorry. The pilots appeared to have notified a nearby base. Without delay, several vehicles arrived to escort them away. Inside the barbed wire-encased military camp, the 10 men were separated and taken to individual rooms for questioning. Perhaps it was due to the color of their skin that the Pakistani soldiers treated them with courtesy. Upon learning that Li Xuan and his companions were from Huagua and had come to Afghanistan for work, they encountered a band of robbers who stole their identification and other belongings. Fortunately, the robbers did not take their lives. They merely released them. Although there were numerous inconsistencies in their story, such as the chaos in Afghanistan, making it an unlikely tourist destination, and the notorious ruthlessness of the local bandits, who usually left no survivors unless one joined their ranks, they did not delve deeper. The mere fact that Li Xuan and his group spoke fluent Huagua was sufficient for the Pakistani soldiers. The soldiers were exceedingly polite, providing them with food, drink, and clothing. When they learned that the group was eager to leave, they even offered to send a military escort, which Li Xuan and his companions politely declined. After all, they were not headed to the airport, but rather to the black market, hoping to find a way back to Mingwa. This group of individuals lacked even a single identification card. Li Xuan and his 4 companions had long been marked as missing or even deceased in Huagua's public security records. Their rejection of the soldiers' goodwill left the soldiers somewhat disappointed. However, Li Xuan and his companions had grown indifferent to such matters. They were currently in Balochistan, the largest province of Pakistan, bordering Afghanistan. They had just come from there. To their left lay Iran, while to their right were 2 provinces, with the Arabian Sea beneath them. They intended to take a smuggler's boat back home. Gwadar Port, built with the assistance of Huagua, is Pakistan's largest port, bustling with countless ships daily, including some that engage in illicit activities. Li Xuan and his companions hurried to Gwadar Port, where the seasoned smugglers they encountered easily guided them. Subsequently, they boarded a small cargo ship overnight, concealed in a container with only a few holes for breathing. Thankfully, it was night, so the heat was bearable. Otherwise, in such a cramped and stifling space, they might have suffocated. Li Xuan and his companions never imagined that their first boat ride would be under such circumstances. The sound of the foghorn blared as the small cargo ship departed the port, heading toward Mingwa. After about an hour in the cramped container, it was finally opened, allowing them to emerge for fresh air. In the late night, the temperature dropped significantly, and the humidity was heavier over the sea. A gust of sea breeze sent shivers down their spines, prompting some to retreat back into the container for shelter against the wind. For the first time, Li Xuan beheld the ocean, its waves shimmering under the moonlight, while countless stars twinkled above, casting their glow upon the undulating waters. A breathtaking sight. Suddenly, a wave crashed against the ship's side, catching Li Xuan off guard, drenching him to the bone. The vessel was already moving at a brisk pace of over 20 knots, and with the strong winds at night and the low sides of the ship, he was nearly knocked overboard, narrowly grabbing onto the railing. Having faced this mishap, and with his clothes soaked and chilled by the wind, Li Xuan could no longer appreciate the scenery and hurried back to the container. Witnessing his drenched state, the unsympathetic group couldn't help but mock him. The cargo ship continued its journey from dawn until evening before finally reaching the port in Mingwa. In his bunk, Li Xuan felt a pang of regret for having slept too soundly to witness the sunrise over the sea, which was said to be a magnificent sight. However, the crew remarked that they had grown nauseous from the view. Upon nearing the port, Li Xuan and his companions were again confined to the container until they were unloaded. The smuggling operation was not something that a few individuals could handle alone. Specialized personnel took charge of moving them. At this point, they could settle their remaining payment. They had already paid half in the black market of Pakistan, and now they needed to pay the rest here, amounting to 10,000 US dollars per person, an exorbitant sum that left them with a deep resentment toward these individuals who had forced them to endure such hardships and waste a significant amount of money. Finally, they had returned home. Upon entering the base, Zhou Xinhua let out a deep sigh, reflecting that it had been 2 days since they had left the moldy base without a decent meal. Not only had they rushed about without time to eat, but the food on board was also subpar, hardly fit for pigs. However, all was well now. They had returned and could finally treat themselves to a proper meal. "Welcome back," Su Jia exclaimed with a smile upon seeing the 10 of them. Although it had only been 3 or 4 days, she had been quite worried, fearing that they might return with fewer members. Counting them confirmed that all 10 were present, which eased her mind. "We're back," Li Xuan replied, and the others discreetly stepped aside to give them some space. "Tonight we rest, and tomorrow we'll have 3 days off to relax," announced the Arctic Bear suddenly. "Really?" The group was incredulous at the idea of being given a holiday. Of course, after a mission, it's essential to take a break, especially since you have no further lessons to attend. Just battlefield experience is needed. A few more missions, and you'll be all set. By the way, there's something important to discuss, but let's save it for after the break. Regardless of what the important matter was, the prospect of being able to go out and enjoy themselves brought them great joy. That night, they finished the dinner meticulously prepared by Su Jia and promptly headed to bed, exhausted from several days of toil, finally able to rest properly. As they collapsed onto their beds, they fell into a deep sleep, the sound of snoring filling the air. The next morning, they awoke early, unable to sleep any longer. Their biological clocks dictated that they rise at that hour. "Let us go." Zhou Xinhua howled like a wolf, leading the charge. Their next destination was Yangon, the former capital of Mingwa. Though the capital had since moved to Naypyidaw, Yangon remained the largest city and the political, economic, and cultural hub of the country. There would undoubtedly be plenty of entertaining activities, making it an ideal location to unwind. Yangon is located in a small province at the southern end of the map, the smallest of all Mingwa-S provinces, aptly named Yangon Province. Much like Huagua's Magic City, it is a directly governed municipality. Although referred to as a city, it is comparable to a province. Yangon was previously the capital, hence its status as a directly governed municipality, and even after the capital's relocation to Naypyidaw, it retained this status. They took a flight from Naypyidaw to Yangon on a small aircraft that lacked even a first-class section, with all seats being the same, accommodating only a few dozen passengers, and the tickets were rather expensive. The plane appeared somewhat aged and dirty, raising doubts in Li Xuan's mind about its airworthiness. The airport terminal was not much better. The floor was grimy, with no one in sight to clean it. The flight had few passengers. Not even half the seats were filled, and most were locals or a few foreign tourists passing through to visit Yangon. Compared to the airport in Naypyidaw, Yangon's was far superior, befitting its status as an international metropolis and Mingwa's largest city. The airport was spacious and clean, with several large planes parked, some preparing for takeoff. Upon exiting the airport, the Arctic Bear and his companions abandoned Li Xuan and the others, the five of them meandering off, unsure of where to go. With no one to lead them, including Su Jia, the six of them exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. "Let us just walk and see," Zhou Xinhua suggested, shrugging. "We're here to relax. We'll enjoy whatever we find amusing or delicious. Let us not rush to find a hotel. There are plenty in Yangon, so we can just pick one at our leisure," Xie Gao added. They decided to keep it simple for now and assess the situation as it unfolded. "What about that temple over there? Shouldn't we check it out?" Zhang Zhijuan pointed towards a temple spire in the distance. The group agreed with his suggestion and made their way toward the temple. They did not opt for a ride but chose instead to walk, meandering leisurely and taking in the sights, with no particular desire to visit the temple. "Hey, would you like a ride?" Some taxi drivers approached them as they strolled along the street, inquiring with somewhat halting English. Perhaps it was because they did not appear to be locals, having just arrived from the airport, making them likely foreign travelers, which prompted several taxi drivers to inquire. However, the six individuals, resolute in their decision to explore at a leisurely pace, declined all offers of transportation and continued their stroll, pausing occasionally to admire various intriguing trinkets. Li Xuan's attention was, of course, entirely devoted to food. He had little interest in anything else. Zhou Xinhua teased him, likening him to a pig, solely concerned with eating. Li Xuan merely smiled faintly, unfazed by the comparison, for he believed that being able to enjoy food was a blessing. Yet, he couldn't resist retorting, asking Zhou Xinhua if he would expect him to come to his aid should he be injured on the battlefield. Zhou Xinhua fell silent at this, wishing to claim he would never be hurt, but who could truly make such a guarantee? As durians reached their peak ripeness, street vendors hawked a variety of them, their aroma somewhat pungent, yet undeniably delicious. For those who relished the fruit, it garnered enthusiastic praise, while those who did not tended to keep their distance. Li Xuan unabashedly picked up a large one, indulging as he walked, clearly savoring every bite. His five companions struggled to withstand the sight. It was not the durian itself that was unpalatable to them, but rather Li Xuan's voracious eating style. The way he relished the fruit made it seem as though he were consuming some divine elixir. "Hey, look over there." Su Jia suddenly pointed towards an amusement park in the distance, captivated by the sight of roller coasters, which were a novelty for her. Having never seen such a thing before, they had no pressing agenda, so they decided to accompany her for some fun. As they approached the amusement park, the screams from the roller coasters reached their ears. Li Xuan and his companions thought the ride looked rather tame. Surely the screams were exaggerated. Besides the roller coaster, there were other attractions, but they found little interest in them. The coaster seemed to hold some appeal. In the midst of the screams, Li Xuan maintained a stoic expression, regretting his decision to sit at the back, where he felt he was merely swallowing air, while the front screamed and spat out saliva, some of which landed on him. Glancing at the excited expression of his companion, the fourth one in line, he realized that he did not understand what was so thrilling about it, as it seemed akin to climbing a tree. Standing atop the towering structure provided a sense of overlooking the world, which he found quite enjoyable. Suzy, not hearing Li Xuan's thoughts, curiously turned to him and asked, "Don't you think it's fun?" "Fun?" Li Xuan echoed, shaking his head. "It's just all right." Suzy, at a loss for words, murmured softly, "It's really not interesting." "What did you say?" Li Xuan asked, unable to catch her words. At that moment, the roller coaster reached its peak and began its descent, eliciting a chorus of screams that drowned out his question. As the coaster came to a halt, a throng of people eagerly poured out, desperately seeking relief from nausea. Li Xuan disembarked with indifference. To him, it felt like a mere drizzle. Suzi, still brimming with excitement, gazed at the coaster with sparkling eyes. Observing her, Li Xuan couldn't help but sigh and decided to spend more money for another round. "Wonderful. Here is a little reward for you," Su Jia exclaimed, planting a kiss on Li Xuan's cheek, drawing the attention of onlookers. Li Xuan touched his cheek, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "You all enjoy yourselves. We're leaving," he announced, as Xie Gao and the others felt it inappropriate to intrude on the couple's enjoyment and decided to depart. "Where will I find you?" Li Xuan inquired. "What do you need to find us for?" "Just spend these days enjoying yourself with the fourth one," Zhou Xinhua replied with a sly grin. Li Xuan glanced at Su Jia, who was thoroughly enjoying herself, and nodded. "All right, see you in 3 days." After bidding farewell to Xie Gao and the others, Li Xuan focused entirely on accompanying Su Jia, seizing the opportunity to spend quality time with her, for he was uncertain when they might have such time again. "What were you all whispering about? Where did they go?" Su Jia asked curiously upon Li Xuan's return, noticing that Xie Gao and company had left. "Oh, nothing. They went their way. Now let us continue our fun." That evening, the two booked a hotel, indulging in tender moments together, as Li Xuan sought to release the pin-up energy of the past few days onto Su Jia. The following day, hand in hand, they commenced their official shopping spree. The polar bear had arranged Swiss bank cards for each of them, a provision made by the system company since their tasks began, ensuring that as part of the company, they each received a nominal Swiss debit card with future bonuses deposited into it. The task's reward of $1.5 million entailed setting aside $500,000 for expenses, leaving $1 million to be divided, each receiving $100,000, an impressive sum amounting to over 600,000 yuan, more than sufficient for their time in Yangon. Su Jia had no income of her own. She relied solely on the public funds, with every transaction meticulously recorded, leaving no room for personal savings. Thus, Li Xuan bore the responsibility of financially supporting them both. "Do you think this is nice?" "Very pretty. What about this one?" "Looks good. And this? Perfect. Waiter, please wrap all of these up." Su Jia finally let loose, indulging in a shopping spree that showcased her innate shopping prowess. In no time, Li Xuan was laden with an abundance of purchases. At the checkout, the cashier beamed widely. The woman in her 30s regarded Su Jia with such warmth that one might think she was looking at her own daughter. With so many items, Li Xuan could hardly carry them all and opted for delivery to the hotel, happy to pay an extra fee, which the shopkeeper was more than willing to accommodate. For Li Xuan, the concept of money was abstract. He had always lived without worry, so he spent freely, and the $100,000 in his bank card dwindled rapidly. After a day of shopping alongside Su Jia, he was unsure how she still appeared so enthusiastic, as even he, known for his stamina, felt exhausted. It seemed that every woman was born with a maxed-out shopping skill. After a day of trailing behind her, Li Xuan resolved that he would make her pay for this evening, ensuring she would be too tired to shop the next day. With this thought in mind, he put his plan into action, engaging in a fervent bout of passion with Su Jia until the early hours of the morning, leaving her breathless. Yet he showed no signs of slowing down, determined to keep her confined to bed. On the second day of their holiday, they finally stirred from slumber around noon. Upon waking, Li Xuan found a long, snow-white leg draped over him, reigniting his desires. It was only in the evening that hunger drove them to seek sustenance. "It's all your fault?" Su Jia playfully pinched the soft flesh at Li Xuan's waist. Despite his muscular physique, he could not escape the sensitivity of that area, and her pinch stung a bit. Li Xuan grimaced slightly, offering a smile, opting to feign ignorance. They settled on an Indian restaurant, eager to sample the cuisine. However, upon seeing the peculiar dishes, their appetites vanished. "Is this even edible?" They hastily exited and chose a more conventional establishment, where they ordered a selection of signature dishes and feasted heartily. When the bill arrived, it totaled over $1,000, not due to the high prices of the dishes, but rather because Li Xuan had eaten an overwhelming amount, leaving the table cluttered with an alarming number of empty plates. "I believe that dining at a buffet would be a more preferable choice in the future." With a stomach like yours, no matter how much money one possesses, it would be impossible to finish a meal at a restaurant. Su Jia, entwining her arm around Li Xuan's, gazed curiously at his utterly unresponsive abdomen, pondering where all the food he consumed had vanished. Thus, I must strive to earn money to sustain my appetite, she declared. Li Xuan shrugged his shoulders. And what about me? I must also support you. A group of ruffians on the street brazenly fed the passerby single dogs, causing some onlookers to gawk in disbelief. A few delinquents, observing the pair and then Su Jia's beauty, their eyes widening, especially at her alluring figure, began to drool. They glanced at Li Xuan, who seemed to mar the scenery, exchanged glances among themselves, and mustered the courage to approach. Sensing an unusual tension, Li Xuan exchanged a look with Su Jia, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. How audacious of these dim-witted fellows to seek trouble with him without realizing who he was. In a less crowded stretch of road, those ruffians finally sprang into action, having followed for quite some time. A few of them lunged forward, surrounding the couple, their eyes shamelessly scanning Su Jia from top to bottom, filled with ill intentions, their minds presumably clouded with base thoughts. Seeing their audacity ignited a fire within Li Xuan. Su Jia cast a playful glance at him, as if to say, "Behold the extent of my beauty. Stand back." One thug attempted to shove Li Xuan aside. When they saw that he remained unfazed, they assumed him to be timid, emboldened by their misjudgment. Yet, despite their efforts, he stood immovable, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Li Xuan paid little attention to the effort exerted against him, easily identifying them as worthless scoundrels drained by indulgence. He gazed up at the sky. The sun was nearly set, and the streetlights had yet to illuminate the surroundings. In this twilight, the darkest hour, he contemplated whether to dispose of them in the sewer. Li Xuan remained silent, yet the thug felt as though he was being disregarded, a wave of irritation washing over him. He raised his hand, preparing to strike Li Xuan. Just as he lifted it, he suddenly felt as if a giant vice had clamped down on his wrist, rendering him immobile and in pain. "Let go!" The thug cried out in agony. "What do you think you are doing, seeking death?" The other ruffians, witnessing this, immediately began to shout, shoving Li Xuan, eager to retaliate. Since they wished to fight, Li Xuan had no choice but to oblige them, adhering to the principle that the first strike holds the advantage, even against these insignificant pests. The outcome was simple. These ruffians were no match for Li Xuan. Not only could he overpower them, but even Su Jia would be unable to contend with him. With a single, effortless slap, he sent one thug flying, spinning 360 degrees through the air, landing face-first on the ground, unconscious. The remaining thugs were taken aback by the abrupt turn of events, staring at Li Xuan in astonishment, bewildered as to how he had dispatched one of their own so swiftly. "Do you wish to die?" One of them, seeing the situation, threatened, brandishing a small knife, exuding a menacing aura. Li Xuan regarded this display of bravado with utter disdain. If he were to unleash his murderous intent, these thugs would surely be terrified. However, he chose not to, as he wished to toy with them. They were mere entertainment presented to him on a silver platter. "Come on, come on." Li Xuan beckoned one of the thugs, exuding arrogance. Seeing this brazen attitude, the group of thugs narrowed their eyes in fury. Raising their hands as the knives lunged toward Li Xuan without hesitation, aimed directly at his chest, seemingly intent on taking his life. Little did they know, such arrogance would be their undoing. Since they were intent on using lethal force, Li Xuan felt no need to hold back. He swiftly seized one thug's wrist, skillfully dodging the other's blades, and with a gentle twist, he heard a satisfying crack as the thug's wrist broke. The knife fell limply to the ground, clattering as it hit the pavement. After breaking the thug's wrist, Li Xuan pushed him aside, causing him to collapse on the ground, curled up and howling in pain. Next, these thugs numbered only 7, and Li Xuan had already dealt with 2 of them, but they were blinded by rage, their focus solely on exacting revenge on him. They swung their knives at him, yet he effortlessly evaded or blocked their attacks, retaliating in kind. With Li Xuan's strength, every counterattack he executed was enough to seriously injure them. Broken bones or bloodied faces were the common outcomes, and he had yet to even tap into his full physical prowess. After dispatching the ruffians, Li Xuan flexed his fists and disdainfully remarked, "Truly worthless. I haven't even warmed up yet. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. Let us depart. It's still early. Where shall we go for some fun?" Su Jia urged Li Xuan, leading him away from this chaotic scene. "You decide. I shall follow your lead, Li Xuan replied. Really? Then, let us head to. Their figures gradually faded into the distance as the streetlights flickered to life. On the ground, the thugs lay groaning in agony, soon attracting a crowd of onlookers. Some kind souls even calling for an ambulance. Naturally, this no longer concerned Li Xuan and Su Jia, who had already distanced themselves. In Yangon's Chinatown, home to approximately 150,000 local Chinese and overseas Chinese, as well as century-old historical buildings, the area was ablaze with lights at night. Vendors filled the streets, and throngs of tourists packed the alleys, rendering Chinatown bustling and vibrant. Su Jia, her curiosity piqued, scanned the surroundings and noticed a plethora of gold shops flanking them. Clinging to Li Xuan's arm, she inquired, "So many gold shops here. Aren't there supposed to be more jade shops in Myanmar?" Li Xuan shook his head. "I have no idea. Come, would you like me to buy you a necklace?" Upon hearing this, Su Jia shook her head. "Gold doesn't suit me. It feels a bit too ostentatious." "Then what do you desire?" Li Xuan asked. "As for me," Su Jia's eyes darted around, contemplating for several seconds before confidently declaring, "I want you." The unexpected declaration caught Li Xuan off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless before breaking into a broad smile. "Very well, I shall remain by your side." Though this was Chinatown, the sounds of Mandarin were conspicuously absent. Instead, conversations in Burmese and English filled the air. Li Xuan observed the vendors around them, clad in sarongs and flip-flops, their East Asian complexions making it difficult to discern their nationalities. They walked carefully, avoiding the filthy ground, as waste from the nearby shops spilled onto the streets, and the sewage system was poorly maintained, often leading to unsightly messes. Although Li Xuan had traversed through mud and water, the sight compelled him to steer clear. Despite the street's disarray, it was a haven for delectable street food, with steam rising from the stalls and circles of patrons gathered around, indicating a thriving business. "Let us go check out the Guanyin Temple up ahead. It seems quite famous," Su Jia suggested, noticing the temple tower not far away. Even at night, the temple was bustling with visitors, some drawn by its reputation, others sincerely there to offer their prayers. Su Jia tugged at Li Xuan, urging him to enter the temple for a visit. Li Xuan, indifferent to the occasion, simply went along with her. Observing Su Jia's earnest demeanor, he was surprised to see her faith in such matters. After a prayer, Su Jia noticed Li Xuan watching her and felt her cheeks flush. "What are you staring at?" she asked playfully. "Just admiring my future wife," Li Xuan replied candidly, his eyes brimming with mirth. "Shoo." Su Jia waved him off, as if swatting away a fly. "What were you thinking just now?" Li Xuan inquired, attempting to change the subject. "That's a secret. If I tell you, it won't work anymore," Su Jia replied, shaking her head with a playful smile.